Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. There was a party in the night city. A mug of beer was suddenly placed on the table. The blonde raised a toast and said with a smile that today they were drinking in honor of a joyful event, because he was accepted into the academy, and then said that he would not forgive anyone who would not drink a glass of beer with him. But then he touched someone at the counter and was immediately told to calm down, because he was drunk. The young guy immediately got mad and asked about what he said and asked if he knew who he was. But then his comrade calmed him down and asked him to stop. But then there was silence, after the words that he was in a good mood today, so he would forgive him. But then the guy in the hood raised his eyes, after hearing the words about the history of the incomparable squad of heroes. The drunkard spread his hands with a smile and said that he adored this story, and it was high time to remember it again, and began a story about the heroes who defeated the Demon King, and at their head was the chosen hero. He imagined a group of heroes and said that they had a holy elf archer and a holy maiden, but there was someone else. The mysterious man lowered his head while they tried to remember the latter and named the Ash Wizard, and then asked why they should remember this ballast, and said that despite his status as the future head of the Tower of Magic, he did not become famous during the entire campaign. In complete darkness, they heard arguments about what he said, as if he saw everything with his own eyes, but then there was an argument that it was clear that Kyle did everything, and a loud cry was heard that the Ash Wizard was simply not needed by this squad. At this time, the day before, the heroes team was fighting the crowd. The knights immediately saw them in surprise and shouted that they were waiting for them. They immediately disappeared behind their backs after the order to retreat. A foot in a leather boot stepped on a stone. It was the chosen hero. The archer adjusted her hair and said that they were slightly downplaying the problem and asked how they could deal with an entire army. The saint looked away with a displeased face and said that they had Kyle, the chosen hero, so let him do his duty. He, in turn, while the magician was gathering behind him, said that there were too many of them and the 4 of them would not be able to defeat them, and they needed to retreat and warn the capital to bring out the army. But he was not allowed to finish. The chosen one was grabbed by the shoulder and pulled, told to get out of the way. The Ashen One took off at great speed. He flew past his comrades at great speed and moved towards the monsters, while data was being collected and the necessary spell was being searched for. The saint closed herself off from the wind flow and asked when he managed to do it, and the blonde immediately added, saying that he was always late, and asked how he ended up here. The chosen one looked at him sternly and remained silent. He raised his hand with a confident look and used magic reinforcement and magic defense. Many magic circles appeared when the preparation was complete. The protagonist put his fist in front of him. Then he stretched out his hands and used flash. After using explosion magic, smoke appeared from behind the mountain, and the warriors, seeing this, thought that it was a squad of heroes who did this and wondered if all the soldiers were able to get out. The horned one quickly jumped to the side. But then a hand and a glove reached out for him. The Ashen One grabbed him by the spine and developed using a push. He immediately frowned. The saint looked at him and calmly said that there was no point in retreating now, and the archer said that she had never understood him, because he was an ordinary magician and wondered why he should get into trouble. They looked at his back and thought that all he did was use magic chains on himself and his opponents, and that this was the simplest of all magics, and there was nothing special about it. But he still risked his life. The blonde approached the chosen one and asked if this was complete stupidity. Raniel folded his hands together using a chain. He immediately put his hands on the floor and created a huge magic circle. Kyle covered himself with his hands from the flow of wind. Then the horned one was immediately completely tied up. He immediately turned around and loudly called the swordsman. He raised the blade over his head and released light and was about to attack. Afterwards, there was a procession in the city and everyone loudly praised the fake hero, and thought that he had dealt with the demon army alone. Hearing the constant screams, the protagonist began to slowly pull his hood over himself. He immediately disappeared into the crowd. The holiday was gradually coming to an end. The action moved to one of the houses. Ash approached his comrades and asked where they would go now. But when he took off his hood, he was very surprised. But then Kyle said with hostility that he would not go anywhere with him anymore. He began to remember the procession and said that initially they united and went on a journey to destroy the Demon King, and they fulfilled their mission and peace came to the kingdom. He said without even turning around that nothing connected them anymore. They all turned to him and silently looked at him. The hero looked at them full of despair and was told that from that day on he was expelled from the squad. In the present, he was thrown out of the bar and shouted at for being annoying. The newcomer clenched his fists and asked why such an old man had to sit with him, the one who was accepted to the academy, and the second one said with a smile that judging by his clothes, he was a mage, and asked if that meant he was stronger than them. But then the protagonist, without raising his head, clenched his teeth and wondered what he was guilty of. The purple-haired man looked at him with disgust and asked what he was muttering, and he continued, saying that he tried for the good of the entire squad, and did almost all the work, which is why he became so in demand. He stood up, emitting mana, and asked why everything turned out this way. The nobleman created a magic circle in his hand and asked what was wrong with him, and said that he was drunk and talking nonsense, and his comrade immediately said that they had just entered, so they were still allowed to use magic outside the academy. The Ashen One shook off his pants, and said that he had been thinking about what he was guilty of, so he still had not found an answer. He began to approach them and said that he saved entire villages from the dragon's invasion when they wanted to run away like cowards, and in the Demon King's castle it was he who helped him deal the decisive blow, and then asked what he received in return. While he was asked if he understood that he would be beaten now and asked if he would beg for mercy. The white-haired one created a flame in his hand and said that he had killed demons, undead, dragons and many other monsters. Despite the fact that he was also scared, he always moved forward. He immediately remembered their battle with the main evil and shouted that when Kyle met the Demon King, he cowardly tucked his tail between his legs and ran away. He immediately got angry and, releasing mana, shouted that he was the one who dealt a critical blow to the Demon King. In the flames, the hero introduced his former comrades and angrily said that he was the one who deserved this ovation. But when they defeated the Demon King, they simply no longer needed him. The purple-haired man got scared and turned to his comrade, but he immediately asked why he was shaking. The magician immediately clenched his fist, squeezing the flame. He folded his fingers, deciding that he had become Gojo Satoru, and said that he would teach them everything himself. Afterwards, he was already standing with long hair and holding his head when they asked him what he was thinking. The hero scratched his head and said that he did not expect him to react like that to the consequences of his curse. The old man scratched his beard and said that he certainly did not expect his student to change so much. The gray-haired man looked at him sadly. Then he exhaled heavily and called him by name. As it turned out, the protagonist turned into a girl and answered holding his head. Under the cherry blossoms, he was told that when he left the gate, he would be called by a different name. The bearded man folded his hands and said that from that day on, he would become a teacher at the academy. When he lowered his eyes, he said that he would ask him again if he was sure that this was how he wanted to live his second life. The hero immediately imagined his past accomplishments and wondered why he was suddenly told about a second life. Because 5 years had passed since the victory over the Demon King, and he wondered why peace had reigned in their country. He remembered his victory over the devil and thought that now he did not need to be a hero. He smiled and said that he had already decided everything. He smiled, adjusting his glove, and said that from that day on he would become a teacher, and said that he would start his life with a clean slate, and thought that now he was no longer a savior. Somewhere in the middle of the dark forest a scream was heard. The soldier was sitting on the ground and was afraid of the monsters, telling them to go away. The horned one immediately growled loudly. The poor guy covered himself with his hand and screamed loudly. Suddenly, blood splashed in all directions. The frightened man opened his eyes and did not understand what had happened. The protagonist, who used magic and had a horde of wolves in front of him, stood before him, and he was immediately asked who he was. The former Ash Mage was already preparing for battle. She created many magic circles. The monsters were lifted into the air and thrown back. While pieces of flesh were flying to the side, he remembered that he was a man who defeated the Demon King. The monsters flew apart from the blows. They barely stayed on the ground. The mage stood without a shadow of a doubt, and had gained incredible strength. The horned ones took damage one after another, but it is worth remembering that every power has its price. Rana abruptly kicked the ground. She spread her arms and scattered the opponents. Even from behind the trees, an explosion was visible. But the last opponent remained, and she thought about how he killed the Demon King and left a seal on his body. The monster's mouth was open. The horned one was going to bite her. But then the enemy disappeared, and by the way, this mark allows demons to find her wherever she is. The dog's eyes opened wide. A seal appeared on the end of the protagonist's finger. She fired and thought about how, having learned about this, she realized that if she continued to be an adventurer, she would die sooner or later. A gap passed through the ground and the poor guy immediately asked what kind of power it was. The blue-eyed girl looked at him and asked how he was. The situation became a little better. The traveler accepted the helping hand and thanked him for saving him from the monsters. The silver-haired girl was surprised when she was asked her name and decided to say it. But then she turned away and said that it did not matter and that the road was safe, and it was time to return to the city along it, because they would help him there, and he himself thought about how he almost let it slip. She pulled up her hood and thought about the fact that Rana was no longer there. At first, time passed towards evening. Then night fell. The road led her to a house in the field. She walked with a staff and said that she had not been here for a long time. Once upon a time, the old man was upset after the words about resignation. The hero before reincarnation stood on the passage and was asked if he was really going to kill the Demon King. The long-haired man took his hand away and asked if he was sure that he wanted to go on this campaign, and there was a high probability that he would simply die. When his student lowered his eyes, he immediately said that his magic was not perfect, and he did not finish his training to the end. But he bowed and thanked him for everything. The gray-haired man looked at him very sadly. Then he nodded and said that he had a restless student. The shaggy man left the house and was told that next time, he was waiting for the head of the Demon King, and only then would he recognize him as his student. 5 years passed, and he returned to the same place. She walked with her head down, and said that at least she had not brought the head of the Demon King. The girl knocked on the door. An old man opened the door and asked who had brought it. The long-haired girl opened the door and greeted him. She clutched her staff and announced her return with a smile. Then it dawned on the teacher. He frowned and asked why she had come, and the hero immediately thought that, as expected from a teacher, he had understood at first glance who he was. The bearded man covered his face with his hand and sadly said that if he had known that his student would die in battle, he would have used force to stop this idiot. But she immediately asked anxiously what he was carrying. The old man began to cry and said that she must have come to convey his last will, and asked if the staff he had given him was really the only thing left of him. He put his hand on his chest with a heroic look and said that at first he didn't want to let him go, because he was still very young, but he was proud that he chose this path himself and heard that he had to fight rare monsters and participate in the murder of the Demon King, and his contribution to the protection of humanity will never be forgotten. The protagonist became even more embarrassed and thought that he was not even listening to her. Then he pointed his finger at himself and said that he was his disciple. He used his staff after he was told that he understood perfectly well that she was not him. Watching the light, they both instantly fell silent. The old man looked at it with wild surprise and thought that this was definitely the color of his disciple's mana. He anxiously extended his hand and asked if that was really Raniel. The blue-eyed girl looked at him with a soft smile and said that he had returned. But then a flash of thunder flew past him. The tree behind him shattered into pieces. The bearded man immediately turned away and began to leave, ordering them to follow him. The hero looked at him with sarcastic displeasure. The elder of the Roselle Mages. Professor of Higher Magic at the Academy. Mentor of the Ash Mage. Letters were flying around his house asking about his student who had suddenly disappeared. He immediately got furious and offered to look at it, and asked if he knew how many letters he had received since the day she disappeared. He pointed his finger at the stacks of papers and asked why he was going to resign without telling anyone. He looked at the waste paper again and said that he had already thought about getting rid of these letters, because he was sure that he was dead. The old man cut the letter with magic and with a soft smile said that since he was alive, they were all his. Suddenly a new letter arrived, and it seemed like something serious, because it came from the rector of the academy. Sharpbeard sat at his desk and wrote to Roselle that spring was coming to their academy, which meant new mages would be arriving at the academy's doorstep. He imagined a palace and wrote that he hoped that he was ready to train newcomers, but in fact he was writing to him not as a rector, but as a friend. He smiled softly and asked if he knew where his student was now. He imagined his students and wrote that new talents needed to know the hero who would save their world from evil, and even better, learn a lot of useful things from his lips, and if he knew where he was, he asked to let him know. The protagonist held many letters in his hands and said that he would burn them. He immediately lit a blue fire when he was asked if he was sure. He looked at the ashes and said that dealing with all these letters was a pain in the ashes, and the bearded man looked at him doubtfully and suggested showing respect to those who wrote to him about this, because it was too radical an approach. Time was approaching evening. Then he softly exhaled and asked what happened in the end. He looked at the hero and asked what happened to his real body. She immediately became embarrassed and scratched her cheek. The Ashen Man immediately remembered his fight with the succubus and thought that some fools tried to beat him up, but then, to be honest, he himself did not fully understand what happened to him. But suddenly Roselle turned away and closing his eyes, agreed, saying that knowing him, there must be reasons to change his appearance like that, and suggested that he first say what he now intends to do. Against the background of the bright rays of the evening sun, words were heard about how it was a good question, and the protagonist said that he could no longer be an adventurer. He took the letter in his hands and said that he came to him for advice. The letter from the rector began to exude mana again. The teacher immediately scratched his beard and said a meaningful word. But then the hero turned a little, after the offer to visit the academy. The academy immediately appeared behind the flame and the old man immediately asked about fulfilling his request. Raniel imagined the beautiful courtyards of the academy. He took the letter in his hand and decided to accept the offer. From the walls of the academy, a question about a new magic teacher was heard. Sharpbeard looked at the entrance with surprise and asked for a recommendation with a smile. Then Roselle scratched his beard and said that it was so, and said that there was a rather capable magician who could teach their students a lot. Then he smiled, saying that he thought that he would be pleased when he saw the new teacher in action, but he immediately thought that there was no doubt that this was his student. Then he immediately began to open the box and said that they needed to sign a contract. He took out the papers, but he was immediately told that it was his daughter, and she was a girl. Roselle smiled and said that he could be sure that she could handle it. But then the rector immediately surprised him with a question about whether he was a swaddled magician, and he immediately asked where he got that idea from. The hero's teacher immediately looked at him and said that her name was Rana and that she was incredibly talented and virtuoso in magic. Sharpbeard gritted his teeth when he was told that she knew enough to teach someone. He turned around and said with a stern look that the rules were the same for everyone, and the staff was forbidden to recommend their children or other relatives for work, and he could not accept her as a teacher. Then Roselle frowned and thought about how stubborn he was. He immediately introduced the territory of the palace, and said that he had been telling him for so many years to find an assistant for his department, because the volume of work that the academy staff faces is growing every year, and here he is, giving him another amazing teacher. But then Aaron slammed his hands on the table and asked if he understood how important this year was for all of them, and this year they had received incredible talents that hadn't been there for 10 years. He extended his hand, releasing the sheets, and offered to look at them, and then asked if he really suggested engaging in nepotism and hiring his daughter simply because of paternal feelings. Then Roselle looked at the portfolio with a smile and said that there were quite a few capable magicians. In broad daylight, a voice was heard from the academy, and he continued, saying that he was sure that only his daughter could handle them, and they immediately shouted back that he wasn't listening to him at all. The hero entered the library of the Royal Magic Academy. He straightened his hair, walked through the room and said that 6 years had passed since his visit, but nothing had really changed here. A student was walking towards him. He immediately remembered Roselle, who had said with a menacing look that he would become a teacher and that he should expand his knowledge of magic. The damned one walked with a sad look and thought that the old man did not know him at all, and he had read all the books in this library a long time ago, and he would not find new knowledge here. He walked straight towards the girl and thought that he himself had no idea why he had listened to him. But then the blue-eyed one was greatly confused by a scream nearby. There, a guy was sitting at an alchemy table and with a sad look said that mana was not coming out, and wondered what was happening. He threw the pen on the sheet and said that it was strange, because the pen no longer draws symbols using magic, and at that moment he was asked not to make noise in the library, but he continued to be indignant. The other guys also looked at each other and anxiously realized that they had the same problem. Then the bespectacled man adjusted his accessory and said that the mana that does not come out only within the library walls has some hidden connection, and the person sitting next to him noticed that perhaps they were first-year students. The hero looked at them and wondered why they could not release mana. After that, she ran into a student and thought that she needed to apply a little more concentration, and it would work. She immediately knelt down, picking up the papers, thinking about the fourth princess, who always spends her free time in the library, and immediately began to apologize, saying that she does not watch where she is going at all. Suddenly, a magical seal with a green tint appeared. The protagonist noticed this with alarm and froze. At this time, her father, talking with the director, immediately imagined this child in the shadows and thought that this is a nugget blessed by the stars themselves, who entered their academy this year, and the sharp-faced one immediately said that this girl should study with the best, to which Roselle immediately said that he heard about her, and said that even royalty has to undergo training due to the martial law in the kingdom. While he was examining her file, his words were immediately confirmed. The bald one remained in the shadows and said that the remnants of the Demon King's army continue to rampage on their lands and the hero squad can no longer cope with the forces of evil, and they say that this is because the leader excluded the Ash Mage from the hero squad. He looked ahead with anxiety and said that because of his student, this girl came to their academy. He immediately turned away, and the director continued by saying that she hoped to meet him again as a mentor, and he brought his adopted daughter to him. The protagonist anxiously reached for the papers and made sure that this was the same princess. He began to remember his past appearance, and thought that 6 years ago, she came to him in the library and asked him to tell him about magical matter. He remembered her smile, and thought that the girl had grown up since then. But now the beauty had become quite gloomy. She looked up and asked why they were staring at her like that, and asked if the white-haired one was a mage, to which she immediately said that this was a magic academy, and everyone here was a mage. But then the blue-eyed one was very surprised by the words that this was not true, and every year the number of incompetent mages was growing and growing. She looked away and said that many do not know the basics of magical transformation of circuits. They boast that they know many spells, but they are not fit to hold a candle to him, and many because of such wizards died on the front lines because they could not even build magical circuits and pronounce the correct spell. At that moment, the protagonist examined the sheets. He handed her the sheets, and at that moment she was told that such people cannot be called magicians. The princess closed her eyes and said that she got carried away and asked to forgive her and thanked her for the help. She began to leave, but then Rania reached for the last sheet and said so. She handed it over. But the yellow-eyed one frowned and said that this scheme was familiar to her. She squeezed the sheet tightly when she was asked about the barrier. But then the silver-haired one made her freeze by calling the name of the spell. The princess was wildly surprised after hearing that it seemed to be an undead development, and was an interesting specimen, and wondered how she knew this. Because she had bought this scheme at a magic auction where the trophies of the hero squad were sold. She immediately imagined a battle with demons and thought that not a single magician had been able to decipher this scheme to use it in battle. Their shadows were cast on the floor, and the hero immediately said that this scheme was not that difficult, to which she was immediately told that she had been trying to decipher it for several months and asked how she knew the solution, and the silver-haired girl said that she just needed to study the letters surrounding the circle more carefully. Everyone immediately froze when she continued and asked if they had tried this method, because it was not that difficult. The yellow-eyed one frowned with displeasure and said that since it wasn't that hard, then she needed to activate this spell here and now, and decided to mention that all she heard from her were indirect insults towards the royal family's Slen, to which the blue-eyed one immediately thought that she might have offended her. Then the new teacher waved her finger and said that she needed to do this. And then she drew an 8 with her finger with anxiety and said that she needed to do this later. But then she noticed that the mana wasn't working, and the princess immediately said that the magic wouldn't work while she was here, because of her blessing, and said that she was literally sucking mana from everyone around her, so she might as well not even try. But then the silver-haired one interrupted her and, looking sternly, said that she seemed to understand what she needed to do. She raised her hand and created a stream of magic with many circles. Her foot immediately embodied a surge of mana. Magic energy spread throughout the entire classroom. The students were in complete shock and could not take their eyes off them. The bespectacled one looked at them in horror and said that this was definitely not the princess's mana. The blue-eyed one frowned and continued. She put her hand with the magic circle in front of her, continuing to embody the spell. The golden-haired one put her hand to her head and thought with alarm that this was impossible. She looked ahead in surprise and thought that this was the barrier, and the hero immediately said that she did not know how to clearly explain to them what exactly their mistake was in deciphering. Everyone began to be blown away by the flow of magic, while she said that she wanted to think about it. She immediately adjusted her glove and said that she could show how she did it and asked them to watch carefully. Golden light began to ooze from the doors of the academy. After some time, she was already sitting at the table with her father and asked if she had been hired. But he immediately said that the director would give in sooner or later, but she immediately said that he had always been a stubborn old man. The old man chuckled and said that he had always been too serious when it came to the academy, which is why he had gone bald, and all they could do was wait. The protagonist turned the page and apologized for having to go through so much because of him. But when the soldiers approached their house, his father immediately said that they didn't have to worry, because they just needed to come up with another way. At that moment, there was a knock on their door and they asked if the professor was here. The door suddenly swung open. A man in uniform approached them and apologized for the sudden visit, to which the gray-haired man immediately said with a smile that he didn't know what he owed to protecting the princess. But he immediately straightened up and said that they wanted to convey a message to Rana, to which he immediately said that it was his daughter. But they immediately handed him a sparkling form and said that it was intended for him. Everyone immediately turned to the protagonist and said that this form and letter were sent from the fourth princess. The protagonist immediately became alarmed, imagining the princess, when he heard that the princess wanted to learn magic from him. The information letter said that from today, the mage Rana officially became a teacher at the Academy of Magical Arts, and he immediately thought with concern about being hired. The sun was shining over the palace, and the guard's voice was heard from there, who said that the decoding of the protective spell was on the front lines, and he was immediately thanked. But then the warrior looked at the lady and said that something was still worrying him. He showed the sheet and said that this woman easily decoded the undead spell, and they even conducted a small investigation among the soldiers, but no one had heard of her before. He anxiously picked up the sheets and wondered how a woman who had never been to the battlefield could decipher the scheme in a few minutes, to which the princess immediately said that it was amazing. She put her hand to her chin and with a longing look said that this was exactly why she wanted to study with her. The guard looked at her again and said that she still had to have an interview with the professors of the magic department, to which he was immediately told that this was true. The princess stood up after the question of whether she could handle it. She immediately put her hand to her chest and agreed. The golden-eyed one looked out the window and with a soft smile said that she had big plans for this professor. The hero immediately picked up the clothes that were brought to him and said with displeasure that he did not want to wear them. But then his father, standing behind the door, calmed him down, saying that the princess had bought this suit especially for him, and ordered him to quickly change. Then she put on the dress and looked in the mirror. She lowered her head and thought that she had met the princess 6 years ago in the library, and now they give such things. Then the heroine frowned and looked away. But then she turned away and left. When she thought that it was too much, she was immediately asked if she had finished. The cherry blossoms began to bloom, and its petals began to fall. They stood with her father in front of the princess's window. The blonde tapped her finger on the chair, and she was immediately asked what happened. The bearded man sarcastically took his hand away and asked if she was nervous before meeting the daughter of the elder of the Ash Tower. He smiled with all his teeth and said that everything was written on her face. She, with hidden anger, said that he apparently began to see poorly with age, and this is not nerves, but irritation, because she does not see the point in wasting time on a magician about whom no one knows anything. They immediately started a passive-aggressive argument, and he said that he apologized for not drinking longevity elixirs since childhood in order to look younger at his age, to which she immediately told him to end these silently. And the red-haired man sitting nearby thought that although the disagreements between the two teachings were long in the past, they still simply could not stomach each other. The bespectacled man standing next to her took his hand away and said that Professor Roselle had arrived. While he was walking down the corridor, he said that his daughter, a candidate for teacher, had also arrived with him. The professors immediately turned in that direction and thought about her arrival. The old man entered the room and everyone thought that the gray-haired man had not taught anyone for a long time and his last student was a famous Ash Mage from the hero squad. The heroine clenched her fist and everyone immediately thought about who she was, since the professor recognized her merits. The princess smiled when she saw her. She stood up and nodded. The blue-eyed girl almost sparkled from the light. Everyone immediately began to carefully examine her. Then they took on an ominous look, wondering who she was, and remembered that this lady was able to control mana near the princess. But she looked very ordinary, and nothing was heard about her. They confused the protagonist by saying that the students said that she was able to ignore the presence of the princess, and most likely this was an exaggeration. A little time passed. The Ash family sat down in their seats, and the blue-eyed girl thought with embarrassment that this already resembled some kind of mockery. Then Sally took her hand away and asked about whether, since everyone was in place, it was worth starting. She spread her hands with a soft smile and said that the young sorceress and candidate for academy teacher and asked if they really did not need to introduce themselves, to which Rana immediately thought that they actually needed to, because she had no idea who they were. But suddenly the white-haired girl put her hands on the table and said that today she and the professors would prove that she was rather incompetent and unsuitable for the role of a teacher. Roselle put his hand to his chin, listening to the fact that the only thing she had was a recommendation from the elder of the magic tower, and nothing was known about her until now, and no military merits or discoveries. The Ash Mage hid his displeasure when he was told that she was also sure that she had no idea how to teach magic to others, and thought that it was unceremonious. Sally slammed her hand on the table and said that there was something. She put her finger in front of herself and introduced the prince of the northern country, and that head of the Grace family, and the future king of the north, and that unusually talented young man. And while she continued to say that they must be amazed that the prince chose their academy, but the fact cannot be disputed, because they are not capable of teaching such a talented talent, then the hero turned to his father asking who this lady was, to which he said that the mage from the Tower of Light, in every possible way promotes students from royal families. And then the bearded man pulled his beard, saying that she was right, to which the scoundrel immediately said that it was surprising that even he supported her. She looked at the cherry and said that she simply did not have enough experience working with such talented students, and she was immediately asked who they were talking about. She immediately imagined a guy sitting on his knee with a knife in front of corpses, and said that she was talking about the strongest mage among the first years, the leader nicknamed Manhwa. Blackbeard, with a big smile, said that he was incredibly strong, so much so that he had subdued all the gangs in the city and that they were obliged to provide the best training for the future ruler of the north. Then the protagonist leaned towards his father again and asked who else he was, to which he immediately said that he was a boy from the slums with rare magic, whom a representative of the Tower of Dark Magic had undertaken to teach. The bespectacled man tried to calm his quarreling colleagues from the opposite towers. At that moment, the Ashen Professor cleared his throat to calm them down. They looked at him with concern and he continued, saying that if they had finished arguing, then he needed to say a word. The professors fell silent and listened attentively when he said that he understood them all, that they were worried about the future of the academy students. He stood up and taking his hand away, pointed at the student, saying that it was not for them to evaluate her skills and that the students themselves should decide whether they wanted such a teacher or not. Then the hero nodded several times during their doubts. The old man turned his attention to the letters on the table and said that he wanted to compromise with them. He looked at the interlocutors and said that today would be the first year's qualification test, and this question surprised his dummy daughter. He immediately straightened his posture and said that if Rana passed the test successfully, they would take her as a teacher. Then the protagonist looked at him in surprise and quietly turned to him, thinking that he had come up with a plan. She began to cry inside and thought that again they had not told him anything and even the essence of the test was unknown. The action moved to the Harme forest. The bespectacled man stood in front of the students and said that he would announce how the qualification test would be held. The guys looked at him in surprise and wondered why another one appeared, because they had already passed the entrance exam, and why they needed it. They began to doubt, because they already had enough classes. Then the boys started asking the instructor questions about why they were doing this in the forest. But he looked up and told them to calm down, because otherwise they wouldn't hear anything. The hero started yawning at that moment. Then when she lowered her head, when everyone behind her was surprised by someone. A group was walking towards them and everyone immediately mentioned that they were the best of the first years. When the rest of the group approached, the observers noticed their princess. The best began to walk to the venue with absolute calm. Rania watched this while the others talked about how they got in on recommendation and were called the new heroes of humanity. The protagonist winced and wondered who came up with the idea of holding lessons in the morning, and he wanted to sleep. He stood in the crowd with the others and waited. The instructor picked up a sheet of paper and said that since they were all already there, a sign swung on a branch. He walked forward and heard that from now on the classification test begins. He scratched the back of his head and exhaled, saying that he wanted coffee. Everyone approached the huge stone and was told that they needed to start familiarizing themselves with the contents of the distribution test for senior students. The bespectacled man looked carefully at the list and said that first of all they needed to announce the changes in the teaching staff. The hero had a displeased face when he was announced and said that she was glad to meet him. The students immediately began to talk in silence and wondered if she was the professor's assistant. Then Caesar deployed magic and said that he would now tell how the test would be held and the exam would take place in the forest, and for testing the students would be divided into 4 regions. He created a map with 4 crystals. Then he imagined a stone and said that such are in the center of each of them there is a magic stone, and the students will receive points for the time during which they touch the magic stone in their region. He moved his hand away and said that defense and attack were allowed to a certain extent. However, if the observers felt that the students had gone too far, they had the right to intervene, and that was the most important thing. Then he imagined a dark thicket and said that he asked to do everything to ensure that under no circumstances did they approach the source of mana in the forest, and then asked if everyone knew why. Then the hero looked to the side, putting his hand to his chin, and wondered why they were conducting a test in such a problematic place. The examiner adjusted his glasses and said with an ominous look that he now remembered. Blue-Eyed looked at him with confusion when he said that they had not determined in which region Associate Professor Rania would be the observer. He snapped his fingers, creating a magic circle, and said that since she had arrived a little later than the others, he would leave her the outermost point. He showed the map with a smile and said that it was the northern region. The students were wildly surprised when she was told that there should be no problems and that they believed in her. After Caesar smiled and pointed to the map and said that now they could begin the distribution test for senior students. The guys began to disperse to their places. Magic teleportation circles began to appear under them. The hero put his hand to his face and thought that he was going to the northern region and was immediately called. Caesar smiled and she immediately thought that they were laughing at her. She approached him and asked what happened, to which she was immediately told that he needed to tell her something about the northern region so that she would know what she might encounter. He smiled slyly and said that the place was special, just like her. Then he imagined 2 students of the towers of black and white magic. The bespectacled man began to look cunning and said that these 2 students were sent to the northern region and asked if she could handle it, and asked if everything was okay and if she was sure she could handle it. Then he imagined the outlines of the north and thought that a conflict of interests was heating up between the masters of the magic towers, and if one of the representatives was injured, the followers would not remain silent. Then he looked closely at the hero and thought that he had waited many years to become Roselle's assistant, and could not allow who knows who to steal his place. He adjusted his glasses and said that these 2 were excellent battle mages and asked him to take care of them, thinking that this would be the end of the reign of nepotism. Then the protagonist looked at him with confusion and said that he was right, and then she really should go, and then said that she felt that he was looking down on her. She walked deeper into the students and began to think that there were many crazy people here. The sun was at its zenith above the dark tower, and the master was informed about the beginning of the competition. He folded his hands in front of him and thought. He tapped his finger on the hero's biography and thought. The bearded man became anxious and thought about how he had been patiently waiting for the results, but something strange attracted him. He imagined the protagonist and thought about how she had become an observer of his students. He imagined spells behind a hidden veil and thought about how only he had noticed this feature then, because the Tower of Black Magic checked the reserves of those who accumulated spells in their bodies, but even he could not say. Then the old man imagined Rania and the spells in her, thinking about how he did not know how many spells she kept in herself, or what circle she belonged to. He folded his hands in front of himself, and thought about how he was the master of the magic tower, and could not read them. Afterwards he gathered his courage and said that it was worth enjoying the placement test for now. He turned his attention to his closet and said that no matter what happened, it should not affect the exam results. Blackbird gritted his teeth and said that it did not matter that the man was a white disciple, because he would never defeat a monster. While the sun was shining outside the window, he said that he could already see the stupid expression on the White Tower Master's face. At this time, Mana was hovering in the forest of the northern region. The guy's foot stepped on the ground. A stream of dark mana appeared. Shadow weaving was used. At this time, another person was walking through the forest. It was a gloomy blonde. The dark magician sat on the ground, thinking that this was probably the same young man that the black old man was talking about. He remembered his teacher, who said that he needed to show them that he was better than the White Tower. He looked menacingly in front of him and thought that nothing new had happened. The red-eyed man quickly turned around and understood the direction. Holding the axe in his hands, he threw his hand away and said not to hide and come out, because warriors do not do that. At the same moment, the dark mage jumped on him. He put his hand out and used Zamp. But the white-haired man threw the axe at him. The weapon was able to cut the magic. Then the black-eyed man got scared. He immediately tried to beat off the weapon with another volley. He barely managed to block with great difficulty. He slowed down on the ground and thought that it was harder than he thought. Then he was surprised that the enemy had disappeared. He immediately clenched his teeth and tensed up. Then the Dark One looked up, thinking that he really looked like a battle mage. Lark raised the axe and used speed and mass. Two opposing forces collided. The white mage was pushed away with great force. Belnoa tensed up and thought that everything was bad, and it seemed that the story about the troll being torn to pieces was not just a rumor. The blonde scratched his head and thought that it would be difficult to win in a one-on-one fight. The Dark One extended his finger upward and thought that he had not lost yet. A stream of magic began to engulf his hand. But the next moment after using the offering, his finger broke in an instant. He created a huge gap right below himself. At this time, the sun was shining brightly in the sky, and a phrase was heard saying that these guys were pretty good. The hero sat on a branch and thought that they were quite energetic, and that was great. He immediately remembered the conflict of the towers and thought that the tower masters had fought so hard that he could not determine whether they were telling the truth, but these guys were really good. First, he looked at the white-haired one and said that this one looked like he could be sent to the battlefield right now, and it was no wonder that the master of the White Tower made him her #1 disciple. He put his hand under his head and said that the one who was sent by the master of the Black Tower. When the protagonist saw the black mage, he immediately thought that even if they were acting out a real battle, it was still too much. The dark mage imagined the sky and thought that the stars were a reflection of the truth, a mirror of the multifaceted, and they provided wizards with power according to the price they paid. Then he imagined the divine scales and thought that this was the place of sacred exchange, and this unusually perfect understanding of the structure of the divine scales was necessary for a person who wanted to use them. He imagined standing at the tower and thought that therefore only a small number of magicians were able to withstand the extreme flow of energy. But there was another side. He imagined the opposite situation and thought that those magicians who could not make a deal with the stars and created a new concept and built an imitation of the divine scales in their image and likeness. He imagined a skeleton under the scales. The boy imagined a bloody scale and thought that unlike real scales, these scales require an offering and the sacrifice is always physical. The black-haired man raised his hand and said that he did not expect an easy victory from the start. His finger broke and he said that death is quite natural. The dark mage clenched his teeth and closed his eyes when his fingers were broken. The white-haired man was scared and wondered what this unpleasant feeling was. He looked at the enemy who was emitting an aura and thought that his instincts were screaming and this thing was dangerous. He took up his weapon and thought about retreating for a while and finding an opportunity. But then he smiled and wondered about retreating again. He rushed to attack and used acceleration, shouting that no matter what situation he found himself in, a warrior has no right to run. The dark mage took a stance and said that he did not expect him to run away, calling him a stupid barbarian. The blonde found himself in the air and spun around with his weapon. Two opposing magics collided. The tension between them increased greatly. Lark tensed up and said that something in his opponent had definitely changed, but the battle tactics remained just as crazy. But he looked at him menacingly and asked who he was to say what was normal and what was not. Suddenly, he raised his hand again. An offering was used and 3 fingers were broken. The blonde was scared and asked what this ominous feeling was. The dark mage seemed to go crazy and released even more aura. The white mage rushed into battle while many spells were flying at him. But then the hero appeared between them and said that this was enough and it was time to stop. Lark felt a huge pressure and wondered what was happening. And his opponent clenched his teeth and thought that he could not move. The long-haired one approached him and said that aggression should not cross the line, otherwise she would be forced to stop them. She immediately spread her hands and used a limitation and asked if they would pay attention. She raised her hand filled with aura. After that, dark magic began to stretch. The black-haired one was scared and thought that his shadow was destroyed. Belnoa's hand was immediately cleared of aura. The blue-eyed one narrowed her eyes and looked at it sadly. She twirled her finger and said that now she needs to patch it up and needs to start with the hand. At that moment, the dark-haired man's arm healed. The shadow under his feet disappeared and he wondered what was going on. He looked down in horror and thought that she had interfered with his deal with the scales and recognized it as invalid, and wondered how that was even possible. He turned his attention to the protagonist and wondered who she was. The sun was still shining in the sky. The white mage lowered his head and said that he had lost. He clenched his fist and said that he was convinced that he would not be able to escape. He raised his fist up and said that that was why he thought that breaking his arm would make the shadow disappear. But there was one thing. He looked at his opponent and said that even with the complete absence of the limb, it would not have disappeared anywhere, and asked if this was true, but his opponent said that he understood correctly. The blonde bowed and said that he had lost then and admits defeat. But then he opened his eyes and looked away and thought that there were more important things. He looked at the instructor and wondered if every professor was really as strong as her, and thought that he couldn't believe that she managed to use the limitation when they were both at their peak and maybe she wasn't an ordinary observer. But then Rania put her finger to her lip and said that it was a great pity. She immediately frowned and wondered why two people with high skill levels were sent to the same region, and wondered if the academy needed to get rid of one of them. He thought even more and thought that he was sure that they were both worthy of training and wondered if it was possible to promote both of them. But then he immediately lit up and thought of something, thinking that the two should go to him. Light was shining through the sparse foliage of the trees. Two students walked together anxiously and asked if this place was really a mana source. And the hero stood with his hands folded and smiled smugly. She raised her finger up and told him to stand here for a minute, and said that if the dark mage could endure a minute in the source, he would close his eyes to using magic. The guys immediately looked at each other. Then she folded her arms into her sleeves and told Lark that if he could hold out, she would ask the professor to raise his level. The red-eyed man tensed up when he was asked if his pride really wouldn't accept any other outcome. The protagonist smiled and waved it off when he was asked if the mana would get out of control if he approached the source, and said that this would only happen if they immersed their body up to the neck, and asked if they were far enough from the center. The boys were scared when she said that in the worst case, their blood vessels would be slightly injured, and their lungs would be filled with blood, and there was also a small chance of dying, but very small, and if they were lucky, they would not die. The students looked at each other and began to quietly discuss whether they would go. The dark magician thought seriously. Then he gathered his resolve and said that he would do it. But then the white magician pointed his finger at himself, and said that then he would go too. He pointed his finger up and said with a smile that a warrior of the north should not accept defeat so easily. Lark strained his opponent with his radiance, and said that it was not necessary to put up with the fact that he was surpassed. Rania stood between them and folded her hands, said that it was time to begin. One of the boys touched the water with his foot. They began to enter the water, thinking that it was easier than they thought. But then they were immediately struck by a stream, and the countdown began. The dark mage clutched his throat, wondering what was going on, because he couldn't breathe, even though the second was ticking. The students were already bleeding in the third second. The hero walked past them with a smile and asked if they would tell her if they realized they couldn't take it anymore, and asked if they agreed. She immediately sat down right in the water. The guys were holding on with all their might and seemed to have lost their ability to see. She stuck her bare feet in the water and smiled as she raised the drops, and the 5th second was ticking. At this time, in the vicinity of the mana springs, the other two students were struggling through the forest. One of them clutched his throat and asked who it was, and wondered how they were supposed to fight against such power, and the second said that he didn't think those four were that strong. He grabbed his head and said that even considering that she was the heiress of the Great Tower, this was too much. He noticed the air currents, and asked if the place itself was strange. He held onto his tie and said that he felt the same way and couldn't breathe, but they immediately asked him to stop because there was a mana source in that direction. They immediately started running away, thinking that they needed to go back because if they went further, they would start spitting blood, and there was no wizard who could calmly stay there. At that time, the countdown in the lake reached 46 seconds. The dark wizard gritted his teeth, spitting out blood. The white one stood on straight legs. At 49 seconds, they were holding their chests. She sat calmly and looked at them, saying that the 50th second had already passed. Lark emitted a huge flow of mana and tried to hold on. He immediately remembered the mountains and remembered the question about his feelings next to the blizzard, and the words about the fear of helplessness. He remembered the menacing white-haired man who asked him about the names of those who could defeat him, to which he said that such people are called great warriors. His eyes lit up and his hair stood up, and he thought that these were the real warriors of the north. He kicked the water and the count reached 57 seconds. His eyes were bloodshot, and the time was almost up. At the minute, he stretched his hand out in front of him and began to fall. At the same moment, he was caught. The hero held him in his arms and thought that he resisted well. She carried him out of the water and thought that she decided to count the task completed after only 30 seconds, because he was clearly at a disadvantage. She threw him to the ground and thought that he held on well and even took 3 steps forward. He looked back and saw the dark mage and thought that it seemed like that guy had more courage. She looked at Belnoa, who had broken his fingers again, and said that he himself was not so simple, because he sacrificed people to stay afloat. Rania pulled him out of the water by the scruff of the neck and said that she recognized his determination, and they were done, so it was time to go out. He was thrown to his comrade and she thought about how he also eventually passed out. She folded her arms over her chest and thought about how he once tried to fail too. She walked near the lake and thought about what then the question arises. She looked up and wondered about what was happening now. Then the white-haired girl went to the tree and thought about how the reason this forest is called Germain is because of the old tree of the same name, which was given to her by an ancient dragon wizard. He frowned and looked up and thought about how there was a source of mana under the tree, but in reality it looked like a big puddle. She stepped in the water again. The fake girl walked on the water and thought about how when you get close, the dense mana in the air resonated in the body, and this confrontation quickly turns into suppression of life force. She looked around and thought about how it was somewhere here. She looked at the reflection, where she saw herself in the past, where the blood vessels were screaming. Rana paid attention to the state of the body in the past and thought about when the resonating mana crushed her, and went crazy in the torment of hallucinations. She imagined the dense mana and thought about how about 8 years have passed since then, and wondered how long it will be possible to hold out now, and of course, he attacked the territory of the Demon King's army and passed their sinister energy through himself, but this is the source of mana. And he should feel something soon. But suddenly something surprised him. She noticed that she had already reached the center, and her body was half in the source. She looked down sadly and said that maybe she should admit it. Remembering her team, the hero said that apparently everything was not in vain. The action is transferred to the office. Caesar slammed the table menacingly and asked what he meant, because no one from the northern region passed the test. He got furious and thought that at this rate they could blame him for this. He turned his attention to Rana and wondered what kind of stupid expression she had on her face, because she had failed both of them and was looking down on him. He squeezed the papers and thought that the defeat would be blamed on him, because he was the eldest. But then Roselle scratched his beard and said with a smile that it was not that no one passed. He looked closely at the guy, and when he said that if he took her side because she was his daughter, but he immediately stopped him, saying that he was sure that he noticed it too. He introduced Lark and said that he demonstrated a high level of literacy and excellent fortitude. Then he introduced Belnoa and said that he stood out for his high skills in magic and combat skills. When the sun was shining brightly over the academy, he said that they could say that they were both talents that deserved to be taught properly. He twirled his finger and said that that was why they were assigned to the best students at the request of the observer, and asked if that was true. The sheets of paper began to circle and he said that this was the director's decree on enrollment. The papers hovered over the bespectacled man and he continued, saying that they were evaluated objectively according to skills, and the relationship between the white and black towers did not affect anything, and therefore they were enrolled in the same class, and asked if this happened thanks to him. Then the scoundrel got scared and said that everything was so. He stood up, hiding his daughter, and said that it was time to end the meeting. Blue-Eyed looked away and asked how he didn't get tired of living like this. Greybeard turned around and said with a smile that he had done well on his first sorting test. The Ash Mage smiled and pointed his finger up and said that it was quite interesting, and their path to learning magic was somewhat similar to his. They walked down the corridor, and she continued, saying that they fought mainly in hand-to-hand combat, and since they had magic, they should use it, to which her father immediately asked if they were combat mages. But then the old man perked up when he heard that his student didn't like their approach, because if they had used magic on the battlefield, they wouldn't have suffered so much. He looked at her with sadness, and said that this young man didn't even know that he himself was the one who created combat mages. As the sun was setting on the academy, he said that it was time to stop complaining and go check on them. The action moved to the hospital. The hero walked down the corridor with a calm face. Suddenly, she noticed 2 people in the distance. Then she exhaled and thought that she was right. The head of the White Tower saw her and turned to her. She folded her arms over her chest and asked how the observer, who could not conduct the test properly, dared to come here. The white-haired girl stood in the corridor, and it seemed to her that the interlocutor was looking down on her. She stood in front of her and said that even though they were now on the territory of the academy, she was still the master of the Flower Tower, and noted that this was basic politeness that she had to show her. The student looked ahead while she said that she was looking at her sullenly and acting as if she was the owner of this place. Curly smiled nastily and suggested that she should knock some etiquette rules into her head. She stepped on his foot, saying that he was a magician whose name was nothing but false, and that he had taken the post undeservedly. Rana looked down while the lady said that she was waiting for pathetic excuses from a worthless grandfather. Etoile looked in her direction and thought that she was crazy. He stood in the corridor and did not understand. Did she not know that the enemy becomes more dangerous if you do not expect an attack from them, and decided to stop her before things took a bad turn? The bearded one raised his hand, asking the white one to stop. Electricity formed between the fingers of her hand. Selly stretched her hand forward, while he asked what she was doing and thought that she had completely lost her mind. The discharge was approaching the heroine. Electricity was near her face, but she behaved calmly. The white one spread her hands, asking him not to scream, noting that he could control his power. There was an explosion and she froze in bewilderment. There was a hole in the roof, and she looked back. The girl looked at the mage furiously and said that you can't just intercept other people's spells, while she didn't understand what he had just seen. Splinters fell from the ceiling and the protagonist couldn't believe that he had redirected Selly's magic and increased the force of the blow. She stood behind her and thought about how she hadn't noticed how she had activated a spell from her reserve while she was asking why Etoile needed it. He put his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. The bearded one put his hands behind his back and asked what good she would get from behaving like this, and asked her not to make a fool of herself, to which the woman raised her hand and assumed that he was making fun of her. The mage looked back and asked if the interlocutor was worried about her student. Rania stood silently in the hallway, watching the discussion. The heroine stood in front of the closed door, while Selly asked why he was always like this and if he listened to her, saying that her pride was at stake, and the man said that she should have left her. The student stood in the hallway, saying that she brought the students closer to the source of mana, so she was ready to get hit on the head. She bared her teeth and asked not to touch the shoes at least. Rania looked at the hole in the ceiling and realized that she had definitely screwed up. The trees stood next to the building. The man stood on the parquet floor. The student looked at his nervous friend and asked why he jumped, to which he replied that he was scared. The girl was going down the stairs while he was talking about how he ran from her straight to the mana source, to which he was asked if he got the Western region and said that he heard that he was in the leading position in the regional rankings, to which he replied that he did not know and asked not to look at the student for too long. Leslie looked down tiredly while they were talking about her being the heir to the magic tower. She was sitting at her desk and thinking about the mana source. The violet-eyed girl was looking at the table. She was standing in the forest among the animals and touching the crystal, while the students were watching her, and one of them was talking about how she perfectly copes with 10 familiars at the same time and is on a completely different level. The guy looked back and was told to give up and was offered to just go to another region. The heiress stood at the source and was meaningfully silent. She closed her eyes and used the technique of splitting vision. A flying bird flew from above and was connected to her. The animal was hovering in the sky, and it seemed to her that all the participants nearby had given up. There was a sharp movement, while she assumed that it was time to finish. Leslie looked away and was scared. Rania was standing by the spring and she was thinking about her. The heiress's face was perplexed, and she did not understand why she was all wet if the only source of water in the forest should be a small shallow pond, and she interrupted her speech. The heroine was wringing out her hair, and she thought that this was impossible. A mighty tree stood in the water, and the pink-haired girl thought that even the Lord did not dare to approach the main source, and she would never be able to cope with such a thing, and should not even have such thoughts. The student sat at her desk and was tormented by thoughts about what she had seen, and she thought that no matter how hard they tried, no one in the great tower could surpass him. Leslie's lips trembled and her bangs covered her eyes while she wondered who it was. The door to the classroom opened, and she asked if it wasn't the basics and mana exchange. The students were sitting in front of the professor, and she, seeing another teacher, assumed she was in the wrong place. The heiress sat silently in the room, and the teacher wished her good morning. Rania looked ahead and said that she would teach the lesson instead of the professor today. She stood behind the counter, saying that she was Roselle's assistant and was glad to see everyone. A student hid his mouth with his hands while someone asked who she was, about whom there were many rumors. The blonde smiled, and the student said that another professor said that she got the job thanks to connections. The white-haired man looked ahead while people said that the teacher never needed an assistant, and this was nepotism. The heroine smiled and thought about the master. She remembered how he told her that he needed to go to a meeting of the magic tower, and she would replace him, and she thought about whether this was a good idea. Leslie slightly opened her mouth and froze. There were blueprints on the table. The protagonist tapped the sheets of paper on the table and said that today they had to complete the tasks on the sheets that she was handing out, and asked them not to be shy and ask questions if they got stuck. The man raised his hand and said that he had a question. MC froze and, thinking that they had just started, said that he could ask. The heiress kept her hand raised and asked about the solution to the 30th question. The assistant's attention was directed at the student, and she asked that the question was about the theory of the divine clock and said that only Roselle could answer it, and thought that she was joking, but still offered to look. MC took the sheet of paper and thoughtfully studied the contents. The student held his hand to his jaw and said that she was very inept at pretending to be thoughtful. The guy was sitting next to the girl and said that since she was here for the first time, she did not yet know that the professor's level of knowledge could be too high for her. She remembered him telling her that she didn't need to explain things to them with the phrase "just do it, and you'll figure it out as you go." The girl looked at him and said that she always asked to learn, to which he aggressively pointed out that they were not like her. He walked away and looked back, asking her not to hold back for him. Rania looked tense and asked if he was sure, thinking that he knew everything. She remembered Sally blowing up the ceiling and thought that he said not to hold herself back, but maybe she shouldn't cause more chaos. The heroine lowered her head tensely. She looked at the ceiling, thinking that she would take her time and start learning, while she was told that she didn't know the answer either. Leslie was calm and she thought that she had inflated expectations for Roselle's deputy, while the guys whispered among themselves and didn't understand why she was so stuffy. MC looked ahead while she said that she advised to work harder and said that she got here through connections, but she still needed to know the basics. The heiress haughtily lowered her gaze and said that it was too early for her to become an assistant. Rania looked ahead and was told that if she needed the divine scales so much, she could easily materialize them. It was clear outside and the sun's rays formed shadows on the building. There was a sign with hieroglyphs by the door. Roselle walked to the office, next to which a line had formed. He was very surprised and did not understand why so many people had gathered here. The mustachioed man folded his arms and said that she could not do this, and the bald man noted that thanks to this, the students were in the clouds during all classes. People were standing in front of the man, and someone was saying that they really saw that Rana was really able to materialize the divine scales. The heroine looked to the side, and behind her were the scales. The mustachioed man opened his mouth and said that it was no big deal. He raised his hand, saying that she couldn't have summoned them so easily. The star glowed brightly while the girls sat under it in the magic circles, and he said that each of them had exchanges with the stars. But in order to materialize the divine scales, one must understand each exchange process perfectly, and noted that a simple assistant should not be able to do this. A group of people crowded around the office while someone was talking about how the students saw everything with their own eyes and there was a simple solution to the problem, and it was that they should check it themselves. Roselle covered his eyes with his hand and thought about what she had managed to do while he was gone. He turned around, deciding to come here later while people were wondering how she was even allowed to teach classes. Aaron folded his arms while they told him that it was outrageous that the associate professor had caused such a commotion and agitated the students. People were standing in front of him, and she thought that the professor had turned everything upside down and was not even sticking his head out, and realized that he needed to take matters into his own hands. He hit the table and ordered silence. The man leaned his head on his hand and said that if they doubted the assistant's skills, they should go and see the skills themselves, because he would use his power. Rana was walking down the street, and Aaron was going to make her give an open lesson. The sheets of paper were falling. Leslie turned and sighed. The teaching material was lying on the floor. She froze and looked at what was happening. The spirit appeared next to her and asked if everything was okay with the owner, and promised to pick everything up. The companion began to quickly move around the sheets of paper and collect them. Everything was collected in her hands, and she thought about how it was done with a small clap. She looked ahead with a disappointed look and thought that it was done even with a simple movement of her hands. She remembered how the assistant materialized the scales with impossible ease. The man picked up the paper, and she thought that she had certainly used a trick. The white-haired man stood in front of the heiress and asked if it was worth going so far. The red-eyed man handed over the thing and said that she would now be holding an open lesson and asked why she was so unhappy. Leslie pulled out the study material and asked him not to talk like he knew more than anyone. The paper lay on the floor while the guy said that she should not show her emotions then. The student stood by the wall and said that anyone could notice her hostility. The blue-eyed man looked away and noted that this would not have happened if she had been north during the test. The white-haired man closed his eyes and confirmed what was said, saying that she should not have been forced to hold an open lesson, and Belnoa thought that even barbarians have good thoughts, to which the guy replied that it was rude to call her a barbarian and asked Leslie not to pay attention. She looked even more disappointed as the student said that he understood what he was talking about. The heiress was angry and asked what they could possibly know and told them to shut up. She walked away from the boys and spoke sarcastically about the Greys honoring the standard, the absolute standard of the shadow of that one. The pink-haired looked away, thinking that Rana must be straining her brain to prepare for the open lesson. The professors looked hostile, and she thought that since everyone was coming to the lesson, luck and tricks would no longer work for her, and wanted her to try harder. There were lights at the entrance to the building, and someone was talking about how he stayed late, and remarked that he did a good job. The woman handed over coffee and said that it was the professor's coffee, to which the heroine asked again and thanked him. There was sugar and tongs on the table while she was thinking about how it was routine for professors to give such open lessons. There were specks of sugar on the tongs. The protagonist was looking down and wondering if everything was okay. The blonde was sitting in front of her and telling her that she was doing well. They were sitting in front of each other, and the protagonist suggested that she was thinking too loudly, to which she said that she heard everything quite clearly. The coffee was on the saucer, and she was thinking about how the student invited her for a cup of coffee after her first lesson. Rana was drinking the contents of the cup and suggested that she had not screwed up, and said that in her opinion everything was wonderful. Isla was holding the cup and telling her that the first time they met, during the placement test, she had her own style. She closed her eyes, telling her that she always acts even if she gets confused, and remarked that the teacher reminded her of someone. The heroine put her hand on her jaw and became interested. The assistant stood up from the table and thanked the princess. She put her hands on her hips and asked if everything went well. The student looked surprised while she said that thanks to her, she felt better, and said that when she returned, she would prepare for the open lesson. Isla smiled and said that she was really looking forward to this event. People stood in front of the announcement on the door and studied the information. On the sheet was written information about an open lesson dedicated to the topic of mana exchange. The old man held his hand on his jaw and said that nothing like this had been held at the academy before, to which the other asked again and was surprised that the director had given permission for this. People crowded the room. The students exchanged glances until someone said that he heard that the associate professor would conduct the lesson, and they did not believe him, thinking that the professors would not remain silent. Selly put her hand on her chest, saying that she thought she was imagining the rotten smell, but in fact it was there. The magician folded his hands, saying that it was her natural scent, to which she asked if she was serious. They collided and began to conflict, and the guys watched this, meaningfully silent. Belnoa stood next to his comrade and said that he was also drawn into this, which he confirmed. Lanterns illuminated the walls of the room. The white-haired one looked away and said that it would begin soon. Rania walked among the crowd. Selly looked back and Ito looked dissatisfied. The girl was holding sheets of paper with educational material in her hands. The students were sitting at their desks and exchanging glances. The assistant was holding chalk. She was writing something on the board in front of the students. She stood with her back to them, and the auditorium was packed with people. The heroine waved her hand, saying that today she would hold an open lesson on the basics of mana exchange. She wrote her name and introduced herself. She turned to the students and said that she lacked knowledge in some ways, but still asked them to listen carefully. MC stood in front of the kids and someone laughed at what she started. The old woman put her hand on her jaw and said that she was a simple associate professor, asking if they were sure that she could conduct an open lesson. Selly raised her hand, saying that after all, the director was behind her. Rania was calm and said that as real magicians, they would look at her methods of work and noted that for people like them, this was just a game. The teachers listened attentively to her. She put her hands on her hips and closed her eyes. The assistant looked ahead. The old woman folded her hands, and after the question of whether the kids knew the 3 steps to perform spells, she exhaled heavily. The lady put her hand on her jaw while she was talking about how she only knew the basics, which were clear even to 5-year-olds, and noted that this was far from the best start. The heroine was focused while she thought about how it didn't matter if she was strong or not. The truth was that knowing and teaching were different things. The audience was tense, and everyone gathered here had centuries of experience in magic and teaching, and some girl wouldn't be able to keep up with the time they had lived. The protagonist folded her palms and concentrated. In front of her was a divine clock while a picky committee member was saying that this useless gesture could do something, but she didn't finish. People were confused and didn't believe that it was possible. The man held the glasses and asked what this was what the students were talking about, to which the bald man said that using illusions and tricks in class was vulgar. MC looked ahead in surprise while the man asked not to stand in front of him because he couldn't see what was happening. She held an object in the air, saying that this was the highest spell of the deal with the stars. The scales were above the students. Rania looked forward, asking permission to demonstrate the first step of activating the spell. She wrote hieroglyphs with her finger and corrected herself, saying that it was more accurate to say in creating chains. A magic circle appeared next to the inscription. The star sign glowed. She held a scale, on which were magic circles that acted as a counterweight to the bright star. The professor looked down, thinking that it was very exquisite. The scale glowed, forming magic circles in the center, and he could not believe that such a thin chain could be so perfect. The flames threw their tongues chaotically to the side, and the assistant professor spoke about the second step, which was the fee. She held the flame in her hands and said that the fee occurs due to mana. Rania pointed her finger at the scale, thinking that there should be neither too much nor too little. In her pupil, the object was reflected, and she understood that just the right amount was needed. There was a perfect balance between magic and the star, and she thought about it. The thing shone with a bright light. The heroine clicked and said that they should show the direction of the spell. A huge flame appeared in the room. She held the flame and said that these were 3 steps that allow you to activate the spell. The guys looked at her without any reaction. Leslie looked surprised and disappointed at the same time. Selly looked away, and her eyes did not deceive her. She looked ahead in surprise and thought that no matter how thin they were, the spell clearly traced the star mana, and this means that she can manipulate the limits as she wishes. Symbols flew out of the magic circles, and she thought that when a person uses the same spell dozens or even hundreds of times, the light of the stars begins to emerge in a new place, and this was a special phenomenon in which the very concept of the named spell goes to a new level. The flames threw their tongues to the sides, and people called it the limit. The princess watched the girl with a smile and thought about how she knew she would not be disappointed as she spoke about what she had finished. She looked with interest at the assistant, who said that she was sure that everyone present was already aware of these steps. The assistant put one hand in her pocket and said that they were all walking the path of magic, asking why it was called that. The white-haired girl looked ahead as she spoke about how it was obvious that this was indeed the path. Flames were visible in the pupils of the lady, and the assistant professor spoke about how they were walking this path and perfecting it. She remembered reading a book as a child, after Rania mentioned books in the key of development. A memory flashed through her mind, how she used a magic circle and they all spent a huge amount of time proving their mastery. Ito looked down, and the girl said that she had nothing more to explain. The man sat at the table, reading books. The princess listened to her with interest while the protagonist said that they were all delving into the unknown. Isla remembered holding a book in front of the guy, and she was talking about how they should not forget or neglect the origins. Behind her, the divine scales were engulfed in flames, and pointing to them, she said that this was their support. The magician looked at her attentively. The lady was sitting next to the guy and was silent. Rania clenched her teeth, and Sally thought that she was going around in circles and needed to return to her own feelings and master the basics, and asked in her thoughts if this is what the heroine wanted to say. Sally lowered her head, thinking that this was not even in the textbooks. She leaned on the table, and for her it looked third-rate. The white-haired man looked in her direction and called out. Displeasure was visible on the lady's face, and she was meaningfully silent. She clapped her hands, closing her eyes. Her assistant looked at her and called out to her. He stood up from the bench. The girl behind her looked at the people who stood up in surprise. Isla, with a smile on her face, also started clapping. Leslie looked down without emotion. Everyone in the audience started applauding MC. Rania was confused. A smile appeared on her face. The assistant professor put her hands on her hips and said that this is where she wanted to end the lesson. It was clear outside, and the man was wondering if it was the heroine. The girl looked at her friend and admired her. The protagonist was walking with Roselle, and the people around regretted not coming to class and admired her divine scales. The brunette was holding textbooks in her hands, and someone was talking about the rumors in the academy. The teenagers looked at each other and talked about MC. She was surrounded by attention and felt the rumors piercing her. Rania looked ahead and thought a lot about what he had done that had caused him to be called to the principal's office. But he only babbled that he was ready to leave the academy to him. Aaron held the assistant by the shoulders, and the hero remembered how he had said that he was a future mage, and his attitude towards him had changed a lot. The protagonist looked away and said that the master was happy. Roselle turned her head with a smile and asked how so. Sally folded her hands, saying that she had to admit what was obvious, only she did not understand at all why he had not come to her with such abilities, and again they, human beings, made mistakes due to incorrect judgments. As the master of the White Tower, she had to turn the act into an opportunity to welcome him to her domain, and asked him to think about it carefully, because it was not too late. He could agree now, and the professor remembered how the director and other masters anxiously tried to lure him to their side. Etoile spread his hands, saying that unlike some people, he noticed her power from the very beginning and felt that because of the chains carved on her body, she could not be an ordinary person, and that this someone had attacked her completely ignorantly. But if she went over to his side and chose the Black Tower, he promised that such a thing would not happen again, and expressed confidence that Rania should think about this offer. To which she skeptically agreed. Roselle walked next to her and asked what she thought and whether she wanted to go straight to the Grey Magic Tower, saying that she wanted to see what faces the elders would make, to which she replied that she would manage and did not want to see them. The sun was shining through the windows, and the man was saying that he was arguing that they wouldn't mind meeting her, and noted that you never know when people will make themselves known, and asked her not to let her guard down, to which she said that she would be more careful. There were symbols written on the piece of paper, and it was a letter to her father. The old man was holding a cup in his hands and reading the contents of the piece of paper. Water washed the stones, and the letter said that a month had passed since she got to the academy, and every day she realized how much she still had to learn. The girl was sitting on a stone and putting her feet in the water. Magic circles and notes were drawn on the board. The red-eyed man looked at the textbook, and everything seemed complicated. Rania was writing on the board and saying that this had to be done for the spell to activate, and it was really hard. There was a lot of educational material on the board, and he didn't understand anything. He looked ahead and couldn't understand what the girl was talking about. Lark looked around and thought that it helped that he was not the only one. Most of the people in the audience did not understand anything, and some were asleep. Rare clouds appeared in the sky, and a man addressed his father, saying that the path of studying magic is long and very thorny. A book fell on a pile. Rania held her head and asked when it became so dirty. The tables were covered with textbooks. She looked around and said that she was so busy that she did not have time to clean, and this was an excuse. She lay down on the couch and thought so, but in fact she had not devoted time to herself for a long time. The hero looked away and said that he left the front lines and he had no reason to meet with those guys. He remembered the gorge and the sword stuck in the ground, saying that the habit of immersing himself in himself due to stress is fading away. There were textbooks on the table, and he said that the teaching was not as terrible as he thought, and no one was indignant, which means the lessons went well. He put his hands behind his head and said that it was time to rest, but he was interrupted by a question about coming in. He smiled and wondered why now. Rania opened the door and asked what was wrong. Leslie was standing with her textbooks and looking at the floor. The girl closed the door and assumed that she had some questions. She smiled and tried to remember her name. The heiress looked up pitifully and said that she had something to say. She fell silent and thought that she should overcome herself. She remembered how she had been cheeky to her at the beginning of their acquaintance, and thought that she needed to apologize for her actions. The pink-haired girl held out a book and thought that she needed to tell her that the pleasure of the learning process had returned to her thanks to her classes. She folded her hands, and behind her were the divine scales. She extended her hand, thinking that she wanted to say thank you and said that last time, but did not finish. People were walking on the tiles, and one of them said, "So that's where she was." The people stood in front of her and said that they were looking for her. Aaron raised his hand to his shoulder and said that he was amazed by the open lesson, and lest he thought that he was one of their elders of the Great Tower. The bearded man stroked his beard, saying that nothing less could be expected from the teachings of Roselle, to which the other replied that he thought they had a new principle of work, and the girl thought that they had not changed at all in 5 years. Lamps illuminated the room and people talked about the spell and admired the open lesson. Rania looked ahead and wanted everyone to shut up and thought that he had not seen them for about 6 years, but nothing had changed. The assistant looked at the bald man and did not expect these lazy bags of bones to come here and, turning her attention to the student, wondered what this child was doing. In the hands of the man were books. The textbooks fell to the floor. Lesty, frightened, rushed to pick them up. The teachers stood in front of the student, and one of them apologized, saying that he was very, very sorry. He looked back, clicking his tongue in displeasure. The heiress trembled while he said that compared to her, she was useless. Rania watched what was happening and kept a meaningful silence. The bald man looked, extended his hand and asked not to pay attention to the next tower master, to which she apologized. He looked ahead while she said that she had business to attend to and therefore they would have to leave today, and he asked again. The hero put his hands on Lesty's shoulders and said that this was a place of study, not a magic tower for those, and said that priority was given to the student here and asked if that was true. The protagonist smiled, wishing them a safe journey. The men were unhappy but still walked away. The heiress turned and called out to her assistant. The professor pointed her finger to the side, saying that now they would have to go to the main staircase by roundabout ways, so as not to cross paths with them again, to which she apologized. MC closed the door, saying that she said that she had business to attend to and promised to listen next time. The door slammed shut. Lesty remained standing in front of the door and did not understand what it was and thought that by the words about business, she meant her. Drops of blood were visible on the floor. There were books on the table. Blood was flowing from MC's mouth, and he had even forgotten what it was like. A pile of corpses lay in the gorge. The fighters were covered in blood. The commander-in-chief pointed his hand to the side and ordered them to align themselves and asked how long this battle would last. The wounded soldiers stood in a stance. The monster extended his hand to the man, and the guy thought if there was a chance to survive in such a demonic place, and he was drawn to rest. The fighter closed his eyes. There was a sharp movement. The monster's hand met the beam and crumbled into boulders. The guy was wary and realized that it was the lady's arrow. The weapon was stuck in the ground. Lemia was standing on a hill and a soldier was shouting that she was there. She looked down angrily and said that she was wasting arrows. She aimed with clenched teeth and said that the forces of the divine archer were with them. The arrow rushed forward. The soldiers rushed at the monsters while she shot at the targets and shouted that they needed to move forward, bypassing fear and asking if they could win. The warrior was kneeling and the light was familiar to him. He looked away. Next to them, on a hill, stood Sarah. She folded her arms and behind her was a green magic circle. She opened her eyes and looked away. Kyle was waving his sword and someone was shouting his name. He looked around and he was recognized. The man was cutting down the enemy and the soldiers believed that if the squad had arrived, they would win. A white flag was raised against the backdrop of dawn. The best warrior held his hand on his jaw and demanded that news of their victory be delivered. He stood among the corpses and people rejoiced that they had won and defeated those and called him. He looked down and people shouted his name. The girl held the guy who was cleaning the sword and asked if he was listening to her. He held a rag on the sword and the girl said that her clothes were completely drenched in the smell of dead meat and suggested that they go shopping together in search of things. Lemia watched as the girl said that she had worn this image twice already and asked to stop. She ate cake and said that the battle could have ended earlier if that dying mage had been with them. The pink-haired girl smiled and said that there was certainly a use for him. He looked away saying that at the moment, he was on the verge of life and death. Kyle narrowed his eyes as the girl talked about how he wouldn't be able to overcome the curse without her help. Rania walked down the night street. He lowered his head and thought that he wasn't sure how, but he managed to endure it. Something bad happened and he thought that it was it again. His heart started beating even harder and the guy thought about the curse. He held on to his clothes. Ash covered his organs. The protagonist looked away and there was blood on his face. He smeared it on his palm and said that up until this point he had somehow coped, thinking that serious problems weren't solved that way. He looked down and didn't understand why he had to go through something like this. MC remembered how his team had fought the enemy and thought he had bought himself some time when he agreed to exchange half of his own life for the king's tied legs, but his heart was cursed. The naked man was turning to dust while holding his heart, and he thought that it was actually his fault. Rania walked down the street, and it seemed to him that his home was somewhere here. The sign on the wall was swinging, and he finally found it. The house was lit up and looked very decrepit. The old man looked back. The door to the house was slightly open. Cardi kept his hand on the table, and he could not imagine who dared to show up at such a time. The girl entered the room and he said that he had acquired a strange habit since their last meeting. They looked at each other, and the old man said the name of the person who had come. The hero took his hand away, asking if he thought he was in this body of his own free will. The bearded man looked ahead while he was asked if he was too rude to a friend he had not seen for a long time. He pointed his finger at the interlocutor, saying that he had acquired a new body, but his soul remained the same, and there was a curse on his heart. Many memories flashed in his head, and he asked what exactly had happened in the past 5 years. People were standing on the night street. The alleys were dirty. People lay unconscious in different parts of the street. There was a mug of milk on the table. The mage sat at the table and asked why he should tolerate such treatment. He walked down the street and thought that having become famous as the best mage in the kingdom and the heir to the Grey Magic Tower, he gave up a confident and bright future and went on a 5-year journey. Kyle stood with his back and looked away. The white-haired man drank the contents of the mug and was dissatisfied with something. The cane stood next to him, and he thought that he could not foresee that he would be thrown out of the team. He rested his head on his hand and felt ashamed, imagining a meeting with his mentor. He noticed the red-haired girl. The man frowned, thinking that this woman was the queen. Leppy was adjusting her hair and was surrounded by attention, until he realized what she was doing there. The man walked in the alley and hummed a song. The girl opened the door, continuing to hum. She looked back and ordered the warriors to come here. Captivated by the beauty, the people went forward. She walked inside and asked them to remain calm and enter in order. The queen narrowed her eyes sarcastically. She turned away and assumed that now, finally, she would get her fill. The man stood in the shadows and watched what was happening, while she asked him to be more careful. The man's hands began to be covered with lines. The man's limbs were decorated with magic circles. He burst into the room and held magic in his hands. Leppy turned back in surprise. She clenched her teeth and noticed a dissatisfied guy. People heard strange sounds behind the door. They began to activate. He grabbed the woman by the fur coat, and she asked him to stop. Fear was written on the queen's face, and she asked him about who he was. He extended his hand and began to use spell enhancement and magic amplification. The mage touched her with her hand. The girl closed her eyes and the shock wave spread to the sides. The queen closed her eyes, thinking that he blocked polymorphic abilities and broke the mana shield. Energy formed on the person's finger, and she thought about who it was. The white-haired man was going to use a flick. The girl was tied with magic chains. The red-haired girl looked ahead and an explosion occurred. Blood gushed from her mouth. She fell to her knees and screamed in pain. The magician took a chair and said the name of the one. He stood in front of the tied girl and said that she does not change and asked if she remembers him. Leppy bared her teeth and thought that now she remembered. She looked ahead and remembered this guy. The queen's face changed and assumed that it was Raniel, to which he said that it was good that she remembered the name so quickly, because otherwise he would have had to use force. People were lying by the door while she asked what he would beat a fragile girl and whether a representative of the heroic squad should do this, to which he replied that he was ready to destroy a man who sucks the life energy of decent citizens, to which she replied that she restrained herself and asked to close her eyes to this. The protagonist looked ahead and said that he couldn't. Leppy looked scared and said that only holy magic worked against her, and asked how he was going to kill her since there were no saints here. The protagonist put his hand on her jaw while she assumed that he had come up with some other way. Raniel approached the woman and said that she knew how to persuade, to which she said that it was useless, and he said that they would try. He exuded magic and asked if she could withstand a blow full of mana and ordered her to clench her jaw since he had already started, to which she asked if he was completely crazy. Tears appeared on the victim's face, and she thought that he was really trying to kill her. The protagonist turned around and an explosion occurred. Dyke stood in a stance and asked if Leppy was okay. The protagonist looked back and assumed that it was a black knight from the Demon King's army. The warrior held out his sword and said that he followed the call for help and asked if her boyfriend had injured her. MC looked away with displeasure, thinking that there was a lot of demonic energy in him and rather somewhere at the level of a commander, and assumed that a high-ranking black knight came to save her only because she failed to absorb the life energy of the men. He swung in order to receive, to which he thought that this was too much, because even if they had an excess of commanders, the protagonist's hands gathered energy. Raniel extended his hand forward and used an enhanced magic strike. The fighter took the blow and staggered. He looked down while the armor held back the attack. He was thrown back by the blast wave. Leppy looked forward in surprise and thought that he had defeated the commander in the blink of an eye and could not believe the enemy's strength. The hero looked forward and she did not understand who it was. She turned away and said that at this rate, she really could die. Her gaze froze and a thought appeared in her head. The magic circle was emitting smoke and she thought of marble. The creature was pointing at her and asking her not to ask what it was and asked her to just focus on the fact that she had to fill him with the life energy that she was absorbing. Leppy looked down, and she thought that she had been collecting other people's energy for decades, as she was told. She looked at the protagonist, thinking that if she used it, she could stop this monster or at least buy time to escape. Energy from the magical space began to be attracted to her hand. She looked at her hand and was puzzled. It began to emit a lot of energy, and the girl could not cope with it. Rana looked back, thinking about what she was doing. He looked into the fog and saw a strange figure. His heart began to beat faster. Energy rushed into the mage's heart. Blood gushed from his mouth. The hero bowed his head and blood dripped onto the carpet. The fog spread throughout the room and the guy was sure that it was black fog. He stood in front of a huge substance and realized that the monster he met was the Demon King, and he thought that he would never forget the creature that cursed his heart. MC grinned and did not understand why there was fog here. The girl was holding a magic circle in her hands and he wondered where Leppy could have gotten this thing from. The woman gathered dark energy between her palms while the guy watched her. He sank to the ground, thinking that this black fog did not even cause him any doubts. A thick darkness immediately appeared in his imagination when he thought that the accumulation of curses that had defeated their team, namely the Demon King, was the source of this fog. Looking at the face of an angry woman who was saying something unintelligible, he tried to understand who she was. Strongly concentrating his gaze on her, he realized that he felt 3 spells. The woman continued to gather energy into a small sphere. The boy realized that she used physical change, mind pollution, and one thing that he did not know. Quickly clapping his hands, he decided that he could not lose again, no matter if it was the Demon King or not. Stretching lightning between his hands, he thought that he should use all available methods, so he would dispel this fog. The woman continued to chant spells, gathering energy. Dispelling the fog next to him, the boy with a smirk thought that he would answer the spell with a spell. Bright tongues of lightning enveloped his palms when he thought that the curse would be in response to the curse. Powerful peals of electricity began to sound next to him when he decided that he would show her that these 3 years were not in vain. Slightly lowering himself to the ground, he used the cursed mana. The boy quickly released an electric charge at the enemy. An explosion of incredible power threw people a huge distance. The smoke dispersed across the street, and the wall of the building was covered with cracks. Rana woke up in the rubble. Looking around, he thought that he could no longer sense their presence. He raised his hand to the rays of light and noticed that all the accumulated spells had ended. He grabbed his head and began to think that the black fog was suspiciously easy for her, so she did not think that it posed a terrifying threat. He looked down at his body and noticed that his chest had grown and his hair had become longer. Then he looked at his hand and realized that his hand had become crystal white and incredibly thin. I do not understand anything. He looked at his body, wondering if it was like a woman's body. Suddenly exploding with anger, he began to be outraged at what Leppy had done. He released the aura from his hand and thought that he was in trouble, and even though this had happened to his body, the Demon King's army might still be nearby, so he needed to come up with a plan. Concentrating, the boy released his aura and began to restore the spell. A golden divine scale appeared in the air. Its bright light illuminated the space in front of the boy. Emitting a golden aura, the scale addressed him and asked him to voice his wish. The boy looked up at it and said that he wanted what the curse had absorbed, the spell stored in his body, after which the scale asked for compensation. Slightly lowering his eyebrows, he offered 90% of his mana. The energy of the divine scale began to rush through the room at a faster speed when they announced that it was not enough, so restrictions would be imposed. The guy closed his eyes and said in an irritated voice that the price-quality ratio was as bad as always, but he had no time for that. Suddenly, a bright flash of light lit up the room when the scale announced the conclusion of a deal. The hero's hair rose into the air, and the energy began to rage. Various tattoos appeared on his body. Looking around, he saw many notifications from the system. When he poked his finger at one of them, the notification shattered into pieces. A powerful gust of dark energy spread throughout the area. People immediately looked towards the door. They noticed the dark energy coming out and smelled a terrible smell, after which they wondered if it could be demonic energy. Guards with spears ran past the hero towards that building, asking the citizens to move as far away as possible. Rana continued to slowly walk away while the people around him discussed what had happened and why this building was built in the first place. The guards blocked the citizens' path while the boy thought about the barrier that had been placed at the entrance that distorted perception. He frowned slightly and thought about Skibble. Imagining the dark silhouette of the mage, he thought that he was sure that the barrier had emerged from the skull of the king of the black skies. Taking a small red ball in his hand, he thought that the queen of the succubus, the commander, and even the balls that imitated the presence of the demon king, all of this was too stressful for him. He quickly put the ball in his pocket. Touching his chin, the boy thought that he couldn't just leave it like this. Looking down at his palms, he noted that this was the strangest thing. After thinking for a second, he frowned and noted that he didn't understand why they would change a person's gender, because if they wanted him dead, they could have destroyed him on the spot, but why would they waste their energy on this? Trying to find logic in this, he boiled his brain. Heading further down the street, he said out loud that there was no point in worrying about it now, because he would not be able to get answers, and the only question was how to quickly adapt to life with this curse, since it would not be possible to remove it anytime soon. On the floor under the roof of the building, a light was on. The young man, sitting on a chair, spread his arms out to the sides and said that when he returned to the master, he thought that he was dying, because he was really surprised and scared, because the master shouted very suddenly, when suddenly his story was stopped. The interlocutor sprinkled dried herbs into the cauldron, asking the hero if he had attacked the black fog. The old man lowered his eyebrows and asked the hero not to talk nonsense. The young man asked if the old man saw how he looked now, so it was not nonsense. The man turned away and thought about it, then said that from everything he had heard, there was only one conclusion that could be drawn. The boy had had a great time for the last 5 years. Suddenly, he snapped the fingers of his right hand. The elf took on his true form and said that apparently more interesting things had happened in the boy's life than rumors said, and he was surprised that the boy had tried to suppress the curse by turning him into mana. He scooped up some liquid with his magic, noting that he was unsure how to correct physical changes. The elf directed the flow of liquid towards the flask and said that he could stop the destructive energy of the curse. A small, neat stream poured into the neck. He placed the flask next to identical vessels. The hero shook it in his hand and asked if he needed to drink the elixir. The elf crossed his arms over his chest and replied that the elixir would not be a permanent solution, but he could hold out without the saint's treatment. The hero asked why the man was remembering her, since the saint was an ordinary idiot, but in any case, he was incredibly grateful. The young man languidly lowered his eyebrows and asked if his interlocutor knew about the curse. The elf calmly replied that he could not tell about it. The room was filled with the irritated cry of the guy, who said that the man always pretended to be an important person, and this was a bad habit. The elf calmly recommended that he drink 1 bottle of this remedy per month. The young man exhaled and sarcastically thanked him. Waving his hand, he noted that he did not want to take them for free, so the man could say at any time if he needed anything. The elf touched his chin and thought, saying that he did not need payment. Suddenly he looked up at the young man and said that there was something, because lately he felt something crawling along the underground drains. A demonic dog was walking along the dark room. Streams of scarlet energy were also stretching along the tunnel. The man added that he had already sent a student there, but something unexpected happened. Dark scarlet energy enveloped the body of the dark-haired young man. The hero asked the elf if he had a student, and what he was doing at all. Belnoa raised his hand, controlling the flow of his aura. The demonic beast bared its teeth. Looking at him, the man said that for him he was more of a parent than a mentor, because teaching this child magic was his task. The dark-haired young man took up his brush, sternly looking at his opponent when the elf called his name. The guy confidently walked towards the pack of demonic dogs. Frowning, he thought that he had promised the girl to meet tomorrow, so he should end it right now. Suddenly, he loudly snapped his fingers, breaking one of them. Stretching his hand out in front of him, he killed one of the dogs of his energy. Pulling his hand back, he prepared for another attack. With a quick movement, he destroyed 2 more dogs. Soon, the entire pack was dead and lying in the water. Raising his hand, the guy thought that Rana, as he thought, had gone crazy when she forced him to enter the source of mana. Having destroyed another enemy, he noticed that, however, he received bonuses that he did not expect, and now he uses less mana for more spells. The dead beast lay in a spray of its own blood. Having dissipated his aura, he sighed in relief. But suddenly, the guy felt something behind him. Quickly looking around, he directed his gaze into the distance. In the middle of the tunnel, a dark silhouette was visible. Paying attention to the eyes looking at him, the boy thought that the undead were freely moving through the underground drains. The scarlet substance spread at his feet when he thought that someone else was walking around right now, and was not even trying to hide their presence. Frowning sternly, he broke his finger again. Looking at the cloaked man, the boy thought that he was the one who released all these monsters. A moment later, he attacked the stranger with a shadow needle. A dangerous attack was quickly approaching the cloaked man. The stranger easily dodged, rising into the air. The boy shielded himself from the splashes of water, surprised that the enemy dodged, and that he was faster than that barbarian from the north. Having broken off the tips of all his fingers, he decided that he needed to use everything. Several sharp needles immediately headed towards the enemy. The stranger was not at all alarmed and simply used acceleration. The cloaked man quickly flew past the boy's attack. The young man's tension and teeth again, not believing what was happening. The stranger's hand immediately reached out to him, when he realized that he was simply powerless. The enemy dangerously reduced the distance, and the guy thought that he could not cope. Suddenly, the acquaintance folded his fingers for a flick. He hit the guy on the forehead, greatly surprising him. Belnoa looked at the stranger with silent surprise, who said that he had gotten much better. Rana threw off his hood and noted that the guys still lacked the basics. First of all, he should not attack if he is not sure that there is an enemy in front of him. The girl lowered her hand to her belt, when suddenly the guy recognized her. A light fog spread through the underground tunnels. The young man asked what she was doing in this place. The girl replied that the mentor asked her to deal with the outrage happening in this place. Belnoa looked after her, and asked if she was talking about the old man from the potion shop. The hero snapped her fingers and confirmed his guess. A moment later, an electrical explosion occurred in the tunnel. killing many beasts. The girl said that it was quite a long story. The next magical attack damaged the vital organs of the beasts. The boy asked how old she was, to which she replied that she was 27, but to him she was 21. The bodies of the dead dogs were lying in the water next to them. Rana looked back when the boy asked if she could ask him something. Looking into his eyes, she heard the question about what she did before joining the academy. The boy frowned sternly, thinking that she was incredibly efficient and strong. Imagining a fighter in the middle of a battlefield, he thought that her movements were something special, because a researcher who spent his entire life reading would not be able to move like that, and she looked more like a trained soldier. The girl broke the silence and noted that she could only say one thing: she worked in a very dirty place. Suddenly, new enemies approached them from the darkness. The girl with a calm expression said that it was time for them to finish warming up. The dogs prepared for battle. She also noted that they had come to the right place. With a wave of her hand, she created several magic runes and used ash and ignition. A bright blue explosion engulfed the bodies of the dogs, and their plaintive squeals were heard through the drains. The guy covered his hand from the explosion, not understanding what kind of spell it was. Seeing the flying ash, he noted that it seemed to him that she used several spells at once, but he cannot even guess what principles and mechanisms are behind this. The stone door slightly opened. The young man asked if they would go there, because the smell was getting worse. Having thrown open the gate, the girl said that she had an idea about what was happening there, and you need to be really careful when dealing with something like this. A small stone object stood on a pedestal in a dark room and emitted a thick aura. Bright rays of sunlight illuminated the roofs of the houses. Rana asked the old man who the young man was supposed to meet. The man looked back and explained that he wanted to meet his childhood friend. He approached the counter where the girl was sitting. Rana wondered why the old man was changing his appearance, and noted that now she was really surprised when she heard about a childhood friend. The elf explained that it was easier for him to get closer to people in this way. The girl took the received object out of her cloak and said that it was time for her to go, because there was still a lot to do. She put the figurine behind the table and said that she found this altar in the underground drains, and that this small thing released a constant increasing demonic energy. It was quite difficult for her to clear it all. Remembering the room where the altar was, she said that everything was suspicious here, because the altar was right in the middle of the canal and was guarded by a crowd of undead. The hero also remembered the woman who tried to attack. Ira said that she was more wary of the presence of balls reminiscent of those that Lepi had, and a barrier that distorted perception, so all this time no one noticed the altar. The old man looked down at the figurine. Looking at the star, he noticed that although underground drains are far from curious glances, he could not even think that something so suspicious could be right in the center of the royal capital. The girl noted that this did not look like an accident at all. Slightly lowering her eyebrows, she also added that a real mess would soon begin. Again imagining the image of SUCCUBUS, she said that his smell is everywhere, wherever she goes. Clouds are floating. The sun is shining over the academy, and MC is telling us that it has been a month since he became an associate professor, so a lot has changed, and he feels like he is getting used to teaching. The teacher's voice is heard in the hallway. The notes are lying on the table as the protagonist talks about the types of restrictions that can be drawn in this way. Lark is writing carefully. There are different tables around Rana, and he explains how to get a complete system and that its implementation does not require a lot of mana, clarifying whether everyone understood. The students are sitting in shock and the girl realizes that it seems too hard for them. The protagonist holds his fist to his face thoughtfully. Lesty hears that the teacher will leave notes on the board. Writing with chalk, she asks to use the remaining time to figure them out. Rana is writing and it seems strange to him that, except for the internal fear of giving a lecture, there were no difficulties today. Turning to the class, MC states that it would be nice if they tried creating a signature spell before the next lesson and they could also try solving the practice problems she gave them. As she leaves the classroom, the girl says that the lesson is over for today. The students stand at the board, deciding what they need to write down again. The door slams. The protagonist walks and feels that he shouldn't expect praise from the teacher, not understanding why it is easy to show the students, but for some reason he has difficulty speaking. Looking away, Rana adds that he also heard from the students how they learned a lot in his class. The reincarnated protagonist listens to the students solve the problems. He realizes that Kelt simplified the principle of the explosive chain in order to explain it. A student asks the professor how she can solve another problem. MC tensed up and wonders if he should do that. The boy and the girl are talking and the protagonist does not understand that if they were not succeeding, they would ask for help, as Lesty did. The hero goes around the corner and realizes that killing demons is much easier than teaching. Caesar throws papers on the table and asks the docentria if she knows what they are. The man waves the stack, explaining that these are complaints about her classes and there are too many of them. The girl nods with concern. Caesar, looking at the papers, says that she was assigned only 2 subjects and asks to read them. Introducing the audience, he reads out that the teacher's diagrams are incredibly complex, so the student cannot understand them. There are notes on the board and the boss reads a complaint about too high a speech speed. The heroine explains at the board and the man reads out that the student is not familiar with the terminology the lecturer uses. Leaning on the table, Caesar asks with a shout what exactly she does in class, asking to put herself in the student's shoes. Frowning, Rania replies that she does not understand anything either. The man is stunned by the girl's words and asks her to slow down, because she is getting too carried away. He sighs. Holding his forehead, Caesar calls her a professor who does not know how to teach and compares MC to Kelt, like heaven and earth. She asks who he is talking about, and the boss is surprised that the girl does not know Associate Professor Kelt. Introducing the Associate Professor with a book in his hand, the man explains how he stood shoulder to shoulder with Professor Chart on the battlefield and left the army due to injuries received, but still studies magic. Frowning, he adds that unlike some, he understands the students' situation and teaches them to move forward. Sitting on a chair, the heroine hears Caesar call the professor a real teacher, whom everyone loves. The sun illuminates the gazebo. The door opens and a voice is heard, which is happy to greet the students, asking them to sit down wherever they are comfortable. Lusty says hello. Students are sitting at tables and a student is sharing that Associate Professor Rania's classes are too difficult and they don't understand a single word she says, so she turned to Associate Professor Kelt and finally figured it out, and another student says that even Professor Roselle explained it better, although there was a ton of homework. The girl walks past the students and wonders if the cafe is always so crowded. She puts her hand on a chair, happy to have a free spot. The heroine looks ahead and hopes that the person next to her is as calm as possible. Lark drinks from a mug and says hello to Lusty. The girl is shocked. Sitting opposite him, she asks Lark if he is here too. Looking into the mug, the guy says that he drinks black water. She asks worriedly if he calls coffee black water. Drinking the liquid, Lark adds that it seems that they do this, and this is not an easy task. The heroine is concerned about the stern look on her friend's face and thinks there must be a reason for drinking it. She places the blueprints in front of Lark. Looking at the sheets, the character replies that this is a problem he was given this morning and has not been able to solve it yet. Lusty stares, hearing that he came here because some of his classmates said they studied at a place called a cafe and drank hot drinks when they got stuck on a point, and she asks if this means there are no cafes in the north. Her hand is on the sheet. The heroine looks at it carefully. She remembers writing among a pile of textbooks. Tears are dripping onto the paper. The girl is crying. The boy stands up and she asks what exactly he does not understand. Sitting opposite her partner, the student explains that they need to use the same method as in the third question. She says that she is telling it once, so he needs to listen. Lusty, looking at the problem, explains that if the boy asks Associate Professor Kelt about the basics of this spell, he will explain the theory behind it, so he can refer to the book for this question. Rania hears Kelt's name being said again. The protagonist drinks coffee, and it seems to him that the doomed expressions on the students' faces make him believe that he is not up to the job of a teacher. He sternly remembers Associate Professor Kelt. Turning around, MC sees how the students approach the professor and, apologizing for distracting him during the break, want to ask a question, and he asks what the problem is. Holding a textbook, the man replies that he can help if it is related to the study of combat spells, and the hero realizes that this is the same associate professor. Turning around, the boy in the girl's body wants Kelt to show how good he is. Screams are heard in the second indoor training ground of Aplia Academy. The boy sits in front of the monster and screams for him to go away. The monster grins. The character realizes in horror that this is the end. Professor of Combat Magic Chart sullenly calls the student a worthless person, ordering him to stand up right now. The students are sitting on the floor and one of them tells his friend that he has no understanding of the basics, and if he were on the battlefield, he would already be dead. But the guy asks why they have to fight a demonic beast alone, and his friend also thinks that the teacher is going too far. The heroes bow their heads in front of the scolding teacher, thinking that it was better when Professor Kelt was teaching these classes, but the man asks if they will be silent today. The student looks at the demonic beast and wonders why they are breeding them at all. A red light comes from the monster, and the guy thinks that it looks strange, but he is assured that the beast is bound by control magic, so it cannot attack. The monster jumps on the guys. The student is terrified. A scream is heard throughout the area around the building. A lamp is lit in the room. Rania turns around and recognizes Professor Kelt, wanting to know how good he is. The man answers the girl's question about what she needs to do to use unequal forces. Staring intently, the protagonist feels like it's the same thing he taught them, and doesn't understand the difference. The student writes down the teacher's dictation, since Rania didn't explain the part where you need to use the diagram of this spell and omitted the important part with the substitution of the formula. The guy, in the girl's body, puts the mug on the table. Looking back, MC realizes that the professor's students definitely look happier. He remembers how the guy's right, realizing that the Kelt students demonstrate a full understanding of the material and do not stand still. The girls are sitting at the table. Flames emanate from the hero, since he does not understand what his colleague is doing differently, and the professor feels a furious gaze. As they leave, the students thank the teacher. The man waves his hand at them with a smile. Closing his eyes, the teacher tells Professor Rana that it seems like they are meeting face to face for the first time. Turning to the girl, he asks if he can help her. Standing against the window, the teacher asks if he knows her, to which he replies that she is currently the hottest topic of discussion within the academy and asks her to sit down. MC closed his eyes and frowned. Sitting opposite at the table, Kelt says that she looks worried and would be happy to talk to her. The protagonist worriedly asks what is the secret of the students perfectly understanding the teacher's explanations. Stirring his coffee, the associate professor chuckles, saying that he is pleased that she thinks so well of him. Taking the cup, the character replies that he would not call it a secret, but the students are still children. Stars shine in front of the man and the associate professor explains that so many paths open up to the students, and they do not know which one to choose, but even having decided, they can stop halfway and begin to doubt the correctness of their decision. MC remembers Roselle when he hears that all Kelt tries to do is teach her the way, like his mentor taught him. With a serious expression, Rania understands what is going on. Rays of light shine through the window and the protagonist says that it was a difficult topic. The assistant professor agrees with her. With a smile, the colleague adds that he has studied pedagogy a little and if she wants, he can recommend her a few books. An empty mug is on the table and the teacher offers the heroine to go to his lab today if she is not busy. A little worried, MC replies that she has a fairly free schedule. Opening the door, Kelt is happy with this news and asks to let him show her now. Clouds float. Sunset comes over the city and the man wants to ask Lady Rania a personal question. The girl walks next to the character and agrees, to which he asks how she met the professor, but does not have time to finish. He hears his name in fear. Chart, standing in front of the assistant professor, asks what he is doing here. The man angrily walks forward. Remembering Caesar, MC thinks he also mentioned Chart. Approaching his partner, Kelt tries to justify himself by saying that he is talking to Associate Professor Rania, but the man claims that he is doing useless things and is not careful with control magic. The sheets fly. Chart menacingly stretches out his hand and informs that another demonic beast has broken loose in the middle of class. The teacher stands in front of the scattered sheets, hearing that if he is not able to do his job properly, then he should return to the battlefield, since work has not made a scientist out of him. As he leaves, Chart adds that this is his last warning, ordering an investigation and a report to be sent tonight. Rania, looking at the man, asks if he is okay. The associate professor rubs the back of his head, answering that this is a common thing for him. The heroes pick up the sheets and Kelt explains that Professor Chart prefers to teach students through practical battles, so he makes them breed demonic beasts in the lab. Holding up a crumpled piece of paper, he says that the work has been going worse lately. The protagonist holds a stack of papers and believes that gaining experience is important, but not at such a cost. The man wants to talk about the results of this approach. MC interrupts him, asking if he said anything, but he replies that he did not and thanks her for helping him collect the papers. Walking down the corridor, Rania thinks that it looks like they are heavy to carry, but the teacher assures her of his strength. Kelt adds that he will probably not detain her. Night has fallen over the outskirts of Aplia, a forest training ground. A swing rushes past. The blow hits a tree. Belnoa exhales, as something does not give him peace. Remembering the stone, he cannot stop thinking about that suspicious altar. Looking sternly, the guy understands that one glance was enough to understand how far his aura is from the usual, and Associate Professor Rania is unlikely to say anything. Lark comes up from behind, saying that he did not expect to meet anyone else here. Standing with a sledgehammer in his hands, he asks his friend if he also trains in the forest. Seeing a hole in the tree trunk, Lark says that his aim has definitely improved and asks how he trains on weekends. Walking behind his friend, he also asks if he meets with the teacher outside the academy, but his friend does not understand why he cares at all. In the darkness, the eyes of the monsters glow. The heroes walk through the forest and Belnoa explains that it is impossible to say that nothing happened, since it is unlikely that his friend can imagine that he is wandering around the sewers, and Lark suggests that they both enter into a small confrontation, to which his friend agrees. The guy walks on the ground and asks to arrange a competition. Belnoa looks to the side, surprised that Aplia has demonic beasts. The student sternly adds that under normal circumstances, this would be impossible. Demonic beasts emerge from the bushes and Lark asks if they will determine the winner by counting ears, but Belnoa replies that collecting them is too troublesome, so the one who destroys the most enemies will win. A pack of wolves advances. Belnoa asks his friend if he is ready, and he assures him that he is ready. The demons approach and the fighter declares that then they will begin. It is night above the 5th dormitory of Aplia Academy. The wind blows through the window and the student says that he is very windy. Getting out of bed, the guy rubs his eyes and says that even the windows are shaking from this noise and it is impossible to sleep. The wall collapses. The guy is horrified, not understanding what kind of crap this is. A demonic beast stands in front of them and the heroes do not understand how it got here, because the territory is protected by a magical barrier. The character asks a friend if the chart teacher has a menagerie to hold open lessons, and his friend thinks it's true. Running away from the monsters, one of them shouts that they need to get out of here anyway. The demons jump and the boys are stunned by their number. The monster jumps on a student. Blood spurts. Opening his face, the student is surprised that he is alive. Lesty approaches and states that the students of the third building have already been evacuated. A lion with a horn holds a demonic beast in its teeth. Walking with the animals, the girl tells the boys to run, as they will only get in the way during the battle. There is a hole in the fence and the student says that she is right, thanking her for helping, but Lesty replies that it is not worth the gratitude. In front of her hands is a green symbol. The heroine emits mass summoning magic. Her animals stand in front of the monsters and the heroine hopes that this should be enough. A fairy flies next to Lesty's head as she says that she relies on them. The beasts are locked in battle. The girl runs next to Sylvie, asking where the most dangerous beast is. The fairy replies that it is in the forest behind the dormitory. Shards are flying in front of the monster. A purple light comes from its eye. Seeing the monster growling and walking, the heroine realizes that it is heading towards the first building. Shards of stones are flying in the forest, and smoke is rising. The wolves are lying crushed on the ground. Lark, fighting with his partner, declares that there is no end to the antagonists. Belnoa, in front of the beast, asks it if it is tired already. Striking, the student replies that he did not say a word about it. Standing in front of the forest, Lark adds that it seems like this is just an appetizer waiting for the main course, to which his friend agrees. The demon stretched out his hand. He breaks trees. Belnoa emits red light. Lark is surrounded by white magic. The guys jump over the monster, using a jump and a shadow jump. Belnoa uses the shadow needle technique in the air. A bright flash opens. A blow hits the monster's shoulder. Lark jumps, swinging an axe. Flying down, the student uses mass enhancements. He throws the weapon at the antagonist's shoulder. The axe falls from the monster's hand. Green splashes come out of the demon's mouth. The guys are in front of the enemy and Belnoa reports that the monster no longer has an arm. The heroes look sternly ahead. Opening his eyes, the fighter thinks that this should weaken the enemy. A hand appears. The monster stands with a new limb and the guy does not understand how he simply regenerated it and how to defeat him then. Lark turns around. Lesty emerges from the forest and explains to the boys that they need to use their wits, and that if they attack without thinking, they won't be able to defeat him. The characters recognize Lesty. Looking at the girl, Belnoa asks if she came here to help, and she replies that she did, because she can't stand aside when the academy is teeming with monsters. Frowning, the student doesn't think it's very obvious. Covering her mouth with her hand, Lesty states that they've gotten distracted from the main thing. Purple smoke comes out of the antagonist's chest, and the heroine explains that the point is that this monster is similar in structure to a golem, with its shell-like body and hidden core that helps the monster function. The core emits purple light, and Lesty adds that until they destroy the source of life, it will regenerate. Sylvie cautiously says that this monster is truly a strange creature. There is a barrier over the academy grounds and the heroine declares that no monster can get in here, but it seems to have appeared out of nowhere. The room is in ruins. The fairy is very scared and confused, and she asks the lady to be careful. The guys stand in front of the girl, and Lark asks if the core needs to be destroyed, and Belnoa adds that it is as easy as pie. Standing behind, Lesty declares that since everyone has understood everything, they need to move forward. The guy's magic flashes in front of her. The students run to attack. Lark's leg hits the ground. Swinging a sledgehammer, he uses a swing and mass enhancement. Making a long blow, the guy decides that he needs to find the source first. Green blood splashes out of the demon. Belnoa covers his face when his friend wants to immobilize the enemy afterward. Black and red magic flashes. Forces around the monster, as the hero used shadow fetters, and the warrior decides that the final touch will be a request for a thunder spell. Lesty closed her eyes and approved the request. The girl looked at him carefully, as she had to hurry to specify the coordinates of the target. Belnoa declared that everything was ready, emitting her magic. Yellow sparks surrounded Lesty, and she shouted to Sylvie that it was her turn. Lesty's lesser thunder spirit Sylvie came out of her hand. The character's eyes sparkled white. Sylvie hit the antagonist with a thunderbolt. The windows of the building were broken when someone said, and all this happened because of Professor Chart. The hero was sweeping and saying, honestly. The students were cleaning up when one of them said, he knew this would happen someday. There was no point in keeping a menagerie right in the academy. The two turned their heads when the blonde apologized for interrupting and asked how the professor was doing, to which the blue-haired man replied, not bad. The man looked askance at the guy and said that Chart had always been a difficult person. Recalling moments from the past, he added that he released demonic beasts during lessons so that they would get used to real battles. But it did not help at all, every time he panicked when he had to fight them. The teacher was always criticizing the students, calling them cowards. The boy pointed his finger forward, opened his mouth and said, for which he paid. They say that all the beasts were gotten rid of and now Chart is forbidden to use them for educational purposes. The blonde turned around when the guy continued talking, but it was so strange, Because the professor was responsible for keeping the beasts. How did they break free? The man was standing behind the podium when the hero added that the teachers would have to figure this out. The hero banged his hammer and shouted, "Silence, silence," in the hall. Looking at the professor, Aaron asked if he wanted to say something in his defense. Recalling what happened, he said that he conducted research on demonic creatures, convinced the council that now they do not pose a threat to the students. After which he added, but in the end all his beasts ate and caused a pogrom within the walls of the academy. Blue-Eyed frowned and said that all this happened because of him. Brunette got angry and began to shout loudly that he specially raised these beasts for practice with students. He said that he was a magician who participated in the war against the Demon King, and he was accused of controlling demonic beasts, wanting to harm students. People whispered when he added, "Even rudeness has its limits." The young man looked down and thought, Chart is a man with a difficult character, but he is really a war hero who saved many on the battlefield. The academy was covered in darkness as he continued his thought, but everything pointed to his guilt. Besides, breaking the academy barrier is not that easy. It is much easier to release the beasts inside Aplia, causing a commotion in the academy. Perhaps there is a traitor in the academy who released the beasts to distract attention and carry out an unknown plan. Looking down on what was happening, the boy thought, but due to his unrestrained nature, the professor fell under everyone's suspicion. The brown-eyed man was held by the guards when he broke free and asked the rector to let him speak, when the old man turned his head and wondered if someone really wanted to side with Chart. The people let Professor Kelt go when the man told him to go, for which he thanked him. The brunette stood silently behind the podium. The accused turned around furiously and began to shout, "Well, finally the true culprit showed up. It was Kelt who was responsible for holding the beasts. He was not guilty when he was ordered to calm down right now." The old man looked forward and asked the professor to tell his version of events. The boy put his hands up and replied that he understood that this incident had turned the entire academy upside down. The rector thought about it when the hero added, "However, thanks to the students, the monsters were eliminated. Professor Chart's classes had borne fruit. The students were able to stand up for themselves." The people listened attentively when the young man said that they could not ignore what had happened, and he was grateful to the gods that none of the students had been hurt. But if anyone was to be blamed for this terrible incident, it was him. The gray-haired man scratched his beard and replied that he understood his point of view. However, after everything that had happened, he could not allow demonic beasts to remain in the academy. The brown-eyed man was upset when the rector added that no one could guarantee that this incident would not happen again. Yes, many students were able to deal with the monsters, but there were also those who were hurt. The man then put down the hammer and added that he understood his feelings. Looking at the professor, the old man said that he felt guilty that the animals had broken free, but it was Professor Chart who had assured the council that they would not harm the students, not him, and he saw no point in blaming him for what had happened. The rector struck the hammer, turned to Chart, and said that until the full picture of what had happened was restored, he was being removed from his post as professor at the Aplia Academy and was being sent to prison. The man frowned angrily and clenched his teeth. They began to take him away when he was struggling and screaming. How dare they? They thought of putting him behind bars, and the guy ran after him and calmed him down. There was a scream in the hall. The hero was yelling that he stood in defense of this country, and they. Everything around was sparkling when someone said, "Hey, she is looking." The yellow-eyed one squinted and said, "They must." The girl looked into the distance. She lay exhausted on the bed and said, "Find." Then she looked at her hand and asked what it was. The sun was shining right through the window when the heroine thought, a revelation of a star. The blonde looked in the mirror and thought, as if she was asking her for help. She was upset and wondered what she needed from her. Suddenly the door opened when she continued the thought of what she needed to find. The guy entered the room and wished good morning to Her Highness, to which she replied, "Good morning, Harville." It was nice outside when the young man said, as a result of the trial, the professor was temporarily detained and suspended from classes. His subject will be taught by Professor Kelt. The lady walked forward and asked if the investigation really had only one suspect. The brunette followed her and answered, "Yes, only Professor Chart." The yellow-eyed woman raised her eyebrows in surprise and said, "That's how it is." Suddenly she turned around when the guy asked, "Her Highness." Isla looked at the door and thought, although she did not fully understand what the stars asked her, her feet themselves brought her here to consult with her. The heroine knocked on the door and asked, "Associate Professor Rana, is she here?" To which she was answered, "Yes, let her come in." The girl opened the door a little and said that she would like to consult with her. There were books lying under her feet when the protagonist apologized for this mess. The couple stood and looked forward when the girl said not to be afraid to step on papers, to which the blonde replied, "Okay." The blue-eyed girl wrote something on the board and said she was just preparing for the next lesson. From now on she was making lesson plans. Looking at the board, she added, she was doing everything to make the material easier to perceive. The princess looked at the writing in surprise and thought, easier. Then she closed her eyes, turned away and covered her mouth with her hand. Approaching the associate professor, she apologized and said that she had a hard time perceiving the diagrams. There were many books on the table when the heroine said, "It seems that after the open lesson she changed her mind about the methods of conducting classes," to which the woman replied, "It's so noticeable." The girl put her hand on the book and replied, "At least she hadn't made plans before." The blonde smiled broadly and said that it was not her merit. The brunette stood silently when she added that it was Professor Kelt who gave her a couple of pieces of advice. Suddenly the girl grabbed her head and covered one eye. The bright sun was shining on the academy when a voice was heard greeting the guys. The brown-eyed man was standing behind the podium and saying that from today he would be replacing Professor Chart, reminding that his name is Professor Kelt. The students looked at him when she added that it was also worth noting that they would not have more practical classes with demonic beasts. For starters, he would like to go through the theoretical part of the course. He hoped no one would mind. The couple looked at him in surprise. Belnoa sat with a dissatisfied face. The teacher explained the material, pointing to the board. In the office, someone was saying that practical classes with monsters were cancelled, and instead of chart, this subject was taught by Professor Kelt. Leslie looked at the guys and asked if something was still bothering them. The blonde thought about it and answered, "He smells rot," to which the girl asked, "The smell of rot?" After which the heroine turned her head, thought, "This is not literal," and asked, "Does he think there is a catch?" The red-eyed man shook his head and answered, "Yeah," and the brunette closed his eyes and said, "Him too." A herd of animals broke free. The violet-eyed woman rubbed her chin when the guy added, "He had to deal with demonic creatures. It is not so easy to control them. Either Chart nor Kelt would have enough strength." The blonde entered the room where the guy was talking. "But this is just a theory, they have no evidence," and the second one picked up that he also thought so. The yellow-eyed woman put out her hand and said, "This is far from the end." When the girl asked in surprise, "Princess Isla?" It was getting dark outside when the heroine asked, "She is sure," to which she answered, "Yes, she thinks they are right, that is why they came here." Leslie brought her eyebrows together and said, "But really?" Approaching the door, she added, "This is Professor Kelt's laboratory." The princess closed her eyes and said, "The idea belongs to Prince Lark, so she can't ignore it. After all, he is one of the smartest magicians in the north." To which the girl replied, "She is right, but..." The yellow-eyed girl opened her eyes and thought, "Stella." She put her finger out and thought, "The magic thread tied to her index finger, the stars lead them there." Then she looked at the door in surprise and continued her thought, "And they say there is danger." But she did not come alone. The hero grabbed the door handle and said, "It smells like rotten stuff from there." Then he put his hand out and added, "There can be no doubt." Entering the office, someone said, "There are demonic beasts left here, but this time they are locked much more securely." The heroes looked around when one of them told the princess that she should leave if she was caught, to which she replied that she would take responsibility for breaking into the lab, let them not be distracted and look for suspicious things. The brunette turned his head and asked what she meant by suspicious things. The girl silently looked at her hand and thought, "No doubt, the star led her here." Someone appeared in the doorway when she continued her thought, and if Professor Kelt was guilty, the proof should be right next to her. Suddenly, the blonde turned around in fear, shouted, "Guys." The professor opened the door, looked at the people and asked what they were doing in his lab at such a late hour. A girl stood silently behind him. When the man asked, they wanted to ask him something, and someone thought, "Wow, even the princess is here." The blonde took a step forward, approached the professor and said that they wanted to discuss something. It was quite dark in the office when the guy added that he had been acting very suspiciously lately. The red-eyed man frowned and asked if it was because of him that the monsters had escaped that night, when the brunette put his hands out and asked the prince what he was talking about. Belnoa came up behind the barbarian and asked if he had any evidence. The student got angry, put his hands on his hips and answered, "No, but you can't fool a warrior's hunch." The violet-eyed woman turned her head and looked at the girl when someone shouted that he smelled just like those beasts, and the lady wondered what she was doing here. The girl looked at Associate Professor Rana and asked why her, to which she replied that she had come to return the book she had borrowed from Professor Kelt. The heroine intervened in the men's conversation, smiled slyly and said they must be very tired, it was already late, they would chat later. Then the blue-eyed girl put her hands out and added, "Especially since unsubstantiated accusations won't solve anything," and when the blonde interrupted her, and replied that they wouldn't leave. The yellow-eyed girl opened her mouth and said, "The stars confirm Prince Lark's fears." The assistant professor closed her eyes when the princess added, "Something's wrong here, and it's her duty to find out what," to which she replied, "That is, she received a revelation from the star and came here." The guy clenched his fist and looked away when someone said that Prince Lark was right. After which he approached the professor, who, gritting his teeth, muttered, "Demonic beasts." The brunette looked down and added, "They broke free because of him." The students glanced at each other when the man said, "So he understands why they treat him with such hostility." The girl looked at the professor in surprise and asked him to explain to them what happened when he replied, "Of course." Then he began to narrate that Professor Chart. He continued to say that he was conducting experiments, wanting to create intelligent demonic creatures. The blonde opened her eyes wide and asked in surprise what. After which the man continued the story, but he was only allowed to keep very small specimens. He was always absorbed in research, it was his life's work. The hero continued to narrate that the professor bred monsters and continued to experiment, which led to a disaster. The brunette began to cry and said that he could not tell the council that Professor Chart created intelligent creatures, so he took responsibility for their maintenance. A tear ran down his cheek when he added that it was all his fault. He saw what was happening to the professor, but he could not stop him. The heroes looked at the crying man. The girl came up to him and told him to calm down. He did everything in his power, for which he thanked her. The young man scratched his head and said, "It seems they were wrong after all." A magic thread appeared in front of the princess's face when someone said that she should confess to the council and decide what to do with intelligent monsters, and she thought, the threads are becoming clearer, something is wrong. The thread sparkled when the lady thought, was she really wrong? Kelt confessed, he should not be 6. When suddenly there was a break. Looking at her, the lady was surprised and thought, the thread broke. After which there was a blow and the professor flew back. The heroine turned her head when someone said what a sob story they made up. The associate professor grabbed her head and said, "It looks like the truth will have to be beaten out of her by force." "No, not like that." Then she opened her mouth wide, frowned and shouted, "I'll have to beat him up good, the damn bastard." The man's eyes darkened when the girl turned around and asked with fear, "What?" The main character exhaled heavily when someone asked her why she attacked Professor Kelt. The teacher laughed maliciously. The girls looked at him in surprise and called out his name. Then he concentrated his power in his hand and said they rammed it into the wall, and she had no shortage of audacity. Associate Professor Rana. Suddenly the creatures barked loudly when the hero shouted open. The animals ran out when the blonde shouted, "A cage with monsters." The brown-eyed man smiled and said, "She understands." Then he pointed his finger at the creatures and asked that he could control these creatures. He admitted, she had slightly spoiled his plans, but it was okay. The three looked at him silently when he added that if he had to get his hands dirty in blood to achieve his goal, he agreed. The area was covered in fog when he added that he would do everything to destroy this damn academy. The blonde opened her mouth and asked if he really thought she would let him go after everything she had said. The woman approached the students and turned to Lesty. Then she looked at Belnoa and called his name. Lark stood with an axe when he was also called. Blue-eyed looked at the guys seriously and told them to deal with the monsters, and she would put this upstart in his place. It was dark in the office when someone said that he had heard a lot about her incredible talent. Power fell into the hero's hand when he added, if they worked together. Suddenly he launched a fireball and shouted, this academy would have collapsed long ago. With one movement of her hand, the girl defended herself from the blow. Then she opened her mouth, looked away and asked, to work with him. One of them tried on a fiery rain when the man put out his hand and answered, how self-confidently. The heroine reflected all the blows and said, release demonic beasts, and put all the blame on a colleague. Was such a one to cooperate not respect yourself? The professor's face twisted when he asked colleague, chart that. After which he made a strike and shouted, yes, he doesn't care about him, he only has one person he can trust. The protagonist said, opening her eyes wide, and it must be him. Then she spread her arms and added, granted him the power to control demonic beasts. Taking out the item, she asked, and then it belongs to him. The brown-eyed man frowned and asked what, where did she get the altar from? Then the lady squeezed the thing in her hand and answered angrily, I knew it, he messed with a demon, what an idiot. The professor gritted his teeth and muttered, this altar belongs to his master. Then he clenched his fist and asked how she dared to destroy it. The brunette was surrounded by magic when he shouted, damn creature. Patterns appeared on the walls. Suddenly, he launched dark needles. The needles flew forward. They began to attack the protagonist. The blonde looked forward as the man screamed, she can't even imagine how valuable he is, how could she do this to him? The office shook. The lady sat on the floor as the enemy looked at her, laughed and said, it's her. Sitting on the suitcase, he added, the power that the master granted him. Then he put his hands out and said that with it, he could easily twist the head of this old man chart. His eyes lit up as he added, with such power, no one can stop him. The empty bottle fell to the floor. Rania coughed, covering her mouth with her hand, and said that she would do everything for him, and then he would definitely grant her. What a fool. The brown-eyed man spread his arms, looked at the heroine and asked, what, she is still alive? I didn't expect her to be so prepared. Then he knitted his eyebrows and added, she even brought a healing potion with her. The girl closed her eyes and answered, medicinal. No, it's just a tonic, she drinks it every day. Then she opened her eyes wide and added, I just completely forgot this morning, thanks for reminding me. Using his powers again, the professor asked if he thought it would save her. Glare spread throughout the lab. The man squinted and said that after what happened, he wouldn't be able to let her go alive, he'd die otherwise. Suddenly, he launched dark fetters. The blue-eyed girl looked ahead with complete calm. The fetters began to dissipate in front of her. The hero opened his mouth in surprise and said, what kind? The protagonist concentrated her power in her hand, smiled and answered, Well, he confirmed her guess, since he serves the demon that is connected to this altar, there is no point in playing with him anymore. There was smoke in the room. The main character opened her mouth and said that the end of Kelt had come. The man clenched his teeth and asked what she was talking about, how she even destroyed his spell. The magic was reading in the air. The protagonist prepared for the attack and asked how he could call it a spell, even a 5-year-old could handle it. She used enhance and push, and hit the man in the chest, so that he flew back. Blood poured out of his mouth. He began to stagger and cough, and then he fell at the girl's feet. She opened her mouth and told him to give up, because he could not fight her. Kelt's hands were shaking. Circles began to appear around the girl. They were dark needles. Then there was a continuous activation. The girl's hair flew in different directions. The man stood up, staggering, and said that it was not bad, she handled dark magic so easily. The circles appeared again. The man smirked and asked how about it, and used enhance and shadow discharge. His powers flew upward. The flow was directed towards the enemy. The girl's eyes widened, the brunette screamed for her to die. There was an explosion. Cracks appeared on the walls. Kelt turned around and started to lament that there was so much pathos, surrender, of course. A female voice was heard from behind him, saying that she did not go back on her words. Rana moved towards the enemy. She, using a dash and a boost, pushed his head to the wall. She took a breath and used a blow, thus breaking the wall with her head. The main character moved her head away from the wall and said that such a scum deserved the worst. Then her eyes widened and she said that a fucking intellectual like him, who endangered the students and undermined the trust in Professor Kelt, should die. The blonde hit her head against the wall again. The entire room was destroyed. The man lay on the floor. The girl shook her hands and said that he was lucky to be an ordinary pawn. She would have to deliver him to the Magic Council alive. Clouds floated across the sky. The man walked down the corridor and shouted, "Hurry up, move," and asked if any of the dormitories were destroyed. He was told that no, but only the teacher's wing remained to be checked. A girl came out to meet them and said that they were a little late. Everything was already over. The brunette closed his eyes and apologized, saying that they thought that the beasts attacked the academy again. There was such a noise and asked what happened here. The protagonist held the man by the hair. She shook her head in the air and asked if they saw black blood. This knows that the mage sold his soul to the demon. Professor Kelt used dark magic and attacked her. The girl remembered how it was. Then she let go of the hair and the body flew down and said that she had to turn it off, and then she noticed the black color of the blood. She looked closely at the guys and added that he should soon come to his senses, so he needs to be interrogated about the contract with the demon. The room was destroyed. The brunette asked if Kelt was alive. The protagonist replied that she had already said that she had simply knocked him out. She was not a murderer. Everyone looked at the body lying on the floor and made sure that he was breathing. The man bowed and asked to rely on them. The blonde waved her hand and said that then she would hand over the cleaning of this alien to them, and that she had to go, she was terribly tired. The girl turned her head to the side and said that this was the last one. The blonde approached her and thanked everyone, they did a great job, and then turned to Lesty, saying that if she was tired, she could go, and they would clean up here themselves. The purple-haired girl looked at him sadly and replied that she was just worried about Associate Professor Rana. She had to fight Kelt one-on-one. An image of a man with wolves appeared in her head. The girl stood there with a sad look, and when she looked up, she asked why they were smiling. Opposite her stood two smirking men. Isla smiled widely and said that yes, Associate Professor Rana is definitely not worth worrying about. The man shook his head and confirmed her words. He thought that she had already dealt with everything and went home. There was no window in the building and smoke was coming out of it. The blonde was looking right there. The main character sighed heavily and said that all this was such a pain in the ass, and wondered if she should quit. A man appeared and asked what he had said. The blonde turned in his direction and said that he was just discussing how to wash blood off his clothes. Roselle frowned and said that he should try, because it was a gift from Princess Isla herself, and how could he have managed to stain his suit so much? In response, the girl only laughed. While washing the clothes, she hoped that the guys were okay, although they were strong and should have already returned to their rooms. She dipped the thing in water once again, thinking that she had to deal with this asshole. At that moment, the thing in her hands breaks. The light is on in the house. The man starts screaming how you can wash things so that they break, and the main character starts apologizing. The light is on in the hallway. The girl sitting at the table said that it turns out that Professor Kelt released the monsters that night, and it turns out that Professor Kelt is innocent. The man replied that this is probably true, but he does not know the details. The woman shook her head and asked how the council allowed a mage who is connected to a demon to work. The man answered that this is unacceptable. If the rector does not solve this problem, the students can suffer. Aaron put his head in his hands and listened to the fifth dormitory completely restored. The brunette raised his head and said that Professor Kelt also regained consciousness. The hearing will take place today in the afternoon. The old man opened his mouth and asked who was in charge of the case. The woman replied that Mr. Harvell was in charge. In response, she heard that he was a good candidate and asked how the classes were going. The figures were standing on the windowsill. The man opened his mouth and said that Professor Chart had been reinstated and was continuing to teach combat magic, but naturally, without the use of demonic creatures. The man stood near the target and was giving a lecture. The brunette opened his mouth and added, by the way, about the new associate professor. The brunette continued for him that it was Mrs. Rana who had detained Professor Kelt. They had offered her to take a day off after yesterday, but she was teaching as usual. The girl was giving a lecture. She shouted attack. Then she used reflection. And then she used enhancement, dash and dodge, saying that after that, the target was determined and defended. The students listened attentively. The main character raised her hand and said that right now she had named the sequence of using a spell and asked Lark what it was called. The guy opened his mouth and said that it was a spell for enhancing a magical attack. The circles hovered in the air and the professor replied that it was absolutely true. It was a very useful and frequently used magic. The girl raised her head and said that many mages ignored this order, which led to mistakes. The students watched her magic with their mouths open. The protagonist raised her hand and said that if they adhered to the magic formulas, the magic would be much more effective. The students listened attentively. The girl scratched the back of her head and thought that it seemed like they still didn't understand her. Then she cleared her throat and offered to explain it with an example. The girl looked at her in surprise. Looking around the audience, she said that there was a lot going on in their academy right now, but thanks to the courage of some of them, the incident was resolved. The three looked straight at her. Remembering the recent situation, Rania said that it was like a magic formula. Only through a sequence of actions and finding evidence will people be able to find out the truth and bring justice. The girl stood and smiled. Then she turned her head. The three looked at her. Leslie smiled, and the girl said that the lesson was over and thanked everyone. The light was on in the hallway. The blonde walked down the hallway and thought that she had praised the students, taught the lessons, and now life would be calmer. Remembering the recent situation, she thought that she wondered what the council would decide to do with Kelt. Her gaze was drawn to the figures outside the window. There she saw a flag, and many people in robes. One of them began to turn. The blonde hid behind the window frame, thinking that it was a special squad of hounds. She scratched her chin and thought that it didn't concern her anyway, and she could go get some coffee. The academy was illuminated by sunlight. Two people were walking down the corridor of the academy's dungeon. Approaching one of the doors, the guard said that this was Kelt's cell. Approaching the bars, the guard told him to wake up. He looked up at them. They were completely empty. The man began to twitch, being tied to a chair, and began to scream that they would all pay. From the scream, veins began to burst in his eyes, and he continued to scream that they would pay. The brunette leaned back in the chair and said that his master would punish them all. Harvell pushed the guard back. Looking at the finished one, he said that his mind was controlled by another creature. Saliva was flowing from the man's mouth. The guard, looking at this, asked if he was dead, to which he was told that he was alive, but would need help from the Holy Church. The light was on in the corridor. The brunette walked along the corridor and thought that there were two versions of who it could be, either one of the academy teachers, or a powerful demon from outside. He imagined the academy and the people near it. The man took his sword and said, "But what is their true goal?" He saw something strange, from which his eyes widened. He looked at the people in front of him and said that he did not expect them to arrive so quickly. Lord Kelt. In front of him stood people in robes. The blue-eyed man looked at him carefully. 7 years ago, in the royal palace of Chaldea, two people were running down the corridor. The blonde had tears in her eyes and asked Lord Garik, but she was cut off, told not to turn around, because this was not the same Lord Garik they knew. He was a traitor who sold his soul to the very fiend of hell. Behind them stood a wolf. The man's eyes were burning. He was the court magician Garik. The corridor was filled with light smoke. The old man stretched out his hands to the princess and called her to him. His eyes were burning, and he said that if he sacrificed her, the Lord promised him immortality. The brunette covered the princess with himself and told her to run as fast as she could. The blonde began to run and begged to save her. She ran down the corridor. There was an explosion behind her. The blonde turned around in fear, tears in her eyes. A man was walking through the rubble, saying that there was such a mess in the palace. Raniel came up from behind and asked the princess if she was okay. The blonde opened her eyes and thought that Mr. Raniel, the man who defeated the traitor in the blink of an eye. The girl remembered how she hid behind someone else's back, and how the guards approached the corpse lying on the floor. She hugged the pillow and thought that after the guy left as if he had done nothing, she asked where he was. Mr. Raniel. The sun was shining through the window. The main character choked on her coffee, and it spilled over her hand. Looking out the window, she thought that for some reason she remembered the princess right now. Looking away and exhaling, she thought about the gift that he himself had torn. How could she look him in the eye now? She needed to admit what she had done, but maybe she shouldn't say it so as not to upset her. The sun was shining all around. Harvell turned his head and asked Mr. Kelt what brought him to the academy. He frowned and said that he personally wanted to conduct an investigation regarding the incident with Professor Kelt. He looked away and said that the academy was still saturated with demonic energy. Spirits were flying over the academy square. The brunette looked at him in surprise and asked how so. Kelt confidently walked forward, saying that although the trace was weak, he could feel it. There was no doubt that the true evil was still at large. Students were walking around the academy. It was illuminated by the setting sun. The guy turned his head and thought that he didn't feel anything like that, but since Mr. Kelt said so, it must be so. Kelt, before he was appointed commander-in-chief of the Special Hound Squad, he was known as the Tracker. No criminal was able to escape from him. The young man walked straight and thought that he was sure that thanks to the master, they would quickly find the criminal. Looking down, he thought that if only he were in the palace 7 years ago, maybe then. But his thoughts were interrupted by someone else's cry of stop. The blonde turned his head sharply. Looking into the distance, he saw a purple stream, and grabbed the hilt of the sword. He broke away. The main character walked unsuspectingly. The young man raised the sword above his head and shouted that he finally found this damned traitor. He struck the sword, so that the asphalt flew in different directions. Everyone who was nearby turned in their direction and began to discuss who he was and why he was with the sword, because this is a magic academy. Harvel rushed towards them. He extended his hand and said in surprise that he had just attacked Lord Rana, and behind him they began to discuss that they should call the teachers. The main character extended her hand and thought that it was quite sudden. She was just returning home after lunch, and then this happened. She parried the blow with her sword. And then, gritting her teeth, she thought, who is this? The blows rained down and were parried one after another. The brunette looked at all this in surprise and did not understand how this was possible. The Special Hound Squad was created by order of the royal family to fight against demonic forces. These people were given special blades that could neutralize any magic. The staff broke. Watching the battle, the guy thought that this was simply impossible. No matter how powerful the magician was, he would not be able to oppose such a sword. Everyone stood and watched the battle. The blows continued to rain down. Kelt gritted his teeth and thought, these are the perfect movements. Despite the anti-magic sword, she can use magic so easily, he can't even hit her. The girl struck, and the young man thought that only once a magician knocked the blade out of his hands, but those times are long gone. The sword flew into the air. Both looked at the place where it fell. The blonde clenched his fist. The protagonist frowned and wondered who was attacking a passerby with a sword. The guy's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought, these painfully familiar movements, and this power, there can be no mistake. He raised his hands up. The blonde smiled and asked what he was doing in broad daylight. Kelt smiled back and said that he was curious where he disappeared to. Looking into someone else's eyes, he asked what he forgot in such a place. Mr. Raniel, no senior officer. The girl froze in horror. The events take place 5 years ago in the demonic desert. Raniel and his friend are running through the sands and he asks the bloodhound if this is the place. The guy runs and replies that this is definitely the place. MC asks Kelt if his nose is deceiving him, but he replies that he is not his dog and he has a name. Looking at the sands, the hero declares that the one they are looking for is here. A huge snake appears from the sand. The guys cover their faces and the protagonist is surprised by its size, and Kelt adds that, as he said, it is here. Taking out his sword, the warrior asks his comrade to step aside. Raniel's right hand, Kelt puts his hand forward and demands that the enemy be given to him. Blue light comes from the magic seal. MC emits magical flashes, offering to quickly finish off the enemy. The heroes run to attack, when the protagonist adds that after they will go drink. Sunset in the sky. The monster is cut into pieces and Kelt says that when that war ends, he wants to retire. The guy looks at the officer and asks what his plans are for retirement, and whether he will return to the Great Tower, taking it under his control. Raniel worriedly replies that he will not stand a minute with these grumbling old men. The hero hits his henchman after MC shared that he wants to become a teacher, and his friend expressed regret for his students. Holding his head, Kelt painfully replies that he was joking. The wounded fighter shouts for the elder to run. The monsters attack and the man calls for the elder. The protagonist is intensely studying magic and does not understand what one of the 4 generals of the Demon King is doing here. Kelt runs from the monster. The demon holds the death sword Ganacult, and few who met him on the battlefield returned alive. Watching as the nurse heals Kelt's wounds, the hero asks if he is really retiring. Sarah seriously replies that although she healed him, the guy's body is overflowing with demonic energy. The character frowns as he sits on a chair and adds that he has weakened and with such a body he has no place on the battlefield. And the girl says that his comrade could have shown at least a little sympathy. Raniel closes his eye and states that he is only a burden here and it would be better for him to leave, and that Kelt is one of the few survivors who was able to engage in an equal fight against the Ganacult and emerge victorious. MC hands over an envelope, saying that his comrade has earned a reward, and the royal family wants to create a special squad to fight demons within the country. Kelt holds the paper in shock, hearing from Raniel that this is his letter of recommendation. Standing in front of his friend, the protagonist assures him that if he still wants to be useful to people, then this is a good chance. The guy looks closely and turns to the elder. Tears flowed from his eyes. In the ward, Sarah's indignation is heard, who says that MC made her patient cry like a little child, to which Rana replies that if she doesn't like something, then he will immediately tear this letter up. But Kelt does not want to give it up. It's getting dark over the academy, and the character adds that the hero eventually became a teacher, just like he wanted. Kelt stares. Walking next to his friend, he says that he never thought he'd find him like this, because he remembered him as a man, but Rania says that she'll punch him in the face again. Opening his robe, the protagonist adds that his friend was right, as always, and he found this altar in the underground drains. There's black magic around the stones. Frowning, the hero thinks that Kelt knew something about this altar, and this incident is repeating itself, just like 7 years ago. A man with red eyes holds a staff. The guy smiles widely on a chair. Walking near the wall, Rania says that no one knew that someone would smell the demonic energy from these fragments. Walking through the academy, MC adds that, as expected from a bloodhound, he will find the demon wherever it hides. The heroes are sitting on a bench and Kelt smiles and replies that he now takes these words as a compliment, but the protagonist says that his friend has become much more boring in the service of the royal family. Looking at the stones, the guy asks to examine these fragments, and Rania gives them to him. The character frowns. Looking at his friend, MC wants to know why he is staring at him like that, and if he has something to say, let him say it. The hero smiles hearing Kelt's question about whether he likes working as a teacher. Exhaling, the guy in the girl's body says that he is already fed up with this. The protagonist remembers how people come into his room and explains that all the old farts from the Great Tower want him to take them as students because of his mentor, and he has no peace anywhere. The men run after the girl, asking to take them as her students. Kelt remembers how Rania screams that he is tired of everyone and even how they wrote letters in the army. Looking at another building, MC adds that the sages from the Black and White Towers have also taken an interest in him. The protagonist reports with concern that there are smart students at the academy, who are even pleasant to teach new things. With a smile, Kelt replies that he is glad to hear that Mr. Rania is doing well. The hero angrily yells at his friend, because he did not listen to him, although he complained to him about his life. Getting up from his seat, the guy says that it seemed to him that despite all the difficulties, Rania got used to her new life. His foot stepped on the ground. Turning to his comrade, Kelt shares how he heard that he was kicked out of the hero's squad and was worried about him. Looking down, MC does not know what there is to worry about. Kelt smiles widely and replies that he thought the same thing, because he would never have been expelled, and the protagonist himself most likely got drunk, fought with Kyle and resigned, because he was bored with being a hero. Standing in front of her friend, Rania tells him that he shouldn't worry about the old men, because he's already figured it out himself and he shouldn't bother his head with such nonsense. Placing his hand on his friend's chest, the protagonist says that as a former senior in rank, he wants to give him some sound advice. His hand glows blue and he applies a push. Kelt flies back from the blow. Bowing her head and smiling, Rania tells him not to attack an innocent bystander with a sword and screams of betrayal again. Lying in the bushes, the man replies that the officer hasn't changed a bit. Night has fallen. Leslie walks down the hallway with a book and realizes that she is late, and it will be bad if she gets caught during curfew. She is startled when she hears someone say that they haven't seen her for a long time. Gillian stands in front of the girl. The man looks sternly and Leslie recognizes the elder Gillian. Long ago, there was a mighty country called Arcadia, but it was wiped off the face of the earth in just one day by 4 demons. These demons were the black steel dragon Belial, the fallen Griotos, the death sword Garnicult, and the oldest of the dead Skeeble. The symbol is in the arch, and the stars whispered that humanity would be able to defeat them, and so from the ashes a new state of Chaldedia arose. Its founders were very different people, namely heroes, a holy maiden, a necromancer, an alchemist, and also a wizard. A man sits on his knee and a sword is placed on him, and people who possessed magic created towers, each of which was responsible for a specific type of magic, and there were 6 in total: the Red Tower, the Blue Tower, the Yellow Tower, the Dark Tower, the Light Tower, and the Ash Tower. Magic symbols are above the ground and flames rise, as the Dark Tower specialized in curses, and the Light Tower specialized in elemental magic. On the table are many books and test tubes, and each conducted their own research, perfecting the magic that they embodied. The Ash Tower rises, and it was different from the others in that it sought to revive the lost magic of the Kingdom of Arcadia, so this is the way of the mages of the Ash Tower. Frowning, Gillian tells Leslie that she has no dignity at all. The girl opened her eyes and asked to forgive her. The chief rudely shouts at her to stop mumbling. The girl's legs tremble when she hears the order to quickly raise her head and straighten up, since she is the future of the Ash Tower and must act accordingly. She fearfully hugged the book to herself. Trembling, Leslie tells the elder that she is very sorry, asking for forgiveness for not living up to his expectations. Covering his face with his hand, Gillian replies that he has had enough. The man, waving his hand, demands to know what she knows about Rania. The professor cautiously informs that Associate Professor Rana is a beautiful and intelligent lady. The hero crosses his arms, hearing that Rana teaches the basics of magic, but she is very unsociable and often spends time in a cafe, and sometimes goes home right after classes. Looking sullenly at his assistant, he asks her why she thinks he came here. The man takes something out of his jacket, saying that he never had high expectations for her. Lesty's gaze widened from his word that in his opinion, she does not belong in the Ash Tower. She trembles as she sees Gillian holding the letter. The professor seriously replies that she understood everything correctly, and this is a letter of recommendation for which every wizard is ready to rip everyone's throats. MC in front of the castle. The sun illuminates the cafe. Students are eating at tables. A girl asks her friend if he has already started studying for the exam, and he is surprised that they are so secretive. The protagonist drinks from his cup sullenly and realizes that there are more customers in this coffee shop. He remembers Kelt's words about how he thought that the Elder One returned to the Ash Tower. Looking down, the hero hears the students discussing that the exam questions have not yet been announced and saying that this year's exams will be much harder than last year, and if he goes to retake it again, his parent will be kicked out of the house, so he should start preparing now. Looking at the waiter, Rana is indignant that everyone is flocking here, as if this academy doesn't have another cafe. The student asks his friend where they are going. The tables are empty. The protagonist is confused when he sees that they all left in an instant. Gillian approaches MC and says that now they can talk without prying eyes. He sits down at the table and greets Associate Professor Rana. With a smile, he introduces himself as the Elder of the Ash Tower Gillian. Putting the mug back, the guy in the girl's body realizes that he did come after all. The men stand in a circle and the protagonist remembers hearing that Gillian was interested in him, since he needs a strong pawn to become a full-fledged and only elder. Taking a letter out of his pocket, the professor says that since she is a busy girl, he will get straight to the point. Putting the envelope on the table, he says that he came to give her this. Rana hears his suggestion that she understands what it is, but replies that she does not understand Mr. Gillian. Raising the cup to his mouth, the protagonist states that there are already 6 elders in the Ash Tower, and she does not belong there. Gillian narrows his eyes, hearing the question if he is going to stage a coup, but he replies that she should not say stupid things. Extending his hand, the professor explains that this is an invitation to become his disciple. The clock is ticking. It is getting dark outside. The girl puts the coffee on the table, and the man thinks that any mage in her place would be happy to receive a letter from the elder himself and become an elder in the future. MC looks down sadly. Gillian clenched his teeth. Sitting in front of her, he sees that the heroine did not even glance at this envelope, and does not understand what she is thinking at all. Rana sits thoughtfully. With his hands folded, the elder asks if she knows how rude it is to keep people waiting. The associate professor frowned when she heard that he wants an answer from her. She pours coffee on the envelope. The man is stunned. MC poured all the liquid on the letter. Getting up from the table, Gillian is perplexed by how she dares to do this. Rana explains that since he so wanted to get the editorial, it is she. The cup lies next to the envelope. With a smirk, the protagonist asks what the elder Gillian is unhappy with. He clenches his teeth in anger. Pointing to his envelope, the elder asks if this is her answer. With a smile, the girl answers that perhaps it is. Menacingly, Gillian says that she has strength, but her manners leave much to be desired. She looks seriously and hears him declare that he is one of the very first elders of the Ash Tower, and he will make her respect him. Green light surrounds the cafe and the man uses the realm of mana. The liquid in the cocktail rises. Shards fly around the room. Green magic surrounds Gillian. Frowning, he wants to ask her again. MC interrupts him and asks why he didn't understand what she said the first time, calling the man an old fart. The elder is shocked at how she dares to say that. The girl puts her finger forward. Gillian looks ahead worriedly. Rana steps forward and asks if he is the first elder. Remembering himself before and using Mana Realm, MC adds that Gillian's status will not keep her silent. The elder is confused as she copies his technique. The man falls in front of the protagonist as she states that she does not need a mentor. Looking at Gillian lying on the floor, Rana adds that she can put one of the first elders of the Ash Tower on his shoulder blades. He aggressively gritted his teeth at her words about him wallowing in vanity, and thinking that he can use her as a pawn to increase his status among the elders. Standing with her magic, the heroine calls Mr. Gillian the Ugly One. Leaving, the girl says that in her opinion, the man is not worthy of this title. Lesty writes next to Sylvie, and the girl asks the fairy to let her study in peace. Sylvie is indignant at her mistress's words. Flying behind, she says that if Lesty continues, she will faint from overwork. The fairy pulls the mistress by her clothes, stating that she needs to sleep. Lesty, without turning around, replies that she must try so that she has good results. Red liquid drips onto the paper, and the girl remembers the words that no one ever had high hopes for her. She imagines the silhouettes of people behind her, who say that she has no place in the Ash Tower, that she is not fit for the role of an elder, devalue her efforts, and call her pathetic. There is purple-black smoke behind the heroine. Magic comes from her feet. The sun shines brightly in the clouds. The boys approach the stand and wonder if these are exam questions. Seeing the symbols on the paper, they doubt that these are the exact questions. Rana holds her hand on the leaflet explaining that she prepared the questions based on the current level of knowledge of the class. But Belnoa and Lark seem to think that it is some kind of magical dissertation and exam questions. Turning around, the protagonist calls the students brats. Looking at Lesty, MC seems to be acting strangely. The girl hears the teacher ask if she is okay. Rana worriedly asks if she feels unwell. Lesty covers her face with her hand, imagining Gillian giving the associate professor an envelope and hearing the suggestion that if so, she can go to the room and rest. The student closed her eyes. She runs away and Rana calls her. Kelt stands next to the heroine and asks if the leaflets in her hands are exam questions. Turning around, Rana sees that the guy has arrived. The chandeliers are shining in the hallway and Kelt asks how she knew he would come again, and she hopes he found out something about the altar. The heroes walk and the protagonist asks with a smile if he came here to tease her about his appearance. Kelt stares intently, thinking. Looking to the side, he explains that everything is not that simple. Shuffling through the paper, the girl shares how much trouble she has. Holding a sheet of paper with symbols in her hands, the heroine explains that this demon is well prepared. She adds that their enemy has protected himself. In the memories, Kelt's face is bloody. Kelt looks at the demon and Rana explains that if the demon connects its life to the altar, then no matter how you mock its physical shell, until all the altars are destroyed, it will not be possible to kill it, so all that remains is to continue searching for the remaining altars. The guy smiles and replies that it is not that easy because of the increased attention to her person. Kicking his partner, the guy in the girl's body asks what he just said. The warriors walk through the night capital of the kingdom of Chaldedia. The man calls them to come to him. The man sternly asks if the altar is here. The subject, closing his eyes, explains that this is true and that he was found in the capital. Standing among the houses, the man asks if there are any other soldiers present, but I answer that there is no one here except his group. The hero walks down the street and asks what about the Ash Mage and whether he will participate in the destruction of the altar. The partner, turning around, says that he has not been seen in these parts. Taking hold of the hilt of the sword, the man finds this strange. His subject, looking back, clarifies what is strange about this. There are yellow stripes behind the leader, and he remembers the stars of the holy sword. He narrowed his eyes. The man looked sullenly, remembering their words that he would meet him again very soon. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully. In the principal's office, there were several teachers, discussing the fact that the hero squad had arrived in the city the previous evening. Caesar looked at the paper and added that the associate professors were strengthening the magical barrier around the perimeter of the academy. He looked up at the chief and said that their goal was to finish by noon, and he replied that he was counting on them. The two men looked at the principal, and one of them asked if they needed to take other precautions. Aaron closed his eyes and explained that this was all they could do for now. He introduced the man with the dark sphere and said that the hounds had reported that until they found a mediator who was in the academy, the summoning could not be stopped. There were flowers with a statue on the windowsill, and the principal was saying that if they could not eradicate the problem, they should at least minimize the damage. The men looked at him carefully. Aaron frowned and stated that it was their duty as teachers at the academy to protect their students. The students were sitting in the library, hunched over their textbooks. The boy turned pale, crumpling the sheet, and exclaimed that this was just a disaster. The guys filled the entire hall, discussing how they did not understand anything, despite the fact that they were given questions before the exam. But what were these magic circles? Belnoa and Lark looked at the table tensely, and the brunette asked what they were going to do. There was not a single letter written on the sheet. The boy took a pencil and replied that he had no ideas. The blonde turned to the side. He noticed Lesty and asked how she was doing. The girl staggered past, and her classmates assumed that she was tired and should rest. Lark frowned and muttered that he had a bad feeling about this. The interlocutor looked at the form and noted that he was distracted again, and it was better to continue working. The chandeliers in the library were sparkling, and the blonde was indignant that his partner was underestimating his intuition, but then he exclaimed that they had a more serious problem here. Lesty walked past a group of students, and dark energy was reaching out above her. The girl's gaze was blank, and even the elemental couldn't get her attention. Clouds were gathering over the academy, and someone in the library exclaimed that this was simply unrealistic. The guy closed his textbook and sighed, saying that was enough for today. They stood up, deciding that there was no point in torturing themselves if no ideas came to mind. The students headed for the exit of the hall, discussing that the solution must be close, because they were trying so hard. The man reached to put the book down, and noted that there were too many people in the library today. He turned around and grumbled about who came up with the exam questions that kept the students sitting there until the evening. The main character was sitting on the roof with Kelt, muttering that it felt like someone was scolding her, and the interlocutor smirked that there were many people who could say nasty things about her. The girl sat and looked at the academy, noting that she tried very hard to prepare good assignments for the exam, and the guy clarified whether it was really that hard. The long-haired girl frowned and replied that it was very difficult to formulate questions so that the students would understand. She looked down and added that now was not the time to talk about that. A light haze covered the territory of the academy, and the girl said that, unfortunately, they did everything in their power, and the man agreed that all that was left was to wait for the enemy's response. Kelt leaned towards her and with a smile expressed hope that she would help them. The interlocutor looked at him skeptically and asked what kind of officialdom this was. The man grinned and said that he heard that a group of heroes had also been asked to participate in capturing the demon. Rana adjusted her hair and with a grin asked if he really thought that she would be offended and give up on the matter. The two men exchanged glances, and he assumed that she would not want to see them. The sorceress smiled menacingly and asked if she really looked like the type of person who could not separate personal and professional relationships. She squeezed his hand and added that they had been entrusted with the most difficult thing, so who cares? They stood up, and the warrior asked in surprise if the woman was not even going to help them. The long-haired woman stretched and replied that they would definitely cope with the intermediary. Kelt looked at her in shock and asked if she knew who it was. The girl looked down and warned that it was just a theory. She turned to the courtyard and said that demons were attracted by physical strength and weakness of spirit. The sorceress recalled the dragon and other dark creatures, and also imagined Lesty with black eyes, after which she added that as soon as the victim breaks morally, only a strong shell remains, which the demons feed on with their energy. The interlocutor looked closely at the girl and asked if there was such a talent among the students. The heroine grinned and answered in the affirmative, remembering the student. She imagined the image of Lesty in a cloak and declared that this was a talent that the old man from the Ash Tower simply ignored. At this time, the girl was standing with books, and her fairy asked if there was really a letter for the mistress. There was an envelope on the table, and the girl noted that it was written, "Open urgently." Lesty approached the table, wondering who it was from. Inside was a folded magic scheme. She carefully examined the seals, took them apart, and realized that it was a protective spell. The student looked at the sheet with interest, and said that it was simply perfect. The girl stood at the table, wondering who sent her, when suddenly a strange sound was heard. One of the floorboards bent. A huge black skeleton appeared behind the student, outraged that this white-haired girl had sent a letter to get rid of him. He threw Sylvie away abruptly. A bony hand reached out to Lesty, offering to merge with him. The girl opened her eyes slightly, finding herself tied up, and heard her name being said. She squinted, feeling herself losing consciousness. Her eyes finally closed. The student saw a memory. How children looked at the fairy with delight, and shouted that this was expected of Lesty. They smiled and said that she was a good girl. Someone stroked the little girl on the head. The old man looked at the girl and asked what the little one's name was. The student smiled and replied that the book only said that it was a wind spirit. The magical animal wagged its tail when the man noted that it was somehow incorrect to address a living being by anything other than its name, and suggested calling it Sylvie. The old man sat down in front of the girl and asked permission to teach her magic. She looked at him when he said that she had incredible talent. He took her hand and declared that she would be the new talent of this era. Lesty hung tied up and listened to the muffled exclamations and praises of different voices. The main character and her companion were standing on the roof, and the girl noted that it should have appeared by now. The guy scratched the back of his head and muttered that it was all complicated, and it was not at all clear how to catch him. The long-haired girl looked down and assumed that it was not easy for the enemy. A haze hung over the forest, and she said that she herself had been the mediator of the altar, so she knew what she was talking about. Kelt frowned and nodded. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he asked again. He looked at his interlocutor in shock and asked when and how it happened, and she answered that at that moment the young man had already left the service, and it was the height of another battle. Rana closed her eyes and said that this time she found herself in it with Kyle. She remembered standing behind a man who, after the battle, declared that he was done with fighting and heroism, which was a terrible sight. The brunette grabbed his head, his eyes wide. The main character found himself in the shackles of a skeleton monster. He was surrounded by threads, because the enemy lured him into a trap and tried to brainwash him. Kelt turned to the interlocutor and clarified whether she really had visited the demon world with her soul. She adjusted her hair and said that, having been a mediator, she understood how this technique works. The girl imagined a skeleton near a glowing slab and said that the body of the mediator is locked in the altar, and the soul ends up in another world. The silhouette was caught in a bright flash, trapped, and the demon took over the man's shell and power. The man's eyes flashed purple. Such was the essence of this disgusting technique. Kelt looked down and asked what this demonic trap looked like. The interlocutor did not turn around, thinking about the answer. She remembered the green fields. Then she saw the boys running through it, and answered that it looked like a long, happy dream. The woman hugged the little hero, taking him in her arms, and he smiled happily, and Rana added that this is a place where all dreams come true. The girl smirked and said that in those dreams there was nothing she really wanted. The man looked at her questioningly and asked again. The long-haired girl crossed her arms and asked why he frowned. She looked down and answered that she still had a few things she dreamed about. The girl imagined her past self and the student in chains, adding that she hadn't thought about them at the time. The demon surrounded Lesty, saying that she was weak, unable to jump above her head and only parodying truly talented people. Tears flowed from her eyes, and she muttered that she didn't want to see it. Her body seemed to dissolve. The darkness was absorbing more and more, and the student shouted, "Stop!" The old man lowered his head. He was lying in bed, looking at the girl, and saying that he knew what her heart was afraid of. The magician took her small hand and added that sometimes people need to act more selfishly. The girl remembered how she stood in front of corpses as a child, and the man said that when she was young, she paid dearly for her talent. Lesty's eyes grew cloudy, and the voice noted that everything was different now. The academy building shook, and a strong wind rose. The main character frowned and noted that it had all begun. Kelt turned to her and asked if the student had been the mediator all this time, so would Rana be able to handle it now? The interlocutor put on gloves and answered that she had to. She smiled, remembering the tall building, and said that she had worked for the old farts from the Ash Tower for 3 years, so her psyche had been shaken for a long time, and the wizards were still crazy with outbreaks. The student clenched her fist and remembered that the elder always told her to move forward and not look back at the past. She knitted her brows and exclaimed that she had survived and now wanted to create her own happy future. The girl opened her mouth and loudly called Sylvie. A bright light flashed among the shackles. The fairy broke the bonds and flew up to the lady. Lesty smiled and stretched out her hands to her. A skeleton appeared from the darkness. Its eyes flashed, looking at her, and muttered that she was a stupid child, because she could have saved her life if she had fallen asleep. The demon leaned over the student and asked why she had woken up. Lesty frowned and asked if he was the oldest of the dead, the Lich Skeeble. The skeleton's eyes flashed, and he said that he would have given her such power if she had kept quiet. The interlocutor frowned and clenched her fist. Several beasts appeared around her, using multi-summoning. The lions with horns bared their teeth, and their mistress thought that she could not see the Lich's mana, nor the sky, nor the earth, which meant that she had been pulled into another world. The girl stretched out her hand and decided that she could summon her creatures wherever she was. The beasts rushed towards the skeleton, having received the order to attack from the center. Skeeble grimaced and called for energy. He dispelled the spirits and asked if she did not like the dream that he showed her. Lesty's eyes widened, not believing that the enemy had dealt with them with one blow. The Lich extended a bony hand and said that it was time for her to fall asleep. The girl closed her eyes and thought that if she did not do anything, he would take control of her body again, so she needed to think of something. A magical seal lit up in the air. Circles surrounded the student, and she did not understand what it was. Sylvie picked up the sheet and explained that it was a diagram sent by Associate Professor Rana. The student burst into tears and was glad that the teacher had been spying on her the whole time. The skeleton opened his mouth and was indignant that this annoying gray-haired bitch was interfering with his plans again. He released more energy and exclaimed that this was impossible and how the stars could get here. Skeeble clenched his hand and glared. A magic circle shone between them and a voice said that they were influencing his world from the outside, calling him a stupid skeleton. The demon frowned and cursed, shouting that he would recognize this arrogant voice out of 1,000. Lesty covered her ears and closed her eyes. The space around her cracked, and the Lich declared that he would not allow him to interfere with his plans. The magic circle shone on the back of her hand. The main character grinned. She extended her ungloved hand to the man and offered the bloodhound a sniff. Kelt leaned towards her and noted that she still had no tact. His eyes flashed blue. He saw lightning in the trees. The boy wiped the blood from his nose and declared that he had found it. A magical trail stretched to a flash in the forest. The girl looked at him and praised him for his excellent work, adding that she would leave the killing of monsters below to him, and he was indignant that she was giving orders again, as if he himself had not thought of doing so. Kelt jumped down and offered to have a drink together when they were done. Rana sighed and muttered that she had to catch him quickly before the coward hit again. Dark energy was rising from the trees. The girl rose above the ground, activating acceleration. In a few sharp jumps, she flew over the forest. The long-haired girl smirked and suggested that the vile bastard come out here. At the academy, a professor was healing one of the students. Caesar opened the door and called the rector. The second man approached Aaron and said that suddenly the Skeeble barrier bound the academy, and they were trying to evacuate the students. The glass on the window cracked, and the professor asked what they should do. Dark energy burst into the hall, and the students covered themselves in fear. The rector and his interlocutor looked at the broken window frame in confusion and realized that the barrier was removed. A bluish energy stretched over the forest, and they wondered who did it. The girl leaned on a tree with a trembling hand. Lesty breathed heavily, glad that she managed to get away from Skeeble. She sweated, feeling that she needed to run as quickly as possible, because he could catch her again. The student staggered, but she was caught. Rana held the exhausted student. She put her hand on her forehead and released the energy. The main character transferred the girl to the academy using teleportation and asked her to rest. Dark energy appeared from the forest, and the lich asked if she really thought she could handle him one-on-one. SUCCUBUS appeared behind her, calling her an ash spawn. His eyes were blazing. The girl looked at him calmly, while her rival was indignant that she kept appearing out of nowhere and ruining his plans. His eye sockets sparkled purple with rage. He remembered how he possessed the body of the court mage and shouted that he could have possessed the Star Child and subjugated him to the demons if the hero had not broken the barrier on the battlefield, and the capital would have already fallen. The skeleton imagined a crowd of people in the square. Among them was a white-haired mage. The lich shook with anger, muttering that he was constantly appearing in his path. Rana smirked and asked if he wanted to know why she decided to fight alone. She looked at him with disdain and declared that she could handle such a small fry herself. Enraged monsters emerged from the portals. The hero in the red cloak turns around. Kyle seriously wonders if the summoning of monsters has really begun. Sarah looks away and hears an order to protect the students of the academy and heal them if necessary. Lemia watches what is happening. She is given the task of supporting the soldiers of the Hound Squad from the rear. The hero takes out his sword. He quickly chops the monsters. Their flesh is torn to pieces. The guy turns around and decisively declares that he will go to the origins of this abomination. The protagonist stands in front of a huge skeleton, who calls him an annoying Ash Mage. Rana looks at the villain, who says that it is definitely him, because he recognizes his magic out of 1,000. The skeleton watches him, wondering why he is still alive, not understanding how this is possible. Shots of a screaming hero appear. It is said that the villain cursed him, and he should not be able to stand on his feet. The action takes place in a night forest. A quiet laugh is heard. Rana says with a grin that he did it. He looks at him and asks if it was really a bag of bones that did it. The frame shows the use of the acceleration skill. A vortex of energy is formed around the protagonist. Physical strength and muscles are strengthened. He clenches his fist and addresses the enemy. Blue flames blaze. He asks if he wants to learn something new. The skeleton listens that the protagonist became the progenitor of combat magic. Rana prepares to attack, declaring that he created this fighting style. He jumps high into the air, saying that he did it in order to beat up people like him. The hero quickly flies down, using a blow. The skeleton in a cloak tries to block the blow. A bright flash occurs. They look at each other with disdain. Rana understands that this is one of the generals of the Demon King's army, the most ancient of the dead SUCCUBUS, and defeating such a powerful demon alone is simply unrealistic. Rana prepares a punch, thinking that he has long been doing something that is beyond the understanding of many. He clenches his fist, realizing that he has specially prepared a new spell scheme. The protagonist hits the enemy, to reflect direct attacks. SUCCUBUS feels a blow to his energy ball. Rana understands that even if they try to drag him into their kingdom, he flies down, preparing to strike, realizing that he is ready for this. SUCCUBUS fiercely looks at the enemy, hearing that if his opponent was a dragon or a sword master, he would not demand something grandiose from himself. He raises his hand and says that his opponent is a magician like him. He delivers a powerful blow to the face, saying that he cannot fall flat on his face. He holds SUCCUBUS' face while he calls him an ashen spawn. A strong blow occurs. The protagonist walks near the defeated enemy and says that he is still alive. He stands over him and asks if this is true because of the second vessel of life. He reaches his hand towards it and says that he is in a hurry to upset him. Birds fly away from the dense forest. The swordsman runs with his partner and says that he heard that his technique was copied, creating a new class. The guy in the red cloak turns around and says that based on the fighting style of Mr. Raniel, they created a new class of battle mage. The frame shows such fighters. He explains that this is a combat unit that fought on par with knights and is able to use magic, and this class is very popular. They run on. The guy says that over time, many young talents will appear and some of them will be able to join the team of heroes. He replies that this will not happen. The guy looks forward with confidence and declares that his style is simply impossible to learn and all this will only be a pathetic parody. The picture shows the human body. It is explained that no matter what strengthening spells he uses, the body has its limits. The frame shows a sword. It is said that in his case, praising the starlight, he could go beyond human capabilities. But not everyone can do that. The hero runs forward. It is explained that he does not praise the stars, but mana, and he is literally an Ash Mage rebelling against order. The picture shows a golden scale. SUCCUBUS is lying on the ground, saying that he is in great pain. The protagonist stands in front of the object and declares that these are the scales of the stars. His eyes shine and he declares that he wants to go beyond human limits. The scales begin to glow brightly. They ask what the price will be. Rana looks at her hand and says that this will be her mana. A blue flash occurs. Everything around the protagonist is on fire. SUCCUBUS drags his bones along the ground, cursing the hero. He screams in rage, calling him an ash spawn. Rana turns around and hears a threat to make him disappear from this world forever. The protagonist is surprised by the ability of the bone tomb. The warrior in the red cloak turns around and calls out to the commander, shouting that all the bone monsters on the academy grounds have been killed. The guy fights the enemy and shouts that a great job was done. The hero turns around and says that they could have broken into the academy building and they need to inspect every corner. He looks at the dense forest and thinks about the demonic energy emanating from the forest has disappeared. With the city in the background, he wonders if SUCCUBUS was defeated. He looks ahead, realizing that he can't relax in any case. A warrior with a sword runs towards him. SUCCUBUS stands in front of the rocks and talks about the bone tomb. Something is happening under the stones. The skeleton looks down and doesn't understand what's wrong with him, because he sealed him, but the shadow of the stars can still be felt in the air. A bright blue light breaks through the stones. The skeleton is shocked to hear about the star shadow and the curse. The protagonist frantically smashes everything around. He looks at the enemy and asks what it is. The skeleton watches him and asks if he really doesn't know, because it turns out that he was able to remove the curse without even knowing about it. Rana asks again. He furiously declares that if he removed it, he would not look like this, and in the end he is a man stuck in a woman's body. The picture shows a heroine with magic. SUCCUBUS explains that the protagonist's flesh should have rotted completely, and this curse should have given him a painful and long death, but he survived. The girl is kneeling and screaming. Rana snaps her fingers with a grin and says this is what this thing does. The skeleton stands in front of him and asks how he did it. He glares at the enemy and states that it takes a huge amount of mana to control the Shadow Blade, but the skeleton doesn't even have shadow magic. Rana smiles and states that he just tried it, and that's it. SUCCUBUS raises his hands up and screams in pain. Boulders start to appear, the skeleton says to disappear. A bright glow rises along the trees. SUCCUBUS calls the man a damn brat. The protagonist looks ahead and thinks about the bag of bones. The skeleton stands in front of him. Rana wonders if he really decided to spend all his mana on him. The protagonist watches the enemy and wonders if he is really going to drain all the mana from his human vessel, although it doesn't look like it. He looks ahead and thinks that if he kills him, the academy will be safe. A purple portal forms. He realizes that if he fails, the skeleton may escape to the city. The picture shows dark purple magic. It says that when he fought the Demon King's army. With signs shining in his eyes, he states that he has realized that demonic magic is different from human magic. The picture shows various signs, figures, constellations. He explains that like star magic, their technique is not perfect. In the middle of purple and blue signs, he says that in every magic, a flaw can be found. The protagonist smirks and states that he has found it. He prepares to attack using spell speed boost, spell power boost. Rana happily raises her hand up using muscle boost and punch power. The protagonist attacks the enemy. SUCCUBUS' barrier shatters. The protagonist stands in front of him and states that he is called the Progenitor, a completely new class of battle mage. He prepares to attack. The picture shows magical signs. Rana states that he is the one who was able to create his own unique fighting style. SUCCUBUS screams in pain while the protagonist says that he will show him the full power of the original. Rana holds out her finger and uses the ability Dust to Dust. SUCCUBUS begins to disappear. The villain evaporates, screaming loudly in pain. In the middle of the forest, a voice asks what happened here. The guy with the sword asks if he was the one who did this. Kelt in the red cloak asks about Mr. Raniel. He replies that only he could have caused such devastation. Opposite them is a scorched field. The surprised guy looks at his partner and asks about Kyle. A bright beam moves among the trees. He asks where you are. He runs faster and faster and does not understand where he is. The protagonist is standing among the trees. Someone exclaims his name. Kyle is standing opposite Rana. He looks ahead in surprise. The protagonist stands in place, excited. Kyle is opposite and asks who she is. Rana confidently demands that he leave her alone. The girl with a serious look clarifies whether it is true that he did not hear the first time. Kyle calmly hears the demand to get out of the way. A memory appears in which the old man tells Raniel that mages must always think rationally. In the picture, a man is casting spells with signs. It is said that they process hundreds and thousands of magic formulas in their heads every day, and their duty as backline fighters is to be cool and impartial in assessing the situation. The old man stands in front of the boy and says that he must always try to remain calm. The beaten boy hears that even if someone made him angry, he must not give in to base emotions, because they, like the wind, will die down as quickly as they appeared, because he is a mage and must always behave with dignity, and he must definitely learn this lesson. Kyle stands in front of Rana. The protagonist punches him in the face, thinking that he can at least let off steam once, and if he once hit him with all his might, then his heart would be relieved. In the picture, the images of Lemia and Sarah, he understands that then there will be no end to problems. The guy calmly repeats his question. Kyle looks at her and asks who she is. The fighter grabs her hand and demands an answer. Rana exclaims in displeasure. She looks at him and wonders if Kyle really didn't recognize him. An image of a white-haired hero appears. The guy's eyes also glow. The protagonist thinks that he is able to see the soul. Rania, with a displeased face, realizes that Kyle is just making fun of him. He holds her hand while she demands that he let it go. Rania, indignant, asks how such a hero treats the people he swore to protect. The guy puts his hand to his chest and apologizes for the rudeness shown. He would never treat the people he swore to protect like that. Rania, with a smirk, declares an apology from a hero, saying that this is a rarity. She turns around and walks away from him while Kyle asks what she is doing here since she fought a powerful demon a while ago and she doesn't have a single scratch on her. She replies that she doesn't need the great hero's permission to do her duty as a teacher and look for injured students in the forest. She walks forward and hears Raniel's name. Kyle looks at her and asks if he knows a mage named Raniel. Raniel walks away and says that he seems to have retired and hasn't been seen at the academy. Kyle says that if only he knew that he was retiring. Rania is surprised. Kelt in a red cloak is shocked to hear that he would have followed him. The guy runs up to the protagonist and asks if everything is okay with Mr. Raniel. The protagonist holds the monster's skin and says that everything is fine and that he got off easy in this fight. The mutant burns. The assistant says that he looks exhausted. He replies that it is all because of him. The guy remembers the skeleton and realizes that if he is not careful with his words, he will follow SUCCUBUS. The protagonist stands next to him and says that he would like to beat up someone else. Kelt asks with a serious face that he is most likely talking about the skeleton. Rania laughs and asks if skeletons have blood. Sarah and Lemia run through the forest, asking if Kyle is injured. The beaten warrior holds his face and says that he does have a little bit of that. The girls look at him and wonder who it was. Lemia looks around and realizes that Kyle ran here to defeat SUCCUBUS, but there are no traces of a sword left on the field. There is scorched earth around her. The girls are shocked to hear that when he arrived here, the demon was already defeated. Lemia waves her hand and asks isn't it nice, because they saved their strength and no one was hurt. The girl looks at her friends and suggests going back to the hotel. Sarah replies that she wants to walk around the capital again, because she hasn't been here for so long. Kyle overhears them talking about boutiques and a coffee shop. He remembers himself earlier and realizes that this girl is like Raniel. He remembers how she hit him and remembers those movements. Kyle thinks about the magic patterns and realizes that this is the same unique spell structure. The protagonist walks in the night forest, while Kyle realizes that the only difference is the gender. Kelt bows to Rania and thanks him for helping them with the cleaning. They continue walking. The protagonist furiously demands to stop calling him that. In response, he asks how to address him. Rania tells him that just elder is fine. He turns around and wants to say something else. The protagonist looks at Kelt and wonders how he knew who he is. Rania thinks about it and realizes that it is almost impossible. In the background of various magic patterns, it is said that he always thought that the only one who could figure him out was Kyle, but neither the hero of the Holy Sword nor the princess could recognize him. The picture shows a golden scale. He understands that the stars have an imbalance when either the soul or the body changes and therefore the magicians cannot figure out his identity. Against the background of a tree, the protagonist realizes that in order to do this, it is necessary to abandon the laws of magic and see the true essence of things, and not even every demon is capable of this. Kelt, with his arms crossed, looks at the protagonist. He holds a notebook and says that he still has a habit of writing down all the features and quirks of his colleagues from his service. Rania is shocked to hear that during the first battle he identified at least 10 features inherent only to him, and if he is interested, they are described on page 13. He says that he will probably refrain from this. The protagonist realizes that he resorted not to magic, but to experience. But if he listened to the whispers of the stars, he would hardly understand who he is. The picture shows a purple and yellow glow. He wonders what shadow magic is. He looks ahead and realizes that he has found out that the stars cannot recognize him as Raniel. Kyle walks up the path and thinks that his intuition is screaming at him that the girl is Raniel. His sword burns with a bright light. He realizes that the stars think otherwise. A bright glow envelopes the forest. He says that it is time. Kyle looks ahead and thinks that if this is just an illusion. In the background of the city, a cry is heard that an emergency issue is on sale. Monsters have attacked the Apelia Academy. A boy hands out newspapers and says that there is also evidence to claim that monsters have entered the forest. He hands out the press, while someone asks about the black barrier set up by SUCCUBUS. The boy reads the newspaper. The hero wonders who defeated him. The girl says that Kyle must have tried. He holds up the latest issue and exclaims that a squad of hounds also participated in the battle. People are sitting at tables outside and discussing that one of the generals of the Demon King's army has fallen, and even no one has died, wondering what they would do without a group of heroes. Stacks of papers are lying on the table. Isla, lost in thought, sits and asks if the hounds think this is the end. Kelt reads the news and says that SUCCUBUS has been defeated, and this is a fact, but there is one but. The girl hears that the skeleton was not defeated by a group of heroes. He remembers himself in the middle of a field and says that the battlefield can be compared to ruins. There are various traces on the ground. The guy explains that there were no traces of the use of a holy sword or star magic on the battlefield, and quite the opposite. the man who defeated the demon. In the frame, craters from gunshots. Against the background of scorched earth, he states that the man used destructive type strengthening spells. An envelope shines in the picture. Kelt says that on the other hand, they found a letter signed by an Ash Mage, and after analyzing the battlefield, they made a verdict. The boy carries a paper and states that the demon was defeated by none other than Raniel. Isla reads it and asks if it is fair that all the glory went to a group of heroes. The princess sits across from the boy and says that Mr. Raniel does not want to reveal his involvement in this matter, but what is happening is still beyond the pale. In front of all the papers, she states that Mr. Raniel no longer wants to have anything to do with a single group or organization, and he also cannot come in person due to some urgent matters and asks not to look for him. Isla stands up and asks how he ended up at the academy. The princess looks out the window and states that she has many questions for this man. Kelt closes her eyes and asks Her Majesty to listen to him. In front of the castle, the boy gives her the papers and begs her to continue checking the documents. She replies that judging by everything, she is not going to school today. The picture shows a building. Aaron hears with a smile what kind of face the blessed one is. The teapot uses magic to pour a drink into a mug. Someone says that he can declare anything. The old man sits with a cup and happily declares that no one will spoil his wonderful mood today. He replies that it is obvious. Roselle holds the mug and says that he thought he was called to help with the students. He looks at the tea and asks why he is really here. Sarah is shown in the frame. He explains that the restoration work and treatment of the victims are going well thanks to the powers of the Holy Maiden. She prays with a golden cross in her hands. Against the background of purple energy among the bright best, the old man explains that she can cleanse the contaminated area with one wave of her hand. Aaron smiles and says that this is simply incredible. Roselle looks at him with a serious face and asks if he was really called to admire the powers of the Holy Maiden. The girl is lying in bed. The old man explains that he heard about Mrs. Rana, who was infected with the filth when she saved a student from a demon, and all the students whose bodies were infected with it have already been cured. The girl opens her eyes and looks up. Aaron is sitting opposite him and says that he was thinking about Rania meeting the Holy Maiden, but he objects that it is impossible. Roselle, with an ominous look, states that they should never do that. He is furious and says that they cannot see each other. Aaron looks at him questioningly and says that he understands. He squeezes his leg and thinks that Raniel has finally gotten better and has come to terms with his current life, but if he meets that very saint. Aaron looks away and realizes that he wanted the best. In the frame, Rania is standing opposite Sarah. He understands that if they collide, they will kill each other. The picture shows the shadows of the heroes. Roselle looks away and realizes that the girl will most likely die in the fight, not the main character. Rania sits at the table, while the old man prays to God that they never meet. He grades the papers and exclaims that only one student got to the 7th question and that this is simply impossible. Rania comes out from behind the door and tells the girl next to her that she did everything right. She looks at Leslie in surprise and asks if she feels better. The purple-haired girl tells her that she would like to talk. Rania leaves with a smile and says that they will sit over a cup of coffee in a coffee shop and then they can talk. The events take place during the day in front of a beautiful building. Leslie turns around. She remembers the fight with Skibble and her torment. The girl is scared when Rania calls her by name. She looks at the teacher, who asks if everything is okay. Rania smiles and pats her on the shoulder and asks her to wait here, asking what she wants to drink, since she will pay. Leslie smiles and says that she will have the same. Rania leaves and shouts that she understands. In the coffee shop, she wonders that the conversation will most likely be long, and maybe she should get something hot. The protagonist goes inside and thinks that it is a bit empty today. He sees a girl at a table and realizes that there is only one customer here, who at this time asks for coffee with an extra portion of sugar. The pink-haired girl touches the cup. The protagonist thinks that this sugary voice only appears when it comes to talking to men and the sharp and pleasant aroma of perfume hits his nose. Rania looks ahead and understands. The girl turns around, while the protagonist wonders why she is even here. Events unfold in a dark village. Someone slams doors on the street. Raniel stands next to her partner and asks what she just said. Sarah, with her arms crossed, stands in front of them and asks if he really has gone deaf, declaring that she will repeat it again for the stupid ones. The protagonist purses his lips in anger. Sarah spreads her arms and tells them that there is no point in saving the village. She walks on the ground in white boots and says that they are like pigs up to their elbows in this mud. The girl says with an arrogant look that it is not proper for a saint to mess with plebeians. The picture shows people praying. The frame shows ferocious monsters destroying them. The saint is sure that it is better to simply make bait out of this village so that all the evil spirits flock here. A strong explosion occurs. Sarah says that at the critical moment they will appear. The guy looks ahead with tears in his eyes. Everything around is burning. He purses his lips and asks what she is talking about. Sarah asks him again with a serious face what he is unhappy with, because this will be much more effective. She pokes him in the chest and says that such a plebeian is not destined to understand this. Against the background of the cross, a word from the gospel is spoken. People pray to the cross. It is explained that by sacrificing themselves for the goddess, one can cleanse the soul and get to the eternal city. Against the background of the village, a voice says that people are rabble under God's feet and they are only happy to die in the name of God. The hero breaks the stick in his hands. He grabs Sarah by the throat while she declares that she is God's messenger. He holds bloody pieces of wood and shouts that he is already tired of her. Raniel holds her by the neck and asks if she really imagines herself to be the most important, because he hates fanatics like her more than anything in the world, clarifying what other god, because he does not look after anyone and does not care about anything. The protagonist forcibly squeezes her neck and declares that only thanks to the power of the stars are they still alive. He calmly threatens her to listen, because he will not repeat it anymore, saying if she once again talks about the sacrifice of the rabble. Against the backdrop of dying people in the village, he declares that he will send her to God for how the same fanatics like her treated his and Kyle's hometown. The picture shows a church. It is said that the stars themselves are akin to gods, and under their leadership, religion was created and the one who carries the word of the stars. A pink-haired girl sits and prays. It is explained that she is a holy virgin. Sarah shines in the frame. It is said that silky hair is the color of ripe cherries. She looks away. It is said about light green eyes like the first spring shoots and an ideal body and abilities that God himself bestowed. The girl, sitting in a coffee shop, smiles looking at herself in the mirror and cannot stop admiring her reflection, because it is not surprising that many are simply jealous of her. She watches herself with a smile. The waitress looks at her and asks if she wants to order another mug, while she realizes that absolutely everyone likes her. Aaron and others appear in the frame. She thinks about goodwill, admiration, envy. She smiles and realizes that these are the feelings she deserves. The Holy Virgin turns to Rania and remarks that she does not deserve such a hostile look in her direction. The protagonist passes on. Sarah realizes that she is acting strangely, and immediately turned away when she saw her. She looks at her and guesses who she is. Surprised, Rania hears that she must be her admirer. Sarah extends her hand with a friendly look, realizing that she was so surprised by her appearance in this modest coffee shop that she could not believe her eyes and quickly turned away. Shocked, Rania asks her again. The protagonist looks at her and realizes that he always considered her brainless, but to say such a thing with such a blissful expression on her face. 3 coffees are on the stand. Rania turns around with a smirk and declares that, unfortunately, she is an unbeliever. Surprised, Sarah says this. A cup of coffee falls on the floor. Sarah asks her to forgive her with a smile. She steps on the mug and claims that her hand shook. Rania, covered in coffee, asks why the Holy Virgin won't just calm down. The protagonist holds out his hand. She holds it by the hair while she screams what she's doing. The protagonist takes the cup of coffee while she demands to let go right now. Surprised, Lesty hears a scream that she at least knows who the Holy Virgin is. The girl sits on a bench and wonders what's going on there. Sarah sits on the floor with a glass on her head. Rania sarcastically apologizes. Rania smirks and says that she will tolerate such treatment. Sarah is displeased to hear that she will do this from her beloved fan. Rania leaves the coffee shop with a smile, hearing shouts about who she even is. The protagonist smiles widely, realizing that his soul has become much easier. With the city in the background, Rania apologizes for the long wait. They sit with Lesty on a bench. The protagonist turns around and asks her what she wanted to talk about with a friendly look. Lesty looks down silently and sadly. Holding a glass of coffee, Rania asks again. The guys were sitting on a bench. Ramia drank the contents of the glass and asked her interlocutor about what she wanted to discuss with her. Lesty held a coffee in her hands and addressed the hero. She looked ahead and asked if she knew Raniel. The protagonist looked away and said that she had heard about it and was interested in whether she was interested in something specific. The heiress held a book in her hands and said that she wanted to know everything about it. The mage looked ahead and she wanted to feel what it was like to become the strongest chosen one of the Ash Tower. The assistant tilted her head, saying that she thought the girl was similar to him in some way. The student looked away in surprise while MC said that the Ash Tower was an unpleasant place. Rania looked ahead, saying that it was impossible to find friends there, and if something happened, they would immediately scold you. The boy stood in front of the men and he was born into a family of common people, so he worked hard to shut up the upstarts. Lesty turned and, after a meaningful pause, asked if this was how Mr. Raniel lived. The mage stood in front of the papers and was born in an ordinary village, which the authorities did not even consider necessary to recapture from the filth. Rania smiled and said that that is why he swore to take revenge on the offenders for how they treated the only place he cherished. The violet-haired girl looked closely at her interlocutor, while she said that the hero wanted to reward those who believed in him. Roselle stood in front of the boy and was the only one who believed in him, and the mage wanted to prove that he was not a mistake, and that he was worthy of this place. The assistant professor looked ahead and said that that is why she thinks Lesty is very similar to him. The student looked thoughtful and said that she must be close to Mr. Raniel. The professor's coffee spilled over the glass. She closed her eyes in embarrassment, and asked if she really thought so. The sun was creating shadows and Rania hoped that she was able to answer the question, to which she heard gratitude for her time. She extended the key into the girl's hands and said that she was glad to help and congratulated her on the best results in the stream on the midterm test, and said that as a reward she was giving her the key, saying the place where the young magician would need this key. Leslie looked back at the teacher in bewilderment, and, not believing what was happening, said that even so, this was too high a reward and asked again if she really could take it, to which she confidently confirmed her guesses. Rania closed her eyes and said that if the old men from the Ash Tower started to act arrogant again, she should just throw the contents of the box at them. They were walking along the road and the hero asked her to answer the question honestly and asked if it was easy to pass the midterm, to which she replied that it was not that easy. The streets were shrouded in darkness, and the light was shining from the window of an old house. The protagonist held a glass in his hands and sighed heavily. MC sat opposite the elf and said that even though he belonged to this race, he still drank strong drink, to which he replied that Randall himself made him do it. The white-haired man drank the contents of the glass and said that the child had not even lived 100 years. But he still egged the elf on, and it was ridiculous beyond belief. The hero poured the liquid, saying that only he could whine like that during a drinking bout. The protagonist looked at him with embarrassment, and wondered how old he was. The man stood in front of the table and asked why MC invited him here and noted that he had plenty of medicine. The interlocutor drank from a glass and asked why he couldn't just invite him for a drink. He looked away after saying that he never invites him for no reason. Magic fire appeared in Rania's hand and he said that he wanted to talk about it. SUCCUBUS looked ahead and the monsters stood in the room while he asked if he remembered their foray into the sewers and whether they found out that the skeleton was behind it all. The hero looked ahead and said that he mentioned the curse of the star's shadow and asked what the death blade was, saying that this weapon can only be used by those who have reached the realm of shadows. The elf looked at the interlocutor carefully while he asked if he knew anything about this curse. The protagonist clenched his fist, saying that he thought he should definitely know. The man looked ahead and said that he knew. The divine scales shone. He said that without adding stars, he could not tell about it. MC poured the rest of the booze into a glass and asked again. Cardi closed his eyes, saying that he could not say much, because he was limited in the ability to convey information. There were empty bottles on the table and Raniel said that he was tired of excuses about the stars, to which he replied that the hero was a wizard and constantly dealt with them. The elf looked ahead and said that he also wanted to ask him about something. The protagonist rested his head on his hand and said that he was listening. They looked at each other, and the interlocutor asked if he had met monsters that were like a dragon of black steel. MC held out a glass, saying that he served 5 years on the front lines and asked if he wanted a war story, saying that he had a lot of them. The chandelier illuminated the room. Cardi looked ahead and said the girl's name. The girl held her joined palms in front of her while he said that she was a martyr, which Raniel asked again. There were snacks and empty bottles on the table. The girl had a thorny vine on her head and the hero asked if it was not customary to call her fallen. The elf looked ahead and said nothing. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand and tried to remember something about the martyr. The tents were in the mountains and he said that he had a lot of stories and gave the example of the victory over black steel. The general held a piece of paper in his hands and could not believe that the fortress was about to fall. The soldier looked at him with horror and asked if the scout was safe. The old man looked down while he was talking about how a person simply could not cope with such a thing alone. The man pulled back the curtain and said that the soldier had reached the level of a master of fencing and went beyond human nature and said that there was no need to worry about him. The city stood on the top. The animal ran forward and then the warrior was supposed to meet the members of the hero's squad. Soft light poured from the windows of the fortress. Burning particles hovered in the ashes. The sword master sat on a horse and asked what they were doing here. The man took his sword out of its sheath and was surprised. He was walking towards the crowd of monsters and realized that they had dumped all the work on the poor old man. The tents were on a hill. Raniel opened the tent and asked how the old man was feeling. He was wrapping his hands with bandages and sending them his regards. He bit off the excess bandage and said that everything was fine and that he had just been bitten by dogs. The soldier leaned over, saying that they were sorry that they had put him in danger. The fighter looked at the guests and asked if they had defeated the black steel. The guys looked at the old man, who said that they had not learned fencing from him in vain. He stood up and said that he would like to drink with them, but he could not. He looked back after the question about the fallen one appearing again. A fortress was visible on the horizon and the sword master said that Gretos had attacked the fortress and even from the outside the fortress looked SOSO, and what was happening inside was scary to even imagine. Purple light poured out of the windows of the building. The man sheathed his sword, saying that this was simply unreal. The blade of the sword was chipped, and he said that this sword was forged from holy steel and this is what happened to it. He closed his eyes while asking for forgiveness for calling them here and said that he could not let the fortress fall. Ramiel looked at him and asked why he was apologizing. He closed his eyes, saying that there was no way a swordsman could defeat a summoner. SUCCUBUS stood on the battlefield and unlike the skeleton, who was able to appear out of nowhere at any moment. Gretos looked at the structure, and she had not been seen in person for many years, and she was a demoness whose history was shrouded in mystery. The mage lowered his head and thought that once she appeared, she would destroy everything and everyone. Kyle looked at the hero, who said that he would go on reconnaissance. The old man looked ahead in confusion, while the protagonist said that he would take Sarah with him. The swordsman stood in front of the elder, who asked you if he was really a hero. The fighter was surprised and asked again. Rana was walking with a girl, and Kuntal said that the magician looked braver than the soldier. He put his hand on his head and said that he was much smarter than him. He clenched his fist. The guy stood in front of his interlocutor, and said that he was often responsible for developing combat tactics. The sword master put his finger under his lip while he said that they would not be able to break through head-on. Rana looked at the fortress, and Kyle said that he did not know whether it was an ability or an instinct for self-preservation, but he was able to make the right decisions in a flash. There was a sword by the table, and the grandfather said that he would give advice. He looked ahead and said that you should not rely on the stars. The fighter looked at him and did not understand what he was talking about. Kuntal bowed his head and meaningfully remained silent. The stars shone in space, and he said that in a critical situation, the stars of him would never save him. Purple light was pouring from the fortress windows, and the healer was asking about what to do next. Rana looked back, saying that he was thinking about it. Sarah looked forward and asked why they weren't using the previous tactics, and suggested luring them into a trap and tying them up with chains. The hero gritted his teeth and hit himself in the face while she was asking why they needed to get into the fortress. Gretos held her index finger to her mouth, and then said that she was talking about this once, and asked to remember that they didn't know anything about the Fallen One, unlike the black steel, and its appearance itself was a very rare thing. There were symbols drawn on the sheets, and he said that it appeared with the fog and disappeared in it. He looked at the healer, and said that this was the strangest and most unclear description left to them by their descendants, and that was why it was such a great threat. There were monsters near the fortress, and the mage was talking about Sarah looking at the pile of creatures around the structure, and asked how she was going to get in, to which she asked if it wasn't obvious, saying that it was the duty of the one who was killing those who were in the way. She looked away and asked what the knights were doing inside. He looked at her and assumed that she didn't care at all about the deaths of the fighters. On the map, the fortress was marked with a cross, and a day had passed since Gretos captured the fortress, and there were no survivors left. The corpses were lying in the building. The protagonist looked away after being told that they were still alive, and he asked again. The pink-haired girl looked at the structure and said that she heard the prayer of those. The invisible ones were walking through the building. The archer and the guy were walking near the creatures, and she was uttering a prayer. Lemia looked down and closed her mouth. MC closed his mouth and looked away. Rania waved her hand and said that it was a disgusting smell. The hero drank the contents and said that it was like an anesthetic or a dissolving liquid. The elf looked down and said meaningfully. He looked at him and asked to wait a second. Cardi took out a bottle, and the protagonist asked what he was rummaging around in there. There were vessels with liquids on the shelves. MC turned his head away after he was asked if it smelled like that, to which he asked why he took it out right now. He closed his mouth and said that he would not confuse this stench with anything and was sure that this was it, and asked to remove this stink from him. The elf looked down and said that Gretos had gone as far as she wanted. Rania held her nose and asked what kind of liquid it was and if it was by any chance a solution for destroying monster corpses. A mouse was rummaging around in a plate, and Cardi was saying that it was easier to show than to explain. A drop of the solution fell on its nose. The creature twitched, and this liquid did not kill the victims. He looked at the frozen animal and said that it was needed for merging. Corpses of soldiers lay in the gorge. Swords were stuck in the ground. The blades scratched the surface. The monster stood in front of the wounded man. He looked ahead and asked if he would take up the sword. Blood was flowing from under the corpse, and he was saying that the man's native land had become ashes and all his comrades were long dead. Kyle burst into tears while he was asking that the guy could not think of anything better than to let go of the sword and cry from the thoughts of imminent death. The sword was stuck in the ground. The sword of death stood in front of him and said that he was not worthy of dying from its blade. Kuntal was cleaning his weapon. He was examining the scratches. His reflection was visible in the blade, and he thought about his city falling to Garnicult 30 years ago. He picked up the sword, thinking that constant care of the sword did not help him kill him, and asked what they wanted to say, that the tip was damaged by some fog. The old man examined the thing and said that it was nonsense, while a worried Rania ran to him. He looked away and asked if they had already returned. The hero looked at him and said that the elder and Kyle were waiting for him. The flame illuminated the garrison. The general and the fighters were sitting at the table in front of the hero, and he said that in order to stop Gretos, they must destroy the fortress. The mustachioed man looked serious and asked why go to such extremes. The man looked away with disdain and asked if it was really impossible to keep the fortress intact. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that during reconnaissance they saw a fallen one there. Gretos used the substance and created a monster. MC looked ahead and said that the problem was that they didn't know what could do that. The dragon was bound with electric chains, and a month earlier, humans had destroyed the black steel, leaving no claws or bones. The spine was oozing dark magic. The skeleton was lying on the floor, and the bones of humans were used to create the skeleton of the young black steel. The knights were lying on the floor, and he was saying that the still living bodies of their comrades served as the entrails for that monster. Gretos was standing behind the monster, and Raniel was saying that when she was done, a new kind of monster would appear, created with magic, and it would be a creature they had never met. The general froze and asked again. The archer looked away while he repeated what the guy had said, and it seemed like hell for those protected by the stars themselves. Kyle lowered his head and understood everything. He looked away and asked when they would leave. Sarah smiled and said that she expected that from him, and the man said that he could always be relied upon. The mage put his hand on his jaw and said meaningfully. Ash was flying around the fortress, and they decided to leave at dawn, noting that the sooner they finished with them, the better. He stretched out his hands and asked if everyone remembered the strategy. Lemia looked down and said that she was not that stupid and was able to remember everything the first time. MC looked back and said that in the end she never followed the plan at the right moment. He closed his eyes, saying that they were moving out. Kyle looked back and confirmed what he said. Raniel stretched out his hand forward and ordered the archer to begin. An arrow in the form of a hook rushed forward. One of the hooks caught on a stone. The fighter rushed forward, holding a sword in his hands. He made a quick movement, and there was an explosion. A silhouette was visible in the fog. Blocks of stones flew in different directions. They were standing next to the monster that Gretos was protecting. The mage was using a chain restraint spell. The creature's muzzle was shackled. Kyle swung his arm and was about to hit the enemy, and said that he would cut him in half. He cut him in half and screamed. He ran, looking back, and thought that the beast was finished. The protagonist stepped on a hill. The fallen looked back and he thought that she would die from one blow without her faithful servant. MC was approaching her, about to deliver a precise attack. Her gaze was concentrated. Kyle froze and he noticed something. The girl was standing in shoes. The fighter looked at her and assumed that he was mistaken. MC was stunned by what was happening. The fallen stood in front of them and was very calm. She rushed forward. Gretos covered her mouth with her hand, looking closely at the warrior's face, and asked who killed the black steel. She extended her hand forward and asked to entertain her. The dragon looked ahead. The snake opened its mouth and she asked what was wrong. There was a powerful cut, and the girl was covered by the creature while she was talking about how the fun was just beginning. Ash hung over the chambers. There was a sharp movement. The soldiers looked ahead, in a stupor. The warrior pointed a trembling finger to the side, recognizing the guests. People were walking along the stone surface. Kyle carried a wounded mage while the fighter asked if this was a squad of heroes and why they were here. Lemia and Sarah looked tense. The warrior walked with his head down, and the man assumed that they had to retreat, and asked what they should do now. The hero frowned while he said that this was nonsense. The sword stood in a stance. The healer held her hands in front of her, and healed the protagonist, while he did not understand how this happened. His wounds were surrounded by healing magic, and he thought that all sorts of strengthening spells were cast on him, and even a blessing was cast on him. But Gretos only needed one blow. The monster was growling and there were more creatures behind it. The healer's hands were shaking and she called out to the victim. Raniel was tense and asked what she needed. Tears came to the girl's eyes and she suggested running away from here. The hero looked tired and asked what she was talking about. Sarah's hands were shaking and she, looking down, said that in their party there was Lyle, considered a hero who was capable of anything. The archer stood in front of the swordsman while she asked what just happened. Lemia was wary and said that the healer was right. Purple light was pouring out of the fortress windows and she said that they had lost to the fallen Gretos and they should retreat and meet again next time. She remembered the monster growling at them and the fighter asking why they couldn't do the same as he did with Black Steel. Ramiel spread his arms out to the sides, being in a magic circle, and they just needed to prepare a bunch of spells and traps. Sarah held her hands in front of her and nervously said that it was not too late, and said that they would send troops there to storm the fortress, and then they would have a chance to survive, and asked if she was telling the truth. The hero waved his hand and asked what she was talking about, asking her to at least think with her head sometimes. He extended his limb towards her and said that he understood that bright thoughts rarely visited her head. Kyle held a sword with a flag while the protagonist said that a hero is someone who fights back against such creatures as the fallen Gretos. People stood in the street expressing jubilation, and he said that this is what heroes are for. Happiness was written on the faces of the citizens. They sat in the ward while MC talked about 15 seconds. There were spears and racks against the wall. He lowered his head and asked to delay the enemy for 15 seconds so that he could finish her off, asking if they could handle it. The swordsman folded his arms across his chest and said that the problem was not only in the fallen one herself, but also in the fog with armored creatures, and said that if it was necessary to distract only that one, then it might work, but he was interrupted. He extended his hand towards the leaving Raniel and asked where he was going. The man stood on the cliff with a sword and he said that he would find a person who would take on the distraction of the beasts. The darkness of the night enveloped the buildings and the hero was asked if it was worth the risk. The elf held his hand to his jaw and said that Gretos was one of the 4 strongest warriors of the Demon King's army, and if they fled the battlefield, then no one would blame them. The hero stood with his back to the interlocutor, and was meaningfully silent. He was wiping the table, and when Cardi told him to wipe it somewhere else, he snapped and said that he saw everything. There were medicines on the shelves, and the longer one asked why he needed to blow up a cute rat, to which he asked why it was necessary to turn it into some kind of monstrosity on the table where they eat. The protagonist leaned his hands on the table and said that he was right, because indeed, if they had escaped, they would not have received condemnation. He looked ahead and said that at that moment, there were those around them who believed that they were capable of killing the enemy, and they were ready to sacrifice their lives so that they could succeed, and asked how the heroes could escape after that. The elf looked away and was silent. He closed his eyes and said that he was speaking like a youth. Rana approached the table and asked what he had yelped, and the old man had already completely lost his mind, because he called everyone around him youths. But he did not give an answer and asked in return about the outcome of that battle. The girl looked away and after a short silence said that there was only one warrior. Raniel was calm and he was able to put an end to everything. Gretos was surrounded by creatures and he asked that they were all minions of the enemy, and they did not understand how to defeat them. The soldier looked ahead warily and knew that their end would come. The man stood with a broken sword and ordered everyone to gather. The sword master stood in front of the soldiers and said that they must help the heroes get to that one. The fighters entered the fight and began to clear the way for those. Gretos smiled with all her teeth, putting her hand to her lip. The snake rushed to attack and growled. Kuntal blocked the blow and began to pray for the stars to illuminate the path of the people. Raniel held a magic circle in his hands and ordered Kyle to focus on that one and run. The divine clock shone and created balance. The enemy's body was wrapped in chains and she looked away in surprise. The snake was tied up and its heads made strange sounds. The hero frowned and ordered to cut off the creature's right hand. The warrior swung, preparing to strike. There was a powerful cut, and the limb separated from the body. The forearm fell to the floor and blood spurted to the side. The dark-haired man stood up and thought that he had done everything well and needed to continue. Dark energy enveloped the weapon and Gretos asked for forgiveness. The guy looked away while the enemy said that the fun would have to be interrupted. A substance was forming from the hand and it said that someone had descended on their celebration. The substance was spreading across the floor and it offered to ask him. The eye emitted red light and looked down. The magician looked forward and was stunned by what had happened. The monster held a sword and asked if he would take his sword. The general extended his fist forward and ordered not to stop and deal with those creatures. The bridge led to the fortress. The soldiers fought on the bridge, slashing the monsters. A powerful cut occurred and the snake was divided into several parts. Kuntal swung his sword while the commander said that this would be the path to victory. Gray-haired plunged the weapon into the enemy's body and blood spurted out. Kyle looked at the sword in the substance and asked why. The substance was on it, and he did not understand why the sword had lost the glow of the stars. A creature grew from the severed hand and it spoke of an offer. It smiled and ordered to clear the way. The substance penetrated it and said that it did not even really have fun. Gretos closed her eyes and hoped that at least it would share the good mood with them. The weapon fell to the floor. Kyle looked at the trembling hands and did not understand why the stars did not answer his call and turned this question over and over in his thoughts. Garnicult bent down in front of the girl and held her hand. His eyes emitted a red light. The monster looked down on them and asked if he would take up the sword. He swung and was about to strike. Kyle closed his eyes and a powerful blow occurred. Raniel looked at what was happening in fear, while the man said that he warned him. In front of the fighter stood the master of the sword. He blocked the blow and the swordsman asked that it was the mentor. Kuntal frowned and said that at the crucial moment the stars will not save him. A powerful explosion occurred. The gray-haired man stood in a stance and ordered the hero to take the fighter and run away. Behind the creature lay the fawn, and he said that she lost consciousness, and they have a chance. The protagonist grinned after he said that it was too early for them, young people, to die here and promised to finish this fight himself. The hand grabbed the guy by the clothes and they understood the old man. MC ran with the fighter and said that they should rely on the master of the sword. Ashes hovered over the fortress, and the guy thought about how this happens. The dark-haired man looked back, thinking how the mentor can hold the sword so confidently, which means that he will die. There were corpses on the bridge. The entire road was smeared with blood. Kuntal looked at the monster while he thought about how this was literally a fight with death itself, and the old man said that people's lives are short. He frowned, standing in a stance, and did not think that he would be able to cross blades with him again. The swords were stuck in the ground and Garnicult said that it was a holy sword. The fighter sat on the floor with his head down, and he asked why the swordsman refused to fight with him. The sword master stood in a stance and was silent. He looked away, saying that this was too loud a word for the boy he was before. Garnicult struck and asked that he was now worthy of this title. The old man looked back. He made a movement and told himself that he should not think about what he should, but about what he was capable of. There was an explosion, and he took the blow. The monster held the sword and looked back while he thought about what he was capable of doing. Kunto rushed to the side. He blocked the opponent's blow, thinking that he could do what the other was unable to do. The gray-haired man grinned and looked at the enemy. Garnicult looked at him through the swords. The sword master parried the attacks and was dissatisfied with something. The wound on the man's body was bleeding, and he thought that his feelings had dulled and how long ago it had been. The opponents stood in front of each other. The bearded man held the blade in front of him and thought that the young ones should have already run away. Garnicult lowered the sword, asking to tell him the name of the other. The old man covered himself with his hand and held back the energy. Chains hovered around the creature, and he looked at the man. People were walking down the street and he, after a meaningful silence, said the name of the other. The guy closed his eyes and smiled. Kunto looked ahead and shouted. Garnicult raised the sword, introducing himself, and said that he recognized the strength of the swordsman of the other. The blade covered his face, and the old man thought that something was wrong. The sword master looked ahead in surprise. He struck while the man thought that now he was not just a beast that mindlessly swung a sword, but also a master with a light hand. The hand squeezed the sword and the man said that everything was clear to him. A powerful blow occurred while the man asked about him being a master of the holy sword in the past. Garnicult's weapon was stained with blood and he pointed it forward. The hand split into several parts. The fighter's body flew to the side. He looked ahead. The blade flew towards the chest of the fighter while he said that the rest was behind him. The severed head lay on the floor and before dying, he said the name of the new fighter. Rania moved her finger and said that thanks to the old man's sacrifice, they were able to escape from the sword of death. Empty bottles stood on the table. Cardi raised his hand and said that it was enough while he was talking, which happened with Garnicult too, and then realized that the drink was gone. Rania looked at the interlocutor and said that he never answered her. The sword of death looked ahead while he asked what kind of star shadow it was. The elf looked away and asked if there were holes in the monster's sword. The hero leaned his head on his hand and said that he would never forget this horror and noted that there was one and a dark liquid was flowing out of it. He bowed his head and said that this substance literally corroded all his spells and he could not even move. Kyle looked at the energy hovering in space and was the only one who could resist Garnicult. Rania leaned her elbows on the chair, saying that as soon as the liquid hit the holy sword, the stars stopped answering the warrior. The hand reached for the candle, and he said that he must have already figured it out himself. Cardi held his hand over a lit candle and said that wizards are a kind of mediator, because they draw power from a contract with the stars. His gaze was focused on the flame and said that it does not matter what kind of spell the wizard creates, small or large, complex or easy, because the light of the stars is always there. Energy hovered in space and he said that there are no exceptions for anything. The candle was surrounded by magic, and he said that the stars give them their light and they are the only ones with incredible power, because only from them can they draw magic. The protagonist looked at the man, who asked if this seemed strange to him. Longard was calm and said that their world was built on balance. MC sat in front of the candle and realized that it did not simply absorb his mana. Cardi extinguished the candle and said that the star shadow is the opposite of the starlight. The wax smoked as he spoke of the shadow consuming everything that touched the starlight. Rania put her finger to her temple and addressed the other man. The elf closed his eyes, saying that was all he could tell him, to which he replied that the man had not explained anything. The candle sat on the table as he spoke of how to fight the shadow. A bright light was needed to consume the darkness, and he did not know if that was possible, or what price he would have to pay. The hero closed his eyes and said that Kyle does not lose the starlight. He held a bottle in his hands and said that just imagining his face was starting to irritate him, and he offered to drink more, to which he asked in surprise where the protagonist got it from and how he found it. The light was on from the house and MC said that he found it when he was wiping the table from the rat's entrails and offered to drink to the piece of her, to which the elf said that it was not allowed to drink. Roselle closed his eyes and was upset. Rania looked away and asked for forgiveness. She looked away and was asked if she remembered the letter from the magical community, to which she said that yes, she remembered. She smiled sarcastically while she was asked if she remembered if the letter had a specific date and time when she would be eagerly awaited, which she confirmed. The old man looked at her and asked why she drank until dawn then. He was displeased and assumed that she probably still did not like the ivory tower. Rania looked away and mumbled something. The tower towered upward and it was a sacred place of the magical society. The steps were decorated with carpets, and here they studied magical schemes, ancient runes and solved complex magical problems. Magic circles hovered in front of the tower, and the guys from this building appreciated the beauty and precision of the chains. Rania looked unhappy and he thought about how he could not count how many times he had conflicted with those when he wanted to register a new spell just because they did not like the way his chain looked. They walked forward while she asked if the academy was on good terms with the tower, to which he replied that Aaron vouched for her new spell. Roselle put his hand on her shoulder and asked her to be obedient, to keep quiet and not to get into conflicts, and to quickly finish everything. The girl stood near the entrance and greeted the associate professor. She leaned over, expressing her joy at meeting him. She stretched her arms forward and looked back, saying that the council was already waiting for her. They walked down the hallway while the assistant in glasses said that she would take Rania to them and said that it was desirable to be brief and describe all the advantages and disadvantages of the ideas. Pictures of magic circles hung on the walls. She looked around and thought that they were all the same. The hero looked forward and said that this was a diagram, to which she replied that she had a diamond eye. The assistant pointed her hand at the wall and said that this was the diagram of the mage of the Ash Tower himself, and Ranil himself personally created this diagram. The protagonist opened her mouth and meaningfully remained silent. They walked further down the hallway while he thought that he had created this complex diagram for fun, but they literally hung a non-working spell with beautiful chains for everyone to see. He looked away, thinking that of course he was glad that they liked the chain. The old man folded his hands in front of him and said that they had been waiting for her and welcomed her to the ivory tower. There were people sitting at the round table. Rania leaned in greeting. The man put his hand to her jaw and thought that she was younger than he expected, although it was impossible to tell from the diagram presented. The magic circles connected with each other, and the created diagram could be used to assess the skill and experience of the magician, while her diagram could only be described as incredible, as if she had carved a sculpture from old stone, perfect, requiring many years of effort. The circles connected together while he spoke about the problems. Rania pointed her finger forward and said that this diagram should be more accessible for mastering. The diagram was rebuilt in the air. The old man watched what was happening while she said that the diagram seemed complicated at first glance, but if they understood the basic mechanism of its work, then everything became much simpler. The woman held her head on her hand while Rania said that she based it on protective chains and reflections. The symbols from the magic circle surrounded the girl, and she said that this is how they would be able to activate the spell. She waved her hand, closing her eyes, and said that was all. The old man kept his hands on his jaw and thought that it was a brilliant piece of work, so brilliant that he would publish the diagram in a magic magazine right now, but there was no elegance in it, and he wondered if he should send it back for revision. The hero stood in front of the committee and wondered why they were silent. She looked away in surprise while they were talking about how wonderful the diagram was. The princess kept her hands in front of her and said that it was much better than the garbage that hung in their corridors. She looked ahead and asked if the girl thought so. Two princesses were reflected in the mirror, the first Princess Kardya and Princess Isla. Kardya looked ahead. The public opinion about her had long been formed. She was the one who was worthy of her status. Kyle sat in front of the fire, calling the princess a rather unusual lady. Kelt looked at his interlocutor in bewilderment, asking if she had said something strange to him. The young man thought for a moment before answering. The princess, holding a glass in her hands, said that the end of the world was just around the corner, so that such scum as he could become their hero. Kelt laughed loudly at the guy's words, sitting in front of the fire. With his hand over his face, he said that he liked the princess and would like to meet her in person someday, but it was unlikely that he would have such an honor in his life. Rania looked away in surprise. The first princess was sitting at the table, which surprised the hero very much. The princess folded her hands and asked again, did not hear her, assuming that not only their eyes but also their ears were deceiving them. His lips parted. The man admitted that she was right, the work was beautiful. Sitting at the table with colleagues, he said that there was no grace in it. Putting out his hand, he said that they had not been presented with such a powerful work for a long time. The spell glowed. He folded his hands on the table and said that the work was only effective, and therefore not perfect. The sun was shining on the girl from the window. She said discontentedly that the man had taken up the old tricks again and had not learned anything in all this time. The men felt awkward from the questions about whether the spell was beautiful if it was not filled with complex chains, speaking of simplicity and logic. She touched the spell, adding that without complete understanding, simplicity cannot be created. Kardya looked away, asking Rania to show the truth to these ignoramuses. The hero looked at them, listening to how she hid the true beauty in her scheme, which their conceited gaze missed. He nodded silently and closed his eyes. Rania put out her hand, starting to cast the spell. The symbols began to move, creating huge chains. The men were shocked by what they saw. He opened his mouth in surprise. The princess was sure that the inability to see hidden beauty is a sign of stupidity. Her finger glowed, and Kardya asked again if the others had any objections to this. They were putting a cloak on the girl. She assumed that there were no objections. The man awkwardly looked down. The door opened slightly. Kardya turned around, asking the docent to give her some time, because she wanted to talk to her. She jerked up, asking again if they really wanted to talk to her. The princess, turning around, confirmed her words, declaring that only they would be there. The sky was slightly cloudy. The columns were beautifully overgrown with greenery. He did not understand what the princess wanted from him. He looked tensely at the drinking princess, not understanding what to say and how to treat her. Kardya, with a cup in her hands, said that she even envied her. The hero drank tea in surprise, hearing that her father had probably taught her a lot, and Kartedia's father did not even inspire respect in her. She remained silent with her mouth open, not understanding how she could speak so calmly about her father, who was the king. She was confused, because such words were considered an insult to the royal family, but Kardya herself was a part of it. She looked darkly, calling her father two-faced, ready to climb under any skirt. She angrily spoke about her older brother and father. The hero was already giving up the ghost, asking the princess to stop, who was saying that the royal family was completely rotten. Her hand held the cup by the handle. She asked if the associate professor knew why she renounced the throne. The girl jerked up, hearing the words that otherwise she would not have survived. The paintings of the princesses were stained with blood. The older brother not only got rid of 2 family members, he threatened Kardya if she did not resign. The man with a sly smile looked angrily. The girl called her brother greedy and domineering. A man was following Isla. Kardya said that from the outside she seemed pathetic, because she abandoned her brothers and sisters to their fate, gave up the throne to save her own skin. The princess looked at the interlocutor, saying that she does everything to protect her family. The associate professor looked at her, asking why she shared all this with her. Kardya smiled, calling her question a good one. The whole hall was in spells. The girl admitted that she was good at magic, but she did not know how to control mana at all. Someone was planning to kill her, so she needed help. The blonde man walked among the people. The girl needed someone who would not be on her older brother's side. The associate professor looked at her seriously, asking why she suddenly deserved her trust. The girls sat opposite each other. Kardya asked to understand her correctly. She did not blindly believe her. She showed 3 fingers, saying something about 3 days. The girl pointed her fingers, asking to serve her for only 3 days, and then she would allow to take away anything, except her life. It was already dark outside the palace windows. The docent yawned and followed the maid through the hall of the palace. The docent looked displeased, because he knew that the royal family was crazy, but not that much. The maid opened the door, asking the girl to come in. Rana pinched her nose, feeling an unpleasant smell. The girl sat on a barrel, saying that this was the only place where they would not think to look for her, so she asked to be patient. The man handed the clothes to the girl. Rana was surprised, holding the fabric in her hands. A white apron with a black dress. The princess said that she had many ill-wishers. She smiled sweetly, saying that the docent needed a proper cover to stay by his side for 3 days. The docent took the maid's uniform in shock. She would be the princess's personal servant. It was a quiet and calm night above the palace. The moonlight illuminated the utility room. The docent looked at the maid's uniform with displeasure, asking if she should wear it. Saraline looked at her in surprise, indignant. Why did she not like their uniform? At such a time to turn up her nose, she was the head maid. She looked at the docent, saying that every maid should wear this uniform. Rania said with her hand on her face that she was a very famous person. She asked what people would think of her when they saw her in such an image. Rania looked at the maid awkwardly, asking if it was possible to make her a court mage. However, the acceptance of a new mage is strictly regulated. The maid looked at her and explained that the selection of new maids had just taken place, so she would easily blend in with the crowd of newcomers. The princess was being prepared by many maids, so this way the girl would be able to better observe what was happening and be closer to the royal family. Rania was scared when she saw the glow. She was advised to change clothes in order to blend in with the crowd of other servants. A headband with a red flower was shining inside the box. The man was standing at the door. The maid was telling her that the headband and wig were prepared personally by the princess. The heroine realized that she should have refused. The blue sky was calmer above the palace. Kardya was sitting at the table with papers, inviting her to come in. Rania in a blue wig and a maid's suit went inside. She looked great. She ran her finger, putting up a sound barrier at the request of Her Highness. The cabinet by the wall lit up. The paintings on the walls also succumbed to the spell. The girl filled out the paperwork with a quill, saying that the girl had to accompany her for 3 days. Rania turned blue, folding her arms, thanking the princess for allowing her to not do other maid duties. Kardya took the paper in confusion, not understanding why the docent did not like the disguise, telling her to focus on finding those who would attempt on her life. A chandelier with candles hung from the ceiling. The docent was freed in his actions, telling him to do everything possible to find them. Rania looked at her, asking if the princess was sure. The blonde closed her eyes, asking if she had said before that the docent was recommended to her by Isla. The princess looked at her, saying that if she deserved her sister's trust, she deserved her trust as well. She wrote on the papers with a quill, telling her to do what she wanted. Rania began to look around. The princess could clean up the consequences of her actions. Looking at her seriously, the assistant professor asked her again if she was sure of her words. The girl at the table said with a smile that she did not take back her words, so the heroine should not be shy and do everything that was necessary. White gloves were pulled onto her hands. Rania raised her fist to punch. Having hit someone, a blue glow appeared. The princess watched in surprise as something green fell. A green eye fell on a stack of papers. The young man and the maid were very surprised. Rania pressed her hand to herself, saying not to touch it. She would do everything herself. The bright sun was shining above the palace. Rania watched the princess working. This picture reminded her of something. The table was covered with stacks of papers. The assistant professor was reminded of being at work in a magic tower. Cartia touched her face and closed her eyes, saying that she did not even have the strength to look at this. She waved to the frightened servant, telling him to redo it. He bowed to the princess. The man with the papers ran to the exit. The docent was interested in why everyone who came to her immediately ran away. She looked at the blonde in surprise, saying how they were trying to save their asses so that they would not be bitten by a mad dog. Rana looked and asked if she had any idea when she spoke of a mad dog. The princess looked at the papers with a cup of tea. She knew what they called her behind her back. She held a sheet of paper with the text, saying that there were positive sides to it. The girl looked at the blonde, asking what advantages she was talking about. Cartia looked at her, saying that from time to time she sent letters to the nobles who were on the battlefield, and ordered them to please their soldiers. The soldiers happily took things out of the boxes. These letters the nobles could not ignore. The soldiers ate and drank contentedly. Most often they were supplied with high-quality food and alcohol, although not in such large quantities. Cartia held a pen in her hand, saying that if a nobleman is too stupid and neglects the request, then when they meet him, a dog will inevitably bark at him. The girl looked at her in surprise. Her lips parted, about to say something. She stood next to the princess, asking why they had to go so far. Cartia closed her eyes and smiled. Their flag was fluttering in the street. She said that all the inhabitants of the kingdom were indebted to the soldiers. A torn flag fluttered on the rubble. It was on the bones of heroes that their country was built. She looked, saying that first of all she was a citizen and helped as much as she could. The docent frowned, thinking that she understood. The man worked at the table by candlelight. The princess understood people who dedicated themselves to one goal. The soldier was trained in swordsmanship. She remembered all this. She went somewhere, saying that now was the time to work. The books on the cabinets rested on their shelves. The princess looked at her in confusion, asking if she was working right now. Rana opened the door slightly, smiling, declaring to Her Highness that she wanted to do some cleaning. Lanterns hung on the walls of the palace. Spells were all over the hall. She put her hand on her shoulder and looked away, hoping that there must be some limit to the casting of spells. She confidently stood in front of all the spells, realizing that it was time to end this. A dark-colored magic sphere stood on a stand. A question was heard about what it was. Nico looked at the thing, calling it pointless resistance. He was a court magician. Touching it, another magician asked what happened. A hall without spells is vaguely visible. The man worriedly noted that the surveillance chains were broken, asking if he was experimenting with anti-mana. The man tapped the sphere with his finger, asking what else to do with the princess. He would have to send her at midnight and reset everything. The men talked among themselves, wondering if the princess had any allies who had destroyed all the surveillance chains. The magic sphere glowed without any comment. The lips parted. The magicians laughed together, considering the joke a guess. Nico would rather believe that the heads of the towers had become friends than someone willingly cooperating with the princess. The shot wolf howled. He called these actions the last efforts of a hunted dog. He looked at the magician, who quite happily declared that he understood her, because the princess had only 3 days left to live. The man looked away, assuming that she intuitively sensed her approaching death. A mark glowed in the prince's hand. His scheme should corrode the princess's body from the inside. Nico gloated, declaring that her servants could only watch this bitch waste away. The beaten Nico looked at the floor, with a glove in his mouth. The girl stood near the beaten mages, smiling, declaring that she had found this trash while cleaning the hallway. The maid and the princess listened in surprise to her assumptions that they had placed surveillance schemes throughout the mansion, but she had already removed them. At night, the windows of the mansion lit up. The princess realized that she would not be able to lie down to sleep anytime soon. The stars fell against the night sky. Cartia looked at the maid a few hours ago, asking her again. The plant stood calmly in the vase. The docent with a hand on the street declared that this scheme came from an ancient kingdom, but it would not be possible to remove it from the girl right now. There was a mark on the princess's neck. She touched her neck with her hand. The maid saw her cover her face with her hand, asking how the girl knew about it. The docent nervously twirled her finger, agreeing and answering that one magician told her about this scheme. The girl looked at her tiredly, saying that it was unimportant, and then asked her to tell everything. Rana raised her hand, telling that this scheme was used by magic troops on the battlefield. The pattern sign glowed. At first glance it might seem like a regular magic chain, but in fact it was a summoning spell. She stood in front of the princess, telling her that it summoned beasts at the cost of someone else's life. The mark appeared on the sisters' bodies. They died a week later. The girl clenched her fist. Her eyes glowed with rage, asking if someone had hung the mark, sucking the life out of her sisters to summon some animal. The docent looked and asked if these beasts appeared after her sister's death. The girl grabbed her shoulder, agreeing with her, but those creatures were immediately shot. She stood at the funeral in black. After the animals appeared, a rumor spread that the entire royal family was cursed. The prince pressed his finger to himself at the funeral, assured that the sisters did not die from a curse. So as not to spread rumors, he forbade an investigation. The girl was in black, standing with her back turned, the prince's decision did not help people calm their imagination. The coffin stood quietly under the arch. The third princess died, and the second died a terrible death. Her whole body was covered in animal bites. The younger sister in a purple dress smelled fragrant. She was the great blessing of the family, but in the end she also withered away. The elder sister with a sword in her hands could not come to terms with her death. Burdening herself with physical training, she died after being attacked by a beast. Two different coffins lay side by side. Their short lives were cut short painfully. The elder sister had to try hard to find out the truth about it. Isla with a servant stood sadly in a black dress. The ivory tower was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The princess went there. Having learned about the scheme, having taken a high position there, she never found an answer. The girl's room was illuminated by the sun. At the table, the princess folded her hands, realizing that she could not die so stupidly from the scheme that soldiers used on the battlefield. The girl looked at the maid, asking why they can't get rid of her now. Cardia raised a finger, explaining that the life force sucked out of her would not return if the diagram was removed now. The monster was coming out of the spell. They had to wait until it emerged, and the princess would be on the verge of death. The maid ran a finger near her neck, saying that the monster's head had to be cut off. Cardia coughed up blood. Only then would her strength return. The princess at the table looked at the docent, who was explaining the need to be careful in the sequence of actions, otherwise she would have to put up with the consequences. Cardia, with a hand over her face, noted that she spoke as if she had done this before. The stars were shining in the sky. Rana said that they should wait until night anyway. The mages sat on the floor, their eyes downcast in shame. The maid said that the princess's killers would come themselves. She crossed her legs, sitting on the bed in her nightgown, noting that Rana was much more capable than she could have imagined. She pulled the glove out of Nikol's mouth. Throwing the glove away, Cardia said that she was waiting for an explanation since his mouth was free. The mages trembled, telling the princess in fear that this was all a misunderstanding. The man sat up, saying that they had come for her. The beaten Cardia confirmed that they simply wanted to protect her from the curse. The girl in the black dress crouched next to the coffin, placing her hands on it. The mages did not want a repeat of that tragedy. The maid carried a plate with an eye. The princess was angry at being taken for a fool. She grabbed the bloody eye. The princess took the mage by the head and shoved the monster into her mouth. Her eyes sparkled with rage. She sneered at the fact that they considered her a mad dog, and they themselves wanted to protect her. The mages sat in fear in front of the dead Nikol with an eye in his mouth. The princess's bed was illuminated by the room light. The princess called the docent. The girl looked at her, asking about the task. Cardia turned around, standing next to the mage. Her eyes sparkled. She offered to show these men what would happen if you angered a mad dog. The sky was gloomy. Snow began to fall over the mansion. The maids talked among themselves, discussing how all the court mages arrived at the mansion yesterday. The girl nervously touched her face, telling that she worked until dawn yesterday. Dirty laundry lay on the grass. She wanted to run to the laundry yesterday to take the washing, but she noticed something. The maid hid behind the wall, watching the mages being led to the dungeon. The men walked there resignedly. It was dark, but the girl saw the uniform of the royal guard. Rana walked in front of them with a lantern in her hands. A chandelier illuminated the room. Meanwhile, the screams from the dungeon did not stop for an hour. A chandelier hung above the maids. They discussed the fact that in the dungeon you cannot see the light. If you were there, they were indignant at what was happening there. The girls looked at each other, wondering if the rumors were lying. The girl was talking about a new scary maid. She was to blame for everything. She defeated the court wizard with her own hands. The girl was scared, because today she had to bring dinner to Her Highness, and Rana was there. The maid carried the food, calmly walking through the hall. The wheels rolled. The maid repeated to herself that she should just bring the food and leave several times. In front of her, some man was pressed into the wall. She looked at him in surprise. Rana was indignant at how many times she had to hit him to get her point across. The docent stood with her hand on her hip, saying that Her Highness was busy right now. The man was shaking, sitting against the wall, saying that he had urgent business. He had to meet the princess in person. She raised her finger, calling him stubborn. Suddenly, a magic spell appeared. With magic chains, she tied the man up, using the power of the limiter. He clenched his teeth as he was tied up. Rana turned to the frightened maid with the food, interrupting her story about how she would beat the crap out of him. The girl turned blue with fear, thinking that she was next. She was asked if she had brought dinner, and then told to go. The docent would give it to her herself. The maid looked at the closed doors. The room was lit by a crystal chandelier. Meat dishes, fruits and vegetables were on the table. The princess at the table was busy with her utensils, asking what this beautiful sight was. She stabbed her fork into the meat, discussing the serfs begging for mercy. Her eyes grew serious, realizing how low they had fallen. Rana grabbed the utensils, telling the princess not to worry. She had sent them away. They ate at the same table. Cardia thanked her for her work, saying that she was admirable. The docent looked at her, chewing, thinking that the princess was the only one worthy of admiration. Kardya was about to eat a piece of meat. The docent knew that the seal was draining her strength every second, but she did not give a hint of fatigue. The symbol of the scheme was burning. The girl compared her physical and mental abilities to the knights when they were on the front lines. Holding her head, the princess looked at her, asking who she was, when she managed to make such progress in only 3 days. The associate professor with a piece of meat got nervous, saying that she just works at the academy, but the interlocutor was not satisfied with this answer. The princess's lips parted, still agreeing with her words. Closing her eyes, Kardya folded her hands, understanding that if the girl says so, then so it is. They were sitting at a table near a large window. Kardya had a last request. Rana replied that she was listening to her carefully. It was night outside the windows. The princess looked and asked to take care of her remaining sister. Rana looked in surprise, asking again. The princess got up from the table, confirming her words. The girl was sitting near someone's bed. Her brother was not a noble king. He would give up everything to save his skin. The girl watched as Kardya approached the window. Thanks to the associate professor, all her brother's plans went to ruin, but this did not change his aspirations. The princess looked out the window. She could not allow a power-hungry man who was not afraid to kill his own sisters to sit on the throne. Rana looked and asked if she could take his place. The blonde closed her eyes, saying that this role was not for her. The kingdom's flag was fluttering on the ruins. Citizens were dying for the future of the people. These people deserved admiration. The girl was crowned. All she could do was support the heroes of the palace, and give them a ruler for whom they would not be ashamed to give their lives. With the crown on her head, the girl looked forward seriously. She took a few awkward steps. Sweat was pouring down her face. She said that this was her role. The maid caught the princess, who could not stand on her feet. The headboard of the bed was illuminated by the room light. The maid covered the princess with a blanket. She was clearly unwell. Kardya opened her eyes, saying that she seemed to see her brother. The girl pulled on her gloves, admitting that the princess was truly an incredible woman. In such a state she still managed to joke. She smiled, telling Her Majesty not to worry, it was time for her to rest. The princess barely looked at her. The pain should go away as soon as she opened her eyes again. Closing her eyes, Kardya sighed, saying that she entrusted her life to her. A huge and scary monster began to emerge from the mark. The monster was all over the room. Rana knew how strong the princess was, considering the huge creature crawling out of her. Blue energy appeared. The heroine said to leave the rest to her. Smiling slyly, she said that she has no equal when it comes to curses. The girl saw bubbles in the water. Now she was close to death. She was swimming to the bottom. There were no sounds or smells. The complete slow immersion made her nostalgic. Her eyes were closed. The girl remembered the day when she became a dog for her brother. The prince played with his sister like a puppet. She barked when needed, and shut up the moment she was told. The monster continued to crawl out. Death was sneaking up on her unnoticed. This situation reminded her of her own powerlessness. The monster's vines enveloped the princess. The older sister was buried under the sakura, and the younger under the falling snow. She wondered what they felt. The hand grabbed the monster. The princess decided that she would survive in order to atone for her sin. The monster encircled everything around, like barbed wire. The girl opened her eyes, realizing that the moment had come now. The monster glowed above her, which Rana grabbed with a grip. Her magic enveloped the monster along its entire length. The seal suddenly turned black. The girl squeezed the monster with her hands, noting how easy the capture was. Kardya opened her eyes slightly, looking at what was happening. A beautiful starry glow was in her chambers. She saw it once. The girl with the monster in her hands looked at her. The princess had only seen such a glow on her younger sister. She squeezed her hands tighter. The glow was throughout the room. The maid helped the princess stand up. This decision turned out to be the right one. She looked at the docent, realizing that she was busy. She closed her eyes and thanked her with a smile. With her hands at her sides, she did not answer the question of how she managed to defeat the monster. She sparkled while the skull was behind her, saying that she did everything in her power. The girls looked at her shining smile in confusion. The young man stood at the door. The princess found her answer very interesting. The rays of the sun illuminated the mansion. The plants in the palace garden were green. The girls went out into the garden. The princess answered with relief that fortunately there was no one else there. She scratched her neck, saying that because of the damn curse, she really thought she was going to die. Rana turned around, incredulously asking if everything would be okay if she just left this place like that. The palace was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The girls spoke about how careless it was to put together such a thing without supervision. The girls walked nearby. The princess replied that she had no idea, but it was no longer their concern. Her feet were in slippers. Her brother did not do anything if he was not completely sure of it. On the board, a chess game was in full swing. The prince thought, leaning over her. The girl asked how well she knew him. The prince took the queen, directing it to the king. The princess replied that he would not make a move unless he thought it through thoroughly. Rana looked at her interlocutor, getting ready to ask something. In front of the special squad stood a guy who held a sword. They were hounds. The girl was going to offer them for protection, if Her Majesty did not mind. The girl turned and said that among them was the most talented and proud hound. The girl thought, remembering the composition, asking who it could be. Kelt held the sword while his cloak fluttered. The girl was very surprised to hear the princess's answer. She was perplexed, hearing that the guy had experience both on the front lines and in the demon kingdom, and that he was also principled and taciturn. The princess smiled and offered the girl to become her maid if she wanted, but the associate professor politely refused. The princess looked at her doubtfully, asking if she really didn't need anything. Katya folded her arms across her chest, asking if she was trying to be modest, remembering her words that being a maid wasn't that bad. She awkwardly scratched the back of her head, saying that she didn't need anything now. She had a home, status, and money. The princess took out a letter, saying that it was magical. Handed it over. Rana took it. As soon as she wrote her wish on this piece of paper, the princess would immediately see it. She could use it at any time of the day. She looked at the associate professor, saying that no one would forget her help. Rana thanked the princess for the gift with a smile, thinking how like her. The wall was overgrown with greenery. The princess confidently walked along the stone road. A door opened in the wall in front of the girls. Katya said that she just needed to follow this path. The girl looked silently and in bewilderment. The princess turned around. She was asked for an answer to the last answer. They stood opposite each other. She asked when Her Highness met Kelt. 3 heroes stood next to each other. One was glowing when she met the heroes. He was the worst, a man without ambition and faith in himself, acting on instincts. She felt uneasy. She said that she saw her brother in him. It was hard to believe that he was a hero. Rana giggled, covering her mouth. The princess asked why she asked such a question. The girl with a hand to her face answered that she was just curious. She found it funny, but she was also surprised. Kelt tried to cover the boy hugging the girls. He would remain a recruit of the Holy Sword, no matter how pumped up his lower body. She looked away, never thinking that someone would ever be able to read him like an open book. The princess turned around, telling the girl to be careful on the way home. She asked with a smile to tell her sister to be sure to get along with Professor Rana. The girl smiled at her one last time, thinking that she was quite an unusual person. It was dark in the passage. He changed into his clothes, as if he was born again, because the maid's clothes were very uncomfortable. She continued walking in her form, realizing that the practical exam would soon be. She was curious about how things were going. Rays of light illuminated the branches of the trees. He stretched, leaving the passage, realizing that he could think about it later, but for now he was ready to get to work. Something was happening in the training arena. Belnoa attacked his opponent. Lark fought off his attacks. He swung his halberd at his opponent, but the opponent managed to jump back. Lark was out of breath, knowing that he could not win. Belnoa seemed to be on fire. The picture became clearer as they exchanged attacks. He clutched his weapon in his hands, knowing that he could not defeat his opponent right now. Lark swung his weapon, not understanding how it happened. The boy tensed, preparing to reflect his attack. The boy reflected his attack with a magical shield. The boy remembered that before they were on the same level and there was no such difference in abilities. Belnoa put out his sword and held off another attack from his opponent. He held off all of his opponent's attacks until the opponent understood why this was happening. Lark swung his weapon, his eye glowing red with rage. His opponent was preparing to defend himself. His eyes were blue. The spectators covered their hands from the dust that rose up, shocked by their fight. The axe touched the shoulder of the opponent. The blade touched Lark's shoulder in the same way. The teacher raised his hand towards Belnoa, declaring his victory. The boy raised his hands, saying that he had lost. His weapon stuck in the ground. The teacher filled out a notebook, telling the children that sparring was over for the day, so they could return to class. They thanked him for the lesson. The children walked back, discussing the duel, but giving up a weapon meant that the opponent admitted defeat. The boy looked at the abandoned weapon. It could be humiliating, but this is what a real warrior does, so his father told him. He looked at his hand, realizing that he did not feel anything after the defeat. On the table near the window were books and a pen with ink. The man stood by the window, folding his hands. He received news from the squad leader. There were no opponents left in the north. He looked at his son, who bowed and said that he was still a child. The man's lips remained motionless. He said nothing. The boy stood in front of his father, surprised, hearing him say that he was leaving this place. His eyes widened in surprise. A strong blizzard was blowing snow among the rocks. There was no one in the north who would let him taste defeat. He looked at his son, saying that he was stronger than many warriors, but he would not learn anything from fighting them. His hand was relaxed. His father told him that he needed an opponent of equal strength to show him what defeat meant. Lark looked at his fist, wondering what he should learn from defeat. The weapon was still in the ground. The boy did not understand at all. There was a cloudless blue sky above the academy. Roselle was glowing, smiling, declaring that now she would find out all his antics. The girl awkwardly scratched the back of her head when he opened the newspaper. In it was the royal mansion. In the laboratory of the court magician, many traces of intruders were found. The girl was very worried, hearing that damage was found around the palace. which was currently being investigated. Roselle clutched the paper in his hands, asking if his student called this a peaceful solution to the situation. The hero tried to justify himself. The old man frowned in displeasure. He was clearly angry. He began to burn with shame when they suggested that the master's words no longer reached him. The hero begged the master to refrain. The room was a mess. The old man noted that ordinary people did not understand what he was thinking, and also this wizard had the dirtiest room in the world. Rana covered her face with her hands. That style was designed exclusively to defeat SUCCUBUS, so he did not understand where this new class came from. Roselle looked and asked why there was no answer to him. There was a knock on the door. Chart entered with papers in his hands, looking for the associate professor. She turned around, asking what was wrong. The old man scratched his beard. She began to panic, seeing from the master that same parental condemning look from not understanding what he had done again. The sky turned orange. The sunset was also visible through the windows of the training hall. Lark sat silently in front of his weapon, which was in the ground. He turned to Isla. She noted that the boy was still there. She sat down next to him, assuming that the boy was shocked by the results of today's competition. The boy looked at her, asking if she thought so. She pulled her knees to herself, confused, asking if he was upset about losing. The boys were standing with their backs to each other. She told how the boy said that a partner equal to you in strength causes a clear sense of competition. Lark looked forward, saying that he was not upset, because accepting defeat is also an important skill for a warrior. A wooden axe lay stuck in the ground. She shouted at him that he was lying. Looking at him, she confidently stated that there is a difference between admitting defeat and fighting. They sat next to each other. Isla noted that Aplia Academy had excellent teachers, so she suggested that the boy try asking them for advice, since many of them were quite strong. The docent looked at the papers, saying that the old man had done a good job. She looked at the sheet with a picture of some place. She looked skeptically at his bandaged hand, realizing that he was using this as an excuse to ask her to help with the practical test. There were many creatures in the dark forest. The practical exam was about survival. It was necessary to create an environment similar to the battlefield and conduct the exam. The girl looked at the sheet with a hand near her face. Her hand opened the drawer. She asked if he was trying to give the students combat experience through this training. With crazy eyes and a pen in her hands, she decided that the battlefield should include a Minogur and a wolf. She sat at the table and wrote something, noting that the shadow was also good. She was correcting something on the document with a fountain pen, realizing that she couldn't lead them to a real fight, but they could enjoy the fight like this. Rana looked at the sheet of paper with a smile, believing that this would be enough. It was getting dark outside. The blonde was training hard on the dummy and thought that he needed to move even faster. He made strikes, gritting his teeth. In the process, the hero ran out and thought, what if he dodged instead of striking? He closed his eyes and thought, or should he have struck from the left side? The guy was training and wondered if he could have defeated him then. Sweat was pouring down his face. Lark fell to the ground and said, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't imagine his victory. Then he looked at the bright sky and laughed. The young man opened his eyes and added, we need to prepare well for the practical exam. Then he took out a piece of paper and read, the test topic is survival. The examiner is Rania van Trias. The wind picked up outside when the student asked if everything would be okay. People gathered in the forest belonging to the Klerper family a week later. It was the day of the practical exam. The man clapped his hands and shouted, well then, and offered to tell them about today's test. The students were displeased when she asked them all to come to her. The protagonist choked. Then she opened her mouth wide and said, at the request of the teacher Chart, she will conduct this exam. As mentioned earlier, the topic of this exam is survival. The people listened attentively when she said that the exam is considered passed when one of two conditions are met. Then she explained, the first is to defeat the boss of this arena or to survive in the forest for 3 days. The students were shocked by what they heard. The blue-eyed girl held the thing in her hands and said, before the exam begins, they will receive a bracelet. Everyone turned their attention to it when the lady added that it records the damage done by the ghostly monsters on the court. They will be thrown out of the illusory arena when they accumulate a certain amount of damage. The two opened their eyes wide when she said that they can try again in an hour, and asked them to take into account that after that, their points will be written off. After which everyone thought, as expected from the nightmare of Aplia, and the heroine held a box of bracelets in her hands. She began to hand them out, and said that the main aspect of the assessment is their ability to react quickly, and asked them to maintain common sense in any unforeseen situation. The students began to put on the bracelets when the associate professor said, that's it, she announces the beginning of the exam. The blonde turned away and also put on the item. The brunette carefully examined the bracelet when the protagonist spoke, and the last piece of advice from her, she recommends using only pre-prepared schemes in battle. Magic began to hover around the girl and she added that they would understand everything soon. The monsters came out into the street when she said that the exam had started. The brunette looked around in fear and asked what, this was definitely the forest that was earlier. Then she turned her head and asked why it was so dark here. When someone shouted at her to stop, What was she doing? She had to be extremely careful. After which she concentrated her power and answered, yes, she knows. The magic circle glowed when the girl said, but she could not see anything in front of her. Suddenly, a monster flew out of nowhere, when the girl screamed that it was a mana eater. The beast bit her in the neck. The heroine's bracelet lit up red when she asked the mana for help. Suddenly, she disappeared and her classmates screamed. One of them opened her eyes wide and asked what she should do. A pack of animals appeared in the darkness when she added she could retire. The boys ran forward in fear, looking around and shouting, "Oh shit, it's a pack of black wolves, what's wrong, so?" Loud screams were coming from the forest. The hero watched what was happening from behind a tree. Looking at the students, he said, somehow too easily. The people could not come to their senses when the blonde looked at them, sighed heavily and thought, if this was a real fight, then there would be a lot of corpses here. Then she turned away and sighed. Someone called out to her over the link when she put her hand to her ear and said, "Oh, it's in chart." The battle was visible on the magic ball when the man said that he had no right to say this as a person who asked her for a favor. The professor looked at the ball and asked, "But this exam is not too difficult, they are first-year students after all," to which the lady replied that she also does not want to do something like that. After her words, the brown-eyed man froze in silence. Speaking over the magical link, the protagonist added, "But most of the students will be sent to war, so the sooner they have this kind of experience, the better." The man thought about it when the girl said, "Isn't it better to gain combat experience here in Aplia than to risk your life on the battlefield?" The blue-eyed girl smiled and said, "There are some things that only become clear when you fail several times." She then added that everything you can't try in war can be tried in this exam. The bracelet glowed red when she said that, so there is no disqualification on it, only a deduction of points. The heroine turned her head when the teacher replied that he understood her intentions well. After which he paused and continued speaking, and admitted that the level of the exam is quite high. But who among the students? The lady took off her mask when the man added, "Can defeat her?" He grabbed his head and said, "Of course not." The lady smiled wickedly and said, "I wonder how they will deal with an opponent they can't handle. Is there a more important question than this that needs to be answered?" The sun was shining brightly outside. The students were sitting on the ground when one of them said, "There was a mana eater and a black wolf. This test is so difficult." The girl silently looked down. Suddenly, she jumped up and suggested trying again. They weren't disqualified, they just took off their points. Looking at her classmates, she shouted, "They need to try again and again until they succeed." They raised their hands up together and shouted, "Right, they can do it." The brunette turned around and said, "Great, they are already here, let him blow them all up together." Then she put her hands out and used fireball, after which she shouted that the spell was complete. Ignition occurred. Looking at the monster, she asked, "Didn't it work?" The girl opened her mouth wide and shouted, "What was missing this time?" and crossed her arms, closing her eyes. 3 silhouettes disappeared from the area. A voice rang out under the clear sky, "What a bastard." The students were sitting on the ground again and thinking, when one of them asked why the attack didn't work, and the second answered, maybe there wasn't enough firepower. 2 ladies stood up, approaching the third one, and one of them said, before the next attempt, they need to stock up on binding spells, and the second supported and added, then she will make more attack spells. The brown-eyed girl put out her hand, using magic, and shouted, "Now, let her hit him with everything she has." The professor sat at the table, looking at the ball and thinking. Then he rubbed his beard and said that this was quite unexpected. Looking at the battle, he thought, even if they lost, there was no need to be disappointed. He began to advise the students to develop a strategy and continue their own path to victory. Their fighting spirit is something that is inherent in wizards who explore new things. The brunette smirked and said that the level of the students has really increased significantly. He looked at the ball and said, "It seems that someone has gone too far." The main character stood silently, closing her eyes. Someone approached her, when she opened her eyes and said, "So he came, Belnoa." The guy looked at the associate professor and asked if she was the boss of this territory. The girl smiled sweetly, squinted and answered, "Yeah, can't you see it?" The brunette stood silently and thought that he could not believe it. The young man grabbed his head and turned to the teacher. The blonde laughed and asked what was going on. The young man became furious and started shouting, and how was he supposed to defeat a teacher who could fight a dog in hand-to-hand combat? To which she replied, "Good question." The hero snapped his finger and a magical flash occurred, after which the ground began to crack. The brunette opened his eyes in surprise and thought if this spell was aimed at him, the test would have ended instantly. When the lady chuckled and said that he had come such a long way here, she didn't think he wanted to give up now, right? The teacher turned and added, "I'm sure the other kids would learn a lot after this exam. Wouldn't it be a shame for him if he didn't learn anything from this fight?" She opened her mouth and said, the first limitation of her powers. Suddenly the blue-eyed girl put her finger up and added, if he didn't cross this line, she wouldn't attack first. The brown-eyed man listened carefully when she said, the second limitation, she wouldn't target him with her spells, to which he replied, only 2. The heroine smiled sweetly, looked at the student and asked if something was wrong, There were 3 more limits. Let him find them himself. The girl raised her eyebrows and added that he should use these 5 limitations and hit her, as the boy stood silently and thought that it sounded so simple in words. Looking at the cut-down tree, Rana said if any part of his body touched this stump, he would win. She then laughed loudly and wished him luck. Walking through the forest, the hero said no matter how hopeless this situation seemed, if you look closely, you can always find a loophole or two. Power enveloped his hand when he thought that this task was not easy. He had a weapon when he continued his thought, but still, the situation was hopeless. Suddenly, the boy made a strike, which the blonde dodged. She grabbed his knife and said that she would say one last thing. Then there was an explosion, and she added that she did not recommend creating new schemes. The brunette frowned and said, "Huh?" The lady made a dash and said, "Let him know that breaking fingers is a bad habit." After which she made a strike and added that he had better use it as a trump card at a critical moment. The blonde sat in ambush, watched the battle and thought that he had a bad feeling. Looking at the girl, he continued the thought did not expect that the last boss would be the teacher. Suddenly, he made a dash. The blue-eyed girl used the power to strike, but the young man crossed his axes and defended himself. Then the red-eyed looked at Belnoa and asked if he would team up with him. He gritted his teeth and added that this situation required a quick solution. The brunette looked at his classmate and replied, "What a coincidence, he just needed a tank to carry out his plan." Then he added that thanks to her, there was a chance to defeat the nightmare of Aplia. The wind walked among the branches. During the battle, Belnoa Lark watched them. He frowned and thought that the teacher Rania was holding back her strength, and it looked rather strange. There was an explosion, stones flew in different directions. The blonde's eyes widened as it occurred to him that something similar had happened in the north, a fight with mockery. He stood there, his mouth open, remembering how it had happened and thought that it made sense. One of the opponent's feet slid along the ground. The main character kicked him and asked if it wasn't fun. The blonde picked up his axes and thought that his fighting style didn't allow him to use the limitations he had discovered anyway. He gripped the handles tighter and thought that he also needed a weapon that he could use to strike quickly. The dark-haired man struck again. He looked away and thought that he had found another limitation, but he didn't have the stamina to attack that point. The girl stood there smiling. The guy clenched the weapon in his hands and thought that this was a problem he couldn't solve now. His whole body was aching. Both guys clenched their fists and thought about what to do. There was a slight wind. The blonde struck. The blonde greeted him with a smile and said that he took longer to act than she expected. Belnoa released magic from his fingers. He turned his head and asked if their test should be one-on-one, to which Rania replied that there were no such rules. The boys exchanged glances. The dark-haired man put his hand on the other's shoulder and asked him to share with him what he had seen during the battle. The blonde turned her head and said that the teacher only uses her left hand. He does not know if this is done on purpose or not, but she directs most of her attacks to the left, raising her left hand when casting spells. The girl walked back and forth and said that you should never turn your back to your opponent. The young man turned his head and said that his observation skills were amazing. Earlier the teacher had only said 2 limitations. The girl yawned. Half of her face was covered by a shadow. She stepped aside and a projectile flew into that place. The protagonist looked at them and asked if they were done. The guy glared back. The blonde got a knee to the stomach. Saliva poured out of his mouth. The blonde approached the second opponent and said that she seemed to understand their plan, but they should move much faster. Then she delivered a ural to the stomach, saying that they could try again. The dark-haired guy also began to drool. Chart watched this with his mouth open. He carefully sang into the ball and told Associate Professor Rania that he was worried that they might get hurt. Then she laughed in response, saying that there was no need to worry, wasn't she just gently stroking them? Balnoa crawled to his ally and told him to get up. He replied that he couldn't. The protagonist looked down and thought that nevertheless she didn't want her students to be powerless against monsters, and perhaps she should have been a little gentler with them, because they looked tired. The young man grabbed the second one by the leg and pulled, saying that it would be easier to drag him than to wait for him to recover. The blonde said that he had dirt in his mouth, and in response he heard that he just shouldn't lie on it. The protagonist frowned slightly and thought that she didn't want to remember the old days. She remembered how the 2 guys were holding the sword. The girl frowned even more and thought that Lark and Balnoa were 1,000,000 times better. She brushed these thoughts aside and said not to worry, the students can handle a lot. She looked at her hands and thought that they were actually doing well. Then the blonde sat down on a stump and thought that she could train them until the evening, but they were learning faster than she expected. Looking at the guys, she wondered what they would do next. The sun was shining on the trees. 2 guys were sitting under a tree and catching their breath. One asked if the other could move already, then asked to give him another 10 minutes. The dark-haired man turned his head and asked if he could do the same as he did then. The blonde turned his head and asked in surprise what he meant. In response, he heard that his eyes were red and he was furious. Lark opened his mouth and asked if he was talking about a berserker, but when he becomes one, he cannot contact his mind. The dark-haired man began to get up, saying that he did not care. He just needed to keep up with her movements, so he could let himself go and even slowly go crazy, and also asked to borrow a weapon. The hand took the axe in his hands. The blonde hugged both axes and said that the weapon is the warrior's body and a unique companion, so it will not give anything. Belnoa sighed sadly and asked if he had not abandoned his companion. Approaching his ally, he asked to put his axe aside, because it was necessary to carry out the plan. The blonde reluctantly held out his weapon and asked why he was angry, and in response he heard that no one was angry. The protagonist within to watch their squabble and thought that the dark-haired man got to the place without any problems, although he was tired, but did not make any mistakes. The young man took the axe in his hands. The blonde smiled and thought that this test was not in vain for him. She closed her eyes and thought that she wondered if these were the feelings the teacher had told her about. Giving them difficult tasks and watching them grow was so pleasant. Both guys turned to her. One handed the other an axe. The dark-haired man turned his head and said that since they had already developed a strategy, she could move as she wanted. He extended his hand and said that although it took some time to adapt, they were not disqualified yet, so it was not the end. The girl looked at them smiling. Belnoa showed 4 fingers and said that all 4 restrictions were known to them at the moment, 2 of which the teacher had closed before the fight began. The lady reached for the mask on her head. The guys looked at her and one of them said, first, she cannot attack first unless they cross the line. Second, the teacher can only use spells during an attack. Lark opened his mouth and said that she can also only cast spells with her left hand, and use a maximum of 3 skills per turn, and she also performs certain actions after her turn. The young man listened to the additions in silence. Both turned to each other and decided that it was time for them to begin and Lark could have a blast. The blonde's eyes lit up and he applied heat. The girl folded her arms across her chest and was surprised that he decided to use heating. The guy's shirt began to burst. Rania scratched her chin and thought that body strengthening was a unique magic used by northern warriors. But because of this skill you become unstoppable and lose control of your mind. What an unpleasant spell. What will he show her? The young man tore himself off the ground and prepared to strike. The protagonist looked at him. Lark's axes dug into the ground. The main character stepped aside a little and thought that initially the heating spell was used to improve existing characteristics, and right now he should act only instinctively. His leg stood next to the crack. The girl grinned and thought that at first glance it looked like a rash attack, but it seemed that he was trying to push her beyond the line, and Belnoa filled in all his shortcomings. He controlled Lark's movements with his shadows. The dark-haired man raised his hands. Both partners were focused. The blonde dodged another blow and said that it was impressive. She rose up and called Lark. Then, clenching her fist, she asked if he called himself a battle mage, but she was saddened by the fact that he was under the control of his own spell. Then there was a blow. Lark flew away. Shadows intertwined with his fingers. The main character stopped the blow with an axe and said that he just needed to maintain concentration. Belnoa frowned and used a shadow needle. It flew into the girl's head. And it was getting closer and closer. But she caught it with 2 fingers. And breaking it in her fist, she said that it was not bad, but it was time to finish, and reminded them that they should make decisions with a cool head. The sun began to set. The 3 sat on the ground and discussed that they needed to see how many targets they had left. The brunette turned his head and said that they only had 2 binding-type targets left. He saw the blonde being carried on a stretcher. He opened his mouth and asked if it wasn't Lark and Belnoa. The girl replied that it was them, and they had just passed the exam. Both boys were unconscious, and there was a discussion about who had beaten them so much and what kind of scary monster was in this forest. The main character stood there smiling. There were dents on the ground from the blows. She exhaled and said that these students deserved to study in hell. There was a tree stump in the middle of the forest. It had been 4 days since the demon exam ended. The sun was shining brightly. The woman smiled and said that all his wounds had healed. Only minor scratches remained, but he should try not to strain himself for now. Lark bowed and thanked him. He stood up and walked towards the exit. He looked down and thought about what that was. It felt like he was able to regain control of himself for a second. He realized that for the first time in 3 years, he was able to experience this feeling when using heat. Even the special warriors of the north find it difficult to maintain their sanity when using this skill. They simply attack due to animal instincts. The young man clenched his fist and thought that he had managed to keep his sanity that day. He couldn't do it alone. He then stopped in front of a massive door and thought that Rania's teacher could help him. There was a knock on the door and the girl allowed him to enter. The blonde looked through the door and apologized. He was allowed to enter. The protagonist smiled and asked if his body had recovered. She asked this despite the fact that she was the one who beat him up. Lark remembered the recent events and answered that he was fine and thanked him for his concern. The blonde asked why he came to the academy when it was closed due to the state of the new barrier. The sun was shining outside. The young man approached the table and did not know where to start. There were many things on the table. The lady scratched her chin. The guy froze, thinking that his heart would explode if she did not say anything. The main character smiled ominously and assumed that he wanted to keep his sanity while using heat. He had come to the right place. She had already had a similar experience, but it would be best to gain her own experience. She took out a sheet of paper, and the blonde asked who she wanted to send the letter to. The girl enthusiastically wrote on a piece of paper. And drawing letters with a pyro, she replied that she was now indebted to the one she had recently met, because she had helped her, and she would accept him with open arms. The letters on the sheet were blue. They took the letter in their hands. Perio shrank all over when the professor said that she had already received an answer. She smiled widely and asked Lark if he was interested in experimental training. The sun illuminated the academy. Letters began to appear on the sheet. The main character took the paper in her hands and said that she had received an answer from the princess so quickly. The girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and apologized. The protagonist laughed and said that she had nothing to apologize for. She had a wonderful sister. The second one replied that her older sister was so cool and beautiful. The latter asked in the letters how Isla was doing, if there were any boys who were interested in her sister, and how about her school life. Rania laughed and said that the princess wrote this letter from the heart. The girl took the paper in her hands and said that it was true. The protagonist's eyes lit up, and she thought that she was not forbidden to show it, so everything was fine. The princess, looking at the letter, asked what kind of recommendations this was. Rania opened her mouth and replied that they were discussing experimental combat practice. She smiled and continued that she was interested in such things, so she asked for recommendations for suitable places. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked if this was for Prince Lark by chance. The second one remained silent. And the princess said that in that case, when he returned, perhaps his combat potential would improve. She smiled and said, or not. The lady leaned back in her chair and said that she thought he could handle it. She remembered the man's words that when it came to training, nothing could compare to real combat with practice, and he, more than anyone, knew this. The girl sat silently and thought that it was hard for her to convince Director Aaron, so everything else depended on Lark's efforts. Her feet were on the ground. The guy looked ahead attentively. Feig opened his mouth and asked who had come to them. Tmach scratched his head and replied that it was Prince Lark of the North, and he was waiting outside. The man folded his arms and asked if it was really Prince Lark. The guy replied that it was true and asked to take a look at it, and handed over a piece of paper. The brunette took the letter in her hands and said that it was definitely the seal of the first princess. But then he frowned and asked what kind of experimental training report this was. The boy began to say that he hadn't yet either. But then Feig threw the sheets away and said that it wasn't worth talking about. This training ground was the last game for the knights who were one step away from entering the battlefield. There were many huge boulders in the field. The man looked away and said that he didn't want to put up with the wishes of a kid from a prestigious family. He turned his head and said that they couldn't go against Her Majesty's will. They should tolerate him for a few days. The young man ran to the blonde, apologizing for making him wait. The brunette exhaled and thought why he should tolerate such people. He needed to warn the other instructors, and hoped that he would not cause a disturbance. Tmach pointed his finger in the right direction and said that there was a training ground there. Feig folded his hands behind his back and shouted that they should bring their movements to automatism. The guys stood in a plank, and they were shouting at them that they should be patient. They ran, they were shouting at them that they had to go faster. The guys stood in a rack. The man glanced to the side and thought that Lark was here for the second day already, and he was better than he expected. Wasn't this a hobby for him? The young man was honing his movements along with everyone else. Sweat was running down his face. The man shook his head and thought that on the battlefield any carelessness could lead to death. It was impossible to survive due to your talent and valor. He imagined terrifying monsters devouring people. Feig turned around when he was called. The young man stopped next to him and asked if the prince could join him on his night patrol. The brunette looked him in the eye and asked whose decision it was. The young man smiled and said that Lark had asked for it himself, and he thought he could handle it. Then he added that he had been training until midnight. The man opened his mouth and said that he allowed it, and the brunette bowed and thanked him. Tmach walked towards the blonde and waved his hand. Feig frowned and thought that he was awkward but not stupid. He had calmed down a bit but would keep an eye on him for a while longer. Evening had come. A fire was burning under the pot. There was meat on the plate. The guy said that he had not eaten meat for a long time. He brought the fork with a piece to his mouth and asked Lark if he liked the meat. The one, biting off a piece, answered that it was similar to orc meat, which he ate in childhood. The second laughed and said that he knew how to joke. Meat is cheap, but he hoped that he would enjoy it. Today they have a patrol, tomorrow they will be there. The blonde listened to all this attentively and said that he was not joking. He looked down and asked again, on the spot. Two guys were walking through the night forest. The brunette put his hands behind his head and asked the prince why he trained so hard. He asked what he meant. They walked past huge bushes. The brunette walked along the path, saying that sometimes busy people come to them, and usually he just gives them a short tour, and then they return home. But Mr. Lark is different. He felt that he was serious even during training. What about us? That he is trying to grab onto something. He remembered how the blonde broke someone else's spear during the battle, and how he clenched his teeth. Lark squeezed the weapon in his hand and answered that there was an opponent he wanted to defeat at all costs. The young man began to speak, this opponent, but at that moment he was grabbed by the collar and pulled aside. Sitting on the ground, he asked why so suddenly. In front of them they saw many pairs of glowing eyes in the bushes. The young man straightened up and asked Match to inform the instructors about the situation as soon as possible. The second guy ran towards the base. The young man exhaled and thought that given the distance, his path would take about 10 minutes. Would he be able to cope with them alone? He opened his eyes and said that he was not ready for this yet, but how could he stop them? The monsters headed towards him. The guy lowered his hand with the weapon and thought that there were too many of them, but he simply had no other choice. He had to confront them. The ground under his feet flew in different directions, and the eyes glowed red, and he applied heat. Then he prepared to attack. He rushed from the spot and cut the first monster. The others stared at him. The monsters began to surround the young man. One of them rushed towards the guy. Then he remembered the words of the main character, that as she said earlier, he had already experienced this feeling once, but now he needed to fully master it. The girl raised her finger up and said that if a person understands something, but cannot understand it, it is best to use a real fight. She will prepare a place for him where he can fully use his skill, just fighting, but will be able to fully understand it. Lark chopped another monster. 2 monsters clung to his body, and he thought that his whole body was burning, but he definitely felt it. The monster bit his shoulder, but the forces tore it off. The blonde squeezed his weapon, and turning his head looked at the monster from behind. He thought that now he had a broader view of things than before, actions that were previously impossible. Now, thanks to this feeling of unity, he can easily perform them. With one clear movement, he chopped off its head, and then he frowned even more. Acrid smoke was spreading through the forest. The brunette, accompanied by adults, ran to the place where he left Lark. Feig frowned and thought that with each step the demonic energy was felt more and more. In addition, the air was saturated with the smell of rot and blood. What was happening at all? A dark aura hovered between the trees. Everyone stopped abruptly and opened their mouths. Steam rose from below. The blonde stood in clouds of steam and tried to catch his breath. The man's eyes widened, and he thought that he was at morning training when he heard that the Demon King's army was approaching the training grounds. But they were all really destroyed. Did he really deal with them all alone? His gaze fell on the corpses lying on the ground. One of them was lying under a tree. The blonde was trying to catch his breath. He turned his head and saw Instructor Feig. A brunette ran up to him and shook him by the shoulders and asked if he was injured, how he managed to cope with them alone. The young man looked away and answered that he was fine. He remembered the words of the main character, that the presence of mana and carefully thought out schemes are the key to success. He smiled, remembering this. And then he hugged his axes. There were men standing around the guys. The brunette suggested that his head was injured during the battle. He needed to get examined as soon as possible. The blonde replied that he was fine. A man approached them. He bowed and said that he was glad that Prince Lark was not injured. He could not even think that he could cope alone. Thanks to him, this incident did not become critical. The young man opened his mouth and said that it was not worth it. The brunette opened his mouth and said that therefore he would like him to fight against the apprentice knight all day today. Considering the potential, it will benefit him. Lark listened to him attentively. Both guys froze in bewilderment. The boy chuckled happily and asked if he could hug him. He was too tired. The man replied, of course, if he wanted. The sun began to rise from behind the mountain. The light was burning in the Ash Magic Tower. The man opened his mouth and asked who wanted to meet him. The man bowed and said that it was Leslie Eleanor. She wanted him to go to the office of the owner of the Ash Tower. Gillian turned around and walked away, saying that he understood. The brunette bowed and asked what was wrong with her. She did not show up in the research lab, and even less in the office. Had something changed? The girl was looking out the window. She closed her eyes and said that he came later than she expected. Elder Gillian stood behind her. The brunette folded his arms across his chest and asked what she needed from him at such a time. The violet-haired girl ran her finger in the air. There was a flash above the man's head and he thought that the owner of the Ash Tower used magic to block the alien forces in her territory. But she was able to remove the spell. Was Leslie not the same as he knew before? Books appeared on the table. The girl turned her head to the side. Then she frowned and said that she wanted to discuss something. She leaned on the table and asked if he thought there were too many of them. Gillian frowned and asked what she was talking about. His gaze fell on the sheet of paper lying on the table and the girl answered that she was talking about the Genro. She looked into the alien eyes and said that now the half they had now would be enough. The man froze with his mouth open. While Rana was struggling with the maid outfit, the light was on in the Ash Magic Tower. The girl walked down the corridor. Sylvie flew next to her and said that they were looking at the master like that. The violet-haired girl walked past the people and said that most likely they were just curious. Until now she had not visited the Magic Tower without an invitation. She looked down and said that she thought that she did not belong here. She thought that no one who took her seriously as the next owner of the Ash Tower. She took out the key and said that she had not given up on this yet. This is the place that she should rule. Leslie stopped in front of the door. Then she swung the door open. And entering it, she looked around. Looking at the shelves, she asked again, the third drawer, the third row in section A, right? She stopped and said that she was also a magician, but it was very difficult. Then, having found the right cell, the girl stuck the key in there. Having opened the door, so the table's cube. Taking it in her hands, the girl was surprised, a magic tool, and how to use it. Sylvie made an effort and said that even with her magic power, she could not open it, maybe it was broken. The lady turned the cube in her hands and said that this was not how she imagined her failure. At first glance, it was an ordinary hexagonal object, but this tool was created by the Ash Wizard Lord Raniel. It was impossible to break, but there must be some way to open it. Her eyes widened when she understood. The cube in her hand split into two. The fairy approached her face and said that she did not expect anything else from the master, and asked how she did it. The girl looked at the paper in her hands and replied that there was a pattern that was slightly distorted. She needed to use it to achieve her goal. Sylvie approached the sheet and asked what kind of document it was. She looked over her shoulder and asked if they were dedicated to the stories of the elders of the Ash Magic Tower. The girl looked at the sheets and thought that if you anger them, they will punish you. That's what she meant. Clenching her fingers, she thought that there was no point in making a big deal out of it. Her hand reached out to the tower. The elders of the Ash Tower did not have the power to completely topple the magic tower. The purple-haired girl exhaled and suggested that they calm down first. Walking down the corridor, she thought that she did not have her own faction or supporters, and this was the best option she could use. She looked away and suggested luring Gillian to her side. The man sat up straight and said that he did not think that she was interested in this topic without outside interference. What was she planning? The girl sat in the chair opposite. Putting the paper on the table, she said that she wanted to give him some materials first. The brunette grabbed the sheet from the table. Tearing his gaze away from it, he sharply asked where she got it. The violet-haired girl looked at him haughtily and said that she was the only one asking questions here. The man was stunned and thought, what kind of pressure was this? This was definitely the Leslie he knew. She closed her eyes and said that she was not going to interfere with this. She opened her eyes and added that she would only plot a route. People were standing in a circle. She smiled and extended her hand, asking him to choose a road at the right moment, asking if Gillian would do it. He looked down at the floor and thought that there was no trace left of what she used to be. Fingers were pointed at the girl, because of the elder's words that she was a modest and indecisive person who was not suitable for the role of the next owner of the Ash Magic Tower. She hid like a mouse, and tried to do everything possible to satisfy them. The brunette pursed his lips and thought that this was why she said so. Even children have the appropriate abilities. The main character was smiling. The man assumed that it was because of her that Leslie changed so dramatically. The brunette pursed his lips and thought that it was not so. He had misunderstood everything from the beginning. She said that if she became the master of the Ash Tower, proclaimed this place, she would be burdened. He looked up. The girl looked into his eyes. Gillian exhaled and said that he simply had no other choice. The lady smiled back and said that he was absolutely right. He laughed in response, and said that she was not at all surprised, and asked to tell her plan to become the next master of the tower. The violet-haired girl looked at him with her mouth open. Then she closed her eyes and smiled, and said that she felt calm when he was on her side. In response, she heard that he would cooperate with her, because the magic tower was an important place for him. The lights were on in the windows of the tower. The sun was shining brightly. Leslie opened the window and said that so much time had passed. Sylvie flew to her and said that they needed to prepare for classes at the academy. The girl smiled back and asked why she was so excited. The blue-haired girl flew up and said that it was because her master simply adored her. She loved reading books and learning new things. The violet-eyed girl opened her mouth and said that she was really looking forward to it, and then asked what classes she had today. The sun was shining all around. The students were standing with walls under their eyes. The girl asked if it was a mistake and begged to be told that she was just imagining things. The guy upset her by saying that, unfortunately, he saw it too. They saw an announcement about a group mana transaction task. The examiner was Professor Rana. The three of them stared at this announcement. One of them said that it looked like he would not be able to graduate from the academy, and they were finished. The sun was shining on the roof of the academy. The sun was shining brightly a few days before the end of the temporary closure of the school. Roselle and Rania were sitting at the table when the girl was looking at the papers and said, "Interesting." The blonde exhaled and asked the teacher if group assignments were necessary. The old man looked at the lady and asked if she didn't know it better than others. The heroine opened her mouth wide and said she did. The man raised his hand and said that he had been on the battlefield for 5 years. This was also a kind of group assignment. I'm sure he learned something with them. Remembering moments from the past, the main character thought, experience on the battlefield. The girl laughed loudly and asked if he had heard of the conservation law, and in general, when people gather in small groups, there is always one bastard among them. In the end, The only person worth trusting is himself, to which the gray-haired man replied, it seems she had a hard time. After which the teacher closed his eyes and sighed heavily. After which he stretched out his hand, looked at the girl and said, as long as people are alive, they have to interact with other people. Even if they don't like it, the experience they gain in such assignments becomes a support in the future. The lady closed her eyes, shook her head when the hero asked if he had become more patient thanks to such an experience, to which she replied that he was right, but the man smiled, raised his mug and replied that she should not dwell on it too much. Now she needed to think about group tasks. The blue-eyed girl looked down and thought, even if she didn't like it, she had no choice but to do it. Then she remembered the past and continued the thought. That's why she had to be in a team with a talking trash. The protagonist opened her mouth and said, because he couldn't do it alone, suddenly opened her eyes wide and thought, this is it. She started writing something and thought, they need to gain experience, as a result of forced cooperation. Looking at what she wrote, she continued the thought, if they don't cooperate, they won't be able to pass the exam. Then she smiled widely and said, done, he did a good job. The events took place on the same day in the Tower of Black Magic. Itol sat on the throne and asked what. Rania stood in front of him. When he asked, she needed 20 pieces of resistance stones. The girl put her finger up and answered, exactly, at least mid-level and above, and that they should be the size of a fist. The man frowned and wondered what she had in mind, what she would do with 20 resistance stones. Then he thought about it and began to tell that the resistance stone has the property of repelling mana, and it is also very rare. It is usually used to make barriers, so it is quite expensive, especially since he recently bought a dozen sheets of recording paper for testing. The brunette looked seriously at the heroine and asked, these are for the exam. It seems she is inspired. The blue-eyed girl shook her head and answered that it is just for the task. The brown-eyed man frowned and wondered if he could really earn some money. The lady left the office and turned around when the man leaned out of the door, waved his hand at her, and told her to come again. He is not always glad to see her. The protagonist held the papers in her hands and thought, she received stones that were of much better quality than she expected. Then she closed her eyes, smiled and thought, her plan was going to succeed. It seemed that being a teacher was her calling. There were many people walking along the street. The guy was sitting on a bench and thinking, time was flying by so fast. Then he raised his head and said, it's already summer, it's hot. Suddenly, a green-eyed girl came up to him and said of course, that he was hot. He was wearing a jacket now. The blonde laughed when the young man asked fearfully why she was sneaking up from behind. Looking at him, she replied that he looked so thoughtful that she wanted to scare him. The girl leaned on the bench and said on the way here, she found a restaurant that smelled delicious, to which he replied, how attentive she was. Chloe pulled the young man by the hand and asked, are they coming? Ilya forward, she turned around and asked Belnoa where he wanted to go. After her words, the brunette smiled and thought that he still could not get used to the peaceful days. Sadness washed over him when he thought that the memories of those days were impossible to forget. The little girl stood with her eyes wide open. The boy was sitting on the floor when she came up to him and said hello. The green-eyed little girl introduced herself as Chloe. The brunette grinned aggressively when the little girl asked him his name, to which he replied, where is she from, ah? The blonde came closer to him and began to straighten his scarf. Then she laughed loudly and said, he is so funny. She extended her hand and asked if he would go with her. The guy took her hand when someone told him that the name Belnoa means abandoned child, but this girl shed light on this name and gave him the meaning of life. Chloe was very sweet. Blood was running down the brunette's forehead when he thought that his vision was blurred. It was dark around when he asked where he was. The couple was standing at the window when the hero thought that he remembered how he and Chloe went to different shops, and then they went into a pastry shop to eat. The girl laughed sweetly. After which he remembered how after the meal they continued their cheerful walk. A strange woman appeared in the bushes as he continued his thought, and then Belnoa was being carried by someone as he narrated that he could not see Chloe anywhere. He snapped his finger and added, he needed to find her no matter what price he had to pay. Everything around was shining when someone said that he was not qualified. What did he want? The brunette was bleeding. Then he grinned, squeezed the object in his hand and said this deal. The academy was brightly illuminated by the sun. The students were talking among themselves. Then one of them smiled and said the lesson had begun, and asked what it was. There was a bag of stones on our table when someone said there was no point in thinking about it, because it always happens beyond their expectations. The teacher entered the office and asked everyone to sit down. The yellow-eyed woman listened attentively to the woman when she asked. They learned about the effectiveness of the spell from Professor Roselle. The violet-eyed woman also listened to her when she added that today they would talk about it in more detail. The protagonist wrote on the board and said that she hoped they had learned well how to use the schemes, as well as how the limitations work. She wrote the limits of the basic spells. The blonde held out his hand and opened his eyes wide when the lady called his name and he answered, yes. The blue-eyed woman looked at him and asked to list the advantages of the basic spells. Lark opened his mouth and began to say that a simple scheme consumes less mana. Then he added, and they are instantly activated. The teacher smiled, shook her head and answered, right, and what are the disadvantages? The red-eyed man thought and added, since this is the basis, the enemy also knows about their effects and the power of the spell, this is it, and also its power is weak, and in battle there are some limits when using it. Rania took the stone in her hands and said, well done, since these are the disadvantages to remove. The young man wondered about this and answered, can add a reinforcement scheme, or use overlapping chains. After which the heroine put her finger up, the stone hung in the air and she said that this is one of the ways. The students looked at the stone in surprise when someone asked if it was a resistance stone, and another answered, of course not, she definitely would not use something so valuable. The lady put her hand up, raised her head and said that the basic spell is ignition, reinforcement, and strength increase are applied, but this is not much different from the intermediate spell. The girl raised her hand when the teacher noticed this and said, yes, Lesty. The violet-eyed girl looked down and said, she thinks it would have been better to use the restriction scheme. The blonde gave up her fist and answered, that's right, many people think that basic spells are effective, but they only think so because they require less mana, and as for effectiveness, that's another matter. The main character took a step forward and told the students to use the change in spell properties to compensate for their weaknesses. This will increase the effectiveness of the spell due to restrictions. Reaching out and concentrating her magic, the girl said, ignition, it's a moderately powerful but long-lasting spell and used contraction, strengthening and added, so what happens if you limit the duration and use mana to strengthen the spell? The students opened their mouths in surprise and thought, this is a lie, right? Does she really want to tell them that this is ignition? The blonde looked down. Then she snapped her finger and created ignition. People jumped up and shouted, this is the resistance stone. The stone began to smolder when someone shouted that it was collapsing. The blue-eyed girl smiled and said that even basic spells can be very powerful. The students were shocked when she added that the patterns are not something they need to memorize. Only when they understand it can they demonstrate their true power. The teacher then clapped her hands, smiled and asked if they want to try it themselves. Yes. The couple stood silently when she said, so she prepared a group task for them. The lady took out a paper and added, as she said, they will have to work in groups, and let them not forget, all members of the group must participate, and if someone is idle, the whole group will lose points. Listening carefully to her, the students thought, the demon Aplia. The sun was shining brightly through the window when Rania said, there is also a group goal when the children asked for mercy. She took one stone and added that it was a crystal with pi mana. The blue-eyed held the stone in her hand, smiling and saying that each group is given this crystal by me, and suggested that they all have fun, let them break this resistance stone. The sky was covered with clouds, when the heroine frowned and shouted to go. The brunette landed next to her and asked to let him go, he has not been very busy lately, and she answered, and with such a face he came all this way. The lady got angry and said that she understood that he was busy guarding the first princess. But he was exaggerating too much when the guy asked how did she know that? The blonde looked away and said that he was slow to understand her kicks. If the dog could not tear his eyes away from the target for a long time, then it had something to do with the royal family. The young man closed his eyes, sighed heavily and said that he had other concerns besides escorting. Remembering the moments, he began to narrate that an unidentified maid had caused a riot in the palace and quietly disappeared from everyone. It seemed that she was the maid of Her Royal Highness the First Princess. Unfortunately, she did not leave any evidence. The young man sadly closed his eyes and said that because she set everything on fire and smashed, there was no evidence, and now he had to cooperate with her. The blue-eyed girl was embarrassed, looked away when the brunette added that the atmosphere in the palace was terrifying now, and asked what happened. She looked strange. The girl raised an eyebrow and replied that he should take care of it first. Yes. The guy smiled widely and said, if you told her, no, he has another assignment from the elder, to which the lady replied, bastard. Suddenly she became a fist, clenched her teeth and asked if she could hit him once. Then she opened her eyes wide when the young man said if he died, who would look for Belnoa with her. Then the young man removed her fist and asked if she didn't need his help. The blonde calmed down and answered, right. The girl began to tell that she recently gave a group assignment, and the guys from his group came to her for advice. Her gaze was stern as she added, it had been many days since he had been to school, let alone the dorm. No one had seen Belnoa. The blue-eyed man listened attentively to the heroine as she said that he was not the type of person to disappear silently. She thought something might have happened to that guy, after which the young man asked a question, so she was looking for him. Someone was walking through the dark room and saying how boring it was. The brunette was lying on the floor. The woman looked at him and asked, will that child come to her? Then she crossed her arms and said she was so looking forward to their meeting. The couple ran through the forest when the guy asked the heroine, what about the new hero? The blue-eyed woman looked at him and replied, a new hero, how would she know? Running forward, the brunette asked, what, that's strange, he thought she would want to meet him someday. The tired girl opened her mouth and asked, meet the hero, why? He is also confident in his skills, but he is bad with a sword, yes. Sparks flew under the night sky when the young man answered, this time the hero is a little special, and the protagonist said, despite this, the hero is a hero. She narrated that it was always like this. When a hero dies, a new one takes his place. In 2 years, for heroes were seen, the chosen one by the star always dies. Heroes in this world are expendable. Looking into the distance, the blonde thought, this is why Kyle became the embodiment of heroes. The hero fought hard when she continued the thought, although his personality changed, but he maintained the position of the hero for 5 years. The lady rolled her eyes and said that heroes in their day are such scum, and the brunette answered, of course, compared to the heroes of the past. There was a magic path on the ground when the guy said, returning to their topic, this time the hero is a disciple of the Dark Tower. The blue-eyed girl looked at him seriously and asked what. The young man remembered the heroine and replied that this is the hero of the star stream Chloe. Running forward, Kelt added that she is not a swordsman, but her whole body is covered in starlight. The main character opened her mouth and said, the hero is a wizard, most likely. This is a desperate attempt to destroy other towers. She is not a swordsman, but... The hero stopped, looked at the girl and said, it seems Chloe and Belnoa are good friends, to which she replied, with Belnoa, if you think about it, she has heard this name somewhere before. Rana grabbed her head and said, despite this, mana itself is starlight. The young man looked at her in surprise and asked, so what? To which she replied that he does not use his brain at all. After thinking for a moment, the lady began to say that trading starlight was a different story. Even the usual method for transaction would not work. What if a mage with a constitution appeared and could do it, as if saying that they should aim for such a thing? There was something lying on the ground when the boy pointed at it, and said that's why he was looking for the elder. If the prediction was correct, they would not be able to handle it. The fog covered the ground when he added, the two of them went missing at the same time. Too many demonic monsters appeared in this place. He suspects that slight dizziness may occur here, but he has no physical evidence. The brunette looked at the blonde and said that the tracks are starting to disappear here. It seems that they are near Katanak, after which she thanked him for his help and asked him to go back. She then sighed heavily when the boy asked if she was planning to go there alone, to which she replied, and he was going to go in this state. The hero's nose started bleeding when the lady told him to wipe it and go get Chloe. The girl adjusted her gloves and said that the main task of teachers is to find lost students. The man's hand and sword were covered in blood. The brunette grabbed his shoulder and thought, he didn't want to go to the front lines. In front of him stood a pack of monsters. When he continued his thought, no matter how many he killed, there was no end to them, he could retreat. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind him, shouting his name. She came up to him and said that she would heal him now. She began healing with magic when Kyle said that she saved him as usual. A tear flowed from the heroine's eye when she said why. After which it rolled down her cheek, and the girl thought, everything would not be so bad if that man was here. The young man put his hand on her shoulder. The man rang the bell, the animals began to run. When Kyle told Sarah that everything was fine, let her return to her place. As she left, she replied, okay, let him be careful. The brunette pointed his weapon and thought why they didn't destroy humans. There was a mist in his eyes as he continued his thought, heroes aren't that great, but if those creatures decided to destroy humanity, they wouldn't have a chance to stop them. One of the beasts started to attack as the guy thought about what those monsters were planning. The rocks were lying on the ground. The heroine took a step and said how boring it was. Lear yawned and said she thought they should have gone there after all. The heroes turned around and replied that they couldn't do anything to deceive their pursuers. The redhead started jumping and screaming with joy, so the pursuer would come to them. Then she closed her eyes and added, honestly, it was too easy to kidnap her, wasn't it? Until now she thought the capital was special, but after the disaster came, it would disappear, yes. The knight looked at her and replied, now that he thought about it, he remembered something, to which she asked, well, she was interested. The Iron Man turned and said, it was a long time ago, during the time when he had the opportunity to meet Lord Skeeble. The three others asked him why he was sitting here. The red-eyed one opened her mouth wide and asked with interest, well, and then? The hero continued to tell that initially the contract was with the primordial light, and the trade was with the star stream. The girl frowned and asked, what is he talking about? The man looked at her and replied that he did not know either. That was what he heard, and she said, boring. Then she turned around and asked for another story. The blue-eyed one grabbed the weapon and said, he did not expect this. Drops of blood flew in the air. The heroine began to turn around, saying, oh my god. She grew horns in the shape of wings. She smiled and said how delicious the smell of soul is. It's okay if she tastes it. The guy looked at her seriously when she added that a lot of time had passed. The brunette stood in front of the opponents when the girl said that she was so happy to see him. Dyke stands behind Leppy and says that everything was already decided. She in turn says that she can't help herself when it smells so delicious. The red-haired girl asks why he's chasing them. The guy is puzzled by the question, does he really want to return the child? Leppy stands in front of the hero with a knife and says that she's very sorry, but it's better to forget about him, advising him to play with his older sister instead. Then she asks where Chloe is. The interlocutor looks at her calmly. Dyke says that apparently he's angry. Leppy claims that he has no chance of winning anyway. Red smoke is floating nearby. The guy takes a fighting stance and says that he asks again where she is. Leppy with a sinister grin says that there is no need to talk to her about such boring things and just play with her, because she will make you feel good. There are shots of a girl. It is said that she is an innocent and pure child. She leads someone by the hand. It is explained that every man wants to be with an experienced girl at least once. She smiles. It is said that if he likes this type, then she will do everything possible to match him. The guy in a rage demands to shut his mouth. Dyke whispers to Leppy that this boy is for sacrifice. She replies that she knows it. She waves her fingers and demands that the guys wake up. The army of the dead has risen. The lady declares that it is time to work. She looks at the assistant with a grin and says that she remembers perfectly well that he cannot be killed. The fighter, clenching his teeth, says that he quietly followed them. In a rage, he calls Chloe. Red tentacles from his back begin to attack. The guy screams for his girl back. Dyke turns around and sees his attack. A powerful explosion occurs. The guy looks at them with a displeased face and hears that they are sorry. The enemy stands on the ground and says that they also have their own circumstances. Dyke calmly demands not to make them spend too much time on him. Against the background of the village, it is said that Belnoa lived, crawling on the ground. The boy was born and raised in the gloomy demonic slums and, like all people living in the dump, his life had no purpose, and the experience he received can hardly be called pure. The bloody hero stands in front of the defeated enemy. It is explained that it was a life without meaning and purpose. But the boy continued to fight. He destroyed others to survive and was not against getting his hands dirty for this. The girl smiles in the frame. It is said that one day the boy found a meaning for his existence. He looked at her in surprise. The beam of light that shone brightly in the darkness became the boy's faith and became the one to protect. The monsters are cut into pieces. It is said that the only life he swore to protect no matter what. Belnoa painfully holds his hand. Leppy sits next to Dyke and says that it would be faster if they intervened. He says no. She with a dissatisfied face states that everything goes to him. The diagram shows the villains, who are being chased by the dead with the heroes. It is explained that the disaster kidnaps certain children to cause trouble, and they are distracted by trifles and you just need to drink the soul of the followers and pack them. Leppy stands in front of the tied-up Belnoa and Chloe. She offers to deliver the hostages and the operation will be completed. She raises a finger and says that the pursuers should be hostages, so she can't help. She demands Dyke to stop with this with a dissatisfied face. He claims that it is difficult for him to catch the guy alive. Belnoa says the girl's name with a beaten look, thinking that his mana has already run out. The picture shows magical patterns. He realizes that he could hardly offer anything, because he has no mana left, and his armor should be destroyed. Belnoa looks at Dyke calmly. Red and black tentacles burst out of the hero. A sphere of the same color hangs over him. Dyke stands among the dead and says that something interesting is coming and Leppy needs to call off his friends. A red and black stream flies towards the enemy. Belnoa, looking tired, tries to attack. Dyke thinks and says that he is using dark magic to harm himself. A red whirlwind sweeps away everything around. The guy in rage shouts at him to go to hell, using the skill of shadow needles. The red whirlwind rushes towards Dyke. His helmet starts to crack and he can't believe his eyes, saying that the boy is more capable than he thought. He slides along the ground, telling him to take a hit back. Dyke swings wildly. He hits Belnoa right in the stomach. He flies off. The boy flies far to the side. Blood flows from his mouth. Leppy looks at his partner and insults him, saying what will they do if the boy dies. He claims that he hit weakly. They look in surprise and she clarifies if it was weak. Leppy smirks, hearing that her students got into some kind of trouble again. The character puts on gloves. The hero with white hair and a black cloak says that they haven't seen the bat and the iron head for a long time. Leppy begins to emit dark energy. Someone talks about dogs. Dyke kneels down and hears the redhead call him ash-haired, noting that he is as angry as ever. She states with an ominous look that she loves him very much. Rana holds a beaten Belnoa, who recognizes her. She looks at him and states that he passed out and that they should sit here. A glow appears around Belnoa. The skill Protect was used. Leppy with a scary grin states that apparently her prank worked, because he became cute. Rana grabs her head and says that he knew she was a little crazy and does not understand where she saw cuteness. The redhead stands in front of them and asks the ash-haired man why he is angry. She looks him straight in the eyes and asks if he knows for sure that she loves him. Rana, crossing her arms, states that if that was the case, it would be nice if she was a little more lenient on the battlefield. Leppy smiles and asks what he didn't like, because she was quite nice. The villain looks at the hero, who thinks that he can't understand her at all. The picture shows the current and past versions of the protagonist. He realizes that over 5 years on the battlefield he has encountered various situations, but this one is somehow meaningless. The frame shows a monster. It is said that the black dragon was the one who acted on instinct. He carried away the heroes with a scream. It is explained that since he was stupid, they were able to quickly subdue him. SUCCUBUS stands opposite the protagonist. It is said that he was a coward and rarely went out on the battlefield, and even if he was there, he did not fight for long. Garnicult stands with a sword. It is explained that he is a warrior, and those who throw down their weapons and run away, he will not pursue to kill. The woman with ash hair smiles. It is said that every disaster has its own tendency except this girl. Value, faith, actions. There is nothing specific about her, but for some reason she is kind only to the protagonist. Leppy looks away and thinks. She looks at Rania and says that the first time she did not know his value, and the second time she had to kill him, the third and fourth and fifth too, and all because he was in the way and she had no choice. Part of the protagonist's head breaks off. Black fog hovers around. The girl apologizes for not being able to do it today. The protagonist hears that if he gives the child, the demon will leave peacefully. Rania points her finger in displeasure and shouts that he has already gone berserk. She asks again if he means Katanak. The snake destroys people. It is explained that this is not true at all. Leppy with an ominous look says that if she was serious, everything would be different. Dark energy is seeping out from everywhere, saying that he thinks that he has a good heart and then he should give the child. Leppy is standing under a large scale. She states that she wants the girl who is very similar to her, wondering if the protagonist is really going to stop her alone. Rania looks forward. He clenches his fists and hears the question that he does not have a star blessed, a priest, or even a shooter with him. The protagonist swings his fist. He attacks and a wave of blue spheres rushes towards the enemy. A bright flash occurs. Rania calmly states that there is no point in dreaming about something he cannot have. Dark energy hovers around. The demon laughs. The white-haired girl laughs loudly. The girl with green eyes states that it is bad to confuse stupidity with bravery. Dyke looks at Leppy in surprise, while the other says that he should try to stop her if he can. In the background of smoke, the villain ponders if she can be stopped at all. Rania, with a serious face, says that her laughter was so unexpected. A furious snake hits the area near the protagonist. A cry of "let's see" is heard. A girl with a smile riding a snake says that they can play outside. He asks where she is going. She is smiling, says that in the end this place is too small and they can play in a bigger place. Rania, with a serious face, stands opposite and thinks about how he talks to her so boldly, but he is not able to defeat her because he has become weaker. Against the background of the night city, he reflects on the fact that disasters do not directly penetrate the royal capital, and as if there is some kind of agreement. A glow with golden scales and patterns appears. The balance skill is used. The golden scales ask the wizard to name a price. Rania looks at them and says that she is donating. The magic item replies that the deal is concluded. The protagonist stands calmly in the middle of the magical glow. He realizes that although he is weakened, this does not mean that the enemy cannot be defeated, because he is so used to disasters. Blue rays penetrate between the trees. The villain stands next to her snake and declares that the ash-haired one is her favorite, and it is truly a beautiful color, and she cannot stop admiring it. She notes with a smile that it is a nostalgic color. The girl remembers how she smiled at the guy and stroked him. He smiled back at her. The villainess turns around and declares that thanks to him, she remembered good moments from her life and must thank him. Rania, with a displeased face, suggests that they just go home. She, with a smirk, declares that this is mean of him. She smiles and declares that she cannot give him this child, so she will give him a small gift. He declares that he does not need it. Black energy rises from the ground. The demon says that the gift will make the protagonist happy, because everything is prepared with love. Rania looks in front of him and hears that this is her gift from the heart. A man's face and skeleton appear in the frame, and the demon asks if he remembers him. She, with a sinister grin, states that this is the only person who could withstand Garnicult's attacks with only a sword and a person who performed an incredible feat, asking if he knows how much she loves the ash-haired man. The corpse in the form of a man rises. The villainess asks if he is happy now, ordering him to fall in love. Rania silently looks forward and hears her declare that he is speechless from happiness. An image of Gletus appears in the frame. The protagonist pronounces his name. He, with an imperturbable face, declares that he knew she was crazy. In the pictures, the image of Gletus at different moments in life, Rania notes that he did not know that it was so. The hero stands firmly on the ground and says that this is too much. The image of Gletus in the middle of smoke is shown in the frame. The villain holds the protagonist by the face and asks what he can do, specifying whether he is angry and wants to kill her. Rania, with an impassive face, demands to calm down. The villain looks at him with a frightening look, hearing that he will definitely kill her. The guy in the middle of the white garden tells Glyria that she was here. The girl, smiling, tells Armiel that he must have been looking for her. The guy hits her on the head with a book and says that she did something stupid again. Glyria grabs her head and says that she even dressed up. He points to the piece of paper with displeasure and clarifies if this is what she is saying. Glyria hugs Armiel, while he asks about reminding her that she first needs to set the bones before using healing magic. Because the screams of soldiers who came out of anesthesia pierced even the heavens, she in turn claims that he is too close. He turns around and says with a displeased look that it is useless, and that she needs to follow him, and he will teach her everything. She looks after him, embarrassed. The girl looks at Armiel and thinks that he is very caring and sweet. Glyria is sitting on her knees. It is said that the saint who hears prayers and offers them to the stars, she exists to transmit their will. The hands of those praying are shown in the frame. It is explained that she is the one whom people worship as the highest being and the only being who maintained her connection with the earth as a human. Armiel picks up Glyria. He closes his eyes and she remembers her ash-haired man. The villainess raises her hand and says that the protagonist reminds her so much of this man. She calmly looks ahead and says that she needs to be entertained a little more. She climbs on top of the snake. Gletus goes to attack. She declares that she will also make him happy. Rania begins to shine with a bright blue light. He clenches his teeth in anger. Glyria looks forward and laughs, saying that she loves him very much, calling his existence precious and pathetic. She screams in madness for it to shine even brighter. Gletus in the form of a corpse walks forward. She calls for more stories to be shown. He breaks away. The corpse with the sword approaches the protagonist. The skeleton looks forward. Gletus quickly attacks. Glyria says that he liked it. Rania blocks the attacks and hears that his swordsmanship was so perfect that it reached the highest level and he had a proud and noble will, but his body was not ready for it. Rania reflects the attacks, while the villain says that she created it for him. The protagonist attacks in response, insulting the enemy. His hand clutches the enemy's cloak. He throws Gletus to the ground using the strength skill. The monster's bones break. He screams in pain. Glyria sits on a snake and laughs, saying that she is glad that he liked it. Rania smashes her enemy. He hears in shock that it is useless. Dark energy permeates everything around. The protagonist looks at the monster in surprise. He has risen again. The villainess claims that everything must be done to destroy him. Glyria sits on the snake with a smirk and says that now this man has a perfect body and being a defective product he has turned into a perfect one. Rania with a serious look reminds that he told her to shut up. Glyria with a smile asks to make her do it. She laughs and says that the dog has a new toy, but she is a little naughty and he should entertain her. The guy turns to Kelt, saying that this rude man has come. He turns around and asks about Chloe. He replies that he sent her to the royal capital. Kelt turns to the warriors and states that Kyle should join the guard, and the remaining knights go to destroy the demonic beasts that have appeared in Kadanak. The guy goes forward and clarifies if he is going to go to Belnoa. Kelt stands in front of Itoil and asks if he wants to go with him. He replies that he was just about to ask about it. The man looks up and states that this is a very dangerous situation and the demon is very powerful. Dark energy is floating above the forest. He gives him the ring and says that they need to hurry, and he suggests using the acceleration ring created in the Black Magic Tower. Kelt looks down in surprise and asks if there are any more magic tools. They run forward. Itoil states that he brought everything that can be useful in battle. The guy looks at him and asks if he can give everything. He says not to worry. Itoil looks ahead in surprise. He angrily demands to wait, clarifying that the price for them is small, but their history is very important to him. Kelt seriously asks him and says that he must go. Itoil looks at the dark energy above the forest and states that this is unexpected, and he retracts his previous statement. Glyria looks away. The man calls it a disaster, and this is not a person who can be defeated with only magic tools. Kelt calmly says if so. He stands calmly next to the protagonist and says that he must do everything possible. The man clenches his fist. He gives it to the happy guy and declares that they should return alive and well. He thanks him. The man looks at the hero who took off with displeasure. Itoil watches him. The picture shows artifacts. It is said that many masterpieces were created throughout a lifetime or many generations, and they are magical tools containing the essence of the Tower of Black Magic, and this is not something that should be given to a stranger. Itoil thinks about himself with a displeased look and realizes that he needs to prepare for the lectures of the elders. Kelt runs and realizes that he can do nothing when such people challenge monsters, putting their lives on the line. Rania hits Gletus. The man just hopes that Kelt will be able to safely see the dawn. The guy runs forward calmly. Kelt rushes to the battlefield and thinks that he feels a dense demonic energy that can be seen with the naked eye. He holds the case in his mouth and realizes that if he didn't have the magic tool, he would already be in heaven. Rania fights Gletus. Kelt realizes that he needs to hurry or his elder will be in danger. He breaks away. He flies towards the battle. Glyria watches with a smile and says that he is trying so hard but it is useless. The protagonist prepares to use the spell enhancement skill. Rania rushes towards the enemy. He hits Gletus using the strength skill. The skeleton's shoulder breaks, but gradually heals. Rania watches him and realizes that it is not enough. He prepares to jump using the spell enhancement ability. Rania flies with a fist with the acceleration skill. He is furiously preparing to hit. He grabs his body. The protagonist throws Gletus to the ground. The monster flies to the side and hits. His skull crumbles. Glyria, riding a snake, laughs and says that he fights disgustingly. Rania looks at his opponent and hears that she truly loves him. Glyria brings her hand to her face and says that she would like to enjoy this show more, but the time is coming when he will no longer be able to ignore his overreaching. She holds up a finger and apologizes, saying that this is all. Gletus begins to rise. The villainess claims that this story will also end soon. The monster takes the weapon and follows the order to take the sword and bring it to her. Glyria, with a terrifying look, declares that she has prepared a beautiful ending for him. The ferocious monster gets back on his feet. Glyria flies behind the enraged monster and screams for the protagonist to die at the hands of his own master. Gletus rushes to attack. The villainess laughs loudly. Rana holds a block in shock and wonders if he has become faster. He closes his eyes and realizes that he does not have time for a new plan. The hero rushes forward. Kelt appears in front of Rana with a sword and reflects the monster's attack. The protagonist looks ahead in surprise, as does Glyria. Kelt holds a case in his mouth. He stands with the sword and tries to say something. Kelt turns to the protagonist. They stand in front of the villains. Rana exclaims that she does not understand anything from what was said, asking if he really thinks that he will defeat the demon. Kelt asks to hurry. Rana, with a displeased face, asks if he stole the magic tool. Glyria, enraged, calls him a rude dog. She furiously demands not to interfere with her. Gletus runs to attack. Kelt turns around and tells the protagonist to leave. He runs away and angrily demands to explain everything later. The fighter reflects the quick attacks of the monster. Gletus hits the warrior with his sword. Kelt, with a displeased face, realizes that, as expected from the master, the feeling is that he will not be able to win. The monster attacks him, saying that he is the strongest sword master who fought in human form against the sword of death, and without the blessing of the stars, working hard, he reached the superhuman level that knights strive for. Kelt closes his eyes and realizes that he simply must defeat him. He raises the tip of the sword and thinks to become the same as the enemy. Kelt maintains a fighting stance. He calmly states that the commander-in-chief of the Hound Squad shows his deepest respect to the proud sword master. The monster is very surprised. His sword began to tremble. Gletus holds it in front of him. Glyria sits on her pet and screams in rage that because of Kelt, her entire plan was ruined. She clenches her teeth in anger and exclaims that all this is very annoying to her. Rana jumps off a tree branch and states that this is a side effect of a long life. He rushes at Glyria and says that once he finishes, she will stop being angry. The villainess, with a sad face, says that she is sorry, but he cannot do it, because he did not receive the blessing of the stars. Rana, in a calm voice, says that she knows it. Magic signs appear in the air. They become larger and extend over the trees. The hero says that he is the kind of person who achieves everything on his own, and he always has a backup plan. Rana attacks the enemy with blue energy. The protagonist raises his fist and wonders what will happen to her when she accepts all this. Etoile walks among the ruins and realizes that there is much more destruction than he expected. He cannot understand where Belnoa is. The sound of stone slabs is heard nearby. Belnoa lies under them in blood and screams that it hurts, and at this rate he will die here. The man approaches him and exclaims that he is alive. He in response clarifies if he really looks like one. Etoile lifts the boy to his feet and asks if Chloe is okay. He replies that the dog is protecting her. The bloody fighter understands everything. His body is in magical patterns. Etoile thinks about the scheme of protection against him. He realizes that it was definitely Rana. He understands that it is enough to see the scheme to understand this. The picture shows signs. It says that this is a bold approach that does not obey generally accepted ideas and differently constructed and effective spells. Rana attacks the enemy. He thinks that as far as he knows, the only one who could create such a thing. The image of Raniel appears in the frame. He realizes that it was an ash wizard with that name. The protagonist's fist clenches and emits blue energy. The skill of dual spell and amplification is used. Rana looks ahead and uses force. He releases a blue beam using the defeat. His attack aims for Glyria. She smirks and says that it is beautiful, but he can't do anything. Rana hangs in the air and says that she knows it without her comment. A bright flash occurs, creating shockwaves. The hero lands down. Rana clutches her chest, blood spurts from her mouth. An image of a monster appears in the frame. He thinks that on that day when he sacrificed half of his life in the battle with the Demon King, the price he paid for a power greater than his own was great. Raniel's body is struck by beams. He realizes that now his soul is worn out and his body is broken. An image of Rana appears in the frame, saying that even if his body has changed, worn out can no longer be made new. He clenches his bloody teeth and thinks that he does not like this, but reminds himself that this is the last moment when he can still turn back. Glyria, standing nearby, says that it was her favorite. The villainess comes down and says that she worked hard to create it. The protagonist forms magic signs and says not to worry. Rana stands in front of the enemy and says that she will send her after him. Glyria closes her eyes and calls him interesting, because he is very similar to him in his stubbornness. The villainess looks ahead with a smirk. Their swords touch. The villain says that he is different from the people she knows. Kelt fights Gletus. The fighter clenches the magic item in his teeth. The villainess talks about human life. The monster swings his sword. She continues to say that this is just a fleeting moment, and even if you know it, it is still meaningless. Gletus knocks the fighter out with his swift blow. Galeria calls them fragile and stupid creatures. Blood gushes from Kelt's mouth. He furiously clenches his sword and looks ahead. He grits his teeth and prepares to attack. He hits Gletus again. The villain says that the stars always choose. She looks ahead. Rana smirks at hearing about such people. A bloodied Kelt watches the battle. Galeria stands nearby and wonders why she can't take her eyes off them. A bright yellow glow begins to float in the air. Rana holds her sword and tells her to watch closely. The protagonist stands calmly in place, energy raging around him. He uses the ability Ash to Ash. Rana clenches a bright yellow beam in her fists. He throws it towards the enemy. Everything around him breaks into pieces. The ability is called Blade. Rana looks ahead and blood flows from his mouth. Dark purple energy floats in the air. The villain laughs and says one more step. Galeria looks ahead and states that at the very end, just one step was missing. Rana holds her hand and smirks. Galeria, without arms, calmly states that this was her last chance, and yet she could not get him. The girl raises her hand forward and calls the enemy Ashen. Rana feels her hand on her lips and hears her call him Dear Moonlight. Galeria begins to dissolve and asks him to come to her with a smile. Rana looks forward with a serious expression and says not to worry. The protagonist stands in the ruins. The bright sun rises over the forest. He promises that he will definitely kill Galeria. Kelt fiercely fights Gletus. Blood flows from the fighter's mouth and he grunts in pain. The magic item falls to the ground. He holds the sword and realizes that the demonic energy is too strong. Dark energy hovers around. He understands that the problem is not only in it. He holds the weapon tightly and realizes that each time they cross swords, it becomes clearer. Gletus stands imperturbably in front of him. The hero understands that this is an impenetrable wall. The picture shows a man and a boy. Kelt realizes that superhumans who at the end of their path have surpassed their limit, and he cannot break this wall to fight them on equal terms. He bends his knees and prepares to attack. He jumps up, swinging his sword, and declares that now is not the time to complain and you need to try your best. Their swords hit each other again. He fights the enemy and understands that he cannot let him interfere with the elder. The sword flies to the side. Kelt looks in fear and realizes that things are bad. Gletus swings. The guy understands that this is the end. Kelt closes his eyes. He opens them in fear and realizes that he did not feel anything. Gletus is still swinging his weapon. The guy looks in surprise at the hole in the monster's body. He evaporates into energy. The guy looks opposite and does not believe that it is over. Kelt falls tired and says, "Really?" Rana looks ahead. The guy wonders if he really defeated Gletus. The sun rises above the trees. Bloody footprints are visible on the path. Kelt lies down by the tree and says that he can't get up, but at least he survived. Kelt looks ahead and hears about the mess. Rana goes to Demu and says that for a second he thought he was Galeria's surviving familiar. He replies that he didn't expect the elder to talk about other people like that. He sits down next to him and tells him to move over. The protagonist turns around and addresses Kelt. The surprised guy hears words of gratitude. They sit by the tree and the guy says that he will live a long life and will be able to overcome himself and thank someone more than once. He in turn is indignant. Rana looks at him with a smirk and states that his opponent was a master of the sword, and he acted recklessly and also used many magical items. Kelt presents the artifacts and asks if one book will not be enough. The hero replies that it is. In front of them is scorched earth. Kelt states that he should be grateful that he was able to survive the fight with the master. Rana looks at him and says that his partner knew about his strength and still rushed into battle so bravely. Kelt smiles and says that because someone had to do it. The fighter smiles and says that one person whom he knows very well always behaves like this. Against the background of the daytime sky, the protagonist states that he has no words and thanks him anyway. The latter replies that the protagonist should help with the aftermath, or something like that. Rana at this point suggests just sewing his mouth. The girl runs among the ruins and exclaims the name Belnoa. The guy is sitting on a box and is surprised to hear her say that she is glad that he is okay. The girl grabs his face and says that he is badly hurt. He mumbles that he is in pain. Chloe looks at him sadly. She sees his wounds and realizes that the master immediately came to save her. She looks at his bloody hands and says that she thought that it was the same with Belnoa. The girl asks about the fact that he probably got hurt trying to help her. Chloe holds his head and thanks him. He smiles and says that it does not matter anymore, and although he knew that she was safe, he went there to make sure of it. The guy thinks about hair and eyes. Belnoa imagines the image of Galeria and realizes that she looks like her, because she looked like an older Chloe. The girl looks forward. He realizes that he is sure that now it was not connected with the kidnapping and something like this can happen again. He clenches his bloody fists. Chloe looks at him and asks if he is in pain. They can call a priest. He answers that everything is fine and he was just thinking about something. The guys are crying, sitting at the table. The guy says that he is actually the leader of the group task and he has never managed to show his face. Chloe looks at him in surprise. She smirks. Chloe starts laughing loudly. She stands opposite the wounded Belnoa, who asks why she is laughing and if he said something strange. The girl, through her laughter, says that he has started to act like a diligent student. She reaches out her hand to him and offers to go together. Belnoa's wounded hand takes it, and he agrees. They walk among the ruins that the locals are dismantling. Chloe says that she also wants to enter the academy as soon as possible, asking if their summer clothes are nice. He answers that they are also nice. Belnoa looks at her, and hears that she is also interested in who Rania is, that the master and he mentioned. Chloe enthusiastically explains that this time she helped him and gave him advice, because she is a great teacher. The image of the guy and the main character appears in the picture. Chloe worriedly asks if everything is okay with Belnoa. The guy smirks and says that she will understand everything when she meets him. They go further. The girl asks if he is afraid to show up for a group task because he thinks he will be scolded. He says that in part it is. A horse-drawn carriage is driving along a night road. The driver is humming a song. A wounded knight is riding in a carriage and reading something. Kelt looks at the sleeping protagonist and asks if she could not scream in such a nasty voice. Rania answers the disgruntled guy that she cannot, because after helping someone, her whole body hurts. Rania looks at the ceiling and hears that she probably does not want to go home. The protagonist gets up and says that the master will be angry. Kelt smirks and says that it is impossible for the master to be so angry. Rania, with a disgruntled face, says that there are too many reasons. A man is crying on his knees, another one comforts him. Against the background of ruins, it is said that the western part of Katanak is completely destroyed. A broken bell lies on the ground. A destroyed building is also on the ground. It is said that the bell tower and the clock tower, which took many years to build, were also destroyed. The protagonist looks out the window and states that the master probably knows that they blew up most of the city and it was such a great show. Kelt holds up a piece of paper and says that they should be glad that at least half of the city was able to survive the disaster, and it would not be strange if the entire city was in ruins. The protagonist hears an objection that it was Glyria. The guy with the paper in his hand says that he almost forgot to say something important. He holds out a letter and states that it is from the royal family, and is supposedly a thank you. He replies that they wrote it this time. Rania reads it, and hears that it was unwise to say that a dog was able to defeat the disaster alone, and so he subtly hinted that he was helped by the elder. Among the people, a white-haired guy walks. Kelt says that he thinks they were secretly nervous about the elder's retirement, and were also worried that he might leave for another country. The guy laughs and states that apparently they want to keep him around no matter what. The protagonist turns to Kelt. He asks him with a displeased face if he would like to build a tower at a time like this. Kelt, with a serious expression, says that the economy is booming now, so maybe 5. A house with burning windows is visible in the distance. The carriage goes on. The protagonist shouts that he is not joking, and notes that he has gone quite far, so perhaps he will get off here. Kelt looks at Rania and wishes him to take care of himself. He reciprocates. Against the background of the night sky, he is thinking about something. Rania goes on and realizes that it was a hard battle, but this is nothing new, and still feels strange. He looks ahead in surprise. A man is standing in the background of the house. Roselle turns around in surprise. The protagonist calls him master. Rania runs to him and asks if he is already awake. He replies that he could not sleep. Roselle looks at him and asks if his body is okay. Rania silently watches him. He realizes that the master has apparently found out about everything. The main character appears in the frame among the magical signs. He remembers that he gave up part of his remaining life as a price for the deal. Rania is standing in front of the master. He tells him with a smile that everything is fine and there is no need to worry. Roselle is standing in front and asks if it was necessary to go so far. Rania, with a forced smile, states that he had no other choice. The master stands silently. He puts his hand on his head and says that he hopes that this choice will make him happy. He opens the door to the house and says that the evenings are cold now and they need to quickly go inside. Rania realizes that he thought it was strange, but no, he is simply not used to this. The picture shows a cozy room. He says that it is so good that there is a place where he can always return, where the body and soul rest. Rania happily declares that he is home. During the daytime, the master calls the main character to wake up. Roselle knocks on the door and declares that they have guests. Rania barely opens one eye. Roselle stands in the room and apologizes. It looks like they will have to wait a little longer. Etoile sits next to Belnoa and says that there is no need to worry. After all, they came to him without warning. He looks away and says that he wants to express his gratitude. Rania sits next to him and hears about the Ash Mage. He asks the protagonist who else knows about it. He replies that there were only 2, the master and Kelt. Belnoa, sitting on the couch, hears that there are now 4 of them. Rania laughs like Raniel. Etoile says that physical transformation is a phenomenon that is difficult to believe, even if you see it with your own eyes. He replies that it is still more realistic than the transformation of the soul. Etoile keeps his hand on the chair and states that he did not come to confirm his guess, saying that he would like to express his gratitude. He stands in front of the protagonist, putting his hand to his chest, stating that without anything he would have lost 2 of his students, and he thanks him from the bottom of his heart. Rania, smiling, states that she was just doing what she had to do. Itoil, with a calm expression, says that he is still very grateful. The protagonist sits in a chair and asks him to keep the secret, because she would be very grateful if he did not shout about it in the streets. He replies that he would do it even if she did not ask. Itoil looks at Rania and states that there are some people he would like to introduce him to, and once the injury heals, they need to visit the Tower of Dark Magic. Itoil opens the door and stands next to the master and tells Belnoa that they need to leave. Rania looks at the guy and asks if there are any more questions. He excitedly says what needs to be done. Rania is surprised to hear the question of what needs to be done to weigh her lifespan. Belnoa sits anxiously on the couch, realizing that he tried to count it, considering it as a part of his body, but nothing worked. The picture shows Dyke. The guy thinks that if he could evaluate his life, then in that fight against the Black Knight, victory would be his. Rania looks at the guy in surprise. The protagonist points his finger and says that he needs to stop, because if it doesn't work out, then the soul will be broken. Belnoa is shocked by such an answer. Rania says with a smirk that he doesn't need to worry about becoming stronger. The protagonist starts laughing just like the previous version, clarifying if Belnoa knows who he is. The action takes place in the academy. The students in the audience are talking, offering each other to double-check everything and their other experiences. The guy quietly asks another who will tell then. The other answers that he seems not even to have been in his room. Leslie looks at his piece of paper. Someone suggests gathering all the participants first. The girl tells Sylvie that classes are starting soon, and it's time for her to go. The students are talking among themselves. Sylvie wonders what will happen to these people. Leslie says with a smile that it looks like their leader has backed down. She in turn does not understand the meaning of this word. She pets her pet and says that she will explain to her after class. Two girls look at Leslie. One of them asks if she has finished preparing for the presentation. She says with a smile that everything is fine and they rehearsed together yesterday, so she is not nervous. They are standing near the heroine. One says that she is worried. The other claims that Leslie has already given their presentation and there is no need to be nervous. The students turn around and see the protagonist, declaring that Professor Rania has arrived. The protagonist stands behind the lectern and says that according to the plan, today's class is to present presentations in groups. The students hold up sheets of paper and are told that they need to hand in a summary and a demonstration, and that they will start with Group F. Rania looks at the guy with the crystal and asks if he is ready, and he confidently agrees. The student shows magical signs above himself. He calmly explains that they focused on the scorching heat. The students listen about the unit of mana at maximum spell efficiency. He continues to tell the story and hears a request to wait a minute. Rania looks at him and asks if he really made this diagram himself. He laughs excitedly and says that of course he did. Rania touches him with her finger and says that even if you glance at it, you can see that this is a complete diagram, and that is why she is so curious. The protagonist points his finger and asks what the purpose of this curve is. The guy is confused and tries to answer something. He holds the sheet of paper in fear and does not understand what is happening and what to answer. He sees an image of a man and realizes that he has never heard anything like this from a scientist from a magic tower. Rania thinks and says that the combination of additional effects of the limitation in the balance, and she really wants to know how this curve works and what its role is. The protagonist with a frightening look repeats the question, "What is it for?" The guy confusedly says that he is very sorry. The students look down in fear and hear that Group F is disqualified. The student excitedly gets up from her seat after the announcement that Group E will perform next. She goes up on stage with tears in her eyes and realizes that they too will be disqualified, and she really hopes that everything is fine with their scheme. With the academy in the background, Group E wishes her luck. Rania watches thoughtfully and says that it was good. The protagonist points to the magic signs and notes that the restriction effects can be improved and the diagram is a contract, so it needs to be clarified and maybe they can fix the errors by adjusting the connections in the spell. The student looks at the teacher in shock. Rania smiles and says that it was a good presentation and they did well. The guy comes out with a weapon in his hands after the announcement that Group D is next. He seriously introduces himself as Rak and says that he is the leader of Group D and they paid attention to the practical fight. Symbols appear in the frame. He explains that they strengthen the weapon with the help of diagrams and the mana consumption meets the conditions. Rania looks at him with a smirk and asks again if this is true. He places the axe on his head and exhales. Patterns appear on the handle. He swings it, using the ability of strength. The guy cuts the target in one blow. Rak excitedly holds the weapon and says that he is done. In the background of the academy, Rania is heard thanking him and calling the next one. The protagonist looks at the papers and says that they saw all the presentations. Rania stands at the board and states that this task was given to them so that they could gain experience with spells. Leslie watches with a smile, hearing that there were groups that were able to completely destroy the resistance stone. The girl fearfully holds her head, hearing that there were those who did not succeed, but the result was still excellent. The guy looks away with displeasure. Rania states that everyone has different results, but the main thing is that most worked independently. It is written that this is the person who demonstrated the shadow needles and it turned out that he did everything himself. The students hear with a smile that the teacher is sure that each of them learns something new for themselves. Rania looks at them and thanks them for their work. They are shocked to hear that there will be no more tasks this week. Rania opens the door and says that they will see each other next week. The surprised guy asks the other if he heard that. The protagonist walks down the steps and realizes that this time is unlikely to be enough. He looks ahead and realizes that this is the second time he cut off Galeria's arm. The picture shows her limb. It says that last time it was taken by Garnicult, but this time it is different, and what's more, her arm, which was normal right after it was cut off, is getting darker, and he needs to know if she was able to restore her arm. The guy with white hair feels a sharp colder. The protagonist is sure that only one person can know this. Rania realizes with a smile that apparently he will be busy this weekend. The man holds a bottle with a dissatisfied face. Rania thinks that they need to chat. The guy is sitting with a piece of paper. The guys eat cookies and ask what's wrong with him, because he sits and pokes at the envelope, clarifying if there is a sender's name. Rack looks ahead and states that there is also this letter from his family. They tell him with a smile that he should read it later then, and now join the meal, because life without homework from teacher Rania is wonderful. He holds the letter and realizes that he did not expect this from his father. Against the background of mountains, it is said about a cold region shrouded in snowstorms all year round. The picture shows a man. It is explained that his father protects this land and he is the embodiment of an ideal warrior. The boy understands that he should have come to him in person, and not sent a letter. He opens the envelope and understands that the post office is expensive now. He reads the paper that a guest has come to the house and he needs to return with the strongest teacher. Rack looks at the paper from all sides, not understanding what is written. Against the background of the building, the boys do not understand what he is doing. In the evening, an exclamation of disgust is heard from the house. In the mug, blue-violet liquid, the hero tells the other to drink before it gets cold. Rania looks at this with displeasure, and hears that his body is not in the best condition now. The white-haired guy, arms crossed, asks what it is. The protagonist in response asks if it is definitely drinkable and in general, how can one survive after such a thing? The interlocutor looks forward and declares that he likes this drink. Rania looks at the mug and says that apparently he has problems with taste buds. The protagonist, closing his eyes, says that he is completely fine with this and asks him to sell him alcohol. He replies that he does not have any suitable. Rania with a serious look declares that she cannot tell a good story without a drink, and it is a long story. He holds a bundle with magical signs in his hands and hears a request not to leave out the details this time. The man looks at it in surprise. Rania stands in front of him and declares that this is the hand of the fallen. She looks forward and declares that she thought that after losing the body, the hand would begin to rot, but this did not happen and the use of shock did not give any results, even the starlight did not have any effect. The frame shows a limb. The protagonist explains that if you look closely, it looks like a starry sky, and if you touch it, it feels like you're putting your hand in water. The picture shows Rania doing various things. She states that she tried different methods, such as burning, crushing, boiling, and only a man can help her. He closes his eyes and remains silent. The bartender looks at the protagonist and says that she just wanted to meet her. She replies that she attacked her and something had to be done. Belnoa is standing next to Chloe. Rania suggests that perhaps she planned to use this girl to dive deeper into the darkness. The white-haired man calls this really unexpected. He touches the hand and states that the protagonist single-handedly tore off the holy hand without a holy sword and the blessing of the stars. He rolls up his sleeves and hears clarification about the name. He in turn states that it does not matter now. Rania yawns and hears a request to be silent, because she needs to concentrate. The man takes the limb in his hands. He pierces it with his finger. Rania is very surprised by this turn of events. The man digs into the dark hand. Splashes fly in all directions. He holds a key in his hands and says that most likely it is still there. He hands Rania the key. The frame shows the key. It says to go north with her hand and this object. The picture shows mountains. It says that in the Crab Mountains there is a research institute. The hero walks through the snow. It is explained that in thick fog and a snowstorm it will be difficult to find. The old man looks ahead. It is said that when she gets there, she will be able to find out. The warrior stands in the middle of the winter mountains. It is said about the way to kill the martyr Galeria. A stack of papers lies on the table. Kelt, leaning back in his chair, yawns and says that this is not even half of it. There is a knock on the door and someone apologizes. The guy with the new stack says that there are several reports that need to be approved. The guy in turn asks to leave them aside. He thanks him for the new stack of papers with a tired look. Kelt is surprised to hear something. He takes the paper and asks in rage what it is. Kelt angrily shouts, "Shouldn't Doric's sword be in the west now?" The assistant looks at him and replies that as he said, he was on the western front. The traveler goes forward. It is said that he went north after defeating the renegade monster. Kelt looks at the paper thoughtfully and hears that the hero Kyle is dealing with the rest of the monsters. He looks at the sheets and listens that if he is in the north, then they most likely will not cross paths. Kelt presses his lips and thinks about this anxious feeling. Against the background of the stack of papers, The hero exclaims that if these two meet, then his work will become even more. The guy replies that apparently it is very difficult for him. The scene shows a house during the day. Someone asks Raniel to come down. He yawns and says good morning to the master. Roselle stands in front of him with a paper and says that it is already daytime and a letter has arrived. He holds an envelope and asks whose seal it is. Rania is surprised to recognize the Grace family crest and says that Rak recommended him and they want him to come to the north. Rania says with a smile that everything is going just fine. He is happy while the master watches him. The guy exclaims that he just needed to visit the north. The protagonist looks ahead. In the background is the previous version. The male traveler continues on. Rania says that he does not have many friends there, so they would have to cross by boat. Raniel fought with the man. The protagonist remembers that during his short journey he will drop by to visit them. The events take place in the building during the daytime. Aaron is sitting at the table and says that this is too busy a schedule for extracurricular readings. Rania stands in front of him and says that he just doesn't have enough time to do everything before the holidays, realizing if he really thinks that it's just a time issue. The protagonist stands there looking sad. Aaron thinks that with such a calm and innocent face he talks about such terrible things. The teacher smiles and states that the holidays are coming soon, but before that there is a final exam and he is worried that it will be a big burden for the students. He realizes excitedly that he should not be fooled. He imagines the students as dead people and realizes that he does not want a student to torment him next term. Aaron watches them from the corner and realizes that as the principal, he must protect the students' sleep and youth. The old man sits in the fire opposite the protagonist and realizes that even though the plan is filled with enthusiasm, he will still not accept it. Rania, with a sad face, states that she wanted to do something before the holidays, and it seems that she ran ahead in her initiatives. Aaron excitedly flips through the papers and asks to wait a minute. In the background of the papers, it says about experiencing the process of dismantling, disassembling and reconstructing in extreme conditions, practice in conditions of high mana concentration, a lesson in understanding defensive spells and mana inside the body. He looks at this in shock. Aaron hands over the paper and says that he didn't think he would be able to approve any of the proposals. Rania thanks him with a smile, noting that it will be a grand event. Aaron is happy, but inside he is sad, saying that he needs to try hard. With the academy in the background, he wonders if he made the right choice. The students walk along the forest and talk. Someone asks when the last extracurricular activities were, because he has a gap in the topics of the last semester, and if he does not fill it now, he will have serious problems. The guy looks away and says that there are an oddly large number of students. The guys look at each other. One of them says that extracurricular activities in which you can earn points are rare and his seniors advised him to definitely participate. The guy stands at the board with a smile. Someone says that the transmission line will only last a few seconds. He smiles and says that if so, he can afford to be unarmed. He looks in front of him in shock. The huge knight turns around. Rania is sitting on his shoulder and is happy that there are more people than she expected. The protagonist introduces herself with a smile and says that she is the supervisor of this after-school training. The shocked students hear a greeting from them. The protagonist deftly jumps off. Rania points to the knight and says that everything is very simple, because you need to use defensive spells and survive his attack, and the winner will receive 50 points. The frightened students are afraid to think about confronting him. The knight looks at them with sparkling eyes. Rania points her finger and says that he has a security system, so there is no need to worry. A huge robot stands in front of a small girl. Rania wants to do a demonstration first. The heroine clenches her fists and realizes that when she helped with the trial performance, she was told that she would get extra points, which is why she came here, but these points are not worth it. The girl stands in place with tears in her eyes. The huge knight attacks while she mentally calls for help. He hits her. Everything flies apart. The students scream in horror. The knight looks down. Everyone wonders if she is alive. The girl is kneeling and clearly not feeling well. The guys hold her and ask how she is feeling. The picture shows a golem. It says that it is equipped with a shock converter, and thanks to this, all physical damage taken from it becomes the remains of magic. Rania says with a smile that the whole point is that even if they are hit too hard, they will not die. She explains to the students that she simply imbued it with mana. The surprised students hear that if they leave now, they will not be able to participate in other extracurricular activities. Rania looks at them and says that she heard that the results of extracurricular activities are a requirement for receiving a diploma, so she made everything as clear as possible. The students hear with excitement that they need to try hard. The guy clenches his teeth in anger. He suddenly runs into the attack. A huge knight throws him up with one blow. Rania writes on a piece of paper and asks with a smile to take a break and try again. A huge golem stands opposite another participant. It is said that it was a good idea and it is a shame that it did not work out. Other students are also thrown high into the air. They fall in the distance. The teacher says that they still have a lot of time. Tired students are lying in the field. One lies next to another and asks how far they have walked. He answers that about 5 people. A huge golem looks at a happy guy. The guy says that he is most angry that he can read attacks. but cannot reflect them. The dissatisfied student wants to try again. He clenches his fist and says that he should not give up. The girls stand opposite each other. He realizes that everyone is working hard. The students discuss the plan. The main character understands that this is already important. Rana watches them with pleasure. The picture shows various events and battles. It is said that security, a disaster, and others. Rana smiles and realizes that she feels that the class is being neglected because of these things, and it is sad. The students fall down after the blow. The protagonist realizes that he got such an opportunity just before a long vacation, and he is glad that he managed to finish this semester well. He looks at the key and realizes that the extracurricular activity was successful. The picture shows a tower in the middle of the snow. The protagonist realizes that now he can go to the north without any worries. The action takes place in a brick building during the day. The butler CUCCUBUS tells the maid to hurry up, because there is a long way to the north ahead. The boys are sitting on a bench. One tells the other that he forgot that Rak is an aristocrat after all. The white-haired hero hears a request to come over. Someone strokes his head and he asks what is it. The boys touch him and say that it is too slick and it is better to ruffle it. Rak looks at them and asks if they are sad to stay here. The friends look at him silently. They laugh and say that after all it is Rak. The butler holds a watch in his hand. CUCCUBUS approaches him and bows, stating that everything is ready. Rak waves to them and says that they will see each other after the holidays. The friends wave back and say goodbye to him. The picture shows leaves and trees. It says that he sent a letter to the owner of the White Magic Tower, as he asked. CUCCUBUS walks next to Rak. The guy asks about a certain guest visiting them, and he wonders who it is. The butler smiles and says that unfortunately he cannot say, and it is better to find out for himself. Rak seriously states that it may be because of the heat, but he misses home even more. In the background of things in bottles, he says that he will soon go to his hometown. Rana is happy, looking into the suitcase, and says that most likely this will be enough. Roselle excitedly asks if he plans to go north. Rana smiles and states that this is why she takes so many clothes. Roselle smiles and says that he thought so. Magic patterns appear above the clothes. He says that although the incident with Katanak has not died down yet, he will simply freeze to death with such methods of survival. The master gives the protagonist a coat and asks him to take it and use it wisely. He holds it and states that it is colder in the north than he thinks. Rana hugs him with a smile and states that when he was on the battlefield, he always took off his outerwear. Roselle looks at him and states that he is not a soldier now, clarifying that the Grand Duke did not invite him as a guest. Surprised, Rana hears that he must try to watch his language and not be rude to him, be careful and return safely. The protagonist smiles. He happily says that there is no need to worry, because he is his student. Roselle stands in front of him and calmly states that he believes. There are various things in the suitcase. The old man asks him to throw out the trash. He says he does not want to. Against the blue flag, it says Lord Grace. A man stands opposite another. It is explained that he has been protecting the snowy lands for a long time. A boy looks forward. Against the background of images of people, it is said that although he is from the aristocracy, he is different from them and lives free from vanity and luxury, enjoying the little things given by nature. A boy stands next to huge men. It is said that there were small souls who ridiculed him and his family for simple mundane ideals. A boy runs with a flower to a man. It is explained that there was a time when he could not get used to this look, and although it was expressed in different ways, they held firmer convictions than anyone else. The picture shows a white flower. A butler stands next to a carriage. He realizes that disrespectful treatment of guests is unacceptable. CUCCUBUS looks forward with a serious look. Rana smiles at the carriage. He understands that he must show only the ideal image of the north. The butler bows and is pleased to meet her. He introduces himself as the chief assistant of the Grace family. He points to the door and says that a young gentleman is already waiting for her inside the carriage, and this carriage will take her to the northern part of the empire. Rana looks away in surprise. Rak thanks her with a smile for accepting his sudden invitation. Rana asks again who he is, looking confused. Rak holds up an axe and reminds her. CUCCUBUS opens the door and asks excitedly when he managed to bring that thing. Rana sits opposite him and declares that it is a terrible scheme and that they should borrow it to improve the route. CUCCUBUS slams the door and watches them suspiciously as they discuss the north. The butler rides calmly next to the driver and thinks that he again thought he was doing something stupid. Rak sits opposite Rana. CUCCUBUS reflects on the fact that this man was also a guest invited to the north. The events take place among the rocks closer to night. The guards adjust their helmets with displeasure. They are on guard. Kyle walks forward, an entire army behind him. He looks ahead frantically and asks if everyone is ready. Sarah looks ahead silently. He calls her name. Lemia glances up after her name is called. Dark energy is in the air, declaring that the enemy is close. Someone laughs in the ravine. Something gathers in the darkness, laughing and calling the Star Child a fool. A skeleton in a cloak appears in front of Kyle and asks if he really thinks he can stop it alone. The huge monster squeezes a bony hand and says to be afraid of the star shadows. Raniel turns to the side and wonders why SUCCUBUS is suddenly interesting to him. He sits next to his friend and declares that he loves perverted traps and altars, and does not fight head-on, but only hides behind the scenes and does small tricks. The frame shows sinister skeletons, saying that he has too many vessels. No matter how many he kills, more are always found. He takes a mug of wine and declares that the enemy is smart. SUCCUBUS smirks, emitting dark energy. The protagonist explains that he is also a coward, so he always calculates every step and takes countermeasures. And traps and altars are just a part of them, and if you give him even the slightest chance, he begins to scratch and enrage. Raniel looks at his hand and says that he would not have won if he did not provoke him, and besides, there is only one way to defeat him. He clenches his fist and remembers that he was confident in victory back then. Kyle looks down. The picture shows a diagram. He realizes that the loss of troops due to renegade monsters, the Demon King's army is gathering on the Eastern Front, which is on the verge of collapse, and apparently, they want to stop him and completely occupy the Eastern Front. Mountains of corpses lie on the ground. SUCCUBUS looks at the people. Kyle is sure if Raniel were here. Among the dark energy, the monster speaks uselessly. SUCCUBUS with an ominous look declares that he is too arrogant. He begins to cast a spell and claims that there is no one here who can stop him. The monster prepares to attack, stating that this means that no one will pave the way for him. Kyle looks down in confusion and hears a question about what he can do without the ash-haired man. Green and yellow energy forms among the rocks. Sarah sits on the ground. The guy says that he has had enough. Kyle pulls out a huge sword. He calmly declares that he is the hero chosen by the stars. He takes off. Kyle flies up and prepares to attack the monster. Lemia takes out an arrow. She begins to shoot her bow. A powerful arrow flies towards the enemy. She releases another. The projectile flies at SUCCUBUS. He looks ahead and says that the man is a fool. Dark swirls of energy confront the yellow. The monster says that he must thank him. Now he can use his spells, in particular, capture. Black tentacles pierce the green aura. SUCCUBUS frantically uses a reflection spell. Kyle tries to reflect the most powerful shots. Blood spurts from his mouth. SUCCUBUS looks at the prone enemy and says that he can't kill him. The monster stands among purple magic signs and says that he can't even touch him. Rana looks ahead in surprise. She is shocked to realize that this is an enemy attack. Her hand begins to glow. Rak looks at her and asks if she is having a nightmare. Rana excitedly replies that everything is fine, she just hasn't traveled for a long time and therefore has fallen out of the habit. A bright forest is visible outside the window. Rak sits opposite and says that the north is still far away and they can make a stop. She replies that there is no need to worry because everything is fine. The protagonist looks at the reflection in the form of a guy and says that he cannot remember the days when he was on the front lines. In the middle of the forest, he thinks that this is somehow wrong. The protagonist stands in the middle of a battlefield. It is said that a demonic realm filled with dark energy, a barren land where a magic machine powered by mana cannot pass, let alone horse-drawn carriages. He stands on a cliff. It is explained that he walked on foot through lands teeming with demonic beasts and human corpses. The protagonist, arms crossed, looks away and realizes that he is now riding in an elite horse-drawn carriage to the north, and does not feel like a soldier. He looks out the window and wonders why they stopped. The butler opens the door and states that they are going to take a break here while he does some repairs. SUCCUBUS shows the heroes to the place and says that he will prepare food for them, they just need to wait a little. Rania is surprised to think about cooking. The protagonist sits on the table and questioningly realizes that there are no guards and soundproofing spells, loud sounds of battle, and what's more, they manage to outsmart the idiots and will not have to eat grass. There is a delicious steak on the table. Rania wonders if such luxury is normal at all. A juicy chicken lies on a piece of parchment. Rania looks ahead thoughtfully. The butler hands the young master a glass. SUCCUBUS asks how the food tastes. Rania smirks and says that it is the first time she has eaten something like this on her journey, but it looks delicious. The protagonist cuts the meat and realizes that now that he is a teacher, he can afford such extravagant things. Rania eats and realizes that there are heroes who only think about women, regardless of whether they are on the battlefield or not. Against the background of the night sky, he wonders if Kyle is still having affairs with them or not. A bloody sword lies on the ground. The protagonist realizes that now that he is out of the way, they probably work even harder. The bodies of Kyle and Sarah lie among the fallen fighters. Dark energy speaks to the poor star child. SUCCUBUS looks ahead. He sees the defeated enemies and says that the guy is weak alone. Itol stands in the middle of the hall and says that it is quite troublesome. He touches the magic ball, which asks why he contacted him and is he really so interested. The man holds his forehead and notes that it was she who called him. The picture shows stacks of papers and various artifacts. The voice says that he wants to show, like so busy and no free time. He replies that he is busy if there is nothing else to say, then he breaks the connection. The hero calls the name Rania with a smile. In the middle of the winter city, the character says that she is now heading north and if she does not hurry, then she and Rak will win her favor. The girl sits at the table and claims that all thanks to the good work of the little lark and Selly, because if this happens, the outcome will be predetermined and all that remains is to hold her while she is in the north. Selly with a grin says that this is the difference between them. The man replies that she needs to try hard. The girl looks ahead in surprise. Against the backdrop of the magic ball, she wonders if he really just took and stopped talking. The carriage is driving along a snowy road. It is said that at least he gives a head start, and now she will be able to drag the professor to the Tower of White Magic. Rack sits opposite the protagonist and declares that the strongest swordsman is Mr. Kelt, but who then is the best of the magicians? Rana names her candidacy. Rack is surprised to say that it turns out there are magicians named me. She notices that the conversation was so easy that she relaxed a little in her statements. Rana looks away excitedly and says that of course not, because Mr. Rana received a 3-star rating from the government, and the Ash Magician is the strongest. The frame shows Skibble and Gliria. It is said that there are also elder liches and apostates, and one of them was recently beaten by Lord Raniel, and the other is not a magician, but a summoner. Rana explains this with a serious face. A character with a huge dragon appears in the frame. Rack asks about him. The protagonist explains that this guy is not human and his very existence is on another level. Rack sits opposite and states that she speaks as if she saw them with her own eyes. Rana smirks and states that she was simply asking Raniel a lot of questions. The protagonist asks if he has heard stories about Kyle. Rack is shocked to realize that the professor also respects this swordsman. Kyle is depicted in a picture. It is said that the church still supports him. Musicians play in the street. It is explained that bards always sing of Kyle's exploits and glorify him as the embodiment of Delikim. He clenches his fist and realizes that his blood boils at the very thought of him. Rana looks at the interlocutor and asks what he thinks a hero is. The boy thinks about it and assumes that it is a shield that protects all people. Rana says with a serious look that the hero is like that from the beginning. A weapon appears in the picture. The protagonist explains that Raniel called Kyle a spear. The surprised boy asks again. The boy attacks with this weapon. Rana explains that a spear that passes through a target, aiming and looking only forward, it has incredible destructive power. The teacher explains that the hero really managed to achieve such a result. That's why he captured the head of the black dragon. And he also does not put in any effort at all, despite being talented. Rack looks at Rana in rage, who says that if the saint had such talent, then humanity would have already defeated 1 or 2 of the 4 disasters. The protagonist says with a serious look that in order to achieve maximum performance, several conditions must be met, but he left everything to him. Rana says with a smile that she means her brother. Rack at this moment does not understand anything at all. The protagonist draws the curtain and says that it is better to look where they are now. In the middle of the forest, mountains and snow are visible. Rana watches the nature in amazement, saying that even though it is summer, it is snowing and they are almost there. The cart is moving along an icy road. He says that in any case, the strongest mage is Raniel. He agrees. People are walking around the market. Children are jokingly fighting. The protagonist turns around and realizes that this is not the first time he has visited the north, but this time it feels different. Happy people are walking along the street. Rana is excited to realize that she has seen less because she usually moves behind. The heroine looks at the notes about the regions, realizing that it is not so cold in the north. Rack opens the door and tells her that this is the very shop he was talking about. He looks at her with a smile and says that he always comes there to repair weapons. A hammer hits a blank on an anvil. Blacksmiths in aprons greet. One of them says that he has finally arrived. The protagonist stands next to the butler and does not understand why they are all without coats. Rack shakes hands with the man, who notices that he has become taller again. The blacksmith turns around and asks who is with them. Another blacksmith shows them a weapon. The guy explains that it is a teacher at the academy. Rack tells the discouraged blacksmith that his father invited her. The man leans over and whispers in his ear, asking why he brought such a young lady here. The blacksmith explains something to the protagonist and the butler. Rack asks again if there are really any problems. He answers that in his opinion, she is a complete problem. The man holds a mace in his hands, stating that no matter how powerful the weapon is, it is not eternal. The blacksmith shows off his muscles, saying that just like a warrior who neglects training, he will fall. The protagonist does not understand why he always takes such poses. Blacksmiths work with metal. The protagonist realizes what he is trying to tell him. The blank is lowered into a bucket of water, and it is explained that without constant practice, both the man and the weapon will become useless. Rana clenches her fist and claims that one must practice to avoid rust. Chloe walks past Belnoa and sneezes. He looks at the girl and asks if she really caught a cold in the middle of summer. She replies that she had a bad feeling the moment she saw the academy. Belnoa watches her with a serious face, saying that she said she wanted to see the academy before the end of the holidays and that's why they came here. But because she went to bed late yesterday, they only came now. Chloe gets angry and shouts that there is nothing to worry about, because yesterday she read a novel until late, and it was too interesting. Belnoa points to the side and says that there is a dormitory there. She in turn says that he does not believe her at all. The protagonist stands next to the guy, who apologizes and says that the carriage cannot go any further. He steps on the snow and states that it is fine weather, so they will walk the rest of the way in peace. Rania looks at the snowy trees in shock and says that it is fine weather. The butler looks ahead. Rania and Rak hear a solemn welcome. Muscular men say that they are very happy to see them. Several half-naked men thank them. Rania is shocked and wonders why they are without coats. The fighters stand on the wall and shout that they have not seen each other for a long time. Seabass notes that this is a common greeting among the northerners. He looks ahead and says that for a warrior, a well-trained body is a treasure. Rania turns around with a displeased face and hears that they want to show off their most valuable things to the guests. A crowd of men stand on the wall. Seabass says that for this reason they are selective about the guests they invite to the north. The protagonist is displeased to realize that he, too, was invited as such a guest. The man with the sword introduces himself as Oikal and says that it is nice to meet you. The inscription says that he is the 13th warrior, ranks 3rd, Falcon Eye. He tells Rania with a smile that in order to enter their castle, you need to pass a test. The protagonist looks forward and notices that he is dressed strangely. Oikal shows his fingers and says that he heard that she teaches at the academy, and there are only 2 options. The image of the heroine appears in the picture. It says about testing the knowledge of the wizard. Against the background of the mountains, he explains that you can choose a test in the snowy mountains. He points to the castle and says that this can be perceived as a kind of challenge, and she needs to pass one of the tests and get to the castle herself. Rak looks with a smile and says that every year he usually chooses to climb the mountain. Oikal laughs and says that this year it will be more difficult. Rania sadly asks if there are any magicians from the White Tower among the wizards. Oikal looks at her and replies that she is smart, and this time the owner of the tower personally wanted to participate. The woman is sitting in a chair. The man says that she wants to test the guest's abilities herself. The guy is wondering who this arrogant girl is going to evaluate. Oikal watches her and realizes that the guest is a wizard, so he most likely will not want to climb a steep snowy mountain. Rania stands opposite and says that she chooses the mountain option because she wants to pass the test of the north. The man looks at her in surprise. He smiles and says that inside the gentle girl there is a very fiery temperament. Rak is standing near the axes and warming up. The fighter explains that the young gentleman is from the east. Rania warms up her legs. They say that she is from the west. The fighters are standing near the trees. Someone is talking about the sunset. The guys are sitting on the branches. Oikal says that they need to get to the entrance to the castle and they will be warmly welcomed there. He loudly announces the beginning of the test. Rak quickly jumped up and ran. Oikal sits on a pole and understands that the young gentleman will be fine, but he will have to help the guest in an emergency. Rania looks at him silently. The man is surprised that she is looking in his direction. The protagonist at this time notices that he is watching only her. The protagonist goes further and understands that most likely there are many traps. Rania quickly runs forward, realizing that she does not think that they will bother him much, because she will leave them untouched. The picture shows SUCCUBUS. It says that although he was annoying, he learned a lot by fighting him and now he has a sense for traps, an expanded view, etc. Rania was standing in front of a large gate. Now he understands that he would be great as a training material. Rania runs forward. She looks and realizes that she has seen many traps, but this is the first time. Ice spears stick out near the trees. The protagonist walks through the snow and calls it interesting. She steps on a rock. A pile of logs falls from above. She realizes that she should use one of those too. Oikal watches her and doesn't understand. He sits on a pole and squints. In the middle of a snowy road, it is said that it feels like she really ran through the snow without leaving a trace. In the picture, the protagonist touches all the traps. Oikal doesn't understand why this is necessary. Oikal closes his eyes and says that his intuition is much better than he thought, and whether he needs to fix the trap for 2 hours. He runs forward and realizes that her power is not great, but it is still dangerous. He sees the traps and realizes that in any case, he will change the power a little. Oikal fiddles with the rope, while something happens behind him. He turns around in fear. Rania flies at him. She hits his face on the ground. He lies there and says in pain that this is stupid. Surprised, Rania recognizes the strange old man. The protagonist looks at the body lying there and states that since he called it a test, he thought that a fight was included, assuming that he was simply setting up a trap. Rania smirks and realizes that if she pulls that off again, she will be kicked out of the house. With snow-covered trees in the background, the protagonist asks him to wake up, knowing that there will be big trouble if he does not. Someone picks up a cup and assumes that the test has already begun. The girl sits on the couch and states that she is not as worried about Rak as she is about their guest. The inscription says that she is the Grand Duchess of Phalia. She looks at the old man and asks why he is so serious. The Lord calmly states that there is no need to worry. He looks ahead and realizes that he is looking forward to this. The picture shows his son Rak. He is sure that the boy has inherited his character. The boy runs ahead, while the man says that he is more interested in the guest's result. Dead fighters lie on the snowy paths. One warrior tells the other that they did everything right. Rana holds one of them and says that he misjudged the ability of his opponent. He clutches his weapon and states that a true warrior should not let his guard down just by seeing an enemy with a fragile appearance. The boy tells Oracle that he should have been wary when he was defeated with just one blow. He replies that he should not have been used as bait. They laugh and say that despite his laziness, Oracle has a gift for words. The man shows his biceps and says that although he screwed up, he can still fix it, but he needs to hurry to get to the last barrier. He clenches his fist and calls himself a proud warrior of the North. He smirks and states that being defeated is an unbearable humiliation and they must learn from their mistakes. All the fighters rejoice and shout loyally, noting that they will serve the guest later as an apology. He breaks away. The fighters move quickly. Rana runs away and does not understand why they are chasing her. The protagonist remembers his childhood and realizes that nothing has changed since then, and she was always chased with a request to help in training. Rana looks away and thinks about how there were 6 people behind her, and now there are 4. A magical pattern appears near the protagonist's hand. A spell enhancement is used. The guy is preparing to attack. Rana skillfully hits her opponents. A man with axes flies into the attack. He calmly realizes that it is difficult to dodge. The protagonist blocks the enemy's attack. Rana with a puzzled look thinks that it is over. Magic patterns appear in the air. The summoning spell skill is used. The fighters are entangled in chains. Oracle's sword is pulled. Rana realizes that she is tired with a dissatisfied face. She looks ahead and thinks that if she continues to be so lenient with them, they will not leave her alone. Rana raises her magic high into the air, thinking that she needs to break their will to fight, showing how big the difference in strength is between them. Rana prepares to strike. The protagonist attacks all enemies using defeat. Oracle looks ahead in surprise. He turns around in shock. He sees chopped trees and realizes that such power is in one blow. The fighters look in fear, realizing that if she hit them, they would lose limbs and possibly lives. Rana stands in the middle of the trees. It is said that with a magical attack, not a physical one, she showed a huge gap between them. Oracle kneels with the others and declares that the test is complete. The frame shows a beautiful castle. The man intends to take her there. There is a delicious meal on the table. Oracle raises a glass of beer to Rana and to eat more. The man cries out triumphantly that this meat is for the star of the day. He hands over a plate and states that they have carefully selected the best cuts. Seabass stands next to Rana, who wonders if this is the same as roasting a whole pig. The butler explains with a serious expression that warriors only serve meat to guests who have passed the test. Seabass looks at the food and states that the amount of meat they prepare depends on how well they pass the test. Rana notices that the mountain is getting bigger and bigger. Thalia turns to her with a smile, saying that her son takes good care of her. The woman happily introduces herself, asking if they can talk. Rana excitedly states that she will do anything to escape the meat hell. The girl, looking tired, asks why the party has already started. The woman replies that she should have been told. Selly looks ahead and realizes that she was sure that she would choose the first option, and this time she would prepare everything carefully. She angrily shouts that it is already a party, and she does not understand it. Thalia looks at her with fear and asks if everything is okay. She replies, "Thank you for your concern, madam." She takes her by the back and says that even her ears have turned red and it is better to go there. Thalia takes her away with a smirk, saying that she understands everything but she needs to rest here. She thinks with a displeased look why she came here. In the middle of a cheerful hall with drinking people, someone says that the gentleman is waiting for them. The guy bows and says that he came with a message from the Grand Duke. The man in the cloak asks again if it is really from him. The guy lowers his eyes and says that he heard that there will be a party in honor of the new guests, wondering if he wants to take part. The man in the blue cloak says that he will refrain from this, because he does not like noisy places. In the snowy mountains a blizzard rages all year round. On one of them, a castle is a relic of an ancient state. A huge white palace was there. The snow did not stop falling. Someone's torn cloak fluttered in the wind. A pure white palace that shines nobly even at night, calmly awaited the master of the north. A man stood in front of the palace. The king stood at the window, telling that the storm died down only when the head of the family entered the castle. He looked back, folding his hands, telling that this hysteria is a legend of the castle. A guy and a girl were sitting at the table, looking at the storyteller of the legend. She was asked if she knew about this story. Rana looked, thinking that she was not a professor, but an associate professor, because she liked that sound better. The man sat next to his son. She learned about this in the Great Tower during her research, and that, it turns out, the palace is the ruins of an ancient state. He looked at her, saying that the one who inherits the Grace family name will have to pass a test. Their family crest was shining brightly. At the age of majority there is a special ceremony that is passed down in their family for generations. The man looked at her, stating that he wanted to see the girl at the ceremony, which will be held in the sacred place of the Grace family. The docent's eyes widened in surprise. The man patted his son on the head, adding that he sincerely wanted this, and he also wanted to ask her to teach his child. Rana looked at this awkwardly, noting that she was an ordinary teacher, asking if she could visit the sacred place. The man closed his eyes and said that if she was not good enough, she would not be able to go halfway. Outside, it was still snowing. The man endured half a day in a blizzard of sacred ground, but this was just part of the coming-of-age ceremony. His hand tapped his fingers. He spoke of how he wanted more. The girl asked him about it in surprise. The storm was always active in the sacred place. But there is also a spring that never freezes. It was in the very center of the sacred place. 2 knights stood next to a stone with a sword in it. In this place the head of the family kept the treasure of his entire life. The man sat next to his son, telling him that no one else could reach this place since then. The girl asked with a smile if he thought his son would be able to get there. He closed his eyes, agreeing with her thoughts, suggesting that it was too early for him. The guy sat calmly. The father said that this child had talent and potential to reach heights. There was no doubt that his son would cope. Closing his eyes, he confidently continued that he would have a good core if he was taught by such a good teacher as the associate professor. The girl said with a smile that her father seemed to be trying to control Lark's life to some extent. The guy watched them talk. The girl asked if excessive strictness was appropriate. Receiving a positive answer, the man would be grateful to her for such help. The assistant professor beamed and smiled, urging them not to worry, assuring them that they would see her hard work very soon. The boy closed his eyes with a slight smile. The bright sun was shining in the sky. The assistant professor stretched, heading somewhere with the student. She covered her mouth to yawn. Lark kindly offered her a little more rest as she was not awake yet. She beamed, pointing at herself, saying that it would not help her. Besides, His Majesty personally asked her about it. They walked to the soldiers. The girl asked what he did in training. As it turned out, for starters, he runs 30 laps. The girl looked straight ahead. The student told her about strength training. Lark was a little worried, saying that he heard about other guests, but they were in another room. He did not know who this person was at all. The man looked at the frowning associate professor. She bit her lip, wondering why this man was here. The sword suddenly flew into the air. The man stood in front of his rival, clearly admiring Draco. The man looked away. The girl folded her arms across her chest. The guy was surprised and scared when she was called out. He frowned, asking why she was looking at him so unkindly. The man started to approach her. The people around began to worry about what was happening, whispering among themselves. The girl smiled. Looking to the side, the associate professor noted how her mood immediately worsened at the sight of the man. The soldiers were shocked by what they heard. Kuntal opened his mouth in surprise. Draco frowned, answering that he had no idea how one could be angry at a person you saw for the first time. Rana, with her eyes closed in a smile, answered that someone without a home, territory, and even without a country would not understand. His teeth clenched in anger. A swing of a weapon was seen. The man swung his sword at the girl. The girl looked calmly. The enemy assumed that she had no idea who she was talking to. He opened his eyes, asking why she suddenly started talking about territory. Rana, folding her arms across her chest, said with a smile that she was taught to fight with all her might if she met him. She glared, saying that the Ash Mage Rana had told her so. The people around her were worried. The man asked if she was from the Trios family or not. He looked at her, beginning to guess about the ash color of her hair. Selly was out of breath, standing by the wall, noting how high up they were. The men were surprised, realizing that it was her. The girl looked awkwardly, asking why everyone was looking at her like that. She pointed her finger at the associate professor, saying that she was the one she was looking for, because yesterday the two of them had not managed to talk. The man blocked the view of the enemies, saying that he had also been looking for her yesterday. He had accumulated many stories. The enemy turned around. The man asked Selly to take the associate professor with her. She was irritated, realizing that she would have done it anyway. His feet suddenly stopped right there. He stood with his back to the man behind the stone wall, asking to tell about who the associate professor was. The man looked at her, saying that she was Roselle's adopted daughter, also a girl, an associate professor at the academy. His hand was clutching the sheath with the sword inside. That was all that was known at the time. The girl was accompanied by a princess and a man. Draco was sure that there was something else, saying to investigate thoroughly. There was something in her. Covering his mouth with his hand, the man realized that he did not like her tone and boldness. She did not flinch in front of the sword, but she looked exactly like that child. The pendant hung on a chain. He said the name Raniel. The man clutched his pendant, saying that no one would stand in his way, no matter who it was. Someone came. A female voice asked the man if he had heard about what had happened. The girl stood in front of the man, who was looking out the window. He answered positively, saying that his son was now heading to the sanctuary. She looked at him in surprise, while he realized how quickly the associate professor was acting. The woman looked away, asking if everything would be okay, because Lark was still a child. From the window you could see them setting off. The man asked if she thought her son was old enough for the ritual. She looked at the king with concern, saying that she was talking about something else. It was a sacred place. The woman was wondering if he was worried at all. The man closed his eyes, calling his son a wonderful warrior. He believed in him. He looked, adding that he was looking forward to Lark's training. The student followed the associate professor. The woman began to worry even more, hearing the king's joke that the girl would not kill him. She turned to the guy. He asked if they were really going to a sacred place. Receiving a positive answer, the head allowed it. They had nowhere to go. She pointed her finger up, saying that the young man would only be on the verge of death, but would not die at all. The associate professor looked at the winter landscape, thinking that the source did not freeze at all. Even in a strong blizzard, she believed that it would be the same there. There was an ice cart standing on the snow. The girl didn't understand how to conduct a ceremony there. It would be impossible if it wasn't in the north. Rana turned around, realizing how difficult the place was to pass. All traces were covered by the storm. Even the adventurer's foot hadn't stepped on this land. She looked ahead skeptically, clearly not understanding something. Selly was standing in front of the yard. The girl had talked about the presence of white magic, but nothing was known about the fountains yet. The girls were sitting opposite each other. The docent understood that she was stupid and couldn't read the atmosphere at all. The girl grimaced and looked displeased, looking like a fool, but she still got to the head of the tower. The girl remembered how she stepped on her foot, stood in front of her, talking about something strange, but the docent still accepted the vastness of her magical knowledge. Rana frowned with displeasure. It infuriated her. Her foot stepped right on the snow. The young man turned around and said that they had arrived. Pointing his finger, the guy said that if they went deeper, they would reach a sacred place. The girl smiled, calling it interesting. 3 knights with swords stood in front of them. This was exactly what she expected from the head. Outside the window, the storm was still raging. The servants knelt down on one knee, getting ready to begin their report. Draco sat with bandaged hands, listening to the story of the main character. The fingers of his hands touched each other. They told how she appeared immediately after the departure of the Ash Mage. Nothing more could be found. Rana looked forward seriously. In his female form, he was like a reflection. There were no traces of the mage left. Even the Grey Tower does not know about her past, like everyone else. The man touched his face with his hand. The servants covered their eyes. They were ordered to stop digging for this girl. The bandaged hand held a pendant on a chain. The man asked about the reaction of the church. The servant with his eyes closed said that the church had agreed to cooperate. The cardinal was illuminated by the sunlight. He conveyed a message from himself. The man smiled in the semi-darkness. There he hoped that Draka's faith and dedication to the cause would be rewarded. The man watched, listening to him say that he would do everything in his power to support him. Draka stood up, believing that the church was also in despair. His hand went to his scabbard. He said that he had lived only half his life, believing that they were more than 100 years old. The docent and his students were walking in the mountains through a storm. The man conveyed his words to the cardinal that the moment would soon come, so he invited him to his place immediately. The girl held a piece of a statue in her hands, asking the boy how much it would cost to repair the statue that she had broken. The young man smiled, remembering how the docent had pounced on the statue, urging her not to worry. After all, it was necessary to disarm the traps near the statue. The snowstorm continued, in any case the sacred place inside this barrier. They stood in the snow. Lark said that the ceremony would last about half a day. Rana looked, realizing that if she could get from the center to the opposite side, the test would be passed. The young man was surprised when she ran away screaming to go a little deeper. The young man covered himself with his hand, anxiously shouting to the girl to wait for him. The docent walked straight into the storm. Lark told her that it was dangerous there, because the blizzard was getting stronger with each passing minute. He ran after her, shouting after her. The girl looked around, realizing that the barrier around this place was made quite deep. However, it was oriented entirely towards protection. Mixed blue chains were in the snowfall. She smiled slyly, realizing that all this was an ancient language with which she was well acquainted, so she really wanted to start training. The guy dropped one knee, looking at her with difficulty. His leg was in the snow. The docent noted that he could no longer walk, concluding that this was his limit for now. Rana looked at the guy in the snow, saying that they would have a special training. The young man was out of breath, asking the docent what she was talking about. It was time for them to go back before it was too late. She put her hand on his shoulder, once again noting the specialty of the training, although it was the same as the usual one. Her hand on Lark's shoulder lit up. The heroine said that he needed to learn to maintain efficiency in extreme conditions. Suddenly, unusual blue magic chains appeared. Many strong magic chains wrapped around the guy. The associate professor said that from this moment his training began. The young man was very surprised, looking at the chains. The girl looked at him, saying that there was no point in just enduring this. Lark listened with surprised eyes about how, no matter the situation, he must evaluate the flow of mana, catch it and control it. The docent stood in front of the tied-up student, telling him that he would pass if he could cast a strengthening spell on himself and break free from these chains. His fists began to tremble. The boy wondered if it was really possible in such a place. The docent looked at him seriously. saying that on the battlefield among monsters and demons, he could only fight. She asked if he was asking her to slow down right now. The boy's eyes widened in understanding her words. Gray hair fluttered in the wind. Rana asked him if the boy thought it was impossible. She said with a smile that there were people who denied this impossibility. One of them was standing in front of him. A lot of spells and blue fire and someone with a cloak. There was fire in their hands. There was a division between those born with mana and those without. That's why many mages make mistakes. Rana stood in the direction of the wind, saying that she could freely control mana. Steam appeared from her warm breath. She said that the basics were the main ones. Her finger glowed. The girl said that for this reason it was difficult to accumulate and continue. The young man, bound with chains, listened that he should not let the mana tremble, no matter the situation. The docent crouched in front of the student, noting that his basics were wrong from the beginning, if it was so easily destroyed from the beginning. She looked at him seriously, saying that she would destroy them in him. The guy's hand clenched into a fist. Rana offered to give up now if he wanted to. The young man looked at her seriously, saying that everything was fine and he could handle it. Her mouth opened slightly. She called his answer good. A complex spell suddenly appeared. The docent said that he would be reborn today. Rana smiled and extended her finger, saying that in order to be reborn, he would have to die very quickly. The young man was surprised. The finger touched his forehead. Lark coughed up blood. She used the engraving spell. His eyes turned white, blood spattered. The assistant professor sat down in front of him with a smile, telling him to remember it well and imitate it, assuring him that everything would be fine. Smiling smugly, the assistant professor said that the patterns were now engraved in his brain. They were models of answers that should not be forgotten. The snowfall continued. She stood in front of the chained youth. She crossed her arms over her chest, amazed at how quickly everything happened. The youth was kneeling, his hands hanging down. The chains began to crack. The assistant professor noted that it had not been 2 hours, and he had come this far. He stared ahead with a blank look. Rana offered to tie him up even tighter. The girl and the boy stood among the spells, now in Lark's head the layout and control of mana that she had built after many ups and downs. The dark, arid forest was the deepest part of the demon realm. These places are always saturated with mana. That's where she went. Traces of blood were left on the ground. The hero's previous knowledge was completely useless there. Rana coughed up blood. The heroine forced herself to forget everything. She died and revived, so she had to pave the way in the unknown territory. His hand squeezed the ground. When old skills did not work, she broke the concept and reassembled. The man was angry with traces of blood on his face, so she came to the schemes of mana control. The purple fire burned and shone. These schemes cannot be shaken by anything, no matter where you are and whoever the enemy is. She looked at him in surprise, realizing that her expectations were not met. She expected that all this would take about 3 days. The magic chain suddenly broke. The docent placed her hand on the student's head, telling him that it would be cleared sooner than she expected, so they should go now. Phalia placed her hand on the window, wondering how they were doing. The docent cast a spell, so he wouldn't freeze to death. She rushed forward, realizing that the mana was thickening as it got closer to the center. The docent ran past the statue of warriors standing in a row. She turned around, surprised at how many ways to protect herself were at the sacred spring. A huge tree surrounded by water. In the center of the shrine was a mana spring. Stone statues stood under a snowstorm. It was quite hostile. A leaf fell in front of her foot. She covered herself with her hands from the strong snowstorm. Her eyes widened, seeing bright green leaves. She managed to reach the very center of the shrine. The docent was surprised, but remained silent. A butterfly suddenly flew out of the grass. The insect landed on her finger. Rana noted that such beauty was rare to see. She looked back, realizing that it was quite warm here, although there was a terrible snowstorm behind her. The associate professor walked on. The butterfly had already flown away. She wondered how much mana was concentrated in this place. A small stream flowed through the grass. Now that Rana had gone so far, she was even more curious about what they were protecting. She stepped on water. If a mage is curious about something, then he must definitely figure it out. Rana ran forward contentedly, remembering the upset teacher, assuming that the master would have done the same. With a leaf on her head, she happily noticed something. The warriors were standing near the sword. The associate professor compared this place to a grave. She touched the statue, noting that they looked different from the ones outside. Her hand ran over the emblem. She did not understand what it was and why she was here. The girl pulled back, wondering if it was the ash emblem. The statues turned to look at her. One of the soldiers' eyes lit up. The statues surrounded the girl, telling her to leave. Rana looked at the warriors, remembering that only a direct descendant could touch the emblem. Her gaze became serious. The docent knew that she had come so far, that she would do everything possible to see what they were protecting. Her hand pulled on her gloves. She wanted to know why the ash emblem was here. The statues looked at her. She introduced herself as a curious researcher, interested in something that was here. Rana smiled slyly, offering to figure it out quickly, since she had an apprentice waiting. The girl held the sword, asking her father if he was listening to her. The man looked at her in surprise, asking about training. The soldier tried to take the sword, but the girl said that she wanted to learn how to use this weapon, supposedly so she could succeed. The man smiled, looking at him. He closed his eyes, asking his daughter if she really wanted this. Armel looked at him seriously and answered yes, because she was from the Herrick family. The men were surprised to hear from the girl that everyone was talking about how their family had forgotten how to use a sword. The man asked gloomily who it was. They were afraid of the man's rage. He asked his daughter who said that. His gaze was fierce. He reached for the sword, asking Armel to give him the sword. He would immediately deal with it, but she objected, because she would be expelled from the academy. Clutching the sword, she looked and said that she wanted to deal with him herself, so she asked to leave the weapon with her. The man's hand lay on his daughter's head. He crouched in front of Armel, saying that he was her father and was always on her side. No matter what happened, he would always protect her. The girl hugged her father tightly. The flag fluttered against the background of the fire. The sword was left lying in the middle of the fire. Ashes fell from his trembling hands. The man screamed in rage. The girl with yellow eyes looked and spoke about Draka. The cardinal sat on a chair, asking if everything was okay. The man looked blankly and said nothing. They sat opposite each other. He apologized, saying that everything was fine. The bandaged hand pointed to something, asking what they were talking about. The man opened the chest, saying that first he should show them this. The cardinal was very surprised, realizing what it was. The bone was lying inside and glowing. The man understood that the power contained inside was simply unthinkable. Draka opened his mouth, continuing to speak. The cardinal looked at the bone in bewilderment. His hand was shaking. Draka turned to him, saying that it was part of the remains. The cardinal's lips twisted. They sat opposite each other. The cardinal seriously asked where he got this thing from. The man raised his hand, asking what significance it had. His hand rested on the door of the chest. He also learned something, although it took some effort. Draka with fire in his eyes said that the relics sensed each other and were attracted to each other. The cardinal looked excitedly, listening to the man say that wherever he went, his direction was always north. A girl in a white robe lay among flowers. Draka assumed that the remains of the first saint, whose name is unknown, were buried in the north. The man closed the chest, summing up his story. The cardinal looked and asked about the location. Draka noted how impatient he was. He looked at him, saying that first he owed him. The cardinal looked down. Saying that everything was ready, he led them to a small cathedral on the outskirts. The cathedral stood among the snow-capped mountains. This is the land of unbelievers, so there are so few such buildings. The people looked at the cross that was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The preparations are complete. The boy folded his hands in tears. There were 30 children inside that no one would look for. The cardinal frowned and said that all he had to do was set up the altar, and that was it. The man lowered his head, closing his eyes, saying that he would trust you with something else. The box was on the table. Draka was about to tell him about the place where the bone pointed. Snowfall raged right above the palace. The very place was in the mountains. A ruined statue lay in the water. Several more pieces were floating in the cracks in the river. The docent kicked another statue. It landed in the water. The warrior fell into the water with splashes. Rana looked back with displeasure, calling this some kind of madness. She jumped back from the warrior's blow, finally telling them to stand still. Landing in the water, she realized that she saw a gap in the spell. Gritting her teeth, she knew it was definitely him, but she didn't understand why Lark was in the grave. The warriors with red eyes looked at her, telling her to leave. They looked at her with displeasure, saying that this was the last warning. The girl's hand clenched. She raised her hand to strike, going to say something to the cursed stone statue. The docent used amplification. A huge wave rose. Rana used the clap spell. Parts of the statues were thrown in different directions. She stood among the debris, displeased, saying that he was surprisingly persistent. Her feet stood in the water. She approached the sword with annoyance. A butterfly sat on the sword. Rana wondered why it was here. Butterflies flew near the blade and sheets with the spell. The leaf fluttered in the wind. The river flowed far from the mountains. Everything became dark. The man crouched on the ground, holding a sword in his hand. His eyes were shining. He was looking at her. His hand was squeezing the sword. He was asking if it was found. Purple liquid was flowing out. The man stood up with the sword in his hands. His eyes were shining. He was talking about how hundreds of years of stagnation would begin again, turning to Armiel. The magic chains were still shining. The chains held the guy's hand. He sat in the snow bound. Something was spinning in his head. He tensed, realizing that these were complex patterns and intertwining designs. There were many spells. Everything the young man knew until now refutes this. There were more spells and patterns. Lark surprised by the amount of new and varied information. The girl pointed at him with a finger and said with a smile to carefully remember everything he saw. The diagrams would be the key to the answer that interested you so much. The chains began to crack. The young man felt it instinctively. There was a bright explosion. Lark understood something. The boy screamed, breaking the chains with his strength. he was able to become much stronger. The boy opened his eyes, looking ahead. He walked while the storm raged, wondering where the associate professor was. The boy began to fall, saying that they must quickly leave here. Rana caught him in her arms, asking if she made it in time. She looked at him with a smile, saying that he did a great job. The boy was exhausted. The girl told him that it was a good job. The huge palace was still standing in the middle of the snowstorm. The man looked, asking if she planned to climb the mountains alone. The girl answered with a smile that she would go as soon as she made a training plan, because her absence was not an excuse to skip classes. The king narrowed his eyes, asking Rana to listen to him. He sat with his hands folded. He understood that she was an extremely powerful mage, but these mountains. It was still snowing among the hills. They are fraught with danger, to put it mildly. For hundreds of years no one could even walk half the way. The girl looked, saying that she knew it would not be easy. Rana sat, declaring that she would still take the risk. They sat opposite each other. The man did not know the reason why she made such a decision, but decided to warn her. The docent walked alone into the mountains. The king said that if she saw something unusual in the mountains, then she should not panic and take it for granted. Her feet stepped on the snow. Rana looked ahead, hoping that her student would train hard. The young man trained among warriors. He would never have thought that in the morning he would already come to his senses and begin sparring. It seemed that he would lie for 3 days. He tensed, looking ahead. Rana looked at him worriedly. It was amazing. The girl walked in the snowstorm, realizing that she needed to find this demon. Rana frowned in displeasure, realizing that she could not feel her nose. Her boot was dirty in a pool of viscous blood. She looked around, realizing that there were too many strange corpses. It looked like a burial. Someone's remains lay on the snow. To the docent they looked like a demonic beast. She looked ahead, realizing that it was not as cold as she thought, although visibility left much to be desired. Something was glowing in Rana's hands. She understood that if it were not for this, she would have already been lost. The spell on the paper was glowing. Mana emanating from Grace's hand showed the right direction. A purple trail pointed forward. The docent followed the trail, realizing that she had arrived even earlier than she planned. She was scared by the icy silhouette behind her, who said something about a damn prophecy. Rana turned around in fear. She was standing in front of a ghost. He was asking where she was going. The girl looked at him in fear, realizing that it was the indomitable warrior who had died. She turned to look at the ghost behind her. He was asking what he should do. The ghostly skull looked at her, saying that he just wanted to save everyone. The docent reached out her hand to the ghost. Her hand was close to his energy. She looked around, realizing that all ghosts were just illusions. Her hand clenched into a fist. She did not understand why. The ghostly spirits were looking at her. Rana did not understand why someone would deliberately hold on to the remnants of the past. The girl walked with displeasure, asking what it was trying to show her. She looked at it with annoyance, saying that at least she could see its form, asking if the others thought it was a ghost. She looked at the figure in front with displeasure, swearing that they were trying to tell her something. The man opened his mouth, starting a conversation. The white-haired elf looked, saying that this is exactly what happened. The skull in the robe looked at him. It was SUCCUBUS. Rana looked to the right. Then she turned her head to the left. She looked at the skeleton and the elf in shock. Indignantly looking at SUCCUBUS, she listened to him still only promise. He looked displeased, saying that he does not keep oaths, and still did not understand his situation. The man darkened and remained silent. They stood opposite each other. The skeleton ordered to give something that did not belong to him. He could not keep it to himself. Let it return to the owner. The elf opened his mouth, saying that he would not repeat himself twice. The girl looked at him in shock while he said that he was still gnawed by the remnants of the past. SUCCUBUS' eyes lit up. He fiercely shouted that everything was over. The docent in shock did not understand what was happening. The elf put out his hand, starting to form a fireball. Even if everything was over, his path was just beginning. There was a scream and words that he should get out of his sight as far as possible. The mansion stood among the snow-capped mountains. They came to the cardinal and said that Lord Draka headed for the mountains. His eyes shone. He only answered what he understood. He looked through the window at the mansion, saying that the first saint was buried in the lands of the godless. The servant stood behind the cardinal, who thought it was ironic. The servant looked at him, asking permission to ask something. The cardinal sat down at the table with the help of his neighbor, allowing him to ask a question. The man was worried, asking why Lord Draka joined them. The saint in white and the demon in black stood with their backs to each other. The lord was a member of another church, pursuing apostates. Rumors were that he was thirsty for revenge. The cardinal and the servant looked at him, listening to the question of why they should help him. The cardinal closed his eyes, saying that he was looking for the first saint for his own purposes. The cross by the window was glowing. The cardinal said that although he was a believer, he did not follow all the teachings of the church. The cardinal wiped the glass, recalling the fate of Lord Draka, talking about what teachings he did not follow. Even now he was chasing the shadow of his dead daughter. The rag wiped the glass, talking about the miracle of rebirth. The first saint emitted light. Draka he hoped that he could resurrect his daughter. His mad reflection in the glass said that in any case, the church showed mercy even to those who violated its teachings. The servant behind him pressed his hand to his chest, thanking the cardinal for a valuable lesson. In response, he was told that he simply did what he had to. All the jewels sparkled with shine. Spreading the teachings of the church was his job and mission. The gaze narrowed, the cardinal thought. He looked at the relics. The servant asked if everything was all right. The light fell on the cardinal's face. He said that the relics were not enough, they needed more. The man was surprised to hear that he was going to increase the amount of donations. He stretched out his hand after the cardinal, asking if the church had said that the donations were enough. Besides, it would take time to get them. The cardinal looked at him madly, telling him to be bolder and more persistent in his desires, then no one would be able to reproach him for anything. He pointed to the window, telling him to look out the window. People were chopping wood. He said that unbelievers live by the grace of the church, but do not even offer prayers. The father taught his son the craft. The cardinal was of the opinion that the harder life is, the more you need to believe in God. The fire was burning behind the mad cardinal. He considered it a lesson for unbelievers. The man looked awkwardly, asking how much more he needed to get. The cardinal turned around, saying that the more the better. I advise you to prepare well. People were calmly walking around the winter city. The snowstorm was gaining momentum. The girl was walking towards them, being very surprised. He was standing in front. She would never have thought that Cardi was a magician. She looked, wondering if this was the one she knew. The wizard summoned a huge fireball. The girl wondered where he got so much mana from. She followed, wondering what she even knew about him. Cardi looked at the burning candle. He was wise, lived a long life, liked to instruct others. The girl looked, realizing that with him you feel smarter, and a sea of good alcohol inspires. Cardi walked on. The associate professor thought that this one was closer to the warrior. He opened his mouth, saying that it was not far. Rana covered herself with her hands, asking what the hell was that. The elf walked on, a snowstorm all around. He was standing near a crooked tower. The girl pointed her finger. Her jaw dropped, because this is not called a laboratory, but an entire magic tower. The barrier scheme of 6 words caused questions in the associate professor. Rana held the key in her hands. They walked together with the keys in their hands. The assistant professor was indignant. What did he really want to do? One key was in the keyhole, the other went through the door. It was a dark night outside the window. The old man stood and looked straight out the window. The girl looked at the old man, saying that she would leave today. The children stood in front of the old man. He asked where they were going so late. She answered that Belnoa was going with her. They stood next to each other. The girl beamed, calling herself an adult, that she should spend the night at home. The guy said that she wanted to buy a couple of new novels. She objected with displeasure, saying that she needed school supplies, as well as to buy a uniform and check out her textbooks. The old man patted them on the head, agreeing, but warning them to be careful. Their feet stamped. The girl said that she would definitely drop by again. She waved to her grandfather. Belnoa was standing next to her. The old man waved goodbye to them. The elf looked away. The girl and the man stood among the butterflies. She said that Belio would cook dinner. They had not eaten home-cooked food for a long time. The girl's green eyes looked at her. The elf wandered around the city at night. Bright stars sparkled in the dark sky. He looked up, realizing that he should have gone already. The young man closed his eyes. The girl abruptly opened the doors so that she would not see and so that she would not feel. All this was the pure truth. A man in a cloak named Armiel, the first lord who built the first magic tower, the Great Tower. The tower stood against the sunset. He built it to study the ancient kingdom, an inconspicuous man. His true nature was unknown. People talked among themselves. There were many gossips and assumptions. The man talked among themselves. Some said that he was from the ancient kingdom. Others said that because of his appearance, he did not take off his cloak. The man was standing near the arch. These were all just assumptions. One day this unremarkable man disappeared without saying anything. A boy and a girl were standing in front of a huge building in the snow. The girl looked there, asking if this was the place. The assistant professor went inside, saying that there were patterns of ash everywhere, wherever you looked. Her hand touched the pattern, which had the name Armiel. She looked at the ghost. Entering inside after the ghost, the girl could not get her head around the fact that the Armiel she knew was Cardi. She stood still. The girl looked away in surprise, saying nothing. The ghost was climbing the steps. The assistant professor realized that this was a church. The girl walked past the window, where it was already cramped. She assumed that spring had come. Looking away, she did not understand what time of day it was. After all, she did not know how much time had passed. The young man sparkled, not knowing what awaited him at the end of this corridor. The girl looked at this glow. Vines were blooming along the pillars. The guy went into that room. He bowed before the glowing spheres, asking someone for forgiveness. The sphere was sparkling. Everything around was shining brightly. The girl raised an eyebrow, asking in confusion what kind of place this was. The man touched the pedestal, saying that he had not kept his promise. He had not been able to protect anyone. Blue energy flew past the elf. The girl appeared above him, asking if he had made it a habit to always be late. She looked at him with a smile, saying that everyone had been waiting for him for a long time. The man smiled, confirming the girl's words. Garnicult laughed next to the guy. Garnicult had been waiting with such impatience. The guy in armor looked and told him that he had done a good job. The girl grabbed her head, realizing what horror she had gotten herself into. The black dragon stood next to Belial. She realized that they were somehow connected. Garnicult stood with the guy. Touching her head with her hand, she thought about the girl. She compared the girl in white robes to Greto's. 4 fists were in a pile. There used to be a team that included everything the world expected. They walked along the path. These are 4 superhumans that the current generation would call superheroes. The red-haired guy with green eyes was Garnicult. The man with long hair was Belial. The saint was a girl named Glyria. The elf sage named Cardi. He looked at the girl, saying that he could not keep up with her, and kept stumbling. The sun's rays showed through the leaves. She said how long it had been since she had left the church. She walked with her hands folded, saying that she understood the church's position, and she herself would like to save people. She looked seriously with green eyes, saying that it was impossible to seriously save someone with prayers. The man patted her head, noting how good it sounded. He smiled with his teeth, saying that he did the same to his daughter. Belial crossed his arms over his chest and said that if she were alive, they would be about the same age. She would naturally be more beautiful. He looked at them, saying that there was still too much evil in the world today. His hand clenched into a fist. He told how he too had lost everything for the sake of others. He sat in front of 3 graves with crosses. Belial knew exactly what it was like, so he hoped that there would be no more people like him. The man shook the elf, saying that he would at least make every effort, helping his comrade to walk faster. Cardi put his hand on his, saying that he was watching for safety. The man smiled, asking him about it. He walked forward at the elf's indignant look, saying that they knew what was going on. The man turned to Garnicult, asking what happened to him. His lips stretched into a slight smile. The 4 of them walked forward. The guy replied that he had not found love yet, only like-minded friends. Everything in the church was shining. Cardi was talking about how sorry he was. He answered sullenly that it was the wrong path from the beginning. The men stood in front of him while he called their names. The elf stretched his hands to the saint, saying that he simply could not stop her. His hand lay on the translucent body, on the saint's cheek. She was only half normal. When she ceased to belong to herself, the sage could only watch. The associate professor looked at him with great regret. The elf lowered his head and clutched the robe on his chest, saying that this was the end of their path. 2 bright flashes shone in the church. In front of them met the undead. He understood that it had to end one way or another. The girl held a frame in her hands and looked at it. Then she touched it with her hand. The blonde opened her mouth wide and called Cardi. Then she looked at him and asked if he was listening. Yellow-eyed turned around and answered. He asked not to call him by his baptismal name for 10 years, but she disobeyed. What was she up to this time? The heroine laughed, took out a camera and said she found a magic tool for photography, and offered to take a photo of everyone together. Suddenly she turned away when the young man extended his hand and asked where she found it. Let him give it to her. The girl hid behind the man's back when someone called her by name Glyria. She got angry and started screaming loudly. 1 photo, nothing will happen, harmful elf. The blonde raised his finger up and said to stop hiding behind Belial. She was still wrong, after which she asked the hero to help her. The brunette smiled and said, in any case, this is 1 photo. He does not know what will happen to them tomorrow. In the current reality, it would be great to leave at least 1 photo. The lady stood behind him, her eyes wide open. Then she just kept silent, holding him by the clothes. Then she looked out and said, he's right, photographs have a unique sensitivity. The guy smiled, looked at the blonde and said, well, 1 photo won't change anything, to which he replied, and he did the same. The hero closed his eyes, smiled and replied, he thinks he'll have to polish his armor now. The girl opened her mouth wide and shouted, Armil lost 3-1, let him give up already, and they'll start taking pictures. The hero was all standing together when the blonde asked the elf if he could have guessed. Everyone laughed loudly when she added, someday he'll find out why she asked to take this photo. The camera was on the table when Glyria said why this photo was important, even if it didn't carry any importance now. One of the heroes said that the townspeople greeted them with shouts and delight. People raised their hands when the heroine added that it was a symbol of their victories. She told how those who were on the right path found comfort in this spectacle. Garnicult is a man who is called a hero. With 1 swing of his sword he could lay waste to an entire army. A superhuman who knew the limits of the sword and opened the way. A wizard who used spells to widen the path. The hero snapped his finger and used clap. The man put his hand to his head, opened his eyes wide and said, wow, what power, incredible. The man looked at his hand and said that he would have to hurry. Then he clenched his fist and added, if this continues, they will take all the laurels for themselves. A purple path spread across the ground when he used sacrifice. Suddenly a snake appeared when the hero used shadow dagger. The brunette began to cough up blood when the narration was told, a shaman who wields dragon magic fueled by the thirst for revenge. Thorns erupted from his body. He winced in pain when the blonde approached him and shouted, his hand. Then she closed her eyes sadly when the narration was told, and the first saint next to them, next to the warriors who fight without sparing themselves. With the help of magic, she healed the man's hand. After which he took her by the shoulder and told her to save her strength. The brown-eyed man looked at Glyria and added, the spell he used, she knew about the consequences, and was ready for them. The lady began to cry when he stroked her head and said that it was not her fault. One way or another, they continued on their way. And the sun shining with a curse, and the cursed water, and the cursed land were all cleansed. The heroes narrated that they walked and walked. They also saw countless destruction, saw hell, even went through it. Suddenly they added, and at the end. After a long pause, it was said there it was. The guy put his hand on the object when it was narrated that they failed, and he could not keep his promise. The blonde clenched his fist and thought, SUCCUBUS was right, he is a loser. The heroine stood behind him when he added that he lost a lot after losing him. He stood silently and thought, in exchange for the contract, their memories were erased, they could only watch as their soul was destroyed. They burning the kingdom he was left in. They became a disaster, and he looked at them, unable to stop or kill. He remembered the girls and thought that he wanted to return the light that they had lost. They did countless studies to find a way. The hero remembered how he built a new magic tower, and even learned alchemy. Tears rolled down his eyes as he added, but he could not find anything. Looking at the heroine, he thought that he could not find it. He could not find the answer, but he did not give up. Holding his hands and concentrating magic, he added as Garnicult said. Then he raised his hand and said, life is only a moment, and there are many things they cannot comprehend in such a short time, even if they try again and again. A light lit up in front of the elf. Suddenly, someone asked him what he wanted. The young man opened his mouth and answered, to create a new law. The star lit up brightly when he added, the star Garnicult, and its star threads from the past to the future. He narrated, when one breaks, the others become even stronger and continue to move, every moment, every hour, every year from generation to generation. He wants this star to become a law. After which the hero closed his eyes and said that he pays the price. The star shone when the contract was concluded. The threads hung from the ceiling when the boy said that he was alone. The others made a deal with the stars, trusting them. Blue-eyed looked closely at the burning star. Someone opened the door when he narrated, let their journey be a lesson for future generations. The saint cut off her hands and made a bull, put the star Garnicult in it. This is the law of the hero's origin and his third contract with the stars. Looking at the hands, the hero said, so, these were bones. The blonde looked away and said that the reason for the appearance of stars and heroes, when someone thought, this question is always extremely acute, why heroes appear. Some consider it proof that humanity was chosen, but the stars are just stars that do not belong to either good or evil, without intent and miscalculation. The girl touched her finger to the thread and said, the stars did not choose humanity. She stood under the burning star and said, from the very beginning there was only one hero. In her head there were thoughts, the reason why one warrior is strong can also be the reason for the weakness of other heroes. The lady leafed through the book and thought, because this power belongs to only one. Suddenly she slammed it shut, frowned and added, even if she made any of the records in this library public, criticism cannot be avoided. She put the book back and asked who would believe that the 4 disasters were the first heroes. Looking at Cardi, she thought that he mentioned, this is his third contract with the stars. The heroine stamped her foot and continued the thought that the reason for their corruption and the identity of the king, the kingdom where they stayed. The box opened slightly when someone thought, apparently there were some questions left. The girl opened her eyes wide and said, and yet she knows how to kill the apostate. She looked at the yellow-eyed man and added, everything he lost will not be in vain. The blonde closed his eyes when the lady called his name. A tear ran down the heroine's cheek when she said that she was sure he would find a way, she believed in it. Before she died she said that she loved him. The elf looked down and thought, the one who comprehended the truth. He opened his mouth and added, whoever he was, a warrior, a priest, or perhaps a wizard like him. The girl looked at him silently. The guy opened his mouth and said, he does not know who he is, having come here, however. Then he bowed and asked to remember them. The boy narrated so that the memory of their journey would pass through the centuries, passing again and again from one to another, connecting the past with the future. The hero closed his eyes and added, remember. A star was burning behind the blonde. The blue-eyed girl stood silently and looked ahead. Someone was standing in front of her. The green-eyed girl looked at the girl and said she just. The heroes were having dinner when she added, hopes that everyone will be alive. The children hugged her when she spoke, and they will have what they dreamed of, a world in which they can love each other fully. The yellow-eyed man watched as she laughed and said that she hoped that everything will be exactly like this. The girl went down the stairs. Memories floated in her head. The brunette smiled and told the dear people that he hoped that none of them had lost loved ones or relatives. He bared his teeth and added, hopes that they live in a world that knows no grief. The man walked forward. The green-eyed man held the sword in his hands and said that what he had created, he hoped, his pesh would bring benefit to the world. He closed his eyes and added that he hoped for a world in which they would illuminate each other's future. The blonde walked forward, looking at her feet. She silently lowered her gaze and said, "Okay." The heroine opened the doors and added, "Well, they will continue." The windows were covered with snow. The man opened his mouth and asked what about the Grand Duke, but the woman interrupted him, saying that he had already left for the Holy Land. The blonde approached them and asked if something had happened. The brunette closed her eyes and said that it was none of his business, and sent him to her room. The guy opened his mouth and said that he had seen his father go to Jeju and asked what had happened there. The woman squeezed one hand with the other. And looking at her son, she replied that they said that there had been an attack on the village of Hamelin. Rumors were circulating that all the inhabitants had been captured and that it had been the knights who had done it. The houses were engulfed in flames. The bloodied man held a sword in his hands. The young man's eyes widened in surprise and he asked if the holy knights had come all the way north to do something like this. Phalia shook her head and said that no one knew what their goal was, but she hoped that everything would be okay. The young man opened his mouth and shouted that he was also going to Hamelin. His mother closed her eyes and said that he was still too weak. Lark clenched his fists and replied that he understood that she was worried, but they could not turn a blind eye to the situation in the village. He opened his mouth and added that he was the future leader of the North. The woman looked at him and said that then, he must find some luck to prove their affiliation. It was snowing in the mountains. The two listened with frowns. And the woman continued that he must find out why their lands, who their leader was, the northern people did not need to offer prayers, they should go and show them by example. Snow covered everything around. The girl walked through the snow saying that everything she saw made sense. She opened her mouth and suggested that the first stage. But a stream appeared next to her, interrupting her, saying that he should not say this is a violation of the contract. A whirlwind formed around the girl. She began to cough and said that this could have been said earlier, and besides, no one would hear anyway, why make noise? The main character poked her finger at the stream. When it said that this is the truth, which can only be comprehended by creatures that meet certain conditions, she replied that this is simply wonderful, and what are these conditions? The whirlwind was next to her and said that first you need to find the sacred place designated by the contractor. In this case, it is a laboratory in the Karak Mountains. The protagonist folded her arms across her chest and asked under what conditions one could get there. Only the key was needed. Whirlwind replied that one needed a shadow sword or to obtain a Delahim hand. The contractor called these things the remains of the stars. The man stood looking at the stars. Rania clutched the key in her hand and asked what the role of this key was. Whirlwind replied that the truth was only available to beings who had fulfilled both conditions, but one must remember the limitations. The blonde listened with her head raised, after which she became indignant, asking if that was all. She walked through the snow and sighed. Clenching her fists, she said what a shame, she didn't even want to live, but she would ask later. The protagonist stopped, hearing some rustling. A blow cut through the air. But the girl was able to parry the blow. The man opened his mouth and said that even in this form he had not lost his skills. The protagonist remained silent in response. And she struck, so that the man flew a good distance away. He stopped and asked how it happened. The two blondes stood. The girl grimaced and asked if he really thought she would answer. Looking down on him, she said that he was an idiot who came here chasing an illusion. Did he really think that he would understand everything if she told him what else she knew? Looking at his neck, Rania asked what he was trying to find with this bone. Stars and stars, religions and religions, things related to stars resonate with each other. There were bright stars in the sky. And she continued that the first saint, who was said to have performed a miracle of revival, he probably went this far hoping for this miracle. He still hasn't come to terms with his daughter's death. Listening to her words, Draka gripped the hilt of his sword. His hair was blowing in the wind. Looking into her eyes, he said that it was none of her business, and that she should just give him what she had. The blonde opened her mouth, and said that he hadn't learned anything. She widened her eyes and asked what she should answer, yes, of course, or something like that. The brunette raised his sword and replied that they wouldn't understand each other anyway. He could still see her smile. And he could feel her warmth. Jumping up to attack, he said that she didn't even realize how much pain he was going through losing her. The girl raised her hand and said that 1,000 excuses could be found. But what was the fault of those who sacrificed themselves for his goals? Circles rose into the air. The blonde opened her mouth and screamed what the difference was between him and the demon, and added that she should have killed him a long time ago, and would do it here and now. She clenched her fist. And then she clapped. They say that the 4 disasters are like the elements, drought or flood, something that comes without any reason. Those who lost everything were in despair, but did not complain, only prayed to ease their sorrow. Draka was like that too. Although he lost his wife, he continued to live despite everything. His environment also followed his example. He lived because he had a precious daughter left. But soon after a series of tragic events, Draka, deprived of the meaning of life, got angry. The thirst for revenge saved his life, but he became blind, became a living ghost, abandoned his name, humanity, cut and handed over innocent people. He gave revenge by killing those who were no longer human, and he could not understand it. The protagonist froze in bewilderment. The flames blazed. Rania clenched her fist and said that she should have killed him when she first met him. But what did he say then? Dying while remaining human is happiness, fucking bastard. The opponents stood opposite each other. The girl narrowed her eyes and said that she knew he wouldn't leave her alone, so she had to hurry. The man raised his head and asked why she was angry. He opened his mouth and asked if she knew anyone in that village. The protagonist gritted her teeth and said that he had mixed things up again. Walking forward, she said that no matter what kind of people they were, he had to protect them anyway. Circles appeared. The protagonist used a spell enhancement and said that if he couldn't even cover his own shit, what kind of person was he? The brunette began to take out a knife and sheath. He swung it and said that she could say whatever she wanted, he wouldn't change his goal. There was a collision. Both opponents frowned. Both flew off in different directions from the blow. Draka frowned and thought that the cardinal should have finished with the altar by now. He couldn't drag it out any longer. A strong wind blew. His feet sank into the snow. The blonde frowned and said that she was going to kill the cat today. The man grabbed the hilt of the sword and said that it was great. She didn't think that he hadn't had a chance to kill her before. Both of them rushed forward. And they struck at the same time. The brunette looked down and thought that a mage fighting in close combat and a swordsman was amazing. They approached each other as close as possible. The red-eyed man frowned and thought that winning this fight didn't matter much to him. The wind howled. There was an explosion behind the girl. She opened her mouth and asked what he was trying to do. A series of explosions occurred. Snow began to roll down from above. The blonde looked at all this in bewilderment. The opponents, standing in front of her, said that he never participates in battles in which he has no chance of winning. It was snowing heavily. The man closed his eyes and said that several warriors were approaching here. The man took the glass and said he understood. He turned and asked what he thought it was. The blonde squinted and assumed it was relics. The bodies of the mother and daughter were covered by a shadow. The man lifted the girl into the air and said that this place was now a sanctuary. For unbelievers, even freedom of movement was a luxury. The girl cried loudly and asked her mother to wake up. The blonde turned his head away, because blood splashed from the side. It dripped onto the ground. Little lights were floating in the air. The priest raised his hands and asked if he didn't feel his arrival, to give up useless lives, in exchange for something valuable. His eyes widened. Then he raised his hands and shouted that he felt Delahim. The blonde struck sharply. He clenched his teeth and shouted, with a bang. The man covered himself with a shield and thought, Northerners, they have nothing to do with religion. He clenched his teeth. Having parried the blow with the shield, he shouted that he was one of the 100 close associates of the Holy Emperor. The second place was the impregnable Berlang. His shield was covered in blood. His eyes were burning with the fire of rage, and he shouted that these sanctuaries, they reject the invasion of unbelievers who do not believe in Delahim. Tongues of flame rose up. The young man frowned and said that if he did not move from the road now, he would ride through it. There were many corpses under the people's feet. Someone asked about them not being Northerners. A bright glow was also visible behind the soldiers. One of them opened his mouth wide, ordering that the unbelievers be driven out of the sanctuary. The man smiled broadly and said that this was no longer funny. His blow threw the guy back. Frowning, Oracle asked since when the North became their land. The boy was surrounded by a bright aura and he replied that it was all the will of Delahim, and that it was something beyond understanding. The man, holding the hilt of the sword, replied that he did not know, as in other places, but this was the North. He was also surrounded by a bright aura when he said that this land was cultivated by human power. The look became more threatening with the words that this was not the place for their idle talk. But the boy gritted his teeth, indignant at the fact that he dared to denigrate Delahim, and shouted that he would tear them apart. There was a stomp underfoot, and he said that the wars of the North were like a hot flame. Then the others raised their blades above their heads, hearing that it would never go out and would only get stronger. They all opened their mouths wide and applied heat. Looking at them angrily, the boy called them barbarians and ordered that they not be allowed near the altar. The archer behind him pulled back his bowstring, hearing the words that there was no need to be afraid to move forward. A bright light surrounded them all, and the boy shouted that Delahim would protect them. Oyako rushed forward. The swing left a bright trace. The opponents clashed in battle. The man covered himself with a shield, standing opposite his opponent. Holding the weapon in his hands, he thought about how he had white hair, red eyes and axes in his hands. Lark was surrounded by flames, and the man realized who he was. A little nervous, he thought about how hard it was to believe that someone would move around the sanctuary without protection. It was as if something dark had gathered around him, because he also noted a slight pressure. The flames around Lark became brighter. He demanded not to make him repeat it twice. Frowning, he again told him to leave here, The man was shocked. But he squeezed the hilt of his sword, saying that it was presumptuous of him to fight him alone. Streams of light spread around him, saying that this place remembered the grace of Delahim. He shone, indignant that his opponent dared to defile him. Then he rushed forward. The ground under his feet scattered. Lark held back the enemy's onslaught, remembering the words that he should listen carefully. Then he was bound with chains and heard that not only warriors but also mages participate in battles. Rana, closing her eyes, added that at such moments the battlefield is now filled with saturated mana. Then blood flowed from her mouth. She said correctly that the blood of a wizard turns black when he is there. Lark closed one eye and heard that in such cases it is necessary to defeat not only the enemy, but also the force surrounding him, and this is his personal battlefield. Trying to see the interlocutor, the guy heard that he would have to fight against a force much more powerful than him. Leaning on his shield, he decided that he must win. A bright light was visible everywhere. He also understood that due to the accumulation of power, it was quite difficult to breathe. Lark struck with an axe, thinking that with each such movement his body becomes heavier. His opponent looked in surprise from behind the shield, hardly believing what was happening. Seeing how Lark was approaching him, he also noted that his movement was not slowing down. Lark pulled his hand back. Then he struck a powerful blow to the shield. The guy behind him smiled, saying that he was pretty good for a mage. The light under his feet became brighter. He rushed at his opponent, saying that he still lacked experience. Lark saw a fist in front of his face, but he was able to block the attack with his axes. The stones around him flew to the sides. The man smiled, thinking that he was definitely dead, because you can't just stand there. Lark stood in a cloud of dust, saying that the attack failed. Magic circles appeared with the use of spell amplification. The handle of the axe began to glow brightly. He hit the man in the stomach with it, saying that compared to the blows of those he knows, this is very weak. He dropped his shield. Blood spurted from his mouth. Looking ahead, Lark was glad that he was quite prepared for the sight of death. Rana was hanging on a branch. Lowering her eyebrows in displeasure, she admitted that it was quite creative. Seeing the abyss beneath her feet, she noted that if there was no way to win, then she could make a landslide, but she still shouldn't overuse this method, otherwise it would lose its charm. This started waving his arms and yelling that he was very angry. But there was a crunch. The glow was circling his body when he used hover, and she noted that he looked a bit like her. A smile appeared on his face. The man stood in front of a pillar of light. Rana said that she would meet the deceived one first. It was snowing heavily. The man was sitting in blood near a broken tree. Leslie was breathing heavily. Seeing the bright light in front of him, he thought that he needed to stop the cardinal as quickly as possible, because he didn't know what he was doing. He spread his arms wide, and the guy understood that he shouldn't finish this. The cardinal turned around and noticed him, calling him a barbarian. The lights were circling around his hands, and he said that there was still a little left. The lights were getting brighter. The cardinal repeated again later that a little more and everything would be over. Surrounded by many lights, he thought that Draka should have already appeared. Also seeing many corpses on the ground, the cardinal understood that he had to protect him even at the cost of his life. Then he took the sword in his hand. A bright mark appeared on his neck. The head separated from the body. Lark was shocked. Someone's footsteps were heard. The man, surrounded by a red aura, asked the guy if he would stop him. Looking at him intently, Draka demanded to get out of the way. Lark trembled, asking him what he was doing here. The guy tightly gripped the handle of the axe, thinking about his instincts. Frowning, he felt that he had to stop him, no matter what. The man just silently looked at the guy. Lark took a step forward, realizing that he could not win. Then he rushed at Draka, still deciding to try. Then he took the tip of the blade away, calling the guy stubborn. The swing left a bright mark with the words that this is not the end. Blood spurted from Lark's mouth. So he fell to the ground. Draka looked at the pillar of light in front of him, but turned around, hearing him stop. The wounded boy rose to his feet, saying that this is not the end. Looking closely at the man, he thought that the end is still far away. Energy gathered near the blade, and it was noted that when the sword reaches its limit, everything it touches dies. The flames grew brighter with thoughts of not missing anything. The axe was covered in fire with the decision that you cannot take your eyes off the enemy. Lark raised it above his head, understanding that you need to stand until the end. Stones flew to the sides when he called himself a warrior of the north. With bright eyes, the boy rushed forward. Among the falling snow, a question was heard about where he was going. Rana pulled him aside with her hand. Lark's eyes widened in surprise. He saw the heroine in front of him. Draka brought the sword to his face. Then he took a deep breath. Energy began to gather in the furnace when he applied the first formula. Magic circles appeared with words saying that this kid wanted to meet him. Rania's fist began to glow brightly, and the girl asked what the man was going to do to her best student. A flash appeared between the waves. Frowning, the heroine thought that the opponent seriously believed in everything that was happening. Seeing how he looked at her, she was also surprised that he believed in saints who could not look after themselves, let alone something more. Looking behind the heroine, she asked Lark how he was. He showed his hand, saying that everything was fine. She turned away in displeasure, hearing that he should not move, because he could break several bones. Rania shook her fist in anger when she heard Draka getting bored and wondering how far the hero would go to stop him, and replied that she would not until he stopped doing stupid things. She then raised an eyebrow and said that they finally had a winner. The man looked at her with annoyance, not understanding what she was talking about. Cracks appeared on the blade. A moment later, it broke in Draka's hand. The broken piece fell to the ground. Looking at the broken weapon, he said that it should not end like this. Looking at the bright light, Draka said that he could not lose, because he was the one who created this. Rania closed her eyes and told him that he had lost after all. And looking down, she told him to just shut up. But the man knelt down in front of her. His mouth was slightly open. Rania was shocked to hear that Draka was not ready to give her everything. The girl looked at the man in front of her, hearing that he only wanted to see his daughter. But frowning, she asked him if he knew what he was talking about. Clenching her fists, the girl clarified that this was how he transferred rights to the mage. But without looking up, the interlocutor replied that he knew about it. The hero looked indignant, hearing that he was offering a contract with subordination. Standing in front of her, she still asked about the price, and Draka replied that he wanted to see the face of his daughter. There were many corpses at the bright altar. Rania was surprised that he was giving her everything just for this. Frowning, the girl added that even if he really went crazy, then this was too much. Lark stood behind her, hearing that the man's intention to resurrect the saint always adhered to this goal. Imagining a little girl among the flowers, he said that from that day on he lived only for the sake of saving his daughter. Now, sitting on one knee, he also said that when the sacrifice was over, he would try to resurrect her. The heroine waved her hand in displeasure, and replied that she had nothing to say and that he was too self-confident. Looking up, he nevertheless asked to use the altar. Rania folded her hands, hearing that if she allowed it, he would sign a subordination contract. Pursing her lips, she thought that it was easy to say. Then she imagined a scale, reasoning that it was a contract that could not be imposed in any way and that it granted a wish that could be exchanged for life. A flame appeared on one side of the scale, and it was noted that this was such a high price. Imagining the string stretching to the doll, she noted that the star gave up its eye in exchange for the contract, and this meant becoming a puppet in the hands of its master. Then he imagined himself in the library, seeing lines about how he would rather die than make a subordination contract. There were many different symbols on the bandages, such as the remains of the first saint, a special relic. The altar continued to glow brightly. Many people were sacrificed on it. The hero put his hand on his head, not understanding how this was possible. Then, sighing, he told the man that theoretically he could do it, but perhaps it was better to discard this idea. Draka lowered his eyes, hearing that there were reasons why they were trying to stop him. Standing in front of Rania, he replied that her speeches were useless, and then she could kill him here and now, but she replied that anyone who saw him would think that he had won. Both looked at the pillar of light. Rania added that she had explained it clearly. Draka put the bundle on the altar, saying that she was too persistent. But he was surprised by what he saw. Something dark was rising from the untied bandages. The man turned to the girl and shouted that he needed the remains of the first saint. Looking at him, Rania replied that this should work too, since their nature was the same. Lark watched the scene tensely, hearing Rania's question about these being the remains of a saint. Draka looked at the hand with excitement, and seemed to understand what was being said. Looking at the altar, the girl said that something was beginning. Then she put her hands together. The scales glowed brightly, and the girl addressed the man, calling him the person who wanted to conclude a subordination contract. Their light became brighter in anticipation of the wish being uttered. He, opening his eyes wide, only said his daughter's name. Then he stretched his arms forward, saying her full name. Rania approached Lark, saying that she had warned him. The girl covered his head with his own cloak. Turning away, she told him to close his eyes and ears. Pulling the cloak tighter over his head, the guy agreed. Bright lights circled above the altar. Seeing the delight on Draka's face, the hero thought about what they say. This is the magic that the first saint used, but this magic did not save anyone. Something dark appeared on the altar. He imagined the girl's divided face, saying that this magic allows only a short time to reproduce the moment of death in this world. Lights were flying near the dark clot. Draka began to tremble, hearing the voice of his daughter. There were scales nearby, and it was heard that the wish had come true. The dark substance spread across the altar. Glyria hung over the man, saying that she was a truly special child and that she had been looking for him, repeating the word, Daddy, until the very end. With tears, he took this substance in his hands, saying that Daddy was here. Then he remembered the flower crown on his head. Then a big fire. A bloody girl was lying on the ground. A man stood in the garden with a girl. Raniel grabbed Draka. The dead child stretched out her arms to her father. Now he embraced all that was left of her. He fell to his knees and cried out with regret. The bright sun illuminated the wall of the castle. A tired cult was working at the table, telling the man to come in. A guy looked in, saying that a telegram had arrived. His hands trembled when he heard that it was from the north, but the sender was not indicated, and the question of what to do with it. Kelt extended his hand and said that he knew who it was and asked to pass it on. Wearily opening the envelope, he only wondered what had happened this time. It was written about meeting the sword demon Draka in the north. Looking closely at the lines, he also saw that he had to come and see for himself. A slight smile appeared on his face. Rana stood among the snow-capped mountains, and he was outraged at what he had done again. Bright stars were visible through the clouds. A loud sound was heard in the garden from the palace. A stone smashed against the wall. The swing left a bright mark. One of the people present opened his mouth wide, asking what was happening and demanded that they stop immediately. Everyone gathered near the stairs, and he was also outraged at what they were doing in the holy city. The men in fur coats looked strangely at the man who asked if this was revenge for what the cardinal had done. But someone split the floor under their feet with the words that this had nothing to do with this denomination. A man with a long beard came forward, surprised that he should believe this. The young interlocutor raised his hand, asking what they could do in this case. He introduced the man sitting locked up, saying that they were only using the name of their church. And then, with their heads on pikes, he also said that this had nothing to do with their teachings. He pointed at the interlocutors, saying that they had paid compensation for what had happened, and in return they were receiving only rudeness. The man behind him told him to stop and leave immediately. A comrade put his hand on his shoulder, offering to go first. The man bowed, hoping for the interlocutor's leniency. The latter, in the company of two young warriors, replied that he thought so. He threw the shield with force in front of him, saying that he simply came to return what they had forgotten. Rocks flew everywhere. Surrounded by a red aura, he added that he did not care what they did with the severed heads or anything else, but they had one condition. His eye glowed brightly and he demanded that they never set foot in the north again. The bloody shield lay on the ground. The man spoke about how the day that cursed cross appeared here again would be the beginning of their war. Snowfall covered the mountain peaks. Kelt smiled widely, turning to the heroine. Rana smiled back, hearing the request for a more detailed explanation. The two of them stood among the snow-covered mountains, and the boy added that he wanted to know more about this situation. The girl, smiling, said that nothing had happened and that the mountain had simply become a little lower, but he noticed that thanks to this ridge, there had been no snowdrifts here before. Rana said that she had done only that, imagining the silhouette of the former cliff. She then pointed to Draka behind her, saying that the rest was his doing. Kelt clutched the map in his hands, surprised by his presence. The man looked ahead indifferently, and the boy asked what the heroine had done to him and why they were together at all. Rana walked forward, saying that he had signed a subordination agreement with her, but Kelt, although he did not know what it was, still said that it sounded creepy. Ahead, there were ruined houses and traces of blood. The boy looked behind him when they asked him if he was going with them, because it was better for him to see it himself. Seeing the ruined roofs of the houses, the hero also said that he really did not know where to start. The boy took a step forward. Placing his hands on the altar, he said that the man did this to save his daughter. Running his palm, he understood. He also noted that it was too difficult. And imagining the man among the defeated enemies, saying that they need Draka, because after his colleague's retirement, every superhuman is very important. Snow fell around when the guy said that later you can think of it as physical strength. Rana stood nearby, sharing that when he analyzes what he has done, it would be better to just die. Seeing how Draka lowered his head, the hero thought about the life that will be worse than death. Then, imagining his bloody blade, he also noted that because of his love for his own daughter, many people were killed. Rana put her hand on her head, thinking that although she tried to stop him, she still sympathized with him. Closing her eyes, the girl also thought that her feeling cannot be described in one word. Turning around, she said that it was time to get to work. A small light appeared. The hero held this light above his hand, saying that the subordination contract changes the commander, conveying this to Heinzel. Introducing the man in the cards, she noted that only one person, the knight commander, had the right to command. A bright line passed by Draka's neck. She was sure that the old man would use it responsibly. Then she put her hand on her comrade's shoulder, asking him to take care of the rest. Kelt was shocked that Rana wanted to return to the capital alone. Smiling widely, the girl replied that of course she would stay and help. The comrade wearily looked away, hearing that the master was calling her, which meant that she should return right now, and wondered how long he had become so obedient. Snow fell from a tree branch. Kelt grabbed his head and, hearing that there was someone to help him, replied that the kindness of the interlocutor knew no bounds. Snow fell against the backdrop of a tall castle. Lark looked out the window. He turned around, hearing his name. Rana approached him, asking how the farewell ceremony went. He replied that it had just ended. Kelt stood behind the hero, and the interlocutor asked who he was, to which the girl said that he could have seen him before at school. Both bowed to each other, and said their names. Smiling, she said that something had happened and she needed to return to the capital, and Kelt would help sort things out here. Looking at her, Lark agreed with this. Rania stroked his head, noticing that it seemed like he wanted to ask about something. The guy put his hand on his head, hearing that regardless of his guesses, nothing would change. With a confident smile on her face, she said that she had begun to devote herself to the academy there. Leslie walked along the corridor. Isla sat next to her when the heroine said that so that the interlocutor could fight on her side, she would teach him everything she knew. Chloe looked at the recordings with admiration. Smiling widely, Rania added that the next semester would be harder, so let him rest for a while and they would see each other at school. The sun's rays illuminated her blonde hair. Rania adjusted her shirt, complaining about how hot it was today. With her head down in annoyance, the girl said that it would be better if she went to the demon world or to the north. Bright rays illuminated the roofs of the houses. The hero thought about how their first meeting happened not far from the store. Looking around, the hero thought about how, when he lost his hometown and wandered with Kyle, he went to the capital in search of at least some opportunity. 2 children sat with their knees pulled up, because they were refugees. Later, they dug through garbage cans for food. He had only a crumb of bread in his hands. He begged on the streets all day, afraid of being beaten. One day, an old man looked at him, telling him to raise his head and straighten up. This meeting with Cardi was just a happy accident. The old man looked at the frightened children in front of him, saying that his talent had already been revealed. This was the talent that every wizard dreams of. A bright aura appeared around the child, saying that he should go to the cities and people would recognize him. Now he took a step forward, thinking that the next day he did as the man advised and put his mana on display for everyone to see. Conditionally looking at himself in the past, he also noted that he had been hoping for several days to be noticed. Someone's hand reached out to his hand. This is how he met the master. Imagining himself as a little boy, the hero noted that it was a series of coincidences, but thanks to it he survived, because if not for this, he would have died of hunger long ago. The city streets were brightly lit. Rania stood in front of the entrance, thinking that Armiel was the wizard he always admired. Opening the door, he also thought that this was a man who left behind a great achievement in the history of mankind. Smiling, looking inside, the hero said that he had returned. But what he saw surprised him. Someone's braided hair flashed, and a question was asked about why it took so long. Chloe turned around, remembering the words that the man should have come faster. But the hero's eyes became larger, and he noted the white hair and green eyes. Clenching his fist, he also paid attention to the voice. Then he rushed at the girl, deciding that it was Gletus. The fist stopped right at her face. Rania looked at the girl in front of her in surprise. Chloe was very scared. Looking at the scared girl in front of him, the hero realized that this was not Galeria. Then he imagined that woman together with the monster, noticing that their heterogeneous mana was very similar. Staring at Chloe, the hero thought that Cardi was not in the store, and it was suspicious. She just did not try to say hello. She closed her eyes, thinking that if only Belnoa and Grandpa would come soon. Frowning, Rania asked about her connection with that woman, hearing surprise that the door was open. Cardi looked inside, saying that he definitely closed it when they left. He and Belnoa went inside. In the newspapers there was a picture of Rania, who became the new teacher of the academy, but it was unclear who she was. Chloe looked at the newspaper with delight. Her lessons are interesting and elegant. Several lines were highlighted in red, and the journalist also made a conclusion based on his own observations. The girl introduced the hero, thinking about her ash hair and blue eyes, and that she must be an elegant and stylish person. But all her ideas were shattered like glass, and Rania asked how Belnoa was doing, but she asked why she was there. Smiling sweetly, the hero replied that he came to meet the man standing behind her. The guy looked at the girl in surprise, telling her that he had also thought about this last time. The old man hit him on the head when he asked how old the hero was. Then, looking to the side, he told him to put the shopping down and leave, because they needed to talk. Chloe looked at the article in confusion when Belnoa asked the man why he was doing this. There were many books on the shelves. The recently brought food was collected in the drawer. Rania was reading the newspaper when the guy told Chloe to come to her senses, but she repeated that this could not be. The hero noticed the underlined words in the article and saw a question about where the elegance and grace were. Belnoa grabbed the girl as she was saying something about her old-fashioned school life, and said that they would be leaving for a while. Rania waved her hand and wished them to rest. Chloe blushed when the hero addressed her. She pointed to a word in the article, saying that she would try to teach elegance classes. The girl blushed when she added that they would see each other at school. Her lips trembled. After which she ran out into the street, repeating the words of forgiveness. The door closed and the hero called the girl a funny child. Without finishing the drinks on the tray, the old man said that she had not grown up yet. Foam spilled over the edge of the mug, and a question was heard about what the first saint's favorite tea was. Armiel removed the old man's appearance, saying that he could explain everything by asking the interlocutor if he could finish what he himself could not finish. Then he imagined a bright light. His eyes glowed brightly when he nevertheless noted that it seemed that this was not so. Rania pushed the cup of tea away from him, saying that it was quite hard being in this body. Smiling slightly, he added that the body was falling apart, and one more drop and he would be finished. Then he raised his hand to his face, saying that unlike Armiel, he was an ordinary person, but Armiel replied that he chose the name given to him at baptism. Looking down, he asked Raniel how he reacted to seeing the truth. The hero also looked down, answering that he was shocked and that he could not think of it. Then he introduced Glyria, surrounded by a bright aura, saying that the 4 disasters that were created by the Demon King. And then he introduced 4 people, saying that 3 of them were once superheroes. Slightly opening his mouth, the hero also told him that even if you know the truth, questions still remain. Armiel silently looked down, hearing from the interlocutor that the Demon King they saw is the same creature. He imagined the group of heroes standing before the monster, asking if they really had failed to destroy it. The monster then towered over the humans. Rania looked into his eyes, asking if he had been punished. The hero imagined himself standing with the group, reasoning that the Demon King he had encountered that day was a piece of filth. Raniel opened his mouth in surprise, noting that it was a being without any consciousness or will. The dark mass swirled around chaotically, a phenomenon that spread a curse and pollutes the environment with its existence. He folded his arms and asked Armiel, who was sitting across from him, how could it become a king? Rania brought her hand to her face in thought, wondering if a being that simply existed without even having a self could be called a king. Armiel also heard that he had been called that since time immemorial, closing his eyes. The hero imagined himself among this dark mass, agreeing that this king was strong enough, and he felt a sense of helplessness and fear. Then he imagined the interlocutor surrounded by the same, saying that everything was different for him, and he could definitely subdue him. Rania spread his hands when his comrade asked him why he was so categorical, and answered that he resisted alone. Looking down, he added that there were risks, but if he managed to avoid it, then he was much stronger, he simply could not help but win. A bright spark appeared on Armiel's face when he noted that this made the hero special. He imagined the dark mass, saying that these were not the creatures they had dealt with before. A dissatisfied skeleton appeared behind him, when the guy noted that they did not believe him at all, also inquired with such an expression. Raising a finger, Rania said that she could guess something. He splashed tea foam, saying that the hero succeeded in subduing the Demon King. Watching the liquid drip onto the table, he also added that, however, what they had subdued was not life. Running his fingers across the table, he said that it was a being that, by its nature, could not even be touched. His hand left a mark, and he added that it had only lost a part, which they were able to reach. Armiel smiled, hearing that this was a fairly close guess. Looking at the hero, he replied that in any case, it was not without meaning. Closing his eyes again, he said that on that day, they met the Demon King and cut the flesh of the shadow. The interlocutor asked what it was. Rania opened her eyes in surprise when the interlocutor recalled the concept of the shadow that he had spoken of earlier. And looking at the interlocutor, he said that it was a concept opposite to a star, and also that he had heard that someone had managed to pull it out. He remembered the shadow of the enemies looming over him, and he assumed it had something to do with him. The bright and dark beams were opposite each other, so after the Demon King absorbed the starlight, he turned into a shadow, and the Demon King he saw was the darkness itself. The drink in Armiel's glass began to bubble with the words about the Demon King being the shadow itself. The bubbling grew as he spoke about a concept born from human observation and a foreign substance that disrupted the natural order of things. Rania looked at his companion's mug, hearing that they had thought the same thing, but as it turned out, they were greatly mistaken. Closing his eyes, he spoke about how what they saw that day was not some unfinished concept. But then he looked down in confusion. He remembered the huge creature in front of them, saying that it was not born from observation and was not imperfect. The boy remembered their fight, saying that creatures born from the ugly origins of humanity, something unrelated to conduction, an entity that people can't get rid of completely. Then he remembered the magic circles behind his back, noting that in other words, it was God and something beyond existence. Now, sitting on a chair, he said that they had to deal with such a creature. His mug had cracked when he said that he had risked everything and used all kinds of magic, as a result of which he managed to cut off the king's body. The mug broke, and the contents spilled onto the table, but in the end, they still failed to kill him. The liquid flowed onto the floor, saying that they had to flood it. Drops fell off the edge of the table when the guy said that they could not hold out until the second contract, and now he could only explain it this way. Rania looked at him silently. Then, raising their heads, they both wondered why he tried to hide it. Closing his eyes, Armiel answered that he had previously hoped that the heroes would never know the truth. Looking down, he added that knowing him, he was sure that he would be able to get to the bottom of the truth. Imagining the hero's heart, the guy also noted that he had already dedicated his life to humanity. Armiel lowered his head, saying that he wanted to spend the rest of his life in peace. The hero turned to him, slightly opening his mouth. Then, waving his hand, asked about the rest of his life, since he had only lived 27 years. This surprised the interlocutor. Rania smiled broadly, saying that even if his life was half over, he would live as long as he was allotted, noting that these were elven standards. Then he presented his male silhouette, saying that he personally would not give up. The hero imagined a bloody corpse. And also tombstones, saying that it was a great honor for him to help the warrior. He also imagined a long-haired man, his words about leaving the decision of the next question to him. Now another silhouette of the hero seemed to be behind him, when he says that if someone else gave up, it does not mean that he will give up. So the guy remembered Kyle leaving. 2 girls were also leaving. He said that they all refused responsibility. But he looked at his interlocutor, saying that he should take responsibility for the lives they had abandoned. Armiel only slightly opened his mouth. And imagining himself standing in front of Raniel, he said that he was very similar. Later, they waved goodbye to each other. Armiel watched the hero leave. A bright candle burned under the ceiling. There were several photographs on the table. The guy picked up one of them, noticing that Raniel also said that this child looked like her. Smiling, he added that he thought that only he saw this. He imagined the child standing in front of the girl in a white suit, saying that they were similar, without wondering if it could be a coincidence or another star trick. Then he looked at the photo of their group, saying that if not, then this cannot be avoided. The 2 were sparring, and a voice was heard saying that the movement should be faster and sharper. Lark turned around, hearing Phalia's voice saying that it was time for them to go. The 2 boys smiled, asking him to study hard this term as well, and to say hello to Rania. Oyakul smiled widely, asking him to tell her that they would prepare more traps next time. The boy smiled back, saying that he would definitely tell her. So they bumped fists. Snow was falling against the high wall, where the woman next to the boy was saying that it would be nice to rest before leaving. Frowning, he said that he wanted to achieve a lot this term. Phalia hugged him, saying that she knew he would succeed, because he was their son. The long-haired man watched them from the window. Lark waved his hand, saying that he would go and do it. A confident smile appeared on his face, thinking that he would get first place this term. The boy continued waving his arms, looking out of the carriage. Bright stars were visible above the great tower. Several students were walking along the corridor. There was a knock at the door. One of them looked tiredly at the other, asking if he had been rejected, and he said yes, citing a budget issue. With tears in his eyes, the student said that she had been cold to him, crushing him into dust. He introduced Lesty, saying that there was no trace left of the former timid girl. The 2 of them walked down the corridor, and he also said that although there were still many gaps and mistakes, he could say that the degree of efficiency had become much higher. Both smiled tiredly, and the second said that it all seemed very familiar to him. His comrade was surprised that he felt it too. They seemed to see Raniel in front of them, throwing the student out of the class, saying that it felt as if they were communicating with him. As they walked further, they decided not to underestimate her. The sheets were collected in separate piles. Sylvie laid them out on the table. Smiling, he said that he had sorted out all the documents that were there. Leslie smiled back and thanked her for it. Looking down, she suggested working harder and sorting everything out before the new semester started. She wrote something on the document, also saying that she wanted to combine it with her school life, so everything had to be perfect. Several leaves flew in through the window. One of them landed on the documents. Isla took it in her hand, saying that the new semester was just around the corner. She handed the documents to Harvel, saying that when school started, she would be even busier than she was now. The guy glanced at the sheet, asking what kind of list it was. Without raising her head, Isla replied that he needed to arrange a meeting with these people right after the semester started. The sheet crumpled a little in his hand as he wanted to say something about these people. Laughing, the princess asked him what he was worried about, and he was surprised that it was so obvious. Taking a step, the girl said that there were people there who did not speak very flatteringly of them, and she understood their concerns. Standing by the window, she smiled, saying that she was still too young, and therefore many could not appreciate her. Looking at the interlocutor, the princess added that she understood what she was getting into and was ready for the consequences, so he had nothing to worry about. Then she brought her hand to her head, remembering that there was another person there. Chloe was lying in bed when the girl said that the person was not on the list, but she would also like to meet him, and also needed to prepare a secret meeting with her. The girl closed her eyes. Belnoa turned to her, asking if she was planning to pack her things. Lying in bed, she answered that she did not. The guy, taking the book in his hands, asked her about the fact that she was still worried about it. Sitting up, Chloe replied that she still found it amazing and never thought it would be Associate Professor Rania. Lowering her head, she noted that it was a big difference from what she imagined. Belnoa imagined the hero fighting, thinking that she had not yet seen the first lesson. Then he put his head on her hand, telling the girl that she was really looking forward to the beginning of the lesson, meaning that the lesson could be completely different. Chloe accepted such a moment of lessons, hearing that it was not too late to sign up for classes and then decide. With a slightly tense smile, he looked away, hoping that this semester would be fatal. The girl smiled happily when the guy told her not to worry and pack her bags. Packing her things, Chloe asked if he was ready for another battle. Belnoa looked out the window, answering that he was just getting ready. Then he imagined Lark, holding out his hand, saying that he was his opponent. The girl looked delighted, thinking about what it would be like to be with the son of the Grand Duke of the North. But the interlocutor told her that it was not what she imagined. The guy looked into the bottom drawer when the girl asked him to introduce them on occasion, but replied that they were not that close. Chloe smiled happily, saying that he did not like such competitions before, and yet his grandfather prepared him diligently. Looking at the interlocutor, he asked when was the last time? Then he looked away, saying that it did not matter whether they were close or not. Taking an item from the nightstand, he said that he was just being polite to this guy. Chloe was touched by this, deciding that it meant that they were still quite close. The guy turned to her, hearing the question about how strong this gentleman was, and answered that he was not that strong. The rays of the sun illuminated the stadium. Belnoa said that if nothing had changed since last semester, he would win this time. Footsteps were heard. Someone was coming towards him too. The guy said with a serious expression that the person in front of him had become more confident. Lark, frowning, replied that this time everything would be different. So they stood opposite each other, and the battle for first place began. Someone was walking forward, saying that he could already hear the students cheering. The man smiled, saying that they had had a hard time preparing, and thanked them for their work. The people behind him replied that it was their job. Looking around, he also noticed that they were a great example to follow. The entire area near the stadium was illuminated by the sun, and he said that history was being made here for the youth who grow and compete with each other, and a special training ground was built for this purpose. He clenched his fists in delight, saying that many bright duels had taken place here last year. A tired-looking student noted that this was the first competition among seniors in almost half a year. He introduced Belnoa, surrounded by flames, also saying that he was in the lead for now, having defeated most of the students. The rest simply did not dare to challenge him. The two guys just smiled tiredly, and it was noted that they were the secretary and assistant, who had to work all night to prepare for the event, and thought that it was good that all this was not taking place in halls and auditoriums, otherwise it would be too difficult. The students were going to the event. This is the Faculty of Combat Magic, created to train combat mages. In this faculty they prefer to develop practical skills. The girls sat next to each other. Their faculty has one unique system. Flags were waving above the entrance to the training ground, and this is a system of killing for first place. Belnoa was sitting on a bench, so the student who challenges the class monitor and wins will take his place. A smart flame appeared in his hand. The assistant can be called simple and innovative at the same time. A blade formed from the dark flame. All means except poison were allowed. With a wave of his hand, the blade disappeared, and he thought about whether there would be any point in having a duel now. Behind him remained the image of when he was a child, and the boy thought about how the element of surprise was lost, which made the situation less than ideal. Taking another step, he also thought that this would not be a duel, but rather an exchange of pleasantries. Someone took a step forward, asking what he was thinking about. With a confident smile, Lark said his name. Belnoa smiled back, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Many people gathered at the entrance to the training ground. The woman pulled the boy in front of her, saying that she would go first. The brochure listed the participants of the competition. Chloe looked ecstatic, thinking about how all these people came to see Belnoa, and this was amazing. She looked at the paper again, worried that no one would want to be friends with her. Two guys behind her were whispering about how this was the top student everyone was talking about. She was happily running past them, when they thought about how this was the one who was Belnoa's girlfriend. They brought their hands to their mouths again, saying that there were rumors that he was a student of the Black Tower, and that he smiled like that when he saw her. They imagined Belnoa holding the girl's hand, saying that they noticed the smile last time. And then, how the guy was lying on her lap, telling her that one of the students saw them together in the capital. The students, not understanding, looked at her. One of them said that he was curious how the fight for first place would end. Everyone looked at Chloe running past. He was even more curious to know where they met. Coats of arms and swords were posted on the walls. The students took their places in the stands. Chloe looked around, seeing that all the good seats were already taken. She noticed Rana ahead and that there was quite a bit of space. She came closer and apologized. Rana turned around, hearing the question of whether the girl could sit next to her. The students stood up from their seats. There was fear on their faces. They were looking closely, saying that the new girl did not know anything and now her whole semester would be hell. One of them looked away, saying that ignorance should be paid for, and another noted that all they could do now was pray. Everyone looked at them awkwardly, mentally asking for forgiveness for her. But Rania smiled, answering that she could sit and there was plenty of room. Chloe remembered their last meeting, saying that she really appreciated it. The hero looked at her with a smile, saying that he apologized for that, because he was a little upset. Chloe looked embarrassed at these words. This shocked the others even more. One of them put his hand on his chest, asking his comrade if they heard that. With their mouths open, they were surprised that the assistant professor apologized to the new girl. Taking a cookie from the bag, the girl asked the hero what he wanted to see too. Also taking a cookie, Rania replied that he was in charge of the battle. Holding it up to the map, He added that the fact that the rules were simple did not mean that they were not dangerous. Seeing many people in the stands, he said that if one side gave up or became unable to continue the fight, the duel would end. Raising his finger, Rana also noted that he could choose the winner himself. He saw the strength of the opponents, saying that he would wake up now. The woman pointed her finger, telling one to literally tear the other apart, but she was asked to behave with dignity. The man with the beard clenched his fist, enraged by strength and youth. The guys stood opposite each other, and someone asked who would win. His interlocutor suggested that Belnoa would win again. A dark blade appeared in his hand. He squeezed his hand on its handle. Then he rushed at Lark, starting the duel. The guy pulled his hand back. Lark only smiled slightly. Swing, and lo and behold, he broke the opponent's weapon. The blade split into pieces. Belnoa opened his mouth in surprise. The blonde smiled, saying that if everything was like before, he would have defeated him with one blow. Selly was delighted, seeing all this, and the guy said that during the holidays he had undergone special training, the same one during which you are on the other side of life and death. Chloe was also very surprised. Roselle stroked his beard with his hand. Lark brought the axe to his face, saying that this semester he would take the leading position. The opponents stood opposite each other. Lark looked very confident. Frowning, Belnoa asked him what he did during the holidays. The students watching this were very surprised at how easily he blocked Belnoa's attack. Selly smiled contentedly. She stroked Itul's head, asking if he had seen it. He replied that he had seen it all, and asked her to leave his head alone. Running his fingers over his mustache, he noted that Belnoa had always won so far, and he thought he would be glad when the first real sparring session began. Exhaling calmly, the woman told him that at least for now he could afford to relax, and his student had no chance of winning. The students sitting next to them were irritated, thinking only that they wanted to move seats. Meanwhile, the guys were standing in the arena. Belnoa said that his opponent had surprised him. A dark aura surrounded him again, saying that now he would see if he could stop it. From this aura, daggers formed. Several of them appeared behind him. A moment later they moved forward. Lark watched them approach carefully. He moved his leg to the side. One of the knives flew past his face. Belnoa was surprised by this. As he dodged the attacks, he thought that this was definitely different from when he relied on his instincts. Lark stepped away from another blade and thought that these movements predicted the directions and allowed him to dodge without fail. Belnoa's eyes widened, hearing his opponent say that he was still fast and sharp. Lark rushed to attack, saying that this time he would be the first. But Belnoa's hand wave left a dark mark. When the axe touched it, a bright flash occurred. The spectators covered their faces with their hands from the strong wind. Aaron looked delighted, saying that this was really amazing. After the attack, Lark slid back. His opponent supported himself with his hand. He lowered his head, thinking that he definitely hated these duels. The spectators were cheering. He thought that the cheers that echoed throughout the training ground and the riveted eyes were not very pleasant. There was a smile on his face now, and he didn't understand why. Frowning slightly, the guy asked his opponent if he was using that move of running around like a madman with red eyes. Looking at him, Lark replied that it couldn't be used at this stage, and it would also be disrespectful. The dark aura appeared again, telling the guy not to worry about it. He stretched out his hand, saying that now was the time. The palm rose to the sky. Surrounded by it, Lark said that now that they had greeted each other, they could fight properly. Then he rushed to attack again. Belnoa rushed towards him. The swings of the axe left bright marks. The guy looked at him with a smile, thinking that all his senses were heightened from the very beginning. But seeing how he blocked all the attacks, he noted that these movements were already beyond intuition. Lark only smiled confidently. The students watching were shocked, some commenting that the time from the spell's activation to the attack was so short that it was unclear what was happening. Chloe watched in delight, saying that it was the first time she saw Belnoa like this. Rana looked at them, agreeing that they both looked happy. The two stared at each other, the hero noting that although their attacks were familiar to each other, this time they were starting to change a little. Holding a cookie in his hand, he also noted that Lark had already entered the ESP stage, but Belnoa also had her own unique abilities. Raising his hand to his face, he noted that this was a battle between talent and experience. Rana smiled ominously, thinking that the two had grown a lot in the past 6 months. Chloe shook her head, at first thinking that it looked evil, but still trying to push away the bad thoughts. But she looked to the side, thinking that the girl, although she almost hit her the first time they met, still apologized, and also noticed bright lights. They were circling around her. She looked behind her in surprise, thinking that the others assumed that she couldn't run away because she was scared. But taking the cookie in her hands, the girl thought that this was not the case, and they had nothing to worry about. Shards of dark aura flew around. Lark continued to reflect the attacks. He smiled contentedly, thinking about the huge number of shadows, and that this was the real Belnoa, who was giving it his all, without thinking about the consequences. He also smiled widely. Lark was surrounded by a bright light. Frowning, he thought about what would happen first. Belnoa was surrounded by a dark aura. He frowned, wondering if his opponent's axe would break, or if it would be swallowed by the shadow. Both approached each other. A powerful explosion was heard. Clouds of dust were visible around, and someone asked what was happening. Another noted that it was hard to see because of the smoke. A silhouette of a person was visible in it. Belnoa was also standing in it. Chloe was visibly worried. Selly stood up from her seat. Aaron clenched his fist, saying that this could not be happening. Rania left her seat. The girl turned to her when she wanted to ask about who won, but she did not find her. Someone stepped forward, said that this was it, and the duel was over. Belnoa was chained. Lark also could not move, hearing that they both tried hard. Rania walked towards them, saying that this was a familiar situation. Belnoa smiled, saying that he made a mistake. The others looked at him, hearing that he had lost. Then he remembered the past, and how Lark had said the same thing. Rania looked at him in surprise. Then he closed his eyes with a smile, noting that he had grown since he had taken the entrance exam. Then he snapped his fingers. The chains on Lark dissipated, and the hero thought that there was no trace left of the boy who had thoughtlessly sacrificed himself. Belnoa fell to the ground. The students watching raised their hands. He looked at them with a smile, thinking that this was an unfamiliar feeling, but it did not cause bad emotions. Rania pointed at Lark, declaring him the winner. He threw his axe to the ground, saying that he had finally won. He extended his hand, thanking Belnoa for the duel. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. But a smile appeared on his face. In the end, they shook hands, and the boy told him to keep this title, because he would soon have to return it, to which he replied that he would be looking forward to it. Putting their hands on each other's shoulders, they walked out of the arena. The sunset sky was visible above the training ground. Selly smiled enthusiastically, saying that everything was as expected from her student. Etoile was displeased, hearing that the superiority of the white color was proven once again. He looked away, asking where her best student was, because he was in no hurry to see his teacher. The woman moved her hand away, saying that Lark had a lot of things to do, and he would come when he had time. Not understanding what such a hurry was for, the man asked if he knew that she was here. Selly looked at the interlocutor in confusion, answering that she did not. Etoile only looked at her silently. He pointed his finger at her irritably, indignant at why she did not say anything, and how the guy was supposed to know that she had come at all, but she replied that she was his teacher. The interlocutor again only looked at her silently. She remembered Lark smiling at her, telling her that he came to her after winning duels. Now she smiled, saying that the student was paying tribute to his teacher. Then she enthusiastically raised her hand, saying that he should come now too. But Etoile decided to run away, and she did not understand where he was going. Clouds were floating in the sky. People were leaving the stadium. The students turned around, hearing that Lark was nearby. One of them smiled happily. The class leader smiled back at them shyly, hearing congratulations. The others gave a friendly fist bump, offering to train together. He closed his eyes, thinking that from defeat, as well as from victory, you can learn a valuable lesson. He looked at his comrades with a smile, feeling the sweet taste of victory. Later, he ran, deciding to find the one who went through that path with him. Lark ran along the corridor. Rania turned around, hearing him. The boy looked at the teacher in surprise, who asked him if he was going to the infirmary. Standing opposite, Lark replied that he just came to say hello. Then he bowed, saying that his victory was her merit. Sighing, the heroine clarified if he had said everything. The boy was embarrassed, hearing that this victory was only his achievement, it was his hard work and efforts. Smiling, she also added that he had another teacher, but thought that she was not sure that she was able to teach him anything. Rania looked at the interlocutor, reminding him about Selly and surprised that he had not yet approached her to say hello. Lark was scared, answering that he had completely forgotten. The heroine, raising an eyebrow in confusion, thought about how it was possible to forget something like that. Lark ran back, shouting that he needed to go back. Chloe smiled at Rania, saying that he felt like a tornado had passed through. She replied that they would go to the infirmary, and the guy would figure it out himself. Stars were appearing in the sky. Selly was looking at them. Tears were visible in her eyes when she was talking about how Lark had completely forgotten his teacher. Someone's footsteps were heard, words that if he had gone to the infirmary at all, but it didn't look like he was seriously injured, then he was probably still there. Isla fixed her hair, asking if she could walk with the woman. She looked at her interlocutor with a smile, saying that they needed to discuss something. Bandaged Rack runs down the corridor and exclaims that he found the teacher. Rania is surprised at him through her tears. The guy comes up to him embarrassedly and apologizes for coming late. She squeezes his hand and asks him not to worry about it. The protagonist is happy with a smile that he came here right away. Rack, looking displeased, wonders what to do with his guilty conscience now. The blonde turns around, standing to the side. She smiles sweetly and puts her finger to her lips. He realizes that sometimes it is better not to ask unnecessary questions. The events take place in a beautiful hall. The hero walks next to the princess and asks why she left, because she wanted to talk about something with the professor. Ayla looks ahead and says that she just wanted to see Prince Rack's reaction. Harvel turns around in surprise. She says that honesty is sometimes poisonous. She goes on and claims that on the one hand she is jealous. In the picture, her image is inverted. She thinks about a life in which there is no place for random meetings and honesty, a life in which you cannot turn off the prepared path. Her every step was subject to the strictest control. The girl is sitting at the table. They talk about food. Against the background of a steak, it is explained what you say, who you communicate with. She puts the piece in her mouth, talking about a reliable, fully controlled path, realizing that life without coincidences would be boring. Harvel turns to the princess in surprise. She laughs and says that he is too tense. He in turn reminds that he asked not to laugh at him. Ayla says with a smile that he still appears sometimes. She goes to the door and says about a sudden gust of wind that breaks the wall. In the building in the evening, someone screams loudly. Rana sits opposite the wounded man and says that she is going to go deaf. She takes his hand and asks him not to move. Another girl watches the actions of the protagonist, who says that he is coming out too roughly and that he is a master at drawing diagrams, and not doing this. Chloe asks with a smile if she also has extensive knowledge in the field of medicine. Rania happily replies that it seems that the hand has become much smoother. The girls look at her admiringly, saying that it turned out neatly and looks pretty good. Belnoa sits across from them unconscious. Rania asks if Chloe wants to try with her other hand. The princess and Harvel are standing in front of the door and hear this. Chloe wipes the sweat from her forehead and exhales. The guy sits exhausted on the bench. She says that she bandaged him before, but this is the first time so carefully. Chloe takes his coat and says that it's time to leave. Rania waves her hand and says that they will see each other in class. She walks out the door with a smile. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widen and she is surprised by something. Ayla is standing across from him with a smile. Chloe greets her. She walks past. Chloe turns around and thinks that she looks like a princess and that there are a lot of beautiful people in this school. Ayla peeks out from behind the door and asks if the assistant professor has a minute. Rania cleans up after herself and greets her, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The princess asks with a smile if she can put up a soundproof barrier before they begin. Rania does so with a snap of her fingers, but wonders why she didn't invite her over if the conversation was so important. Ayla looks at her and says that as a student, it's much easier to avoid surveillance within the academy. The teacher thinks about it and guesses what the conversation will be about. An envelope appears in the picture. She wonders if it's related to the loss of contact with the princess. Ayla looks at her silently. She closes her eyes and claims that she is right, because her brother has taken action. The princess explains with a puzzled face that all the magic tools have stopped working. A group of people stand in the hallway, saying that her brother has taken advantage of this chaos. Ayla calmly states that in order to make the first move, here is an official message from the princess. A man is heading to the academy. Rania looks at her in surprise. A flashback appears in which the guy tells the protagonist that he hates everything that is not human. He looks at his hand with crazy eyes and declares the Demon King, the four calamities. The protagonist listened with a dissatisfied face that they are all just as disgusting, that he is simply going crazy. He points to Kyle and says that after the apostates fall, it will be his turn. The Maiden guy declares that he will kill everything related to the stars, because this world does not need anything human. Rania thinks and realizes that if this is the person she remembers, he would not act on someone's orders. Ayla looks at her interlocutor and says that the academy is annoying and that these are her brother's words. The girl reads the reconstructed letter. It is said that she did not quite understand what this means, specifying whether the problem is with the students or the place itself. Ayla looks forward and assumes that it is her. The girl sits on her knees. The princess explains that she gave up her inheritance rights, but her brother never loved her. The evil blonde ordered her to bow her head and never raise it in his presence until he gouged out those disgusting eyes. The princess touches her face and says that her brother especially hated her eyes. Rania thinks and says that let's say that this is so, assuming that the first prince also hates the stars. The picture shows the princess with the caption favorite of the stars, Lesty with the inscription studies the stars, Chloe with the inscription warrior of the star stream. The protagonist thinks and realizes that the first prince hates the stars, and in the academy most people are connected with them and that's why he is called a man. Ayla is surprised to hear the question that worries her. Rania with a smile says that no matter who comes, a man or a prince, they will protect the school, because this is part of the training. The little girl asks where her sister and Harvel are. She runs forward, not understanding where they are. She falls somewhere and hears that you do not need to trust anything. A bright flash occurs, a voice demands not to interfere in anything. The surprised princess hears that trust is betrayal, and confusion gives rise to misfortunes. A bright star tells her that you do not need to trust anyone. Ayla closes herself from the light and asks to wait another minute, asking why it disappears. She reaches out to the ray of light, screaming that she needs prophecies and she will do everything as told. A loud cry is heard, "Don't go." The surprised girl hears someone addressing her. Harvel stands next to her and asks if she is okay. The princess goes out the door and says that she is a little tired and needs to be left alone. Harvel lowers his head and understands the order. The door slams shut. He wishes her a good rest. Isla sits on the floor and begs the stars to answer her prayer, asking why they do not tell her anything. Isla, with tears in her eyes, says that she has stopped hearing their voices. Her hands are shaking. She says that after that prophecy, the presence of the stars was no longer felt. She stands among other people, explains that until now the stars have always been near her, and that is why she managed to survive. She looks out the window and wonders what she will do without the stars. She understands in a quiet voice that she needs to find them. The girl walks along the sunny hall and hums a song. Chloe, in her school uniform, happily declares that she likes these clothes. She runs on, talking about a beautiful skirt and shoes. A cloak flutters behind her. She says that it is like a magician's. Chloe happily jumps along the corridor, shouting that the school and the uniform are just a dream come true. She knocks on the door and realizes that in addition, the call is from the professor and apparently they have become closer. She opens the door with a smile and asks Rania if she is there. The protagonist is standing next to Lesty and happily invites her. Rania holds the girls by the shoulders and says that first of all she wants to introduce them. Chloe bows, hearing that this is a new student who transferred this semester. Lesty puts her hand to her chest and introduces herself by name. Surprised, Chloe asks again that she will be the next Ash Knight. The discouraged girl hears that this is true. She imagines the image of Lesty and exclaims that she is the next master of the Ash Tower, replacing the Ash Wizard. Embarrassed, Lesty hears from her that she did not think about such a quick meeting. Rania smilingly tells Chloe that Lesty knows that she is a warrior. The shocked girl does not understand how this happened. Lesty looks at them with an unperturbed look. They say that it is difficult to hide something like this from her. Chloe in the picture is half transparent. The professor explains that Lesty is an observer and she has a talent for reading stars. Rania looks at her and asks what Chloe looks like. She thinks and says that she is like a mass of platinum light. Chloe thinks about what it looks like. The professor looks at her and asks if she can show what she can do. The surprised girl says that she can, but warns that it will hurt her eyes. Rania and Lesty look at her. The associate professor says that it is okay and she needs to show everything she can. The girl closes her eyes. A very bright glow is visible around her. The surprised heroine admires this. Rania takes her by the arms and says that she needs to look, because this is ideal practice. The picture shows a girl watching her. It is explained that it is not the starlight contained in spells, but pure starlight. Chloe's mana is like the star itself. Rania and Lesty look at her. The professor tells them to take their time and focus. She touches the star energy, saying to remain calm and firm, as if controlling the flow of mana. Lesty's eyes shine. She hears that she must use her eyes to see and understand the stars. There is a bright energy in the space. The professor states that she must express in words what Chloe was able to understand and tell it to her so that she can pass it on to others. The girl opens her eyes after being asked. She turns around and looks around, hearing that starting today and for the next 6 months, they will receive additional lessons. Rania looks at her and states that they will become good teaching material for each other and will begin to grow quickly. The professor smiles and says that they should also document what they have done today. They hold a stack of books and are told to take their time and do it by next week, and if there are any complications to let them know. Lesty replies that they can handle it. Chloe holds a huge stack and is told to come to her anytime with any questions, wondering if that amount of homework is worth it. Rania waves and happily says that they will see each other next week. Chloe is discouraged and does not believe that she really wants the girl to do all this by next week and not by the semester. The girls stand in the middle of an empty classroom. She understands that school is a scary place. Rania looks out the window and says that apparently he figured out the extra assignment, and it's time to go see this guy's face. The protagonist goes to the fighters and apologizes for being late. Kelt smirks and asks not to worry, noticing that she is on time. A mysterious character stands among the fighters. Everyone looks at him with excitement, standing in line. Rania thinks with a dissatisfied face. The protagonist looks ahead and says that he has not changed. The man looks ahead with dissatisfaction and hears Kellerholm address him. He looks at him in bewilderment and asks if they know each other. Rania answers with a smile that they do, because he is the one who will be accompanying him. The protagonist stands opposite and says that before they show him around the school, can she ask him something? Rania with a serious expression says that letting him into the school is quite risky. The picture shows the academy. The heroine says that no matter how the circumstances develop, the school will not suffer any consequences. Kellerholm looks at her and says that he understands the concerns and also considers his presence here a risk factor. The protagonist is glad that they understand each other. Rania stands in front of a golden scale and says that then she will monitor the school's safety, and he has the right to add points to his principles of behavior. Kellerholm calls this strange. Rania stands next to the previous version. The man says that they are definitely not acquainted, but she understands the principles and limitations of his actions perfectly. The protagonist addresses him questioningly. Rana, crossing her arms, states that if he does not want to negotiate, it is his right, because it was only a proposal. The students walk down the hallway. The protagonist explains that he cannot simply destroy a place where defenseless students are. Kelt looks at Rana, who says that it is in his best interests to agree with her, otherwise he will have to take action. The protagonist confidently explains that it does not matter how important he is, because the health and safety of the students is more important. He sees the interlocutor and realizes that he does not know for what purpose he came, so extra caution will not hurt, and if he removes the restrictions in the school, there will be a real catastrophe. Kellerholm, with fire in his hand, says that he cannot yet answer his offer. Against the background of the scales, he explains that he considers it fair. Rana, with a grin, calls this fantastic logic. They stand opposite each other. The golden scales declare that they should continue to work according to the contract. Rana looks at the interlocutor. Kellerholm says that if they are satisfied, then let them make a counteroffer. He calmly states that he would like to give a few lectures while he is at the academy. Kelt and Rana ask again, surprised. The picture shows a bloodied warrior. It is explained that he first saw Kellerholm on the battlefield and that he is a survivor of the magical city that was destroyed centuries ago. Kelt looks ahead, realizing that they looked almost the same age. Blood is dripping from the hero's hand. It is explained that there were rumors about him, that he killed spirits and prolonged their lives with their blood. The guy looks ahead, remembering that he also seemed quite terrifying. Kellerholm watches him. He realizes that his eyes were so empty that he seemed dead from the inside and he could not read anything in them. Kelt looks at the protagonist and says that even if this was intended, then what is going on? Rana asks if he wants a fight. Kellerholm is reading while standing on stage. The guy asks if it's okay to let him teach. Rana replies that everything is fine and as long as the restrictions are in place, there shouldn't be any problems. A fighter in a red cloak is standing by the door. The protagonist asks if he has placed hounds around the school, assuring that it is not an obstacle for him. The warrior has a sword hanging on his belt. Rana says that such a weapon is useless. A man is speaking on stage. The protagonist assures that the school is safe, at least while the contract is in effect. Kelt excitedly asks if they should really keep an eye on him. Rana seriously says that they just came to a lecture. In front of a huge audience, the protagonist explains that he wants to study the teaching methods of other professors, despite the fact that almost the entire teaching staff is present. Rana raises her hand and smirks, stating that for their professional growth they attend each other's lectures, realizing that she is simply spying on him. Kellerholm stands in front of the students. The protagonist says that there are indeed more people than at regular lectures. Rana takes Kelt by the shoulder and asks if he told anyone who he is. Kellerholm writes something on the board with a serious expression. He replies that most likely not, otherwise no one would come to a lecture given by a man. The man shakes his hands. The protagonist explains that he is a wizard who came from another country, and even his name and origin are shrouded in mystery. At this moment he wants to start the lesson. Something is written on the board. Kellerholm says that he is pleased to see everyone. He stands on the stage and says that he will read a special lecture on the use of elemental magic. Kelt and Rana look in surprise. The protagonist assumes that this is a direct hint about the origin. He replies that it was worth coming up with a different legend. Leslie sits with a notebook and hears a question about how well they know elemental magic, because there is no time to evaluate everyone's skills. Kellerholm holds fire and water in his hands, declaring that there is something that every wizard knows. He shows his palms and talks about compatibility. Streams of blue and orange intersect. Kellerholm talks about fire and water into ice and ice back into fire. He seriously states that if you need to use several abilities at once, then most are powerless. He releases fire from his hand, saying that is the one weak who has honed only one skill all his life. The wizard, against the background of his abilities, assures that this is not true at all. The surprised students hear that there is nothing terrible in knowing only one skill. Leslie listens in amazement that they can find a method of extreme use, hidden under the name of compatibility. A bright flash occurs in the frame. He explains that in this case they will no longer be limited in their capabilities. Kellerholm with a serious face declares that although he will not stay with them for long, he will try to teach them everything. He looks at the audience and suggests that this method does not use a pattern and should not be too difficult anyway. Kellerholm calls this a rather amusing judgment. Shocked, Kelt and Rana hear that he does not deny the limitations of elemental spells, but what if the wizard decides to attack? The students turn around in surprise as he explains that in fact, this is also possible and may even be effective. Leslie looks ahead and hears a question if this means overcoming your limits and using the skills of another class. Kellerholm seriously states that those who fail will soon hit a wall. Rana hears that they will not be able to overcome it. The protagonist leaves Kelt and says that he will go first. Rana smiles and asks if he really thinks he is running away. Surprised, Kelt hears that this is a school and he is a teacher. Rana smiles and says that she will solve this as a teacher. Kelt looks at his notebook in surprise and wonders if this is true. The fighters tell him that it is so. Kellerholm walks through the forest. He talks about a short walk after classes. The man tells the students that it is not necessary to repeat after him. Kelt talks about communicating with students who have questions. Kellerholm sits on the fence. The guy reads about how he sat in the garden. The hero reads that he then made class schedules and nothing unusual was observed in his behavior. Kelt looks at the notebook and finds it suspiciously quiet. An image of a man appears in the picture. It is said that he is a superhuman and a soldier of the demon kingdom, and, moreover, he hardly came for no reason. The guy seriously thinks that the princess also warned about the connection with the crown prince. Kelt gives the papers and states that the subject knows how to control his madness, and one must not lose vigilance for a minute, even if it seems to them that everything is under control. The fighter turns to him, clarifying whether it is possible to ask. Kelt with a grin hears the question who is actually Associate Professor Rana. He laughs and asks why he is suddenly interested, because there is no need to follow her. The guy says that there are several reasons. An image of Rana appears in the picture. He explains that she is very good at magic and is an associate professor at the school. The guy looks away. Rana is shown in the frame. He talks about her eyes. Kellerholm stands furiously in the frame. The guy asks if Kelt remembers when the man came to them and the pressure between them was truly inhuman. The fighter with a serious look says that it was such a force that even they could not move freely in such a situation. The guy stands in front of the commander and says that in such a case you need to be a very experienced magician. Kelt adjusts his collar. He is worried about what to answer to this. He remembers the moments with Raniel and realizes that now there is no one to blame and he is not one of those people who listens to what he is told. He exhales and understands that at such moments, he just wants to quit. Kelt says with a serious expression that he wanted to tell you that Lady Rania is Raniel's former student. The surprised guys don't believe that the Ash Mage had a student. Kelt looks ahead and explains that even the most experienced wizards sometimes die on the battlefield, and that's why they should be prepared for any outcome. The picture shows a bloody Raniel. Kelt says that he was not only a wizard, but also a scientist, so he attracted much more attention, and this means that he needed someone to whom he could pass on his knowledge. Rania appears in the frame. The guy says that she has become such a person. Kelt holds a paper and says that this is confidential information, and the main character said this in a letter. The fighter says in surprise that if this becomes public knowledge, there will be a lot of gossip. Kelt says with a smile that there is no need to create unnecessary problems for the associate professor. The commander sits opposite his charges and realizes that thanks to him, he almost got caught again. The boys hear with a smile that if they have no more questions, they should continue to observe and remember that the safety of the students is the top priority of this mission. The guy smiles and states that the associate professor says the same thing. Kelt is shocked to hear that apparently she accepted Kellerholm's comments. The fighter looks at the other and says that they were wondering why she did it, but if she is an apprentice of the Ash Mage, then that explains everything. Kelt, smirking, dissolves. The picture shows a notice of a new lecture on the topic of understanding and basics of a battle mage. The students look at the notice board and read the subtitle of the countermeasure class wizard. They turn around with displeasure. Rania looks in front of them. She is the professor in charge. Rack stands with an unperturbed expression. Belnoa hears that the class was created by the famous Grey Wizard, while wondering how to talk about it. Rania says with a smile that it is for those who want to become a battle mage like her. The students sit in front of them and wonder if they will be able to get out alive. She clenches her fist and talks about the battle mage. Rania stands in front of them and explains that it is a wizard class aimed at combating hostile magic. The protagonist explains with a smile that the battle technique of hunting mages is the origin and basis of the battle mage. The picture shows Rania fighting Skibble, explaining that she was created by an Ash wizard to defeat the monster. Rania shouts loudly that it is a great and effective class. The students look at her speechlessly. She frantically explains to them that since it is quite new, many wizards ignore it, especially low-level mages. The girl whispers to another if it is really because of what Professor Selly said. She replies that it is usually people of different classes say that. Rania stands thoughtfully on the stage, while the girl states that the associate professor is a wizard and even if he can use damaging spells. The protagonist says that these are the words of the sword master Kuntal. The amazed students realize that this is something new when they hear that when things get stuck, there is nothing better than practice. Rania smiles and declares that in the next 2 weeks, starting from today, they will learn the methods of hunting mages from their own experience. The protagonist stands on the stage. They wonder if she will really do it. In the background of the building, shouts are heard that they hate it, while Rania declares that they will start with a light warm-up. Chloe looks out the window of the house. She looks ahead and wonders what they are studying there. What is making so much noise? She lies in bed and shouts that she also wants to go to the class that the visiting wizard took, asking why she can't appear in front of him. The girl hears a knock and a question if she can come in. Chloe happily opens and shouts welcome. She stands in front of the princess and Harvel. The princess smiles. She happily asks Miss Chloe to take care of her today too. There is food on the table. Someone exclaims that everything looks very appetizing today too. Chloe sits at the table and thanks the princess. She replies that you are welcome. Isla sits in a chair and says that she is doing her a great favor. Chloe eats a cookie and wonders what she means by a favor, since this is the third time she has come into the room. She sees the princess with a cup of tea and realizes that they are just chatting. The girl is shocked and understands. With the princess in the background, she assumes that inside the palace, where an atmosphere of threats and betrayal reigns, in the midst of political struggle, when you can't even trust your own shadow. The girl with tears in her eyes realizes that she is looking for a place where she will be comfortable, realizing that she has found it even though they barely know each other. Chloe takes her hand and talks to her. She excitedly states that no matter what happens, she is always on her side and can come at any time convenient for her. The princess strokes her face and thanks her. She embarrassedly states that the crumbs on her face are because she ate too quickly. Isla looks at her hand and realizes that, as expected, everything is useless. A light shines on the tip of her finger. Chloe smiles in the picture. It is said that the warrior candidate has star mana, and she thought that if she spends more time with her, the stars will give her revelations again. The sad princess understands that the stars are silent. In the picture, a bright glow says not to trust anyone and not to interfere in anything, to show mistrust and coldness. She holds a cup of tea, realizing that after this, everyone began to be perceived as enemies. Harvel leans over the princess and tells her that the hounds have arrived. The guy explains that this is related to another princess. Kelt is standing at the door. Harvel assumes that he has something to say. The action takes place in a lesson. Sylvie sits on Lesty's shoulder and turns to the master. She points to the book and asks who is here. The girl looks at the pages in surprise and asks where. Sylvie explains with a smile that she looks like the master. Lesty asks again if she really thinks so. Sylvie points to the letters and hears that this person is a lady. The girl explains that she is quite famous in the academy, a summoner with a talent capable of commanding 5 high-level spirits at once. The pet is surprised to hear this. She looks at her owner and says that she most likely knows this for the first time. Against the background of a book, Lesty explains that all that is known is that on the day she graduated. Against the background of buildings and flowers, the heroine explains that the academy was destroyed. A fairy hugs a flower with another. They look at each other with a smile, stating how nice the breeze is. An orange fairy sleeps on a flower, while someone declares that the stars are more beautiful than ever. The spirit master smiles as he talks about the mysterious creatures that surround them. She smiles and says that this makes it seem even more beautiful. The girl turns around and asks the man if he agrees. Kellerholm smiles and looks at her, and says that everything she looks at becomes beautiful and that she should definitely see as much as possible before leaving. The girl sits next to him and asks with a smile when he will start taking her seriously, asking if this is really all he can say to a departing student. Kellerholm looks at her and expresses confidence that she will be fine and there is no need to worry. He strokes her head and says that he can't wait to watch her grow up. Against the backdrop of beautiful flowers, the girl asks if he will take care of the garden when she leaves. He sits next to her and says that his secretary will most likely do it. She replies that now he will have much more time and can do it himself. Kellerholm looks ahead and claims that after she leaves, he will indeed have more time. He turns to the girl sitting next to him. Against the backdrop of the burnt garden and the academy, he congratulates her on her graduation. Sylvie sits on a book and wonders if she may have died on the day of her graduation. Lesty reads and says that she is not sure, since there are no other entries. She looks at the letters in the book and says how the academy was destroyed, and what does this have to do with the girl's death? Lesty says with a serious expression that there is no record of this. Sylvie flies next to her and says that it is sad. She turns around in surprise. She greets the master with a smile. Kellerholm. The man looks at her questioningly and calls her by name. He looks at the frightened girl with a serious expression and asks what relation she has to that heroine. He takes her by the shoulder and asks what kind of relationship they have. He watches her without looking away and asks if she inherited Artanis's blood and where she got such eyes. He takes her by the face and clarifies that perhaps she is the result of an experiment. She exclaims, "What is he even talking about?" The book flies through the air with the help of magic. He says that it is not terrible because it is easy to check. She flies between them. He pulls on his gloves and says that now slowly and clearly could she please explain what is happening here. Rana stands in front of Lesty and asks this question. The protagonist watches her with a serious expression and says that he knows that this will sound rude. Kellerholm looks at her. The question is asked if he is crazy. Aaron looked at the paper and asked what kind of duel request it was. The student stood in front of the angry director who asked what happened and what kind of showdown between the associate professor and the professor. The dark-haired man smiled and said that there were many proposals, but according to eyewitnesses, the cause of the disagreement was Lesty. The guy tried to pull the diary out of the wall. The gray-haired man put his hand under his jaw and asked whose side started the incident, to which he replied that the professor initiated it. The old man froze in bewilderment, while he said that he was trying to find out something from the heiress. Rania stood in front of the teacher, expressing aggression, while he said that the associate professor saw it. The glove flew past the dark-haired girl's head. The student stood by Aaron's desk and said that the problem was also that this incident caused disagreements among the students, to which he asked what he was talking about. The students looked puzzled, and it all started with a lecture that was given at a special lecture the other day. The boy raised his hand and told the thoughtful director that there had been conflicts before, but after the lecture, the situation became more tense. The old man put his hand to his temples and said that it was quite a sensitive topic. Magic circles were shining on the man's limbs. The mage held magic seals in his hands and looked forward, while the gray-haired man spoke about the practicality of the battle mage class and the effectiveness of the wizard class. Tears were streaming down his cheeks and the teachers were arguing behind him, and this question was causing a lot of arguments. But he couldn't imagine that the conflict would lead to a duel between the teachers. Aaron was rewriting the application, changing the conditions and saying that first of all, the duel should take place as quickly as possible and be of an exclusively educational nature. Flags were waving on the heights of the building. The fighter looked at the sheet and said that in addition, any actions dangerous to life were prohibited and only basic magic was allowed to be used during the duel. The assistant turned away from the guy while he was saying that some spells of strengthening from basic magic were limited, namely strengthening, summation and multiple spells could not be used, and noted that the use of magical power was limited to 3%. She looked at the student and after saying that the use of potions was also not allowed, asked how much longer he was going to whine. She looked back and asked if he still had to say all this. He put his hand on his forehead and said that lately it seemed to him that he had completely lost his mind, to which he asked if it seemed to him, or if he was becoming more and more boring. The dark-haired man looked at the associate professor and asked why they started a fight in front of the students, to which the hero replied that he wanted to find out the purpose of his visit. Kellerholm stood among the chains and was a man, as his nickname suggested, because he was one of those who could not maintain his sanity. Rana looked ahead, saying that this is why he created restrictions to at least slightly control the madness, and because of this, part of his power was sealed, but even in this state he is a monster capable of dealing with apostates. The protagonist sat opposite the guy and said that he is a superhuman, to which the interlocutor meaningfully remained silent. He leaned towards MC's face and asked what this has to do with the duel, to which he anxiously asked to listen to the end. The fighter was tense as Rana said that the opponent's limitations were slightly disturbed. She bent her fingers and said that there were a number of limitations that could affect the impairment of vision, hearing, touch and muscle strength, and also a deterioration in sensitivity to mana. In other words, he could only use about half of the capabilities. The hero stood up from the bench and, closing his eyes, said that even a superhuman has limitations, to which the interlocutor asked how one could fight apostates in such a state. The protagonist's gaze fell on the fighter, and he asked to imagine what would happen if all the limitations were removed. Kellerholm stood in front of Lesty, and at the moment when he approached her, the limitations were broken and he showed true emotions. The mana turned red and this lasted only a moment, but the mana was still distorted. The dark-haired man looked ahead and asked if she wanted to find out the reason through a duel. The protagonist put his hands on his head and said that first he should go and read the rules, because maybe he could figure something out, and it would be a good example for the students. The guy looked at the girl and asked if that was all, to which she asked what else he wanted. Rana looked at her interlocutor in surprise while he said that in that case it was not necessary to win. The fighter emitted mana and he said that it was unlikely, but in a duel watched by hounds, asking if she would try to defeat him, and she was thinking about his situation and this was not personal revenge. He closed his eyes and smiling, said that he hoped that he really had planned everything. The hero looked away with satisfaction. They stood in front of each other, and he asked to take care of themselves and return safe and sound, to which the hero thanked for the support, and said that he was about to cry. The students were sitting in the arena. The protagonist walked forward while the host said that a duel between a wizard and a battle mage would take place and asked who they thought would win. Kellerholm was in the hallway. The students looked ahead and one of them thought that if the fight were to take place at short distances, the battle mage would win, to which the guy sitting next to him said that this was true and there would simply be no time for spells. The students sat in their seats and the guy asked that if we judge by strength, then elemental spells are much stronger, and is it possible to win at all using only basic spells? The dark-haired man looked away and said that the students were very excited. The woman in glasses looked ahead and said that duels between professors are rare, students might find it entertaining. The fighters stood in front of each other, and a duel between high-ranking mages was primarily an opportunity to demonstrate their accumulated knowledge, and it was a standard duel without the desire to win, using only basic spells. Rana looked in the direction of him, and was focused. The man looked at the girl, and this battle should have been pretty boring. Magic energy appeared in space. The protagonist swung and was about to strike. Kellerholm held a magic circle in his hand, which was gaining mana. An earthen wall appeared in front of him, and he blocked the attack. The hero hit the fence and pieces of the fence flew apart. People looked at what was happening in bewilderment. The protagonist looked away, while someone doubted that this was the basic order and the strength of the duelists was limited. The mage held a magic circle in his hands from which tongues of flame appeared and he was about to use a fireball. The fire swirled in a vortex in space. The shells levitated next to the fighter, and he was about to use the spell rift. Magic rushed forward. MC frowned and looked ahead. He repelled the attack with his fist and the fireballs exploded. Rana parried the attacks and thought that Kelt was right and she really couldn't win this duel. She smiled and thought that after defeating the superhuman, she would be under surveillance, and this certainly hurt her pride, but she couldn't take any risks. There was a sudden movement. The students watched in surprise. The hero rushed forward and thought that even if this happened, he would lose by a minimal margin. The flame burned among the rocks and the man said that he had reasons to ask for this, and it happened several years ago on the battlefield of the magical realm. Rana stood in front of his opponent and ordered him to remove the restrictions. The hero looked ahead and asked him to evaluate the situation sensibly, saying that this was the only way out. Kellerholm kept his hand on his face and said that he was thinking rationally, but he could not remove the restrictions. The protagonist put on his gloves and asked not to worry and asked to just remove the restrictions, and he would take care of the rest himself. MC swung and was about to strike. Rana looked at him with aggression and a powerful blow occurred. The mage looked at the threat and used an earthen wall. An explosion occurred and he was thrown back due to the shock wave. The observers looked at what was happening and did not understand if this was really a duel with basic spells. She was standing on the pain field and the man said that he knew the associate professor was strong. Rana was standing behind her, and he was a mage of the Ash Tower. The dark-haired man looked ahead and thought that her opponent was more suspicious. Kellerholm looked ahead and the student thought about him. A fiery whirlwind swirled in space. Fireballs rushed towards the opponent. The protagonist looked ahead, preparing to fight back. MC hit and blocked the attack. The dark-haired man looked ahead and thought that in all the movements you can see the reflection of the Ash Mage. Rana was standing behind Rana. His fist passed through the magic circle. He looked ahead, remembering how they gesticulated in the same way. He looked at the flying fireballs and thought about gender reassignment, body or soul transformation and realized that a lot of impossible versions came to mind. Kellerholm put his hand on his neck and leaned down. The substance emitted purple light, and the Ash Mage was a person who fought against things that contradicted providence, and one could not be sure of the impossible. Rana lowered her head and asked if he flew in the clouds during the fight. She swung with Rana and said that he looked relaxed. The mage raised his hand with the magic circle and apologized. He extended his hand forward using fireballs and suggested that they take this seriously. A powerful explosion occurred. The hero dodged the flying stone and thought that the original goal was achieved. The energy in the arena hovered and it thought that the sentence passed on Kellerholm to suppress his madness. He stood among the fire and smoke and this was the goal he wanted to achieve and the defense mechanism of the mind. The protagonist looked ahead and thought he understood. Energy enveloped his neck and he was commanded to dominate the madness. Gretos looked down and commanded to throw the star and kill the renegade. The man looked ahead while he thought that these were the same limitations they had seen on the battlefield, but there were additional limitations they had not suspected. Rana looked ahead, thinking about tracking and how they weren't focusing on why the restrictions were there. There was a sudden movement. She rushed to attack and wanted to just try it. The dark-haired man tilted his head and said that he believed the purpose of the duel was to look at the edges of the restrictions, and turned to the Ash Mage. Rana looked towards him in surprise. There was a blow next to him. She looked ahead and asked what he just said. Kellerholm stood in front of her and said that it didn't matter who he introduced himself as and asked her to just know that it chose this place. People were walking around the building. Everything was covered in dark energy, and something was bound to appear here. The opponent looked ahead and said that he shouldn't be here at this time, especially considering who he was, and said that his job was to stop something. MC looked at him in surprise. He pointed his finger at his opponent and asked if he could be more clear and noted that it was the same as talking to an old elf. The man reached into his clothes and said that they had seen his restrictions, but probably did not understand what the two black squares meant. He took out a handkerchief and said that this was all he wanted to say. Rana stood in front of the magician and ordered him to put the handkerchief back and said that she would not let him go until he told her everything and asked him not to be stupid, to which he asked that there was no more sense in this duel and said that he would accept it as a defeat. The student watched what was happening with a smile and the docent asked what defeat and noted what was wrong, to which he held the handkerchief in his hands and said that he could not understand her and said that she had won and congratulated her. Belnoa and Lark were surprised by what was happening. Kellerholm walked away from MC, while he said that he could not leave so easily. Kelt put his hand on his forehead, while the guy was asking what she had seriously won and this professor was a Superman. The fighters appeared in front of the sergeant and addressed him. He looked unwell and they were talking about finding a strange magical object in the sewers and asked if it was possible to report it, and, noticing the strange behavior of him, asked what was wrong with him, to which he said that it was not important and listened to them. The soldier looked away. In the hands of the guy was a crystal ball, which was previously held by Kellerholm, and he was talking about watching this place since the altar and this object appeared at night. The thing emitted a glow. The guy examined the ball and said that this thing was definitely empty and asked if they should conduct a more detailed examination. There were particles on the sphere and he said that he did not feel any magic, but it looked really creepy. The soldiers stood in front of each other, and the fighter asked to find out more information about this ball. Kelt looked at them and said that the two should continue to watch the sewers. He held the sphere and said that he felt unwell while SUCCUBUS was behind him. The skull was shrouded in magic and asked not to let down his guard. The fighter clapped his hands and asked who they had here. Rana looked out while he asked that wasn't that the assistant who won so brilliantly. A strange energy emanated from the soldier, and he said that it was amazing, and all the hounds watching the fight became even more suspicious. The hero stood at the entrance to Kellerholm, blocking the way while he said that for some reason she remained sane standing in front of a superhuman, and suspicions grew. She held the toys in her hands and asked what else they said, to which he asked if they felt fear and if it was like the fear from meeting the Demon King. Raniel stood with her back to Rania and Tyet spoke about that, and also what kind of relationship connected her with the Ash Wizard. Kelt looked at her with a smile and said that at the moment everyone is sure that they are connected by family ties and in principle, they are not far from the truth, to which she replied that he says so because he does not understand anything about magic. The protagonist covered himself with a piece of paper from the displeased look of the man. There was a blow to the chest and he said that Rania would never show such a shameful obsession with victory and defeat, and their suspicions about it are disrespectful. Kelt closed his eyes and said that this report was too useless for them. However, the results turned out very well, to which she asked why he dared to use her weaknesses and hoped that they really tried hard. There was information written on the sheet and MC spoke aggressively about how he was so busy that he didn't have a minute even after the duel and, for example, said that they needed to read the reports on the observation of that magician. Rania turned the pages and asked if the students were really that unsure of themselves. She looked at the journal and did not believe that he really came to the lecture. Kelt closed the notebook and said that even watching him, they were very surprised by how much he taught, to which she said that at least they knew the purpose of his arrival. She looked away, saying what he told her during the duel. Kellerholm stretched out his hand forward and said that it would definitely appear here. He looked forward and said that it would be like before. Something chose this place. The magician pointed his finger at the girl and said that she should not appear here. They were standing outside and Rania was talking about how after that he asked him to explain in more detail what he meant, but he still didn't know anything. He put his hand on his jaw thinking that he shouldn't get close to it even unnoticed, and that it wasn't the Demon King. The hero looked away and said that he wanted to ask something. He closed his eyes and led him to speak. He put his hand on his head and said that he was going to ask about magic tools, to which he asked why he needed it. MC looked back while the guy was talking about how he wanted to show the thing, but it disappeared. They were standing by the wall and he asked what it looked like, but he didn't know how to explain it. The fighter looked away and said that at first glance, it was an ordinary crystal ball. The sphere emitted energy and was found on the site of an old altar, and it seemed that it was empty inside and dark on the outside. There were particles on its surface and he was talking about how the emptiness was meant to store something in it. Rania put her hand on his jaw and repeated what the interlocutor had said earlier. She froze after he said that he had definitely put it in his cloak, but it had disappeared. The hero grabbed the guy by his things and told him to take off his cloak quickly, to which he asked what was going on. Energy enveloped the guy and the mage said that there was no time to explain. The protagonist looked down and said that there was no time to hesitate. His heart was enveloped in dark energy. He froze and felt pain in his chest. Blood dripped onto the floor. Kelt looked at the interlocutor and asked if everything was okay, to which he said yes. MC held his hand to his mouth and thought that this was what it meant not to get closer and did not understand if he could tell more. The ball rolled across the floor, smearing blood. Rania looked away and said that now everything might seem too confusing, to which he asked what it was. The hero lost consciousness and said that Kelt should find the ball and go. He looked at the unconscious girl and asked her to wake up. He clenched his teeth. He ran with the docent in his arms and thought that he had too little time to search and did not know how bad things were with Raniel and where he could take him without giving away his secret. He ran and thought about the place where this could happen. He looked at the building and thought about the Tower of Black Magic. The domes rose up. The old man held a bloody hand on his shoulder and asked what happened. The man looked away and asked what could have brought the Ash Wizard to such a state. The hero was unconscious and he said that if they left everything as it was, the mana would get out of control. Kelt looked at the victim and said that he thought everything was stable and asked what would happen if the mana got out of control. Ito looked at the body and asked if he could imagine how bombs exploded inside the body. Mana was wrapped around his body and was infected. Energy was floating in the space and he was saying that for a wizard, mana contamination was the same as death. He was tense and was saying that dirty mana was seething throughout the body, tearing flesh apart. The magic circle was spitting out energy, and while the Ash Mage's mana was being contaminated, something unknown was cleaning it. Kelt was tense while the old man was saying that thanks to this, he was still alive. Magic was coming from the guy and Ito was saying that contamination and purification were happening continuously. Rania coughed, spitting out blood. The soldier looked at the bearded man and asked if they couldn't just remove the source of the contamination, to which he said that if he could, he would have done it long ago. The heart was shrouded in a curse, and the old man was saying that if the contamination had captured the heart, it meant that the dark energy had already penetrated the core of the soul. The mage looked at his interlocutor and said that, moreover, there was something else that was making the situation worse. Blood was pouring out of MC's mouth, and he was saying that all he could do right now was watch, but he didn't finish. Rania snapped her finger and asked who ordered him to bring him here. Kelt was glad that he was awake, but Etoile said that he had passed out again. There was an explosion behind them. They looked back in amazement. The man made an Ash Mage and said that they were screaming so loudly that he wondered what was going on. The elf entered the room and said that they should have called him first. The mage froze and was surprised, asking who he was. Cardi stood in front of them and said nothing. There were artifacts and medicines on the table, while he asked if he was looking for an apprentice. The elf stood in front of the mage and said that he could look in the next alley, because he saw a child there that might suit him. The old man was packing things and selling high-quality items. He looked ahead and acquaintance with Belnoa began with one phrase of this old man. Ito looked at him. The boy handed the book to the girl and the man said that he was tired of the white-haired girl bragging about her student, and this coincided with the time when he himself was looking for a child whom he could teach. Light was burning from the windows and after a few words the old man, from an unfamiliar old man, directed him there, because he knew that he had nothing to lose. Chloe and Belnoa were standing in the house. There they met the magician. The old man stood in front of the children and was silent. There was a hole in the floor in the room. Ito looked to the side. He pointed his finger and asked who he was and what he was doing with someone else's door. The elf passed by the children, and when they asked him where he was going, he said that he was making too much noise. Cardi looked to the side and asked if he would remember the old man's face. The bearded man pointed at him in surprise, to which he replied that it had been a long time, and that he could just call him by his first name. Kelt grabbed his head and was asked if he knew him, to which he said that they had only met once, and that was a long time ago. The elf was cleaning Rania's mana while Etoile said that he had no idea who he was. The white-haired man looked at the injured man and said that he should have been called earlier. He pointed at the soldier and said that he was a hound and asked if he had brought him here. The elf looked at him and spoke terms that he did not understand. The fighter looked ahead and asked if it was okay that he had only understood a few words. He clenched his fist and said that nothing like that had happened. Cardi stood in front of him and said that he had not appeared before their eyes and asked if there was an altar or something nearby. The man had a crystal ball in his hands and he asked if that was all. The elf carefully examined the sphere, while he said that this ball was found by the hounds in the sewers, not far from where the altar was. The ball emitted energy and he said that when he put it in his cloak, it disappeared, but when he wanted to show it to the hero, it immediately appeared, as if it was waiting for this moment. Kelt leaned over and he said that this thing was not made to kill the protagonist. In his hands he held a tool and said that initially, this thing was created to collect something. Cardi looked back and said that this ball was enchanted to kill and asked if they understood. Rania's heart was infected and this curse disrupted the flow of mana, causing the heart to experience enormous overload. Kelt froze, after the words that the blame for the death lies with the one who brought this thing to him. He stood with his back and thought that this could not be. They stood in front of each other, and he asked how they could help, thinking that he had personally set off a trap aimed at his elder. The elf looked back, saying that it was not really that critical. The bloody body was lying on the couch, and he was saying that he had taken emergency measures himself. Of course, it was a big strain on the body, but for now he was safe. The heart was glowing red and he unconsciously sped up the rotation of the chain so that the speed of purification matched the speed of contamination. The man took out 2 bottles from under his clothes and said that there was something they could do. He poured a healing potion on Rania's face and thought that it was enough to heal the wounds. Etoile looked ahead in surprise while he addressed the owner. Cardi held potions in his hands and said that he needed stones with cooling liquid and increased durability, and asked to bring all the potions that could replenish magic power. The elf looked away and addressed Kelt. There were objects on the floor. Shards were floating around the girl and he was saying that it seemed like the enemies didn't want to kill him from the start. The fighter looked at the healer and asked what he meant, to which he said that whoever did this knew their guy well. The white-haired man put his hand to his jaw and said that all he could say from what he saw was that it looked more like an attempt to neutralize than kill. They looked back and became wary. There was dark energy in the sky that was flowing down. Magic was enveloping the forest, and he was saying that the brighter the stars shine, the more shadows they have. The soldier spread his arms until the sky seemed to crack and open a passage for the shadows. The fighter's body was enveloped in dark energy. A bony hand reached into the ball and ordered it to activate. People were lying on the floor and they were enveloped in energy, and it demanded light. The sphere glowed, being near the woman, and he wants even more light. Skull stood in front of the torn body and ordered to light the way. He walked to the building, which was covered in shadow. Streams of energy moved near the academy, and the creature said welcome to its king. On the floor lay the schemes of magic circles. Sylvie tugged Lesty and asked her to wake up. She tried to wake her and said that they need to run while the crystal ball was nearby. The man walked through the building and assumed that it began. Kellerholm bowed in front of the heiress. He lowered his head and said that he had not felt it yet. The academy was covered in shadow, and he thought that it was very bad. Streams of wind rushed to the side. Kelt ran forward. He quickly moved through the forest, and he thought that he needed to listen carefully. The elf stood in front of him and said that he could guess who they were dealing with, and that it must be an ancient lich. Cardi looked away and said that if that was the case, they could take certain measures. The hound ran forward and he thought about what they would try to do next. He held the bottle in his hands. The shadow was pierced by the potion, and the first thing they were going to do was destroy the barrier. The magic stretched and a passage opened. Kelt entered it and said that the barrier was disappearing and asked who that elf was. The shell tightened again. He looked back and realized that if he hesitated, he would not be able to get inside. The hound adjusted his mask and said that he would immediately move on to the second matter. Magic was hovering in the space in front of the academy, and the guy thought that SUCCUBUS was already there. People were lying unconscious on the desks, and he thought that there was no one left who could fight back. People were sleeping right at the tables, and Kelt thought that the Ash Mage who was able to catch him was now incapacitated. Etoile sat with the elf in front of the victim, and he thought that if he carried out the order of the unknown man, he had no choice but to obey him. He opened the door. A sleeping girl sat in front of him, and he thought about what he found. The hound took it, thinking that as the elf said, there was also a crystal ball here, but he did not know what it was for and therefore he had to hurry. He looked around and thought that there were 2 more left. The ball exuded energy and SUCCUBUS spoke of the life light pouring out in a stream. The blonde was lying on a hill. Lesty was sitting at the table, and he praised the life light. The white-haired was unconscious. The lich looked at the sphere and realized that all the life light was here. He looked closely at the object and said that a stronger light cast a larger shadow. The light turned into a shadow, passing through the ball, and he ordered to come here and greet the king. The magic balls started approaching him, and he said that this time he would have a complete victory. He looked to the side and was told that as expected, it was the apostate. The fighter stepped on a puddle of shadow and asked what kind of shame. Kellerholm stood before the king, who said that this was an insignificant man and said that he was very arrogant to appear before him. The magician looked forward. The skull's eyes shone, and he said that he was the king. The magic circles began to form a pattern. He raised his hand and ordered to bow his head. The attack rushed towards him. The dark-haired man was calm. There was an explosion and boulders flew in different directions. Smoke enveloped the place, and he said that this was a useless man. Through the column of dust, the outline of the fighter was visible. SUCCUBUS looked forward, saying that no one can stand in his way and no one can hinder the king. Rana was lying on the couch, and he was saying that there wasn't even an Ash Mage here. He took out a crystal ball and said that this time the plan was perfect. The object glowed in his hands, and the lich said that the shadows would swallow the life light. Dark magic enveloped the building, and he said that the light would become darkness. The fortress was burning, and he said that this was the return of the king, which had been impossible for hundreds of years. The buildings were engulfed in flames, and he promised that he would definitely succeed. The ball was shrouded in shadow. Kellerholm looked ahead and said that life was hundreds of years long, if not eternity. Magic circles appeared in front of him, and he said that although he lived a long life, it seems he never achieved what he wanted. The skull looked ahead and said that in front of him was the one who managed to survive and rise again. The boy stood in front of the king, who asked how he dared to speak as if he had achieved enlightenment in only 100 years. Shells exploded, forming craters on the ground. The lich looked away and said that well, anyway. The skeletons were attacking, and he was saying that no matter how many times he crossed the barrier, he was still not a man. The soldiers were looking and standing next to each other. The army of monsters was moving towards him. Kellerholm looked down and said that it was because he was a man. The chains were floating in space, and he was saying that on that day, 100 years ago, he had sworn an oath of allegiance to his city, to live as a simple human being. The girl was running towards the guy and calling him. The students were looking away and calling the professor. He was looking forward and was silent. The chains were fettering his neck, and he was saying that it was only for the sake of the oath that he had endured a life of eternal pain. He was looking forward and saying that that was why he had the right to judge, and that the most important thing now was to keep his promise. The man was standing opposite the fighter, and saying that he was pleased to meet him. The fair-haired man was looking forward and saying that he was a man. The dark-haired man was calm and asked to get down to business. The boy held a letter in his hands and said that despite being the heir to the throne, he was quite impudent. He held an envelope in his hands, and he said that he had one request. The heir stood in the corridor and asked the boy to go to the academy. He looked at the envelope and asked if he wanted to go there anyway, and noted that it was much more convenient this way. He handed over the thing, and he thought that the prince's decree was a complete surprise. The blonde smiled, and he thought that the manner and tone indicated that he clearly knew his goal. He looked at the envelope and thought that he had questions, But this did not change his task. The buildings were engulfed in flames. The chains were red hot, and he thought that this was a choice that could not be made. The shackles were removed from the warrior's neck. SUCCUBUS looked at the skeleton army and said that this was stupid. The neck was freed and he said that this was pathetic and stupid. He extended his hand forward and asked what kind of immortality he was talking about if he only lived for 100 years. A magic circle appeared in Kellerholm's hands and he asked how they could do that. The fighter looked forward and superhumans, sword masters, can overcome both life and death with it, and they have a supernatural ability bordering on foresight. The elements of the chain fell to the ground. Magic circles appeared around the fighter, and he thought about what kind of superpowers superhumans and wizards have. A fiery whirlwind appeared on the battlefield. Magic circles began to spit flames towards the enemies. He extended his hand forward and thought that this was accelerated thinking and at the same time computing capabilities. An explosion occurred that broke the opponents into pieces, and he said that time is always relative. Bones burned and Kellerholm said that the absolute amount of time was meaningless. Skull looked forward while he said that he knew better than anyone else. Raniel smashed the bones into splinters and the fighter called the guy's name. The dark-haired one looked ahead and said that he was beaten by a guy who was only 20 years old. Skull looked at him and promised that he would regret these words. He stretched out his hand forward and said that dividing this spell into hundreds of parts is useless. The enemy's eyes shone and he said that the scheme itself is incredibly crude. A stream of energy rushed forward. Magic circles emitted light. They were everywhere. SUCCUBUS looked down, saying that nothing could be achieved with it, and was surrounded by magic. His hand glowed red and he said that he destroyed all his schemes in an instant, and this is a good trick. The warrior looked ahead and said that now he can relax and remove all restrictions from himself. The shackles finally fell from his neck and he cast a dissolution spell. Skull looked around and asked that the chain was broken. The shadow enveloped him, and he thought that he needed to hold on a little longer before the madness consumed him completely. A magic circle was at hand. People were standing at the academy and rejoicing, and he did not want the previous failure to be repeated here. The girl looked away with a smile. Kellerholm was sitting with his clone, and this needed to be finished before the stars turned away from him again. He was enveloped in flames, and he decided to leave it all here and now. Fire came out of the magic circle. SUCCUBUS endured the attack and was amazed by its power. He looked away and asked what he was going to do. The circle absorbed everything except the shadows, and the Lich noticed this, asking that he decided to become a vessel and absorb the shadows. Fire and dark magic surrounded the guy. It settled on his body and he said that it was stupid, asking about letting the shadow into the body and said that it was tantamount to death. They stood opposite each other. The skull leaned over and said that only the chosen one could hold the god. Kellerholm's body was covered in energy while the skull said that trying to transfer a piece of the godhead to a person who had not even been chosen. The guy's hand was covered in the substance, and he said that it was possible. The clock balanced and the fighter said that he had assumed this. He closed one eye and said that he wanted to make a contract with a star. A rift appeared in space and he asked to be locked in another world. SUCCUBUS looked at the guy in bewilderment. The fighter looked ahead and said that he was right, that he would not be able to hold the shadow, but he did not say anything about not being able to take it with him. The leg was covered in dark energy, and the guy said that even if he suffered forever, they were ready to sacrifice themselves so that his wishes would never come true. The guy rose above the surface. The scales finally caught the balance, and the contract was concluded. Magic began to be pulled into the rift. The rift in space began to tighten, and the star announced that it would be limited to another world. Divine scales hung over the tightened rift.